Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 118, ch. 122, A Heaven-Defying Offer. I gifted a stealth orb to Graphia. She didn't believe me at first, but after shattering the orb, she activated the skill and her eyes widened. We stalked the mouse from a safe distance, more than 2 kilometers away. Our eyes could easily see from this distance. Perception was an amazing stat. Mouse entered a building guarded by fallen angels. They are meeting outside Dragon Valley. This was their way of making a non-advantageous territory. God had yet to arrive. Let's see how he looked. But before that. Kliska, you said to add HP and MP to my system. Sorry, my love. I am still working on it. Don't push yourself. Take a proper rest, or I'll spank you. Like you did last night. I loved it. Ahem, don't disclose our secrets in secret. People can hear us, you know. UNN. Graphia poked my fiery wings and winced at the heat. Are you a bastard descendant of the Phoenix clan? Graphia, my dear. Did you not see me in the other world? You think a fried chicken crossed worlds to impregnate my mom? Fried chicken. She giggled. I am sorry for doubting your lineage. Her attitude towards me improved a lot after I proposed to her. I patted her head, which she accepted with a curious smile. What's this strange technique in your hands? Another magic. No, it's a unique talent of mine. Head pats from my hands can conquer the strongest of beauties in a moment. She gave a condescending smile. You can't conquer me though. Only time will tell. I am not an easy woman. Says the girl who spouted her fetish without any reservations. Bastard, she growled, a thick blush on her face. You hypnotized me into saying that. You think I can do that? He arrived. She dodged the topic right there. I turned away from her and looked to the front. A golden magic circle appeared in the air, from which 2 angels popped out. I almost froze seeing the blonde woman with 12 golden wings on her back and a golden halo above her head. Although she packed an enormous bust and curvaceous body under her white robe, her droopy aquamarine eyes brimmed with innocence like a child. She was none other than Gabriel. The other dude was a Bishounen with long blonde hair and green eyes. Dressed in a red robe with golden shoulder plates, he also had 12 wings like Gabriel. Michael, huh? 2 seraphs arrived. The magic circle shone again and a white-haired old man arrived. He had no wings, halo, or any weapons. I would have mistaken him as a senior citizen if not for the enormous pressure around him. He was biblical god, a being on the top 10 strongest list in DXD. Before the war, he was exhausted from sealing trihexa. Otherwise, he would have bitch-slapped the rebellious mouse with no problem. God suddenly turned to me and a strange smile appeared on his wrinkled face. A tingle traveled down my spine. I almost asked Kliska to open a portal to return. Boy, are you interested in playing God? A soft male voice rang in my head. My stealth couldn't fool him. Did he want me to take his seat in heaven? Why me? Huh. Graphia nudged me. Did you say something? I ignored her and kept my eyes on God. So you know I am the leader of angels. It makes things easier. Boy, the power dormant inside you is far stronger than anyone I've met before. Even that abomination is a fool before your power. Neither are you an angel, devil, or fallen angel. But your light affinity surpasses even Gabriel, the most innocent soul this world has ever seen. He is talking about my divinity. Okay. As for light affinity, I don't have one right now. You have one, but it's just not unlocked yet. I see. I shall meet with you after finishing my business with the heavenly dragons. Sure, oldie. He replied with a light-hearted chuckle and flew down with seraphs. Old man. My hair has been silver since birth. You don't have to call me an oldie for that. Graphia pressed her hand on my forehead. He doesn't have a fever. Is he going nuts after my rejection? I didn't reject him though. She put a finger on her full, pink lips. I held myself from kissing them and flicked her forehead with some strength. She rubbed her forehead with one hand and squinted. What was that for? I talked to God just now. Seriously. He is an amusing fella. I took her hand. Let's practice hand-holding until they finish their meeting. My love, that's too lewd for a virgin like her. Graphia snatched her hand and flew down with her devil, bat-like wings. Wait. I haven't acknowledged you. Stop harassing me before that. Does that mean I can harass you after you acknowledge me? Her wings stopped at my shamelessness. She regained her balance and descended in silence. Graphia watched the building with hawk-like eyes. I slapped her back and brought forth my secret weapon, the comfiest bed in the world. Graphia, come. She deadpanned and settled her butt on the edge of the bed. Soft, what is this material? Be my maid and I shall answer. Never mind me. I grabbed the Hymn of Spirits grimoire and my special glasses. The elemental roulette skill was hard to level up. A grimoire. Graphia crept closer and craned her neck to read the text. Is this gibberish? There are some languages even a devil's innate skill can't comprehend. Impossible. I caressed her cheeks and pecked her forehead. Everything is possible, my dear. Me being here after dying is a testament to that. It was proof that worshipping MILFs could lead to heaven-defying results, even more than Xianxia's stupid protagonists. Graphia pushed me away and took the grimoire, inspecting its every nook and cranny. She still couldn't hide her ears red in embarrassment. Pervert. She cursed under her breath. The way you adore maids, I am sure a woman like you can also be called a pervert. She groaned and threw the grimoire back at me. Let's see her stats. The thought brought up a blue window in my face. Graphia Lucifuge LV, designated title, Devil Maid. Race, Devil. Class, Mistress of Frost. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Demonic power. Skills. Language, special other people will hear the user's voice in their native language. Night vision, F rank the user can see things in darkness. Devil curse, curse the user receives additional damage from light and holy element. Elemental resistance, F the user's immense demonic power makes them resistant to natural elements. Sunburn immunity, special the user is immune from getting a sunburn in their native world. Demonic magic, B rank the user can cast spells with imagination. Etiquette, D rank the user is well versed in the art of etiquette. Cooking, D rank the user subconsciously richens the flavor of their cooking through their thoughts. Frozen heart, unique the spells related to ice element are 20% stronger and consume less energy. And here is a beauty with a frozen heart. Jokes aside, this unique skill was a wet dream for every ice magician. Even the world acknowledged her as a maid. Gotta love the flair. Her stats were a step above mine but our levels had a wide gap. How the fuck? Was an ultimate class like her only comparable to level 8 in Danmachi? My love, calm down. Don't forget our race, we are high human, the pinnacle of all the mortal races. I nodded. And levels don't show someone's destructive powers. They are only a set of attributes of any individual, the way they use their powers depends on themselves. A level 8 can't destroy a town, because the magic in Danmachi follows different laws from this world and has severe limitations. Whereas this world's devil magic depends solely on the power of imagination. A level 8 can compete with ultimate class in terms of raw stats. But the former's attacking power is overwhelmingly outmatched in comparison to the latter. Ah shit. This wasn't a game where fights purely depended on stats. Have to keep it in mind. Stop staring at me like that. It seemed the maid was having delusions of me ogling her body. I opened the book and immersed myself in the wonders of nature. Chapter 119, ch. 123, The Battle of Behemoths. I shut the grimoire before getting a headache. My mind lasted for 1.5 hours this time, recorded by Kliska. Graphia yawned, sitting in the fetal position. Are you not bored of reading this gibberish? It might be gibberish for you but it makes me stronger. Knowledge is power. Tell me, Asahi. Are you an old sorcerer reincarnated in the body of a young adult? The fuck was she talking about? I am not a Xianxia protagonist. Fuck no. By the way, how old are you? 35. There was a long gap in her answer. Her lie was too obvious. I don't care even if you are a 1,000-year-old devil. Seriously. You like me that much? Her lips quivered for the briefest second as she adopted a serious expression. Love, huh? Even if her adorable face shook my heart, could it be called love? Maybe. Maybe not. Waste of time to think about. Right now, nothing mattered more than her. I do. Her lips loosened and a smile crept on her face. Graphia Lucifuge, affection +5. Damn. The largest increase in affection with the maid. She loved the sincere praise. My love. Yeah. Her affection points are 83. When did that happen? She was thinking about you all night without getting a second of sleep. Your invitation can fulfill her fetish, save her clan, and give her the freedom she wanted. Freedom. It's complicated. My love should hear it from her mouth. Okay. Graphia nudged me on the shoulder. They are out. Oh. God, Azazel, and Maus came out together and flew in the opposite direction. 10-winged and 12-winged fallen angels followed behind. What will happen to humanity if these supreme beings conspire like this? Poor humans. Let's stalk them again. I am sure God won't mind our presence. If you say so. Putting my bed in the inventory ring, I conjured my wings again and dashed in the sky. Graphia followed with her own wings. X. About half an hour later, we stopped since the target also landed in a massive crater. The Rhines village used to be here, Graphia said calmly, shaking her head. Nothing left of it now. That's the heavenly dragons for why. The earth rumbled. Everyone simultaneously turned to the north. 2 giant silhouettes rose in the air. The red dragon clawed a chunk out of the white dragon and roared in his face. The intensity shook us from thousands of meters afar. The white dragon with 2 golden horns atop his head, Albion, spewed a silver mist with a hiss. The heavenly dragons. Graphia whispered. They are strong. They sure are. Just their bodies alone could flatten a small-sized city. Yet, they were nothing compared to their daddy, the Great Red. We are like mobs before them, aren't we? I patted her shoulder with a smile. But we will surpass them one day. I have to surpass them. Kliska's real booty was on the line. Graphia Lucifuge, affection +2. You are also strong for saying it after witnessing their strength. Her tone full of admiration took me aback. This was the first ever praise she gave to me. The 3 faction leaders interrupted the fight of 2 eternal rivals with words. How dare you intrude on my sacred duel? Albion exploded and smacked the Maus and Azazel away with his tail. The old man wasn't flung like the rest as he had caught Albion's tail with both hands. Let me deal with these pests. Draig helped his rival by spouting flames like a flamethrower. Was it just me or Draig's voice sounded a bit sharper compared to Albion's? The seraphs hurled spears of light at the dragons. A 10-winged fallen angel tossed bolts of white lightning as if he was the incarnation of Zeus. He must be Barakiel. Lucifer roared and returned to the fight with the other Maus. God and his seraph took on Albion while the rest ganged up on Draig. They started the most destructive battle I ever witnessed in person. Dragging slack-jawed Graphia to the peak miles away from the battle, I put out a couch for relaxation. Why are we here? That place is dangerous, or what else? I don't want to die from stray fire. Graphia suppressed her laughter. Then stay here. I will go there. Wait. Kliska, any way to watch the battle from here? There are battle discs, you know the things people use in Xianxia to watch battles. Only for $7.99. That was unexpected. Buy one. Smooth black discs appeared in my hands. I pressed the really pressable button in its center. A massive hologram screen popped up, showing various angles of the heavenly dragons and the 3 factions going at each throats. Popcorn and beer please. Of course. A giant bucket of popcorn and 4 cans of beer. I pulled the stunned Graphia closer. Dig in. You, what the hell do you take this fight for? Graphia deadpanned. It's the legendary dragon emperors fighting for supremacy. A legendary battle. A pinch on her cheeks opened her mouth enough to stuff some popcorn. Isn't it better if we enjoy this legendary battle to the fullest like this? Graphia sighed and perched beside me. She drank some beer and let out a satisfying sigh. It tastes good. See. It's better to enjoy the moment than worry about the future. Enjoy the moment, huh? She whispered and shook her head forcefully as though shaking off something. She watched the battle with sharp eyes and crossed her legs. Her supple thighs crammed inside the tight pants squeezed each other, almost making me drool. I fell to my side, landing on her lap. The fullness of her thighs made me bounce twice. Cough, cough. My lap pillow deficiency is acting up. I clutched my chest. I can't get up without some lap pillows from a woman. You. I pointed at the screen. Oh look, God just summoned his holy sword. What? Graphia got distracted. That weapon. It has very destructive holy powers. God's golden sword of devil annihilation slashed Albion's horn. A stream of blood sizzled and corroded the earth. Damn. That guy is poisonous to his blood. Chapter 120, ch. 124, a surprising turn of events. Minutes turned into hours. Hours turned into a day. However, the intensity of the destruction only increased. The upper-tier power of the world shook the underworld with their clash. We were lucky that the battle only moved in our opposite direction. Draig suffered only SOSO injuries. But Albion's celestial white scales were cracked in places, oozing out gallons of blood. I noticed a really strange thing. Albion tanked every strong attack for Draig, resulting in its current pitiful state. I don't like where this is going. My love, what you thought is true. Fuck. Drake having a sharp voice and Albion getting angry for Drake wasn't a coincidence. Yes. Why Drake Gotch, one of the two heavenly dragons, is a female. How? You know people's fantasies for genderbender, many people envision Drake's female version as a perfect waifu for Issei. Are you talking about fanfictions of high school DxD? UNN. Fuck. Graphia watched everything playing out calmly. Her initial enthusiasm had died down and now she only wished for this to end quickly. Graphia, are you sleepy? You can borrow my lap. She shook her head. No. I am fine like this. She had pushed me from her lap after 2 hours. But the feeling remained firm inside me. She noticed my glance at her thighs and frowned. Please be serious until this fight ends. I promise to give you another lap pillow. Oh, sure. Assuming my most serious face, I took a bite out of the juicy chicken leg. My love, how is my cooking? You cooked it. How? I created the materials with your KP and tried tinkering with them here. Sweet. It's so crispy. Eating while watching a fight of two heavyweights cooled my head with a bucket of water. Drake was at freaking level 389, Albion at 380, even the Maos were about level 188 to 199. While mine was level 24. My love can level up more in the dungeon since every monster there is made of energy far higher than undead. Alright. The dragons are slowing down, Graphia said. But God and others are still holding on. Though I knew the result of this battle. Drake and Albion could still go into rage mode. Even a dragon king like Fafnir almost killed the super devil rise of him in rage mode. Only gods know what a heavenly dragon could achieve in that mode. Maybe fight Shiva, the god of destruction, on equal terms. They should kill Albion first. I gave my opinion. He will fly into a rage if Drake is killed first. What stops Drake from raging over Albion? Would they be fighting if she liked Albion? She could just be. Graphia paused and averted her gaze. Suspicious. Anyway, they should finish this quick, or the dragon's rage won't be easy on anyone here. Exactly. I am sure God knows what he is doing. Because God knows everything. He doesn't know everything, Graphia retorted. Or he wouldn't have committed those atrocities. God was a sinner himself. As the fight continued, we idly chatted. 5 hours later. The worst didn't come as Albion collapsed on the bloody plains, Drake followed him soon after. I forgot that these two were battle maniacs. Living and dying for battle came first before their own lives. God just waved his hand and the dragons vanished. Lucifer lost his right hand but the fiendish grin on his face showed his happiness. Seraphs dragged their tired bodies to heaven. Azazel and I both watched Gabriel's booty as she flew away. They really killed the legendary heavenly dragons, Graphia whispered, revealing a smile. You were right. I am never wrong. How does that old man die? He is so strong to keep the White Dragon Emperor busy on his own. He is exhausted after a certain event. Graphia frowned. What event? Believe me, you don't want to know. God sealed Trihexa, or whatever its title was. The ritual had left him exhausted. Today's fight seeped out all of his energy. No wonder he died against the Maos in the future. I threw everything back in my ring and took Graphia's hand. The show is over. Let's return. Graphia gave a last look at God and others and nodded, not taking back her hand. I reluctantly let go of her hand and summoned my wings. Phoenix's fire contained the life and light element, a natural counter to Graphia's devil lineage. We sneaked back into her room. Graphia plopped on the bed. Now, what? Maos will return and give me an appropriate punishment to make an example out of people intending to rebel against them. I remained silent, listening to her troubles. Say Asahi. If I go with you now, can I return here? Of course you can. I am not keeping you bound to me all the time. You are free to return whenever you want, you just have to ask me. Graphia sighed and a serious glint shone in her eyes. Give me one more day. I want to meet my mother. Mother. I never met someone resembling her in the entire mansion. I nodded at her then talked to Nasan and other girls for the better part of the day. Now's delay in thoughts made me chuckle. She was clumsy like always. The next day. Graphia activated stealth and led me to the basement. She peeked out of the door then pointed at the giant silver magic circle drawn on the floor. Stand there. Yes, ma'am. She stood beside me and the magic circle suddenly shone. Before I knew it, the circle teleported us to a dim room. Follow me. The ancient-looking walls outside made the hallway something similar to a crypt. Grafia climbed the stairs and unlocked a door. Passing the door, a beautiful garden greeted me. A tombstone was erected in the center with some symbols drawn on it. Devils also buried their lost ones. Grafia kneeled before the grave. I could only pat her shoulder while she grieved in silence. I am sure she is happy in heaven. Devils also went to heaven, at least Cleria Belial did. Are you sure? Yes. As someone who never saw the face of his real mother, I envied her a bit. My bitch's stepmom was no better than my siblings aiming to send me packing from the heir's position. I sighed at the good old times. I am a family man now, or at least I hope I am. Asahi, wait here, for a minute. Grafia dragged her over to the door and vanished. What was my future maid planning now? Chapter 121, ch. 125, Return. Grafia shook her head to clear her anxiety. There was nothing to be anxious about. She tore the package containing her fetish and hung it before the mirror. The black and white maid dress Asahi had left in her closet. That man and his desire to make a maid out of Lucifuge clan's heir. She shook her head again and loosened the straps of her dress. She slipped into the maid dress. It clung to her without being too tight. Everything was perfect. But where did he get her measurements? Did he check her clothes hanging in the bath? Her lips twitched at the thought. She gathered her hair and tied them in a ponytail, leaving 2 braids on both her shoulders. This looks better. Standing before the mirror, she twirled once. Perfect. She picked up a photo of her mother standing behind her father sitting sternly on a chair. Ironically, Lady Lucifuge wore a maid dress. Mother, I hope you don't hate me for following in your footsteps. I cannot fathom the depth of love you had for father, to follow him as a maid. I swear to become strong and protect this family you left behind. She wrote the letter addressing her father and idiotic brother and left it at the bedside. Everyone knew she visited this place twice a month since this place was Mammon's courtyard, the birthplace as well as the resting place of her mother. Grafia took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Asahi greeted her with a mischievous grin. Welcome to the family. I am ready. If you try to do anything, I swear to kill you, even if your women kill me after. Asahi raised his hands as a show of surrender. I like you. How many times have I told you this fact? Grafia managed to keep a straight face at his sincere confession. Men are the most fickle creatures in the 8 hells. Hey, don't compare me to the dishonest brats. I am always straightforward when it comes to my feelings. Her lips slightly rose. Everyone knows how much truth your word contains. Asahi clicked his tongue and grasped her hand. You told your father everything. Grafia nodded. I did. Liar. I saw that letter. Grafia pinched his waist as hard as she could. You followed me to the room. Ouch, I just came to lend my shoulder if I saw you crying. Asahi grinned ear to ear and saluted at her mother's grave. Mother-in-law, thanks for raising Grafia as a splendid maid. I cannot thank you enough. Grafia could feel the heat rushing to her face. You. What about your meeting with God? You are ditching him before that. He must be busy with processing the bodies of heavenly dragons and I can't wait to meet my women. He left his home to find her here. Was he stupidly in love with her or did he grow tired of his women and wanted her body? The latter couldn't be any more wrong with the affection brimming in his eyes. Idiot. Asahi pointed at the sky. That's the way back home. Grafia narrowed her eyes. A massive vortex spun above her, more than 1,000 feet above. I see. Let me carry you. My lord. Ha. She spread her wings and took off, dragging Asahi with only his hand. She ignored his screams and giggled. That's payback for leaving me no face, my lord. Her cheeky smile and Asahi's painful screams painted an unusual picture in the sky. Grafia sensed hundreds of gazes directed her way. The portal garnered the attention of everyone in the area. Asahi took this opportunity and broke free from her grasp. She reached out to catch him but he summoned his own wings. Finally, you naughty maid, I will spank you. And no, Grafia imagined the scene and her voice cracked. She swung her wings as fast as possible to escape the punishment. However, Asahi caught up in a few seconds and swung his arm. Grafia only felt a tingle in her butt, then a tremor rushed through her soul. She almost leaked a moan from a sudden gust of pleasure. What was that? Did you enjoy it? Her cheeks flushed but her stoic expression saved her from getting discovered. No. Asahi clicked his tongue and shoved her inside the portal. X. Asahi POV. A chopper flying in the blue sky appeared before us. With a dash, I reached before the chopper. Extinguishing my wings, I jumped inside. Aimi. Asahi-sama. Aimi plunged into my embrace and rubbed her face. I slid my hand down her silky hair and scraped her head with my chin. I missed you, Aimi. How much time has passed? Less than an hour. As expected. Aimi tensed up suddenly and glared past me. Asahi-sama, is she also? I patted her head. Yes, she is my new maid. So don't fight, okay? NMM. I understand. Graphia perched on the backseat of the chopper, examining every part curiously. What is this metal box? A helicopter didn't exist in her day and age. I explained about the metal box and she nodded in awe. Impressive. Aimi, drive us back. I want to meet others. Leave it to me. The helicopter fell. I held on to Aimi for support. Whoa. Graphia, however, crashed into the roof and bounced back. She rubbed her head. What are you doing? Aimi snickered. This little. She still held a grudge against Graphia for the last time. No one could blame her for being so protective of her men. Aimi's over-the-top flying skills brought us above Takagi Mansion in several moments. Graphia gaped at the abilities of this metal box. Aimi, park it in the yard. I am off to meet others. Leave everything to me. Graphia, it's time to meet the family you promised to serve. Alright. She seemed strangely hyped for it. Taking her hands forcefully, I hopped down the chopper and dashed into the door. Young master. Chika's shout was ignored as I ran inside my room. I am back. Chapter 122, ch. 126, Demon Maid. The girls still chatted, giggling on the couch. Yoko sprang to her feet and unsheathed her katana. Asahi Dano, she put back her sword and approached. Why are you in a hurry? Using the heaven-sent opportunity, I drew her in a wide hug. Yoko, I missed you. Asahi Dano, let go of me. I haven't showered yet. Who cares about that? Aren't comrades supposed to share a hug after a victory? She sighed and lightly slapped my back. I heard how much you helped people in Tokyo. You have my gratitude for that. I released her and patted her shoulder. Like I keep saying, I do things I want to do, not because someone is forcing me to do. Yoko quietly nodded and bowed her head. Thank you. A thick-headed woman. Shizuka shoved Yoko aside and grasped my hands. Kun, how did it go? A small peck on her lips brightened her eyes. Couldn't be any better. So we can pack our stuff now. Shirori cut into the conversation with a grin. Girls, move out now. What? I grabbed her hand and yanked her. She crashed against my chest and closed her eyes. Leaning closer, I kissed her. You too. Siko pulled Shirori away. Please be mindful of children. Aiko and Rini looked at us, face red in embarrassment. Shirori revealed a wide smile. I do not regret this sin. Where are Saya and Rika? I don't see her anywhere. Siko glanced at the door. Rika-san is enjoying her sunbath. Saya just went to discuss something with Lami-chan. Why was she beaming foolishly? I can't tell before Saya confirmed it with the test. It's nothing. Yuriko pointed at me with narrowed eyes. Suspicious. Guilty. I am not. Yuriko pressed her hands on my chest, stood on her toes, and pecked my lips. Did you give her what she wanted? I quietly nodded to her whisper. Her mischievous grin became more apparent. I will be handling some things related to the base. Just give a call if you need me. She kissed again and swaggered out of the room. A second later, she returned, leading Graphia by hand. Honey, what is this demon doing in our home? Siko and Shirori instantly drew their katana and covered me. Asahi-kun, shall I cut her down? Why is she wearing frills? Shirori retorted. Rini clanked her gauntlets and growled at Graphia, who calmly raised the corner of her skirt and bowed. Lord Asahi gave me the opportunity to serve him as his maid. Oni-san, she is a maid as well. I patted her head and poked her cheeks softer than marshmallow. She is. I thought as much. Yuriko patted Graphia's cheeks with a kind smile. Welcome to the family. Address me as Mistress K. Graphia hurriedly nodded. I shall. Yoko shook her head. Asahi Dano, I am going to shower. I felt like she wanted to distance herself from our family matters. Asahi-kun now tugged at my sleeve. Are you sure about this? With my right hand around her waist, I pulled her closer. You girls are misunderstanding our relationship. She is my maid and bodyguard. I doubt it will stay that way for long. Agreed. Yuriko and Shirori were acting in sync today. Graphia shook her head. My apologies for intervening, but I intend to keep this relationship professional. Shirori rolled her eyes at Graphia. We will see that. Yuriko left the room. I tried to kiss now, but she drew my attention to Aiko and shook her head. I still hadn't made up with Aiko. So many things to do. Grafia, help me. Nasan snuck a kiss before I smiled at my women and left the room, dragging Grafia with her hand. Why do people love dragging me like a little girl? I ignored her complaint and entered my room. Help me schedule things. It was necessary. A day here will be equal to 6 months of loneliness for Maya. I plan to pick her up in 2 years. Before that, we will have to make do with meetings in my dreams. Plenty romantic for someone like her. I explained everything to Grafia, even the thing about the Danmachi world. Ignoring her odd look, I continued to tell her the things I had planned, making up with Aiko, looting now, looting Lamy, seizing some alone time to grind, spending time to cuddle with girls, having a shower with Saya, everything was of utmost importance. Stop. Grafia slammed the notebook on the table and covered her ears. Why is everything here related to your women? I tilted my head. Because I love them. Seeing them happy fills my heart with joy. Grafia groaned and picked back her notebook. I will find an efficient daily schedule on this. Make a quick one for now. Exclude the thing about looting. I don't have time. Getting to another world takes priority for everyone. My lord is going alone. Of course not. Now will come on her promised date. Now is the brown-haired girl with glasses. She stared at me with blank eyes. My lord is aiming for her virginity, aren't you? There will be no one to stop me from looting now in another world. How do you know she is a virgin? She tilted her head, eyes innocent like a child. Woman's instinct. Work on it. I will spoil the girls in the meantime. Grafia sighed. I didn't think you would really make me your maid. It's what you wanted though. You can't escape your responsibilities. What a strange woman. Even I am manning up to become a father. She should do what she signed up for. That was being my full-time maid, who doubled up as a bodyguard and a secretary. Ah, can you teach the blue-haired about this maid etiquette of yours? She also wants to become a maid. It shall be done. Keep it R15. What? Don't add sex training in it. My lord. Fine, fine. I am counting on you. I returned to the room, to the girls, and sprawled on Rika's thighs. Siko formed a serious expression as if she was going to fight for her life and put my legs on her lap. She traced her hand before kneading my knees. Hope it helps. Now guided the Lolas out of the room and came back. I closed my eyes and told her about my expedition in both worlds. Saya also joined midway and shot questions after questions. I calmly answered each while getting my energy replenished by Rika and Siko. Home is always the best. Chapter 123, Click Me. Not a chapter but. https://www.webnovel.com/book/second-life-of-and-incubus-dragon_. It's a link to my original now on Webnovel. The chapter will come on its time, don't curse me yet. Chapter 124, ch. 127, a quickie. After spending lots of quality time with the girls in 4 hours, it was time to scout Orario, where most of Danmachi's story took place. I stroked the hair of Siko and Shirori hugging my sides with their eyes closed, clearly enjoying the care I had given them. Though Nasan and Saya gave a wide glare when Shirori brought this up, some sweet talk managed to get through her. They haven't asked me about their father yet. Kliska, is he? He is alive and kicking, giving a hard time to the undead. Should I say as expected of the father of my sword waifus? My love, I am opening the portal, now. Her voice was tinged with unconcealable exhaustion. I am, maybe. Just finished the status thing. Nice. Open the change panel. I want to make some logical changes. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Danmachi. Description: the story of a young adventurer named Bel Cranel on his path to becoming a hero, while making girls fall for him. Accept, modify. When did Ryu join Astria Familia? Let me check, around 10 years before the main story. That's too much, wait, how old was she at that time? 11. When did the members of Astria Familia die? 5 years before the story. Evelis killed them if I remember. It was a juggernaut, born from excessive destruction, of the dungeon. Should I start 5.5 years before the story? Do what your heart desires. As for changes, I will take an orphan's identity for now and me. I could just enter Astria Familia like this, but it won't give me any sense of accomplishment. 6 months should be enough to give me time to coax my way into Astria Familia. I see. I waved my finger to write down the change and added another one, increasing the limit of the floor inside the dungeons to convert it into a long-time EXP source. Speaking of my EXP source, what is Natsumi doing now? Why hasn't she escaped yet? She is bringing shame to her luxurious title of endgame antagonist. I will leave the changes at that, even this will cost me 35,000 KP. Dungeon is the very core of the world. I have reduced the cost by making the dungeon as a growing entity. So after all these years, dungeon crawled beneath the surface, extending by consuming the lives of anyone who died there. It also doesn't change the past, as the dungeon before the creation of Babel, otherwise the swarm of strong monsters, would have changed everything you know about Orario. I understand and sleep after this. I won't take no for an answer. Okay. Make the portal somewhere above Orario. Understood. I pecked Siko and Shiori's forehead and forced myself out of the bed. Buy me the commoner clothing of Orario. A gray tunic and dark brown loose pants appeared on my bed. I quickly put them on and went to Saya's room. I am entering. With a brief announcement, I opened the door. Saya was discussing something with Lamy on the bed. Turning to me, she fumbled with the mini laptop on her lap. Hey Asahi, she looked down and shut the laptop with a loud snap. What made you so flustered? Her eyes swam to the ceiling, the wall, and to her sides, dodging me with effort. Master, come and join our talk about Saya's new CH. Saya shoved her hands on Lamy's mouth, only to pull them back. Don't bite like a kid. Gods are mostly eccentric, diva are no exception to the rule. I pushed myself between the two and felt Saya nudging me, pouting for some reason. Grinning, I tilted toward her. So, when are we getting the result? I could check it with some artifacts. Still, the suspense made my heart race. She was more excited than me. I felt glad for forgetting the barrier while pumping her full. A day or two. 2 months in Danmachi will be equal to 1/3 of the day here. I will bring Saya and Lamy there after spending a few days with now. These two strangely got along, many thanks to their fetishes. Lamy poked me in the ribs. Master, Lamy wants the date of your return. A few hours or less. Splendid. Lamy wants to go there as well. Lamy is fine being the last one. You and Saya will be the next one after now. Saya gasped in shock. Seriously? I pinched her cheeks. Why the shocked face? Weren't you the one who said about being my first in the bath? That wasn't me. So you acknowledge having split personalities? Never, she growled. Lamy shook her head with a sigh. Master, when will you embrace Lamy in the true sense? Right now was what I wanted to say. However, Saya quietly leaning on my side while gazing at her stomach was not an everyday occurrence. Her gentle eyes created a deep impression, completely different from the girl who couldn't admit her feelings. Lamy also noticed it and assumed silence. Several moments later, Saya shifted her gaze to me and blushed. What you looking at? Her accent. Now, Saya-chan, Master won't return for a few months on his side. That's not the way you want to send him off. Sorry. Settling my hand on her head, I gave her some heavy head pats. Lamy is right. Just call me a husband once, or... I trailed off with a mischievous grin. Saya gulped, her eyes fixed on me. Or what? Or I will lewd you in front of everyone like you did to me in the bath. This time I will be on top and you below me with a thick collar around your neck like that time. You. She fumed and averted her face. And. Even my sharp senses couldn't catch her whisper. I grabbed the scruff of her neck and tossed her on the bed. She sprawled face first with a yelp. I pulled down her shorts and spanked her round butt. The force sent ripples across her now red cheeks. Aya, she shouted and wriggled, getting another slap on her soft rear. Call me. And no. You can't force me like this. Master, she is in the mood, Lamy whispered and pushed my back. Give me a kiss before you go. Lamy, I love you. A fickleman like Master can feel love, she giggled and slinked out of the room. I just sat there, blinking at her unexpected retort. Saya's begging brought me back to reality. I tapped the confirm and pay button still held in my vision. Another explosion resounded. People around the world must be shaken, again. Saya, can I? She buried her face in the pillow. Please. Her bashfulness ignited my passion, enticing me to lewd her until Nay-san and Rika interrupted us. Not caring about her embarrassment, I lewd the three of them together. Chapter 125, ch. 128, Orario. I pasted the same chapter LOL. This one is new, smiley face. I made sure that I delivered Lamy her desired kiss. She scolded me for not summoning more diva, something I always keep forgetting. Calling Yuriko, I made more love to her. Then enjoyed another hug from Yoko, a quick session with Aimi, and lastly some sneaky pats to both my maids Rini and Grafia. Kliska had slept since my call stirred no response from her. Ready. Fixing her glasses, now nodded firmly and squeezed my hand. She wore a loose muted pink robe with a pale scarf and dark skirt to match the medieval look. My attention was drawn to her boobs appearing more luscious than any tight dress. Yes, she affirmed. I yanked her to a Princess Carrie and took off, straining my wings to soar. Now screamed as we reached high, unconsciously erecting a barrier around her. Before the portal, now glanced down at the mansion bustling with survivors. Don't make that face. It will be half a day at most for Aiko. I know, it just suffocates me sometimes when I think of her future. I can seal her powers if it bothers her too much. Holding onto my neck, now shook her head. No, she somehow enjoys reading people. It can't be. Was the lowly awakening to her dark desires? Damn children. Just take your eyes off them for a second, they would change for the better or worse. I shook my head and dashed inside the portal calling for me. Now and I shivered as the strangely familiar current passed through us. Now's barrier failed and a sudden gust of wind slipped by, slapping me in the face. I opened my eyes. A dark sky surrounded us, glittering with pretty stars. Beautiful, now muttered, prompting me to look down. Numerous dots of yellow and orange twinkled, surrounding a massive tower that looked quite insignificant from our height. Below the tower stood 3 other sharp towers bathing in hues of pink. That might be the entertainment district, Ishtar's playground, shown in the 2nd season of the anime. Still, the view was breathtaking. You like it? I love it. I unfolded my wings. Then, create a wind barrier, we are going higher. Flapping my wings had become a habit. Soon, we found ourselves on a height which made Ororio look like a dot. Asahi-kun, why is that area covered? Now pointed at the far west shrouded in fog. What did that mean? Some more areas in the south and west had the same fog. We dived down to inspect. As we narrowed the gap, the fog thinned on its own, revealing a small town devoid of any presence. What's this? I will ask my goddess about this later. What do we do now? I ascended to find the directions to Ororio. With stealth on, I landed on top of Babel, the tower built on top of the dungeon to seal the monsters inside. The missing and broken houses between the well-illuminated houses and the people sleeping on the streets gave the city an odd feeling. What the hell happened here? I had no knowledge of any events before the main story since I only watched the 1st and 2nd seasons of the anime. That reminded me of Freya. I quickly slipped away and landed in the dark alleyway, where every dark shit happens. The Shotokan-obsessed goddess could have seen through my stealth. We shuffled our way to the street. I shook a little boy leaning on the wall. He rubbed his eyes and looked at us with half-lidded eyes. Kami-sama. Was he still asleep? Or why else would he address me as God? I plucked a packet of bread from my pocket and gave it to the boy. Can you tell us the closest inn? The boy gave a glance at Now and nodded spiritedly. He pointed toward the right street and told us the directions. Thanks, Kami-sama. Maya's bread helped me out while Kliska was asleep. I thanked the kid with a head pat and drifted down the streets holding Now's hand sweating, unlike her serious expression. This city. I had thought it would be a bustling place with loud people. Appearances can be deceiving. Now nodded and leaned her weight on me. I could feel those eye cups pressing on my hand. We arrived at a 2-story and worn out with the wheel of time. This could be good for passing the night. I don't mind. I opened the door, which creaked loud enough to wake up the men on the other street. Kami. The young man behind the counter whispered and bowed. Is something wrong here? He said this as well. It can't be a coincidence. A conversation with Kliska is needed. As he raised his head, his eyes drew to Now, who returned a polite smile. This was enough for him to flush red. A room for a night. It will be 700 Valis. Valis? Shit, I forgot the currency of this world. Kliska can't create the coins now. Young man, can we pay tomorrow? My children will pick me up in the morning. Why not abuse the role of God everyone is shoving in my face? No problem. He grabbed something from the counter and then led us to the room. A simple and clean room entirely different from the outer style of the place. He said a few words and strutted back to the corridor. I threw this bed in my ring and summoned my softest bed. It was just one day, Now said and settled her butt besides me with arms crossed on her chest. I can't allow my wife to sleep in a bed like that. It would be the most blasphemous moment in history. She gave me a long side glance and dropped backward with closed eyes. A silence descended in the room. I shrugged and purified the room with the perfume I stole from Graphia's room. Cough, it was for research purposes only. Now. She still didn't respond. I poked her breasts. Neo-chan. 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 Yes. Since we have nothing else to do, let's make love. She jolted back to her seat, looking at me with wide eyes, her face flushing deeper with each passing moment. Sure. She agreed. Chapter 126, ch. 129, Consoling Him, r. 18. Now's POV. Now swallowed the air in her mouth and looked away from Asahi. His lustful gaze made her chest stuffy, her heart throbbing in her ears. Asahi's face drew closer. Her eyes shut tight, anticipating another playful kiss. But he did nothing, only stare at her with mischief-filled eyes. Now, kiss me. KK, she stuttered and covered his lips in a warm kiss lasting a minute before Asahi seized her shoulders and squeezed his tongue inside her mouth. She surrendered her mouth to his teasing. Her mind buzzed, short of breath, and a spark glittered in her head. The breathlessness vanished. Did I create air with mana? It could be useful in surviving inside space. She threw the thought in the back of her head and coiled her arms around his waist. He wanted her to take initiative, then she would take it and surpass his expectations. Mustering the strength she built through weeks of effort, she pinned him underneath, straddling his waist. Asahi's eyes went wide as he broke the kiss and swept her brown bangs from her face. See. You can also be strong like Nei-san. Just try your best and leave the rest to me. This guy. He still tried to help her get over her inferiority complex. He couldn't see that she forgot about it after that day. Now she wanted to find the best way she could be of use. Someplace she excelled where others failed. The path would be long and she had plenty of time. She cupped his face and pecked his lips before connecting the tip of their noses. Why is a student like you so sweet? I don't understand. Is this from the memories of another person? They both are me. Just reincarnated in a different world without memories. I see, she lightly said and pecked him over and over. Every one of them leaving her chest giddy. Asahi's hand crawled on her thighs and snuck inside her loose robes. He hefted her heavy boobs and squeezed them into different shapes as though finding something in them. Now touched his nose and drew back. Clasping the edge of her robe, she slid the dress over the body. Her arms joined below her breasts tenderly wrapped in a black bra recommended by Lamy and pushed them up slightly. Her lips drew a mischievous grin, although the red blush had reached her ears. She glanced down at her boobs jutting out in a natural teardrop toward him, her stiffened nipples craving his attention. Is this the view that pulls in every youngster? Yes. Asahi forced himself up, shifting her butt to his lap. She twisted to find a better spot, only to feel his raging boner snug between her buttocks. This is big, what? He pinched her thighs, springing her to her knees. Her boobs smacked his face and buried him wholly between her mounds. His hot sigh drew weird shivers out of her. His index finger wandered over her back and tugged at her bra. Snap, her bra fell off and something trickled out of her, drenching her black panties. A natural reaction for any aroused woman, yet it left her flushed to her neck. He sucked on the exposed flesh of her right breast and gave pinching tugs on her swollen brown mammaries. She found her thoughts blurring, her mouth leaking every moan trapped inside her heart. Just as she lost herself in the weird cycle of warmth coursing through her, Asahi's voice pulled her back. Now, you are beautiful, he declared, the tip of her breast pressed between his lips. And you are cute. So never feel like you have to be like others. It's unfair and selfish. I never did that after that day. He touched her cheeks with a soft smile. That's good. Your smile, I promise to never let it go to waste at any co. Stop. Now hugged his face tightly and shut him up with her breasts. Stop being unfair. Why do you say things like that? You will overwork yourself if you keep trying so damn hard to make everyone happy, then you will lose all interest in women. Don't ignore your smile. It makes me happy to see your smile. This infectious grin cheered me up when I first met you. Asahi remained silent. Her boobs allowed him no room to speak. Now smiled and stroked his hair, trying to mimic the way he used his hands to pat others. Don't push yourself too much. You say these words to every woman. What about you? You are just traveling non-stop to become strong. I also want to become strong, but not without you. I feel you will reach the heights where my hands won't reach. Asahi looked up with a cheeky, embarrassed grin. I am sorry. Did I get swept too deep with the excitement? Indeed. Shizuka-chan and Yuriko slapped me with the task to help you relax. Okay. Then get on with it. He held her in his arms and slumped on the bed. He twiddled the band of her panties with his thumb and slipped them down smoothly. His hands lingered on her flesh, tenderly patting everywhere as he liked. Now understood him. He wanted her to quench his desire. Swallowing his bulging cock deep inside her hole, trickling with excitement. The corners of her lips rose unconsciously as she wormed out of her panties. She glanced at him and pouted. Unfair. Asahi chuckled and stored his clothes inside the ring. Every muscle of his tanned body was a living work of art. His abdominals sculptured a perfect layer of six-pack abs, tempting her fingers to caress them. Now stopped herself from drooling and nodded in appreciation. She straddled him again, this time both were naked, sweating and panting hard. Now bent over him and slid her breasts across his chest until her twat met his hot thing. She wriggled sideways, teasing his cock to be more erect. "What will it take?" Asahi asked, tracing his hands on her spine. A series of shivers wrapped now and another trail of excitement seeped out of her. However, she held her consciousness and cupped Asahi's face with a serious expression. "Asahi-kun, please accept me as your fiancé." Huh. While he gaped at her different confession, now lifted her butt with a smirk and sank her hips on top of his thing. Her vaginal lips parted and swallowed the crown of his dick. His cock slipped further through her fluids until a fleshy wall obstructed its journey. It finally happened. Now's heart ached as a line tear left the corner of her eyes. She finally became a woman. She never dared to think of being someone's woman in 25 years of her life. She never felt worthy to share a man's concerns, help him during his hard times, cooking delicious food, or just exchanging laughter every morning. Because she knew she would fuck up everything, fuck up his life, and drown him in misery. But today was different. She was different, no longer held by the concern of worrying her men. He had other women, her friends, to look after and help him. Goodbye virginity. Asahi thumped her with his hand and stroked her head with a gentle smile. "You are officially my woman now." Now wiped her tears and squeezed out her most beautiful smile. "UNN. Then, let's go." She immediately sunk her hips onto Asahi. Chapter 127, ch. 130, Her Cuteness, R. 18. I groaned as pressure enveloped my cock. So tight. Even her juices didn't help. Now frowned, deep in thoughts. Her muscles relaxed a tad. She suddenly plopped down, sucking me inside her. She winced as her wide-eyed teared up. The culprit was the red liquid trailing down my shining cock. I hugged her and raised myself to sit. Since I neglected foreplay, I let her lead and adjust herself for any pain. But she ruined it with excitement. I am finally a woman. Holding her with one arm, I softly rubbed her head. "Yes, you are, from the day you decided to kiss me. It feels weird, how could something give pain and pleasure at the same time? Ask masochists about that. I am not an M. I know." She nuzzled her face in my neck and hugged me, her arm squeezing me as though trying to break me in half. Her boobs squished on my chest, her slippery nipples sliding a tiny bit. "Asahi-kun, do you want to move?" I did want to pound her senseless but not now. I suckled on the delicate flesh around her neck. "Are you still feeling pain?" She reacted by nibbling on my shoulder. "No, just a strange feeling of being full." Pulling my dick out, I gently lifted her off and positioned her below me. Her fingers flowed from my chest to my abs and she nodded to herself. "What did it cost?" Her words evoked the image of a purple titan from a certain superhero movie. "Everything." She giggled and bucked her hips, her walls waved about in aftershock. With just a light push, her eager pussy pulled me deep within its hot confines. Contrary to her lewd pussy, now had a relatively tame expression as she touched my face. "How does it feel?" The slight unease in her eyes made me chuckle. "Wonderful. I am barely holding back from messing you up." Is that so?" She closed her eyes and clamped her legs around my back. She pulled me in further, engulfing me till my balls touched her. Her walls smoothened and suddenly tightened. "Gee, go ahead then, use me however you like. It's a wife's duty to satisfy her husband." Now, she was too sweet for my heart. I might get diabetes at this rate. My desires possessed my body and I moved with a force that made her gape and moan loudly. Her walls sometimes relaxed, sometimes aimed to milk me dry, sometimes tickled me gently. The surprising effect of her pussy enticed me to hump harder, messing her up for real this time. She took everything readily and pulled me in for a kiss. Starting as chaste, her tongue became more demanding and sucked every ounce of saliva from me. She released me and hoisted her boobs near my face. "Play with them." My big hands could only cup about half of her boobs, leaving half for now to stare at. Only a fool will deny these charming épées. A shiver passed over her breasts as her breath quickened and a small burst of fluids clashed against my cock. With a light moan, she submerged herself in her first minor orgasm. I continued my assault on her quivering insides, lovingly caressing me. Suddenly, I don't feel annoyed for having them big, she cooed and panted. "They are the source of every woman's envy and man's lust," I said and pulled her brown nipple between my teeth. "I never thought an orgasm could make me warm. You don't know how warm you are making me feel. Now Sakurada, affection plus." She gave a relieved smile and patted my head. "Really? I am glad. I am starting again. Please do." Chuckling at her cute nods, I thrust back inside her. Her milking walls drew me closer to the release with every movement. Now suddenly uttered a meek cry and locked my head in her bosom. I could easily feel the tremors rising in her body and even bigger ones in her contracting walls. She exhaled a sharp breath and shuddered. Despite that, I didn't stop. It was more like her walls forced me to move or release right there. Soon, I gave under her relentless assault and cummed. Floods of cum pumped deep inside her and now quivered, nuzzling me ever so close to her soft breasts. Once her breathing settled, she was out. Literally. Her eyes shut tight, her breathing calm, she already passed out with a peaceful smile on her face. I slid out of her and patted her cheeks. No response. Yep, she is out. I separated her legs and wiped my cock clean. Trails of white fluid seeped out of her slightly swollen pussy. Would this impregnate her? I gulped. 2 children would be too much for me to handle. I will, leave it to luck. I grabbed a clean cloth and wiped her clean. With another wet cloth, I wiped her sweat and draped a blanket over her. Her mature body will only make me erect. I locked the door with a modern lock and snuggled with now. Good night. Chapter 128, ch. 131, Inside a Dream. A starry sky greeted me when I woke up. I pushed my body off the ground and glanced around. That time under the sky, a gentle voice arrived as a soft melody rippled through the air. I turned my head. Adorned in a white sundress, a girl was leaning on the railings with her black hair fluttering gently under the wind. Her eyes shut, immersed in breathing out the beautiful song, each word resonating with my heart. Maya. Ah, so this was her dream. This place. I met her last time here. Did that leave such a deep impression that she started dreaming about it? How cute. I snuck closer to her and slid my arms around her waist. I am back. Her eyes shook open, revealing her mesmerizing violet eyes dilating. Oni-sama. She hugged me back, slamming her face on my chest. Welcome back. Affection rose in my heart and I gave her head pats she loved so much. She purred and rubbed her face on my chest, like a cute kitten. Did you hear my song? Yep, your voice is really pleasant to hear. The lyrics. I prepared it myself. The words just flowed out of me when I remembered our departure. I see, what are you up to lately? PR. Help the girls. They are mostly fine now after I barged into their room every day to bother them. PR. What was she about to say? I shrugged and rubbed her back. You didn't ask Mia for help, right? Mia's magic could potentially brainwash the girls. I would never use Mia's innate magic for things like this. You've done well. To pry open a broken heart like those girls, that was a massive achievement. How did Genzo-san react to me leaving without a word? Otosama was ready to order the Kuroba clan to search for you but I stopped him. What excuse did you use? Oni-sama went to reunite with his women in a faraway place. I felt like Genzo added me to his target list. Maya, do you think I am terrible for leaving you like that? Mei looked up and shook her head, her eyes bearing innocence. Impossible. I am happy to finally meet you. She drew back, fiddling with her fingers. Though Maya is lonely at times. I will bring you to everyone when you turn 14. Seeing her growth, she might look like a typical 16-year-old by then. Oni-sama, are you afraid of being called lolicon by other women? Her question penetrated my heart. Yes. Yuriko and Shirori will tease me to death if they see you. Maya's lips twisted into a grin. Any masochist would have climaxed from the sadism flowing from her expression. Yuriko. Shirori. They seem like good people to hang out with. She snuck into my arms again and pestered me about Yuriko and others. I gave up and summarized everything about the girls, showing their images on my smartphone. Maya stared intently as though burning the images in her mind, then nodded to herself. Oni-sama, is your world different from mine? My original world is drowned with the curse of the undead. But my current world is a mix of medieval and magic. How terrible. Brushing her hair reaching down to her waist, I shook my head. It's fine. Every undead is weak as fuck. That's why I left for a different world to level up. Level up. I can kill people to become strong, granted if they have mana or any other energy in their bodies. That's an RPG-like ability. Oni-sama could have massacred everyone in the world. A nuke would be useless if it can't catch you, she muttered under her breath. Her faith in my strength seemed absolute. I am terribly sorry. It was just speculation about Oni-sama's soft heart. The world would be doomed if Oni-sama was an evil man only wanting to become stronger. My karma would be 0 or negative if I used to be an evil young master. My crimes were offset by my affection for MILFs and Lolas. I snapped out of my thoughts. Maya gazed up at me, eyes flickering with anxiety. I am sorry if it came off as rude. She was so uncomfortable about hurting my feelings. I gently cupped her face and pecked her lips. Don't be so nervous. Just be yourself around me. She nodded her head, relief flooding her expression. I will. This ability also extends to my women as well. Maya breathed in deeply, then a smile blossomed on her face. Oni-sama, I can use this too. She giggled silly at my nod and nodded. Oni-sama, tell me if anyone bothers you. Okay, can you sing that song again? It will be my pleasure. Snuggling in my embrace, Maya sang while I raised my head. The silver moon shone a lot more than the real one. Maya loved light, huh? It certainly suited her light element status. Status reminded me to check her status. I never used my glasses on anyone in this world. That could wait for the next time I step inside the irregular world. After enjoying her song for the umpteenth time, we delved into the state of her world and the consequences of my appearance in her world. The war-ridden countries wouldn't tolerate an irregularity popping out of somewhere. Hell, the first to search for me was the government of Japan, thanks to the order issued by none other than Maya's mentor, Kudoretsu, the strongest magician in Japan right now. The old men already speculated that the destruction of the Kunlunfang Institute was related to Yotsuba. Tell me if other clans bother your family too much. I am sure that the Sigusa clan will try something. No need to worry. Maya has everything covered. With Otosama's influence, no one will stand up to point any finger at us without solid evidence. I left no trail when I arrived here. I know. Otosama and I are grateful for that, she whispered almost inaudibly and rose to her tiptoes, capturing my lips with no delay. Delicious. She licked her lips with narrowed eyes and pushed on my chest. Oni-sama, let's sleep. Chapter 129, ch. 132, The Peculiar Women. The morning came and sent me back to the real world. Although we just stayed silent for the most part, the night was fun. Now seemed to be having a peaceful dream while hugging my neck. The softness of her divine boobs pressing on my arms made me hard. Good morning, my love. Someone sure is energetic today. You already bedded now yesterday. There goes another lovely memo. Memo what? Nothing. What else happened when I was asleep? I came to Orario and found some places shrouded in fog. The people I met called me God, then I embraced now and met Maya again in her dream. Foggy places. Oh, my love must be referring to the less developed places in this world. I call them lost lands. No imaginary world is perfect. Every story has a place that is only mentioned, never meant to be shown. So they're like Village A, B, C in an RPG. Exactly. They serve no purpose, have no background, they just exist for the sake of it. Only my love and your partners can see through them since you are my husband and your beloved women are connected to you. The starting world had no such thing since I based the lost places on modern Earth. I see, so every imaginary world had lost lands, their flaws. About being called God. Every person in this world is extra perceptive to the presence of higher beings. You, a high human, have a presence different from both gods and mortals. Fuck. Won't that put me in the spotlight quickly? It could be a major problem if I didn't prepare for this. A white pill appeared in my clenched fists alongside its information in my vision. Aura suppressing pill, rank B, a pill commonly used in Xianxia to hide your aura from the divine sense of gods and demons. The effect lasts for 9 hours. Price, 149 KP. Ah yes. Gods and demons. Good old Xianxia. So every day in this world would cost me 1 pill at the minimum and more if I stayed in the dungeon. The living entity could recognize me as a god and let loose hordes of monsters to wipe me out. Something familiar happened to Hestia when she released her powers. Not a bad way to farm XP. Only my love will do something like that. I have a lot of AoE spells to take care of hordes. What if it was Juggernaut? Juggernaut. You said that before. What's a Juggernaut? Some kind of monster. Yeah. They act as guardians for the dungeon, only spawning when something destroys a large part of the dungeon. They have mighty claws and armor that reflect magic. Their physical defense is still low. Their overall stats depend on the floor they are spawned. Pretty dangerous. Asahi-kun. Now mumbled and kissed my cheeks. Morning, sweetheart. Sweetheart. Her words were quite affectionate in the early morning. She probably acted on her impulses instead of thinking. She wasn't a morning person like Nei-san. Neo-chan. She opened her eyes. Yes. I turned and leaned over her. The blanket was still above me, so her pretty boobs were free for me to watch. What? Her eyes went down and she covered her boobs in panic. Why are we fucked last night? Yes, we did. But you passed out after 1 round. I am sorry. Even though I was building up my endurance for this, she mumbled and reached for her vagina, but touched my cock by mistake. She turned beet red in an instant. Will we shower after this? Yep. I am addicted to showers. Thanks to Saya. Okay, you can start anytime. I nodded and squeezed my blazing cock inside her. She released a light moan and shut her eyes. Soon, her sexy moans echoed in the room, probably reaching the guy. After thoroughly dirtying ourselves in each other's fluids, we got dressed and inquired directions for the bath. The young innkeeper led us, his cheeks red. The bath once again amazed me with the simple, classic wooden look. While cleaning each other, we talked. I told her about the common knowledge of this world. Like Familia, a group or organization of adventurers and supporters overseen by a god or goddess. God or goddess gives a blessing of Falna to people in their Familia, so that they could gain Exilia and raise their status. The current strongest Familias were Freya Familia and Loki Familia. I also told her some points about adventurers, the dungeon, and the monsters spawning there. X. After getting dressed in another commoner-like outfit, I had Kliska convert 100 KP into 5,000 Valis. A decent exchange rate. I gulped the aura-suppressing pill and paid 1,000 Valis to the guy. Now held my hand with a soft smile. The goddess is helping us a lot. Why yes, be grateful. You aren't at Sundara. My love, do you want to ask some? A loud drum boomed in the streets. I quickly hung my daggers on my pants and rushed out with now. Men wearing masquerade masks played various instruments while several girls handed out bowls to people. A massive feast. This doesn't resemble Ororio from the anime. That guy, is your wife hungry? A woman with a red ponytail called out to me, donning a breastplate and pauldrons over a sleeveless shirt and black pants. Wife. Now's shout suppressed the drum for a second. She unconsciously used her magic to increase her volume. Are you not? I smiled, making now red again. Yes, we are married. The redhead sighed with a faraway look in her olive-colored eyes. Must feel good to be young. Despite not looking over 20, she shamelessly, yet splendidly pulled off the act. What is this about? This. She glanced at her back, where the festival-like atmosphere was at a peak. We of Astria Familia and Ganesha Familia are celebrating the half-year anniversary of the festival, Triumph of Justice, with a feast. Triumph of Justice. Wait, did she just say Astria Familia? The redhead cupped her chin and tilted her head. You don't seem like a homeless guy. Your wife too looks like a noble from the Far East in commoner's clothing. She suddenly clasped Nao's hands. Are you two runaways from the Far East for your romantic deeds? She even concluded the reason. Far East. The feudal cities in the East. The culture and people resemble Japan to a large extent. Got it. Nao freed her hands and hid behind me. The redhead wasn't the least bit hurt by Nao's guard. She thumped her breastplate with a wide smile. Fret not. I, Elise, the purest and most beautiful, will stand by justice and help you two marry. Oh. A fist descended on her head. Captain. You are bothering people again. My eyes widened at the black-haired woman wearing a maroon kimono with a robe. She was certainly one of those people of the Far East, and this redhead turned out to be the captain of Astria Familia. Her name was Elise Lovell. Kagaya, the redhead whined, clutching her head. I am just trying to help two lovebirds in their quest. Kagaya moved her gaze to me, her eyes asking for confirmation. I just shook my head. We are orphans from a nearby village and came here to live a fulfilling life as adventurers. I apologize for our captain's idiocy. Kagaya bowed gracefully and then turned to her captain with furrowed brows. See. You are always sticking your butt where it doesn't belong. Her attitude flipped smoothly. Captain, Kagaya, you two are still dallying here. Don't forget we have an expedition today. Miss Elf and others are at the adventurer graveyard, a pink-haired loli yelled as she helped the girls in serving food to the commoners. She must be a Paolum. Elf. She could be referring to Rio. Pardon us. Kagaya bowed and then dragged Elise over to others. They sure are a weird bunch. Now shrugged and led me to the feast. We must save your credits if we can, she declared with a stern expression. I merely nodded and glanced at the woman distributing food to my queue. She had long fluffy hair that seemed to drip with honey, her orange eyes drooped as she handed curries with a kind, healing smile. A sense of mature sex appeal oozing from every curve of her body. Who is this MILF? I felt like I knew her. Wait, Demeter, the goddess of fertility. Now pinched my waist. Don't be rude. All right. Finally, my turn came and I stood before Demeter. She glanced at me and her droopy eyes shot open. Goodness. You are the most fertile man I ever met. All the eyes in the street arrived on me, gauging me out, especially the female. I shuddered but still managed to give my best smile. Hello, beautiful ladies, how are you all doing? A commotion broke out as women rushed at me. A blast of wind blew everyone around us. Now held my hand and rested her head on my shoulder, as though saying, this man belongs to me, fuck off, please. Demeter fixed her hair and passed me 2 plates of spicy curry. What's your name? I am now Marikawa, and he is my husband Asahi Marikawa. Demeter nodded her head. Lovely names. Please take more if you need to. I nodded and trailed out of the attention with now. Chapter 130, ch. 133, Into the Dungeon. Kliska created a map of the current Rio for 10 kp. Thanks to my high intelligence, just a glance made a similar map in my memory. Our next destination was the dungeon sealed below Babel. Kliska explained to me about the broken state of Rio. It happened 6 months ago. The Evelis had almost destroyed Rio with their magic bombs, and the last 2 level 7 members from Zeus and Hera Familia. The rest were annihilated by the one-eyed black dragon. Zard, the level 7 of Zeus Familia, beat the level 6 Otter while Althea, the level 7 of Hera Familia, trashed Reveria and Gareth, who were level 5 at that time. It turned out those 2 were heavily injured after their subjugation of Leviathan and Behemoth. Strangely, Ace was already a level 3 before and got promoted to level 4 after her fight with the nightmare Evelis summoned through the sacrifice of several gods inside the dungeon. Ryu too was level 4 after her fight with Althea, the aunt of Bel Cranel. She even mentioned his father being a weak supporter in Zeus Familia and his mother being an ordinary woman from Hera Familia. No wonder Zeus took care of him during his childhood. All of this information was from an event in Danmachi's mobile game, Memoria Freeze. The storyline was written by the author of Danmachi himself. The game was announced after my death. On the way, now tightly held onto me, narrowing her eyes at the male ogling her body. My natural high human aura was suppressed, giving enough room for men to act on their desires. Though women licked their lips, hearts floating in their eyes. I shrugged and wrapped my arm around Nao's waist, silently declaring our relationship. The glares I received became more ridiculous, though the women suppressed a ton of them. Another typical anime trope. A left turn took us to a wide bustling street. The stone pavement creaked as hundreds of feet stepped on it. I squinted at the beaming sunlight and looked up. The main street led toward Babel, the tower made by gods. Now clenched her fists as she gazed up at the tower. Let's get stronger today. Missy, that's some good energy you have there, a middle-aged man chimed in from the side. The 2 cat ears on his head looked weird. Sitting before a pile of rings, he smiled. Young ones are always confident on your first day inside the dungeon. Be careful inside, okay? Now turn to me with a smirk. Asahi-kun, how strong am I compared to the adventurers? Around high level 4 mage, I think, I whispered back. Her mastery over her wind element was nothing to scoff at. But people over level 4 were usually veterans. Sweet. It will be another game after I summon your diva. And I keep forgetting it. Damn it. I will be happy to remind you about it tonight. After we finish doing our exercise. I winked. She blushed and meekly nodded her head. So cute. Ah, couples flirting without regard for others. I deadpanned at his lame joke and swept my gaze over his stuff. The rings had the vibe of antiques. Not bad. I picked a black ring and slid it on Nao's pinky finger. Her eyes twinkled as she examined the ring. Well, it was her 3rd ring since the inventory ring and engagement ring were already on her hand. The street merchant asked for 500 valis. A reasonable price for the quality. I paid and weaved through the crowd on the main street. In a street full of adventurers, not many paid attention to us as we slipped inside the first floor of Babel. A spacious hall greeted us with lots of adventurers idly chatting in the queue leading to a staircase or standing around. That's the dungeon. The rowdy atmosphere froze in its entirety, every glance turned our way. Who is this gigolo? A newbie. Is that a goddess? Nope, but she looks like one. I could feel my eyes twitching. God damn it, I am not a gigolo. Are you sure? You seduced me, a goddess, to conquer your way up. You were the one to seduce me with your legal lowly body. Cough. It wasn't me. Suspicious. Once the excitement died, we lined up behind the squad of tanned girls carrying sword, axe, bow, all kinds of weapons. He is dashing. But weak. Yeah, weak. The Amazonesses talked in a loud voice like I didn't exist. My looks didn't matter for the race craving strong men for their genes. They will happily ride a dandy old man in his 80s if he is a strong man. Now stifled her giggles with her hand. They don't know that they are underestimating the strongest men in this world. She was having fun. Our turn arrived quickly. A pink-haired woman in her early 20s was sitting on the desk. She kept her on my daggers for a long moment with a frown. She then shook her head and stretched out her hand. Identity. What a weird woman. Wait a second. I summoned our identity papers to my pocket and handed it to her. The documents had our name written with a rough description of our looks and a stamp of the village head. She looked through the papers. First time inside the dungeon. Yes. Level. Both of us are level 1. Technically. She sighed and adopted a polite smile. Why don't you check the guild and see if there is a familiar recruiting new fledglings? Well, the new adventures had very high chances of becoming the food of the monsters inside. Nah, not now. Maybe later. She shrugged and noted something down in our documents. The charges are 200 valis per head for registering as a freelance dungeoneer and 500 valis if you would like a guide on weakness and other details on the monster on the first 4 floors alongside a map. I nodded and put 900 valis on the table. Now examined the map given by the woman, her eyes shining behind her glasses. The staff lady pushed the documents towards me. Don't forget about joining a familia. I will. Only a stria familia. Saying thanks to the lady, we shuffled toward the open door, which led us to a circular room with a massive hole in its center. The endless stairs spiraling downwards led into the mouth of the dungeon. Sparks drifting around the azure blue painting on the ceiling made it resemble the real sky. The dim light in the dark blue walls, everything combined into a spectacular scenario. It's amazing, now whispered. It sure is. Let's start our first date inside the dungeon. Chapter 131, ch. 134, Start of a Speedrun. We descended and arrived on the first floor spreading out in all directions in our front. Now pointed at the straight path. Heroes always charge to the front. That's an old saying. Great men always take the right. Then, we shall take right, now giggled and dragged me along. The adventurers behind guffawed at her enthusiasm. Wielding my precious daggers, I plodded through the corridor. Suddenly, a crack echoed behind. I spun around to find the wall cracking and a dog head peeking out. It's a kobold. Now adjusted her glasses and flipped through the guide. The monster with the upper body of a dog. Uses their sharp claws and fangs to kill their enemies. The dog-headed monster travels alone and in a group of 2. Weakness is the magic stone deep within its chest. She could read this because of her language skill. Pretty awesome. I waited as debris fell and the monster jumped out. Before it could open its eyes, I plunged the dagger inside its chest and scooped out a small, bluish-purple shard. Kobold's body was flattened without a magic stone and turned to ashes. You earned 40 XP from killing, level 2 kobold. How many partners are listed for XP distribution? Aimi, Saya, Siko, Shirori, Shizuka, Nao, Yuriko, Rini, and Rika. 9, so this level 2 kobold gave me 300 XP. The monsters are entirely made of magic power, unlike the undead who contain a minuscule amount of mana. I held in my excitement and grinned at Nao. We are not leaving this place today. Nao flinched and nodded twice. Fine with me. The wall cracked in 2 places this time. I pocketed the magic stone and spawn-camped the kobolds. Weak. We wandered through the corridors, slaying any kobold and goblins we came across. My XP bar rose slowly but steadily toward level 25. After 2 or 3 hours of messing around, we found the path heading to the next level. Level 4 and 5 monsters on the next floor posed 0 challenges to us. The same applied to the 3rd and 4th floor, where the XP we got increased by 50 to 60% even though the monsters we faced were still the same. I let Nao practice her magic on the pathetic goblins. Even Nao could match the physical strength of goblins with the brand new gloves Kliska created for only 3,999 KP. Ogre skin gloves, rank B gloves made from the skin of an ogre. Effects, Strength plus 25, Constitution plus. Skills. Bronze Fist, active skill consumes 20 MP to marginally increase the durability of fists. Nao smacked goblins with her right hand while casting wind magic from her other hand. Every kill made her smile wider. Asahi-kun, did I do good? She asked, looking up at me with puppy eyes. I couldn't bear her cuteness and instinctively gave head pats to the airhead beauty. You were amazing. This was only the start. Even a level 1 adventurer could survive here. My goal was the 200th floor. What kind of boss will there be? How much XP will it give? A flame burned in my heart. Grind, slay, gain XP, and get stronger. It was like an addiction. Should I? No spoilers, woman. Ka. After flirting a little more, we went down to the 5th floor. The cavern walls around us changed to a shade of green, caused by the greenish spars embedded in the ceilings and walls. While observing the change in geography, a sudden chill shot through my spine. I grabbed Nao and rolled to the side. A tongue flickered to the ground where we stood a second ago. The culprit clung to the ceiling, a one-eyed frog throwing its long, sharp tongue around. Now scrunched her nose. Disgusting. The thought of getting hit by that slimy tongue made my stomach churn. Before I wiped out this shit for the greater good, now swung her hand. Wind compressed to her whims and a massive wind blade flew straight at the frog. A clean hit and black blood sprayed. The dissected frog fell from the ceiling, never to breathe again. You earned 80 XP from killing, level 4 frog shooter. I did the calculation and nodded my head. Each monster level, according to my system, increased its XP by 150, and after applying the bonus from Kliska's blessing, we got ourselves a good amount. But, current level progress, 23,989, 3766, 355, 200 XP. Way too less. Damn, my high human race was pissing me off a little. I am sorry. You don't need to be. I just have to force the dungeon to summon more deadly monsters. How about a juggernaut on this floor? A juggernaut spawned on the 5th floor would be 10 times stronger than the normal monsters, in other words weak. Now, hop on my back. We are speeding up. She was a lot slower than my peak speed. Since there wasn't a soul in our sight, we could go all out. Now was confused for a moment, but still complied with my request and clung to my back with her legs wrapped around my waist. The soft feeling on my back failed before the burning passion on my head. Fuck every monster you see. Drink potions when you run out of mana. The little crystal might come in handy later. Understood, Asahi-kun. I kicked the ground and dashed to the right branch. 2 tongues flashed in my face. My prepared daggers slashed them. Now finish them off with her wind blades. With this speed, we took about an hour to find the stairs leading down. We were about to speedrun the dungeon. Chapter 132, CH 135, Loki Familia. On the 6th floor, a new insect monster spawned. A fierce 4-legged red ant swinging its 2 arms around. I retreated a step and let Now do her magic. Now's wind blade blew it away, but its shell was still unscathed. I should get serious too, Now mumbled and thrust her hand over my shoulder. Wind blast. A vicious gust flung the ant in the air and enclosed around its body. Crush. The barrier condensed and effortlessly crushed the ant. You earned 100 XP from killing, level 5 killer ant. Her new technique was unique, crack crack crack. More killer ants spawned around us. It wasn't all as I sensed footsteps coming from the next corridors. Time to get serious. I thrust my hand and my mana swirled within my body. Barret. Phoenix's flame spiraled into a bullet and ended 3 ants' life before they popped out of the dungeon. Kliska, silent. Done. I nodded and proceeded to cast a barrage of Barrets, effectively ending the horde. Good XP. Now gulped down a mana potion. After we cleared the floor, the dungeon slowed down in creating new monsters. Ready, I paused and spun around. Weak footsteps arrived alongside a man's laughter, intensifying each second. I waited until several figures appeared in the corridor. The guy with gray hair and 2 wolf ears up top his head pointed at me. The fuck are they? Beside him stood a small blonde guy with a spear over his shoulder, a dwarf with a horned helmet over his head. Standing behind him was a jade-haired woman wearing a white mage's robe. Her leaf-like pointed ears, porcelain white skin, and a calm expression, everything gave her the impression of a refined noble. An expressionless blonde lowly held her hand, 2 swords hanging from her waist. In the far back, 2 black-haired lolas with tan skin followed. Their only distinction being their hairstyle. One had medium-length hair while the other had long hair with 2 thin braids. I remembered them. The former was Tiona and the latter being Tioni, the Amazonas sisters, part of the infamous Loki familia. Who could have thought I would run into them on my first day here? The spearman held the wolf back. Is she injured? He must be Finn, the level 6 spearman with a hero complex. Come on, Cap. Like we care about some newbies. The wolf guy's voice crawled on my nerves. Bet, the annoying wolf. The elf woman shook her head. She looks fine except exhausted. The werewolf's amber eyes glowed with disdain. The rookie's biting more than their weak asses could chew. Says the guy who couldn't protect his lover, I muttered under my breath. His tragic story earned no sympathy for me. What you saying, boy? He growled, lunging at me. But the dwarf grabbed his waist, holding him in a lock. Rivera sighed. Don't take his words seriously. He has been through a lot. My lips curled up. I can't be bothered to be worked up for every dog's bark. Puffed. Now broke into laughter. She got off my back and bowed. Please forgive his rudeness. He tends to provoke others for no reason. Riveria waved her hand. It's fine, but did you destroy the walls there? Yeah, did you do it? Stop kidding me. You think a nameless gigolo like him did that? A wind blade flew by his ears, shaving a few strands of his hair off his head. Now inclined her head a little. Please don't insult Asahi-kun. Bet took a step back, his wolf ears shaking in fear. The elegant elf stroked her chin and exchanged subtle glances with Finn. Now had used magic without a chant. That's what they discussed through their eyes. So easy to read. Lowly Ace approached in little steps and stood before Now. Wind. Now bent and patted Ace's head. Yes, Wind. Ace tilted her head, her golden eyes stoic like a cute doll. Who are you? You look strong. Now looked at me and scratched her cheeks. Now Marikawa, from an unnamed village outside Orario. Even she felt guilty lying to a lowly. Ace, we are going. Riveria pulled Ace with her arms around the lowly's neck. We apologize for delaying you here. Finn and Riveria glanced at us for the last time and moved past us into the cave leading down with the Amazon with long hair. Gareth laughed as he dragged the growling wolf away. Tioni trailed Finn while Tiona kept eyeing me. Hello. Get back here, loser. Betziel echoed in the corridor. We gotta show you the ropes around the dungeon. Tiona shifted her eyes between her group and me before she rushed away. Loser. Weren't Tiona and Tioni stronger than the wolf? Showing the ropes. Wait, did they just join Loki Familia and it's their first expedition? Let them go. We will wait here for 20 minutes. It should be enough for the monsters to respawn. Now spread a blanket on the ground and sat in Saiza position. I jumped at the opportunity to rest my head on her lap. Ah, there is no substitute for Nawani-san's plump thighs. Honestly. Asahi-kun. Why are you so childish? Her fingers weaved through my hair as she gazed down at my face. Then again, I would have never approached you if you acted like a proper adult. Oi, you mean I am not a proper adult? You are reading too much between the lines, she said, giggling. What will we do about lunch? I will ask my goddess to cook something. Kliska will be happy to do it. Asking goddess to cook for you, only you can say it with this much confidence. I know. I am too special. Now sighed and pulled my cheeks. I need to whip you in shape, my dear future husband. Sometimes her words itched my heart and soul. X. After munching some spicy snacks over tea, we continued down the path. The dungeon had already repaired itself from Loki Familia's destruction if they caused much in the first place. What if the dungeon was a lowly at its core? It would be cliché, but the light novels and anime market had plenty of them. This floor also had the same sickening killer ants and large humanoid monsters called War Shadow. We were surrounded once more. I groaned and pressed my hand on the ground. A scarlet magic circle appeared below the ants and columns of fire erupted, leaving a giant gaping hole in every monster. Asahi-kun, isn't this too easy? Now raised a flag. Chapter 133, ch.136, A Chance Meeting. We wrapped up the next floor as well and reached the 8th floor. The height of the ceiling increased with the corridor's length shrinking. The only change was the pseudo-sunlight coming from the white stones. Though much to our disappointment, only kobolds and goblins spawned here. Making quick work of this floor, we entered the 9th one. Nothing changed except for the monsters giving a tad bit more XP. 10th floor. That's where we saw a few changes. A thin mist obscured our vision, the hallways widened, and grass grew under our feet. My love, you need better glasses. Bye. A pair of light-shaded glasses showed up in my hand. I wore one and handed the other to Now. Unsurprisingly, the glass filtered the mist. A few seconds later, we met our first challenge. The little goblin-like creature with dark skin and hollow black eyes. Well, let's take them down fast. I brandished my dagger and jumped into the fray. The monsters had intelligence comparable to level 15 undead as they tried to attack and then hide in the fog. Now's wind blade severed the escapees in two, their innards flying everywhere. The little bitches ran away when they saw no chance of victory. Smart. But, I won't let my XP escape. We gave chase and killed everything in our sight. Another hour and we discovered the path to the next floor. Surprisingly, we found no adventure until now. The dungeon was truly big. On the next floor, we met a bat monster diving at us from the air. Now's precision blades and crush literally crushed everything. As we traveled deeper, clangs and roars of battle entered my ears. Now. She sighed and got on my back. You love bullying me like this, don't you? Blame Siko, not me. Saying that, I darted into the hallway. The sound became closer as the walls zoomed past me. Another turn and I stumbled into none other than the Tiona battling, slaughtering hordes of what seemed like monsters we fought and pig-faced monsters. Tioni jumped around a giant wingless dragon with yellow scales. As it opened its jaws, a flame surged inside its mouth. Tioni took the opportunity to shut it up with a massive uppercut. A loud shockwave erupted as the dragon flew. Damn. That looked awesome. Bet, the annoying wolf, smelled us and turned around. You newbies are still around. I barely stopped myself from punching his annoying face. Without giving a fuck to him, I moved towards Riveria's group. She lightly nodded her head with a cool smile on her face. You two haven't returned yet. This floor and beyond are dangerous for level 1 adventurers. Thanks for caring, but we will be fine. Don't overuse your magic or you will enter the mind down state. We can use. Now, did you bring Aiko's favorite candy? I stopped her from giving too much information about the magic potion. Did they exist here? They do. Now tilted her head. I left a lot of Aiko when I came. I sucked in a sigh of relief. I want the girls to level up here without being troubled by the familia politics in Orario. Loki and Freya Familia will always be at the center of the trouble until Belle arrives. It's fine then. I was worried about Aiko and Rini. I coax now. Ace listened to our conversation with her usual impassive expression. Finn merely raised his brow before continuing to watch the Amazona's sister covering everything in sight with the monster's blood. They are strong. Ace whispered, looking at her swords. Probably discerning her abilities against the sisters. Taking Nao's hand in mine, I nodded at the group. We are short on time. Let's meet again sometime later. And we escaped to the upper floor. Asahi-kun, why are we running from them? That little girl is cute. Because that's Loki Familia. What? They are one of the strongest groups in Orario. Yep. Deeper floors would be suspicious for a rookie level 1 adventurer. We will sneak inside the dungeon later. Kliska, can I have a teleporter or something here? Venturing so many floors for the higher level monsters will be a hassle. The dungeon randomly changes its structure. So the solution will be to make several magic circles for teleporting, each one costs 24.99 KP. That's expensive. How much did I earn today? 93.70 KP. Whoa, that's a lot. I had to hunt like 5 or 6,000 undead for this amount. The dungeon is truly the enemy of the world, unlike the undead who were enemies of humanity alone. It is. No spoilers please. Mao. Stop pouting. I will make use of these magic circles until I bring Grafia over. She might know how to carve out similar circles. I should buy another grimoire to use in my free time. The summoning one is kinda meh now that I have gotten the summoning skill. For the Hymn of Spirits grimoire, I almost reached the part with records of spells. Just one level up and I will be able to read. Then there were my skills I had to rank up, make time to meet other girls, keep a low profile until I found a way to join Astria Familia, try to seduce the elf, help Grafia in leveling up, make more intimate time with my family, and create time for the irregular world. God, this is too much. No wonder Nao and others got worried. The laid-back former young master had so much to do. A poke on my cheeks yanked me back. You are doing it again. This thoughtful look is what I am worried about. She cupped my cheeks and slowly buried me in her bosom. I won't forgive you if you stress out again. My bad. Do I smell bad? Was Nao-chan worried about her sweaty state? Fuck no. Now still has a mature fragrance. She said nothing and pushed me deeper into her heaven, unintentionally trying to kill her future husband. She would be redder than a tomato if I looked at her now. The irresistible temptation of her blushing face urged me to look up. Now, you are the best waifu. What about others? Of course, they are the best as well. Her expression was torn between happiness and sadness. I smiled wryly. A harem man can't love his women equally, unless he distributes his affection points equally among all the wives. How long do you plan to stay here? Even though she said that, her arms around me refused to loosen. Her erratic breaths hit my hair. She got excited without me lifting a finger. Now, shall we fuck here? Never. She finally let me go and dragged me up. I pasted the stickers Kliska created, 3 in total, the first on the wall, the second on the floor, and the third on the ceiling. We steadily climbed the floors until we stumbled into them on the 7th floor. Look, they are here too, yelled the redhead we met during the feast. Following here were half a dozen beauties, among them was an elf with long blonde hair. Her cloak with golden accents whirled as she turned to look at us with her deep blue eyes and brows sank together in a deep frown. The elf beauty I wanted to pursue, Rio Lion, was more beautiful with blonde hair. Chapter 134, ch. 137, Astria Familia. Rio Lion raised her mask a bit, covering her face from the two adventurers. A brown-haired man with golden eyes. Unlike the elves possessing gentle charm, his wheat-colored skin was full of wild charm. The woman standing behind him had the air of someone from the Far East similar to Kagaya. Rio frowned a bit. These two had something about them, something she couldn't wrap her fingers around. Like Erebus's presence, the god who had two faces, an evil god spreading chaos to give birth to a hero behind the facade of a careless, clumsy god. Look, they are here too. Elise knew them. We met them at the feast, Kaguya answered. You were busy. Busy reminiscing about the old memories of an old friend in the adventurer graveyard. The friend she lost in the scheme of Evelys. A sigh unconsciously left her lips. Why are you down on the 7th floor? Elise asked, being the busybody she always was. You don't have to risk your life on this floor. Okay, thanks for the advice. The men shrugged off her advice with a polite smile. We were just scouting some things. Captain, you are doing it again. Kaguya rubbed her forehead. Crappy elf, knock some sense in this girl's brain. Ryo was trying for 3.5 years, right after she joined this familia. You know it's impossible. Her eyes twitched as she remembered Kaguya's nickname for her. And don't call me crappy elf. Hey, are you not a crappy elf? Mao, you two are always making fun of your cute captain. Cute, my ass, Lyra, the pink-haired Paolum, whispered. Nice plopped her hand on Lyra's shoulder. Lyra, what are you talking about? Captain gets a confession almost every day. The white wolf ears on her head twitched. She was a werewolf-type beast human with white shoulder-length messy hair and dark skin. Ryo had no idea where to look at this woman. She always wore revealing clothes showing half of her breasts, belly, and her thighs. The teasing looks from the passing by men never seemed to bother her. She certainly does, Kaguya butted into the conversation with an elegant smile. That's because our captain is slim, fair, and has big boobs to boot. People think they have a chance with her due to her easygoing personality. That's true for you too, the princess from the Far East. Ryo retorted in her head. Kaguya's elegant air in public, which won the hearts of almost every adventurer, was quite opposite to her attitude in the Stardust Garden. Roaming around in just underwear in a dungeon, she left every girl in the family worried about her future. Obviously, I am the best captain you all could ask for. Elise formed her signature smug smile. Asahi-chan, do not worry. You can always ask me for dungeon tips. The adventurer, Asahi, sighed. Thanks for that. There was no gratitude in his voice, prompting Ryo to shake her head. Is he confident of his strength or the overconfidence of a rookie? Whatever it was, he needed to get over it. The dungeon didn't forgive any mistake and will swallow him whole. Elise. Yeah. What are we waiting here for? Don't know. Elise pursed her lips. Asahi-chan, we shall meet later and talk about the Far East over a jug of ale. Sure. Let's go into the dungeon together next time. Asahi agreed while the woman bowed and said her request. Elise gave a simple nod. We will, if our mission is upper floors. Ryo couldn't help but smile at Elise's kindness. One of the reasons goddess Astrea adored her so much. This was how people should act. This was what she wanted to see after she ran away from the ugliness of elves in her hometown. Her eyes swept across her party. Her friends, her family. Her hands squeezed into fists, recalling her cheerful friend Arti Verma, Shakti Verma's little sister. Shakti Verma always put on a hard face, but she knew how much she was hurt over the loss of her sister. I won't allow this to happen again. Elise jumped at her and rubbed her face against hers. Lion-chan, why the intense face? It's nothing, Ryo said, shaking her head. Are you sure those two are level 1? Nise asked, her eyes fixed on the back of the adventurer couple. She sniffed his lingering scent. That man smelled so good. Her whisper went unnoticed by everyone around her. Lyra gave a light nod, her dyed pink hair bouncing a little. I asked the dungeon receptionist. They are level 1 and haven't joined a familia yet. Why are you doubting? Nise closed her eyes, her tail wagging. I don't know. That brown-haired lad made me feel I was standing before the king. Kaguya crossed her arms on her chest with a frown. Are you talking about Otter, the captain of Freya Familia? The sole level 7 in Aura Rio after their death. Otter, the king. That's absurd, Lyra denied. Must be my imagination. Nise shrugged it off. True, Ryo thought. The king had no match, be it inside or outside of the Aura Rio. Only the deepest dungeon monsters could force his hand. Let's go down to the 60th floor today. 59th is the record for Zeus Familia, Captain. Lyra retorted. Elise smiled. We are going to overtake them, just you watch. Kaguya helplessly shook her head. Lady Astrea, save us from this handful of a captain. Ryo's lips arched up under her mask. She gazed up at the ceiling. Arti, I hope you are doing well over there. Chapter 135, ch. 138, The Guild. Asahi left me as I stalked the Astrea Familia leaving. Except for Rio, the rest were likable oddballs, especially Kagaya. Now. She sighed and reluctantly got on my back. People will think of us as weirdos. They call me gigolo. What the fuck is wrong with everyone in this world? I know I am handsome, but calling me gigolo is going too far. It's because of me, they think I am some noble lady. A man can't blame his wife for being too beautiful. You are so annoying yet lovable. The sun was already setting by the time we exited the dungeon. All the excitement of the earlier feast had died. The adventurers might be clanking their beer mugs in some bars. My choice to place the teleporters was proven right. The hours taken in traveling lower floors should be better spent doing something productive like looting. You lewd man. You lewd goddess. Fufufu. I shifted a quarter of today's magic stone harvest into a giant bag and headed to the guild, which turned out to be a decent 3-story building. The inside was spacious with a white marble floor. The lamps hanging from the ceilings made everything well lit. Only 2 adventurers stood in front of the counter, getting attended by male and female staff. I stopped and turned to the pictures posted on the walls. The names of adventurers and gods were there. I knew none of the adventurers but the gods like Zeus, Hera, and old man Arenas. A brunette wearing frameless specs caught my attention. With her chin propped on her hand, she read a book placed on the counter. Her pointy ears were smaller than Ryu and Riveria. Her emerald eyes stopped on me and she cheerily waved her hands. Half-elf Aina. Her hair were shorter, weren't they? Let's go there. We strode toward the counter. The elf girl stood. How can I help you too? I gently lowered the bag on the counter. Sell these. Oh, let me see. She grabbed a handful of the bite-sized magic stones. Are you two registered with the guild? I slipped my identity paper to her. She observed my papers and then wrote something down in her record. She pushed her glasses above her delicate nose. Your registration is now complete. Please follow me to the exchange. I picked up the bag and trailed her swaying but through the lobby. Now cutely glared at me but I kept a straight face. It's the privilege of a man to chase a single woman's skirt. There is nothing wrong with me. The half-elf led us to a small storehouse-type room. On her question, I unloaded the magic stones on the floor. How did you manage to kill so many? I pulled now closer with a smirk. My wife here knows magic. Magic without fauna should be weak, still, level 1 monster should be no problem, she muttered to herself. The total would be 7,200 valis. All right. I took the money from her hand. Miss, what is your name? The half-elf crossed her arms on her chest. Ina Tool, a new advisor at the guild. So she really is Ina Tool, the advisor of Bel Cranel in the anime. She stared at us inquisitively. Now bowed her head a little. Now Marikawa and he is Asahi Marikawa. It's good to meet you too. Be careful when you go adventuring next time. She sighed and shook her head. Try to gain experience on the upper floors before you venture into the 10th or above. I still don't know how you survived the onslaught of imps. Imps? The little demons utilizing the fog to ambush adventurers, you charged inside without gathering information on the monsters. How careless can you two be? I scratched my cheeks at her sudden outburst. She was such a worrywart, a good waifu material. She also noticed it and hung her head. That was rude of me. Shouting at the adventurers, not within my charge, what is wrong with me? Never thought she would be this depressed in her early career. It's nothing. We will follow your advice in the future. Ina Tool, affection plus. Only in the day. The night will be our sneaky time to harvest. She nodded with a grateful smile. I apologize for this. I only joined the guild a few days ago. Ina. Where are you? A cheerful voice echoed in the lobby. Soon, a pink-haired girl of 14 or 15 came through the door. Misha. She was the one who registered us in the morning. She seemed like a mature lady in the morning. Was that the magic of makeup and her strict demeanor during the work? Ina, the pink-haired girl, Misha, finally paid attention to me. You are here too. How was your adventure? Good. Of course, you had a good time. The upper floors would have been a breeze with your exotic enchanted daggers. Ina's eyes were drawn toward the daggers tucked in my belt. She furrowed her brow. Ice element. As expected of a half-elf, she could judge the element with her eyes. Yep. It's hard to imagine you hailing from that rundown village, Misha added with a smile. Please don't be offended. I was just curious. It's not the guild's duty to pry into your private matters. No worries, I waved off her concern. As much as I would love to entertain beauties like you, we need to find a better inn. Ina and Misha blushed a bit. Ina Tool, affection plus. Misha Flot, affection plus. Cough, it was completely unintentional. Seducing them was never my intention. I can recommend some. Misha fished out a piece of paper from her pocket. It's the list of every inn in Orario. From the most expensive to the cheapest. Thanks a lot for this, I thanked her. Misha cracked a polite smile. It was my pleasure. We moved out or they would suck me in an hour-long conversation and booked a room in the middle of the list. We filled ourselves with the delicious food provided by the inn and returned to the room. For Diva, I needed Lamy here to explain everything. I might as well call Saya and Grafia. The Tsundere will pout if I leave her out. I needed my maid to manage our assets and other stuff. Doing it was a chore for the lazy me. I told it to now and conveyed the message to Saya with telepathy. The three were happy to come over and embarked on the chopper as soon as possible. The time ratio between the worlds greatly affected the time they will require to reach the gate, so I decided to take a nap on our comfy bed. X. Asahi, we are here. Come, catch us. Saya's voice woke up at midnight. Coming. I replied through our bond and stirred now from her sleep. I am going. Take care. Okay. Return quickly. After sharing a brief kiss, I snuck out of the city and flew towards the gate. The cold air forced open my droopy eyes. I sped up, reaching the gate in several minutes. You can come now, I asked them to enter. Maya Oster. Asahi. 2 human-sized bullets flew out of the swirling portal and crashed into my chest, pushing me several meters back. Grafia remained floating with her bat wings and eyed Orario City with squinting eyes. Asahi, how long has it been? Saya looked up. I could see a hint of tears in her crimson eyes. She must be thinking that several months have passed here. 1 day only. Master, Lamy, and Saya were supposed to come a few months later. What can I do? I can't live without you two. The lewd diva smirked and rested her head on my chest. That makes Lamy happy. I am happy too, Saya whispered and buried her face in my chest. Thanks for calling me first. I will bring the rest too. We just need to keep for now. For now, hey, Grafia smirked. Are we tearing everything down later? Not you, Grandma. I doubt anyone can stop you unless some god used their arcanium. Gee, Grandma. You sick bastard. I am only 62 years old. 62, Saya repeated. My maternal grandma used to be 61. By that standard, you are an unmarried grandma-aged woman. Lamy and other diva don't have an age. Grafia's face distorted and her bangs covered her face. A chill filled the atmosphere. I flapped my wings to escape her wrath. Hell hath never no fury like a woman scorned, Saya muttered and her entire body shook. You triggered her. I am sorry. Don't worry. An angry virgin devil held no candle before a Yandere. Chapter 136, ch. 139, Amon. I landed outside the forest to the east of Orario with Grafia fuming on my tail. Wait, I am sorry. Don't kill me. Grafia stopped cracking her knuckles and sighed. You Dumbo, don't you know it's rude to insult a woman based on her age? If you said it in the underworld, every devil would have buried you under their boots. Shut up. Saya snapped. Stay within your boundaries as a maid. Grafia froze for a moment, then bowed deeply. Forgive me, Mistress Saya. What did Lamy see? Saya wants to dominate the maid now, even though she loves it when Asahi dominates her. I stroked Saya's hair. She stopped sulking and stepped out of my embrace. Lamy, why are you so hung up on that? Lamy rubbed herself on me with an innocent smile. Lamy just wants everyone to act like their true self. She didn't know that some matters were better kept private. Okay, enough of this. I took the time to examine my surroundings. The lush jungle around us was filled with trees twice as thick as normal ones and way taller than most of the trees on Earth. This seemed like a good place to do shady activities. Summoning diva far away from the city filled with gods, that's a good way to appear less suspicious. Who knows which god will sense us if we do this in Orario? I crouched and shaved off the stalks. With the special pen in my hand, I drew the magic circle while ignoring Now and Saya's pleas to help me. Facing silence, everyone but Grafia plopped on the ground. I chuckled and poured mana inside, reciting the name of the only other diva in the 72 pillars with wind magic. A blue light spread through the magic circle as diva answered my call. A figure emerged, its bizarre appearance made my throat dry. It tilted its owl head while the smooth reptilian tail wriggled on the back of its wolf-like body. Amon, the god of paganism in Egypt mythology. Now, this is what fanatics should revere as demon. Oh poor Amon-chan, how did others treat you in the astrum? Amon sprawled on the ground, enjoying Lamy's pats with purrs. See, Amon-chan is such a cutie. Saya and Now peeked their heads from my back, shuddering as they did. Why yeah, he is a cute boy. I hope. I hope to have a pet like him. Lamy looked back and grinned. Neo-chan can keep Amon-chan. And no, you know him better, so you should take care of him. She is chickening out now. Amon-chan is super strong, you know. His wind can swallow anything including your mana. A glutton, eh? Seeing now silent, Lamy shook her head. Was your resolve to become strong this shallow? No. Now denied in a heavy voice and sat beside the beast. I want to become strong, like Asahi-kun, and not fall behind others. Lamy-chan, please let me contract this demon king. That's my now, always stepping up her game to meet others' expectations. Kliska. Done, my love. Well said, Neo-chan. Amon-chan, please aid this woman in her journey. Amon let out a short hoot and stretched its paws. As Now touched the fluffy paws, Amon's figure distorted and vanished inside the stigma on Now's hand. A little shockwave burst from Now, cleaning the grasses around us. I gripped her shoulders and pulled her back to her feet. So how does it feel? She slumped into my chest and let out a deep sigh. I think I might be able to beat Shirori with Amon. Nice, let's return. I turned to Graphia, who was observing everything with a thoughtful expression. Graphia. Yes, my lord. Go to the nearest village and charm some officials into forging some documents for Lamy, Saya, and yourself. I pulled Lamy and put several aura-suppressing pills in her hand. You and Graphia will eat one every 9 hours. Enter Aura-Rio legally after the sun rises. Aside from their different aura, their beauty will stand out even among the gods. Then again, I don't give a shit about them unless they resort to using arcanium in this world. Lamy understands. Alright, my lord. I shall finish this and reunite with you tomorrow. Yep, that's the plan. Saya tugged at my shirt from behind, her eyes tearing up a little. I hugged her and tasted her warm lips. Let's go on a date this weekend. She shyly nodded and rushed toward Graphia. Let's go. Graphia coiled her arms around Saya and Lamy and picked them up. With 2 women tucked under her arms, she flew away. Now and I guffawed at the sight. We should return, I stopped and spun around. The grass rustled and a giant red dino head peeked out. It gradually stood on its feet and let out a blood-curdling roar. The fuck? It's not Jurassic Park, is it? I could not, Now said and slipped the gloves on her hands. It's giant. My love, they're the monsters who escaped from the dungeon ages ago. The years of reproduction have shrunk their magic stones into almost non-existent. They are weak. Thanks for the info. The dino charged at us. Now cut in its way and thrust her hand, gripping the dino's snout. It shook its head and stomped the ground. Now didn't even flinch and brought her hand near its neck. Gale Blaster. A strong wind flew on the other side of the dino. Its red eyes drooped close and it limped on the ground. Now turned around and smiled at me. The droplets of blood on her dimples amplified her charm by 1,000 times. I grabbed her and flew toward Aura-Rio. Within a few moments, we were back in the room, our bodies entwining together on the bed. She responded to my wild urges with an equal passion. By the time we were done, Now was passed out in my embrace with my cock still inside her. She probably won't be able to walk tomorrow. Chapter 137, ch. 140, A Quest. The next day, I showered, threw a pair of trousers and a tunic on, replaced the comfy bed with a creaky wooden bed, gobbled down the aura-suppressing capsule, and then dined on the sizzled meat with Now, threw 850 valis at the middle-aged men, and finally squeezed through the inn's door. An abrupt tickle rushed through my chest. Come pick us up. Saya's desperate voice echoed inside my head. What happened? Where are you guys? An incredibly wide street filled with mercenaries kind of people. That seemed like the street near the dungeon. Got it. I will be there soon. Hurry, or I will kill someone. Typical adventurers trying to pick up girls. Graphia being the cool maid is bound to attract a fuck ton of flies. I tore through the streets with Now, arriving at our destination in seconds. The crowd gathered near the dungeon entrance told me of Saya's position. I shoved the adventurers aside and went to the center of the commotion. As I expected, a bunch of adventurers were trying to invite Graphia and Saya to their party. Both had changed into simple clothes, which still couldn't hide their charm. Asahi. Saya jumped at me. Milo. I shushed Graphia. Where is Lamy? Graphia sidestepped. Lamy, who was leaning against Graphia, sank to the ground. This woman. I raised her in my arms and strode through the split crowd. As the girls trailed me, people murmured things like, who the fuck is he? Why are those women following him? It's unfair, gigolo bastard. Amidst those voices, a high-pitched female voice froze me. What's the commotion here? This voice. Oh shit. It's Captain Elise of the Astria Familia, someone whispered. Fuck, cursing under my breath, I made a beeline for the nearest street. If she saw us, we would be held here for at least an hour. Saya and Lamy needed a quick nap after I forced them to stay in the wilderness last night. After walking for several minutes, we found ourselves before the stone statue of a goddess. The area around us was paved with stones of various colors and decorated with vibrant plants and flowers. This is the beauty of a medieval world. Saya praised. I am glad to be the first to see this place. I am also here, don't ignore me. Now tried to gain Saya's attention, but the tsundere, basking in the glory of being first, refused to look at her. I made sure that the narcissistic woman wasn't around inside. This square looked similar to the one where Hestia invited Belle for the date. It is a more square. I opened the list given by Misha and memorized the route to a nearby inn. A few moments later, as we were about to reach the inn called Emer's Inn, a pair of piercing eyes bored into my back. The intensity prompted me to whirl around. A tall handsome man stood out in the crowd with his short wavy scarlet hair. His lips twisted into a wide grin as his eyes leered at me. The brown-haired young man on his side equally garnered my attention with his neutral expression. Apollo, the bisexual god. Yes, my love. Shit, I can't believe I met these douchebags so early. I turned away from him and spat on the ground before dragging all the girls with me to the inn. X. Saya and Lamy jumped on the bed as soon as we entered the only extra-large room in the Emer's Inn. I threw the girls off and changed the bed with a better one. Go ahead. Saya rubbed her butt and glaring at me, she slipped inside the blanket. Lamy stood before me silently, her lips revealing a gentle smile. I sighed and pecked her forehead. Good night. She giggled and joined Lamy. I turned to my maid still standing with her hands on her lap. What about you? I can go a week without sleep. Of course, you can, you devil hag. I grabbed the scruff of her neck and hurled her on the bed. She gracefully landed on the bed and blinked her eyes. Shut the fuck up and sleep. Why yes, my lord. Now patted my back. Asahi-kun got it hard. What do we do now? I don't know. Do you miss Aiko? I narrowed my eyes at her. She averted her gaze and sighed. A bit. I miss Nasan and the twins. Yuriko, Rika, my bodyguard, and adorable maid Rini too. I should bring them here sometime, or send them to the little Yotsuba miss. A large mansion would allow the girls to sneak in here at night. Freya might notice me if I keep sneaking out of the city like this. However, suddenly buying a house as a level 1 would be akin to begging, investigate me please, to the top familius. Though today's incident will turn many heads in our direction anyway. We have to moderately climb the dungeon with Now and Saya's magic and my magic daggers covering the doubts for our growth. With Astria Familia around, I doubt any Familia will resort to open violence like the incident with Belle and Apollo in Season 2. Now, let's travel to that other world. So sudden. Kliska, can you keep an eye on these sweet buns? One tab easy. I connected to Siko's telepathy link. Siko, can you hear me? Asahi-kun. Leave everything and head to the portal with everyone now. Understood. They will take about 10 to 12 hours at the very least. I locked the door from the outside and stored the key in my ring. Since we need to exit the city to fly, let's take a quest somewhere near the forest as an excuse. We made our way to the guild and squeezed into the crowd. The liveliness was miles above yesterday. After a bit of exploring, we found the bulletin board with pieces of paper pinned all over it. There were requests like, Orc Hide X30, Infant Dragon Scales X5, written on the left side with the rewards, client signatures, and the Familia emblems on the right side. It didn't take long to find an interesting one. Quest. Client, Maic Familia. Reward, 10 healing potions. Content, recruiting battle party members to help in retrieving monster eggs in the Cielo forest. Maic Familia, the Familia led by a dog-ear waifu with a silver arm. What was her name again? Naza. Naza Erisuis. Yeah, her. Her arm will still be fine, right? Yep. As I reached out to the quest paper, a snow-white hand brushed against mine. I am sorry. I gazed down at the elf frantically waving her hands. Her golden yellow hair ponytail swung sideways as tears welled up in her bright blue eyes. A maroon cape draped over a white shirt and a pink corset dress below gave her a youthful, scholar-like aura. Her companion was none other than lowly Ace, who pushed the elf's back. Lafia, Fighto. The cheerful words were accompanied by a little smile on her doll face. Ace, it was my mistake. I plopped my hand on her little head and gave a few rubs. Her face turned crimson as she shut her eyes. It's nothing. Do you also want this quest? Yes, I wanted to visit the Cielo forest on my D-Day off. Should I reject her? Her tearing eyes softened my heart. I hung the quest paper in her face. There was no mention of the number of adventurers required. Let's go and ask their familia. TT, thank you. Her stutters reminded me of Saya when I first met her. Lafia Voridis, affection +5. She accepted it like that. Girl, where is your awareness? What if I was a rapist who dragged women to the forest? Confused, I searched everywhere in the guild lobby but couldn't feel any strong presence other than Ace. They came here on their own. Loki, the trickster goddess, allowed her beloved Ace out here alone. Lafia doesn't count since she will probably be level 2 or 3 at this time. I shook my head. With 2 new girls by my side, we moved out of the guild and searched Blue Pharmacy, the base of Mike Familia. Ace and Lafia were completely clueless about its whereabouts, so I had to ask around. After struggling a bit, we arrived at a shop in a back street. The door opened, and an old man stumbled out. A teenage girl with long flowing brown hair waved her hand behind him. The 2 dog-like ears on her head twitched from side to side. Cute. Chapter 138, Ch. 141, Another Trip to the Forest. Apollo grinned as he pranced through the pathway covered by the grass on both sides. The pep in his step confused the brown-haired men on his side. Finally, his curiosity overpowered his patience and he called out to his god. Apollo-sama. Hyacinthos, my beloved child, bring me everything you can find on that child. The one with eyes as golden as the sun. This again. Hyacinthos clenched his right fist away from his god's eyes. As much as he loved his god, the odd habit of his god displeased him. Why couldn't Apollo-sama only look at him? I will, Apollo-sama. However, the order was an order. He had to follow all of them. He spun around and dashed out of the gate, to contact the fly his familia left in the guild. Apollo guffawed and craned his neck. The bright sun reflected in his red eyes. That boy's eyes flashed in his mind. 2 perfect golden bright globes, nothing he had ever seen. That alone made him worth collecting, but there was something else about the child. His covered aura as if he didn't exist. Even the eyes of a god failed to distinguish him from the crowd. But once he did, his entire attention was drawn to the child. Gazing into his golden eyes, he couldn't look away, not one bit. The strangeness made him chuckle. He had found another treasure rotting on the roadside. I will have him soon. No one could deny him, the sun god. Everything existed solely for his amusement. His low laugh resonated in the entire garden, reaching every adventurer idling in the manor. X. Asahi's POV. Naza, the Chianthrope girl, smiled with droopy eyes and opened the gate for us. Please, come inside. Now looked at me, her right brow raised high. Her eyes gleamed as a grin crept onto her lips. I shuddered in fear. Which god possessed my cute now? Asahi-kun, don't even think about it. Think about what? She moved closer and bit my ear. The way you looked at that girl. I won't allow you to seduce any more girls. I tightened my arms around her. Neo-chan, you have grown. I feel proud of you. Stop it, Now moaned, struggling to escape, but I kept her imprisoned. She gave up and let me hold her. Lafia blushed, even her ears turned red while Ace just looked at us innocently. Once I had my fill of teasing now, we followed Naza inside the shop. An Eichmann with dark blue hair and eyes matching his hair sat behind a wooden counter. Mayak, the compassionate god with the habit of handing out free healing potions, it was hard to forget someone like him. Mayak-sama, I told you I can handle this, Naza grumbled as she tried to push the god away from his seat. Go and do your godly duties. Naza-chan, I am only here until others return from the dungeon, he spoke and turned to us. You must be the doll princess from Loki Familia. How can I help you? A level 4 at her age, every god and goddess would have flocked to recruit her if she was from a weak familia. The 2 level 6 in Loki Familia could whoop anyone's ass in Ororio right now except Otter. I unruffled the quest paper and slid it to him. We would like to accept this quest. The quest's for monster eggs, he whispered and scratched his chin. We only needed 3 level 1 adventurers. I pointed at the content on the paper. It has no mention of it. Mayak stared at the paper and then Naza, who formed a neutral expression. Naza, you forgot. I am sorry, Mayak-sama. Mayak sighed and lowered his head. I apologize. This quest is a low-ranked one and the reward is appropriate. I don't care about reward, Lafia spoke up abashedly. Oh. Mayak rubbed his chin and took out 4 vials from the counter. Since you all are being too generous, I will add 4 more potions to the reward. Kinda useless to us since I can heal myself with the life element and others too if I tried. Mayak-sama, Naza made a sour expression. Mayak just laughed her off. He inquired about our guild documents, which I happily provided. Well, you all better get going. We need monster eggs here. Naza, you will accompany them. Naza's wagging tail froze as the ears on her head rose, her droopy opening wide. Seriously? Mike patted her shoulder with a smile. You know more about the forest than they do. Guide them properly, child. Naza's lips curled into an adorable grin. Yes, Mike-sama. Mike approached with a smile and squatted before Ace. Keep everyone safe, okay? Ace nodded her head, her fingers gripping the hilt of her swords. I still don't believe Loki let her go without someone like Riveria accompanying her, or these two escaped. They are gonna get me in trouble, but my protect lowly heart can't let Ace go alone to that forest. Sometimes, I am too much, even for myself. Mike stopped before me. Look after everyone. As the only man in the group, it's my duty to ensure that everyone is safe. Mayak, respect +9. Good. X. We reached the eastern gate and Naza went ahead and hired a carriage. The driver gave me dubious glares. Naza went over to the guard at the gate and signed some papers. Naza stowed her giant bag under the seat and squeezed beside Ace and Lafia. Nao's shoulder brushed against me as she settled on my side. Asahi-kun, how are we going to sneak away now? She used telepathy this time. Smart. I will use the teleport stickers, so we can teleport back after returning with these girls. Okay, let's have fun on our first quest. Naza initiated a talk about us, asking our origins in a roundabout way. I also rounded off the answer to the poor state of my village and our determination to become first-class adventurers. The usual lies we made up. The carriage slid on the smooth white road alongside a few carts and tall, thin stalks waving further in the background. After 30 or so minutes, the familiar tall trees could be seen in the distance. Once the carriage stopped, we hopped out. Now put on her thin gloves, while I hauled the daggers tucked in my belt. Time to annihilate the dino from this world too. Stars twinkled in Lafia's eyes as she looked around. Naza's eyes were droopy as usual, while Ace lightly swung her head to examine the forest. This way, Naza said lazily and walked ahead. Her bushy tail flew everywhere under her bag as though revealing her excitement. Now suppressed her giggle with a hand on her mouth. What's with her tail? Some say that it's hard for Chianthrope to disguise their emotions, Lafia muttered. Their tail and ears easily give away their emotional state. Lafia knows everything. Ace nodded her head. People in my previous school researched very odd topics. Elven school? I asked. Lafia shook her head. The school in Orario. Kaya. Oh shit. I forgot about Naza. She went ahead alone. I kicked the ground and followed the steps she left in the dirt. Soon 2 large shadows appeared on the other side of the net made of trees. I thrust my hand and shot 2 consecutive barrets at the monsters' heads. With their brain blown, the monster collapsed. I stopped before the corpses. Naza's hand twitched under a monster's corpse. I kicked off the monster and pulled her out. Naza Erasuis, affection +9. Thank you, she fumbled on her words. You idiot, why are you rushing alone? Her head hung, and her brown dog ears followed suit. I am really sorry. Compelled by the urge, I rubbed her ear between my thumb and index finger. So soft. Naza Erasuis, affection +4. Naza looked up with tears in her eyes. Don't. The FBI doesn't exist in this world, right? Chapter 139, ch. 142, Bloody Ace. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. It was rude of me to touch your ears like that. I apologized after regaining my bearing. No matter how cute she looked, what I did was wrong. It's fine. I would be dead if it weren't for your help. Dead, huh? In the anime, she wielded a longbow and sniped targets from 100+ meters. Although 5 years younger, wasn't she too weak right now? A flurry of steps sounded behind me. Ace stopped beside me and looked down at the corpse. She closed her eyes and lowered her head. I am sorry. For letting Naza hurt. Mayak did give her responsibility to protect Naza. Naza shook her head with an awkward expression. The fault was mine for going alone. The blame fell on all of us for losing ourselves in the conversation. Now stroked Naza's head with a soft smile. Children can get lost sometimes. That's why you can rely on the adults around you until you are confident. Now said something heroic from her own experience as a big sister. Weren't we in a hurry to deliver the eggs? I diverted the topic. It worked as Naza nodded her head. Yes, please. Not wasting time on micro-sized magic stones of the dinos, we traveled deeper into the forest. The wide path we walked on became a slope. Naza raised her hand to stop us. A lair could be here. We need to be silent lest they call every Bloodsaurus in the forest. Bloodsaurus, huh? Kliska blocking XP notifications became a norm nowadays. Let me go first. Before others said a word, I sailed down the hill. There did exist a cave hidden behind a pair of trees. With my sneak at its peak, I peeked inside the cave. A dozen eggs about the same size as an ostrich slumbered in a nest bunched together with twines. 4 Bloodsaurus slept around it. Closing its jaws, I drove the dagger within its brain. Without a single cry, its soul left the world. I repeated the same with the 3 and picked up the nest over my head. The others also descended by then. Lafia's eyes darted to the nest, eyes beaming with curiosity. Ace remained as neutral as ever. Naza wrapped the eggs in a cloth and stashed them in her bag. She towed the bag on her back and gave a wide smile. The bag dwarfed her, even though she was above 1.5 m in height. She reminded me of the Palum supporter, Lily. I snatched the bag from her. Let me carry this. She stared with dead eyes and gave a half shrug. Will this be enough? More than enough, Marikawa-sama. Let's return then, shall, holy sure. A Bloodsaurus showed up on the hill, then 2, 3, more and more Bloodsaurus popped out until the entire cliff was full of them. Ace unhooked the saber at her waist and strode towards the monsters. The Sword Princess wanted to fight now. Ace. Lafia's worried whisper made me smile. Ace turned her head and nodded at Lafia, her chin hitting her shoulder. Without saying a word, she darted forward like a bolt of lightning. Damn, she is fast. I quietly withdrew my specs to analyze her stats. Ace Wallenstein LV. 24. Designated title, Hero's Bride. Race, Spirit-Human Hybrid. Class, Magic Swordsman. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Spirit Blood, unique. The wind spirit's blood flowing in her veins boosts her affinity with the wind. Reduces the effort required to train wind element skills by 50%. Abnormal status resistance, C rank reduces the chance to be inflicted by negative status effects. Monster Hunter, special increases the stats against a previously hunted monster. God's Blessing, special. The hieroglyphs engraved on the user's back absorbs the Excelia. Dragon Slayer, unique. The user's deep hatred for the dragon materialized into a skill. Raises the stats against dragon-type monsters in exchange for the life force of the user. Wind Spirit's Blessing, unique. The Wind Spirit Blessing allows the user to surround themselves in raging air currents and enchant their weapon with wind magic. Spirit Blood, so she really is the daughter of the spirit, even though the gods and spirits can't bear a child. That Hero's Bride title. I had the urge to steal her to see how it changes. It will change. After all, my love is the only irregularity allowed to change the future in this fixed timeline. Even Graphia's skills paled before this lowly slaughtering the giant dinos. Blood poured every time her saber flashed, the fierce 5-meter monsters falling against a lowly. The kid is strong, now muttered in disbelief. I see why the gods call her Doll Princess. She only took a few minutes to finish the task. She cleaned the sword with a swing and slowly showed her front. The blood dripped down her armor and her doll-like face. My heartbeat rose. I conned myself or I would be truly labeled as a Lilicon. With my handkerchief, I wiped her face and her armor. She stayed silent as if she was used to someone cleaning her after a battle. It could only be Riveria, who was called Mama by her fellow members. I might lose against her. Now fussed over something trivial. You're a mage while she is a warrior. That's not something I wanted. What is she talking about? Her blazing eyes greeted me as I turned. She was afraid of losing against Ace. Well, both of them had different starting points. One was a peaceful, klutz teacher while the other one's childhood pledge was to kill the dragon and take back her mother. I shook my head. Now can do anything as long as I am here. Despite being so giant, a Bloodsaurus's corpse had no worth aside from its hard, chewy meat. We left the corpses for the vultures to dine on. I sneaked 2 teleportation stickers on the 2 different trees. On the outskirts of the forest, Naza whistled. The carriage came out from behind a hill and took us back to Orario. Chapter 140, ch. 143, Jagamarukan. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Welcome back, Mike greeted us as we entered the shop. How was the quest? It was all good except. I trailed off, looking at Naza. She pleaded with puppy eyes, begging me to not tell her stunt. I smirked. We got more eggs than we wanted. That's good. Now we can work on the new potion recipe, Mayak revealed his secret. He is too honest for his own sake. Even I, who didn't know much about Familia, could tell they were competitive. Yet, this Eichmann god exposed his Familia's secrets without much thought. Idiot. He placed a bag on the counter. This is the quest's reward. Lafia and Ace shared a look and pushed the bag toward me. Please take this. We don't need it. 10,000 Valis meant nothing to Ace, the princess of Loki Familia. I took the package while scratching my cheeks with a sheepish smile. I fully intended to play my part as a rookie adventurer until I joined Astria Familia. Is there anything I can do for you too? Ace stared at me, her golden eyes burning with enthusiasm. Jagamarukan. Jagamarukan. Jagamarukan, she repeated the unfamiliar word. It's a street snack sold in a more square for 30 to 40 Valis. That's cheap. Sure, you can eat as much as you want. Thanks. This lowly. I raised my hand and tried to pat her, but she inclined her head to dodge as if it was some instinct. Stay still. She nodded lightly and stayed still this time. Her golden hair were soft to touch. After a few head pats, she lifted my hand and stared at it, perhaps searching for the source of warmth other girls felt when I touched them. Magic. She misunderstood my head pat skill with magic. I tilted my head with a puzzled expression. What? She put my hand back on her head and closed her eyes. I sighed and spoiled the lowly with more head pats. Looks like Belle will be joining the Green Hat Club. Lafia's blush when she looked at us was cute. This delusional elf was Yuri for Ace if I recall. I shook my head. Ace was too little now. She will make a good little sister. X. I had a few polite words with Mayak. Naza looked like she wanted to say something but held back. Maybe she wanted to invite me to her familia. I would have rejected either way. Ace guided us through the busy streets, unlike the desolate ones that greeted me first in Orario. A more square, located in the next block, took several minutes' walk. Ace's steps hastened when rows of stalls appeared around the corner. The Kaderi Loli was so damn excited for whatever this snack was. Ace stopped before a stall and a spicy aroma of oil drifted through the air. A sweet bean-flavored Jagamarukan, please, Ace requested, and the middle-aged stall owner smiled, frying the crisp potato or something on the pan. Of course. 3 more, please, I ordered one for everyone. I don't need it. And Lafia denied. Ace stared at Lafia and puffed her cheeks. The elf fidgeted with red cheeks, getting drunk on her delusions. Once she had her fill of delusions, she raised her hand. One for me too. The owner handed us puffs wrapped in silver paper. I curiously took a bite. The spicy flavor slid on my tongue with the melting potato, then the sweet filling exploded. Another bite and I found myself craving for more. This was, on the same level as Siko's cooking. This is another world for ya. Now and Lafia were immersed in the spicy yet sweet thing. Just like that, I found another attraction when taking girls out on a date. Ace kept stuffing her tiny mouth, ultimately eating 5 of the puffy snacks. How did her little stomach hold so much? Another thing to blame the anime worlds for. With 400 Valis out of my pocket, I returned to the inn with now. Saya and Lamy were hugging each other in sleep like a pair of sisters. Grafia slept a bit farther. Aimi, report your status. Asahi-sama, we are 1,000 meters high. Almost 6 hours had passed in our quest and they would take a few more hours. I am hurrying. Aimi shouted in my head. Take your time. I cut off the connection and scratched my chin. What to do now? We might get exposed if we go through the stickers. Going without it will be a chore. Asahi-kun, now called, sitting on the edge of the bed, she patted her thighs. Just rest. We can discuss Amon's spells. That was also an option. I rested the back of my head on her lap. While feeling the bliss coursing through me, I listened to her lecture on Amon's spells. The wolf diva had some interesting spells in his arsenal. A version of foresight, a flame breath, a wind spell capable of absorbing other magic, a magic spell to grow wolf fangs which granted superior physical strength but increased the bloodlust, a version of mind magic to cause chaos in enemies' ranks, and lastly his ultimate level 10 spell was, absurd. Friendship Beam. It worked as it sounded. Anyone hit by it will instantly convert into an ally. I pitied the owl-headed wolf who had to resort to magic for making friends. At least Amon had now to look after him. After an hour or two, the spells wore down my spirit. I opened my grimoire a few pages shy of giving me some dope spells. I still haven't gotten the promised wisdom and intelligence stat boost. My love, you need to finish one section of the book for this, the part about all elements. I have to unlock all the natural elements to get the stat boost. Yes, this was cheap because of this. No worries. It's not like wisdom and intelligence can make me stronger. My magic stat is already broken. Now, we will go to the dungeon tonight. We should complete our sleep now. But I am not sleepy. Then, let's do some exercise that can tire you out, I grinned, reaching for her lovely face. Right. Your libido never ends. One of the reasons I wanted a harem. What are the other ones? I love beauties. Especially the anime waifus. Now sighed, glancing at the girls. I am not doing that here. I can make a soundproof barrier. No, they might wake up and see us during that, never. All my dignity as Wani-chan will be gone. Just look at them, you think they will wake up easily. Besides, these three know you are my woman. You never cease to amaze me, she muttered with red cheeks, then bashfully nodded her head. Yes. Chapter 141, ch. 144, Arrival. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Asahi-sama, we are here. Aime's excited voice ended my sleep. I broke away from now glued to my side and slipped into my clothes. A few hours must have passed after our little session. I pasted a teleportation sticker on the wall to return instantly. Now. Whoosh. A sharp wind swept over me, and the background accelerated. Another moment and the forest surrounded me. How does this work? On the same principle as the gate. I send you through the void, only at a very minor scale. Noik. Grr. I had the company of a bunch of dinos, drooling over my head. These things never understand. I made quick work of them and cleaned the bloodstains from my face. I flew above, darting for the portal. Closing the several kilometers gap in a minute, I stopped before the black dot. Charge inside with the chopper. Yes. The dot swelled into a swirling portal and spat out a chopper. Kaya. Naysan's scream brought a smile to my face. The chopper swung sideways and balanced itself. Shirori peeked her head out with a grin. Just couldn't stay without us, could ya? Aakuen, help. It's scary, help. Naysan was acrophobic. Honey, she is about to vomit. Yuriko peeped from the other side. I squeezed into the back seat and hugged Naysan wearing a pale expression. A few rubs on her back calmed her trembling. Aakuen. It's okay. Everyone has some kind of fear, even gods are no exception. Naysan hummed and stuck closer to me. Aiko and Rini stared at us, the former stood on Rika's lap while the latter sat on Aime's side. Oni-san is glowing red, Aiko whispered. Really? Rini asked, tilting her head adorably. I don't see anything. Rika patted the loli showing a dazed look. Lil Aiko, they're gonna be fine. Can I teleport the chopper to the forest? Yes, at the cost of more mana. Mana. I never cared about such trivial things. In another second, we were already inside the forest. I peeked out to find the ground a few meters away from us. I hopped out with Shizuka. She forced herself away with a blush. Turning away, she started fixing her hair with a mirror in her hand. Cute. Looking away before my libido rose, I caught Rini in a princess carry. She was quite light for her height. I couldn't wait for the day she will be thick again. 1 or 2 years, or maybe quicker if her skill evolved. Oni-san, she said, grinning brightly. This forest is pretty. I will show you more pretty things here. She silently nodded and pressed her head on my chest. Oni-san's heart beat so hard. Was this girl developing a new fetish? Nah, my Rini is sweet and pure. It makes me feel warm, she continued as a cute smile bloomed on her face. Why is this? Rika bounced on something intangible and landed before me. So what is going on? Nothing. Rini shook her head and escaped from me. The chopper touched the ground, blowing the leaves with its wind. The girls disembarked one by one and looked around. Don't tell me Honey wants us to stay in a jungle. Yuriko pouted. You beast. What is this depraved MILF imagining now? Where is Neo-chan? Shizuka asked. Siko gripped her katana, her eyes trained in a direction. Thump thump. The ground trembled as 3 Bloodsaurus interrupted my reunion. Leave them to me, Siko bent and shot out. I only blinked my eyes, and she already reached the dino's back. She turned around and rested her black katana on her shoulder, grinning at the monsters falling slice by slice. I gulped. Introduce magic to a sword genius, and the results will never disappoint. Shirori sighed, smiling helplessly at her sister's growth. I can never catch up to her in swordplay. Then there is me who is too lazy to practice anything. I shook my head. Shirori, let's surpass this masochist together. Shirori chuckled. Yes, Asahi-kun. Until then, we can dominate her together on the bed. Siko's lips twitched in response. I am not a masochist. Aiko tugged at my hand. Oni-chan, what's a masochist? Shirori shared a glance with me, then we both brainwashed the loli into forgetting everything. With a lollipop in her mouth, Aiko giggled and swung her legs from my shoulders. I stored the chopper in my ring. Another new ring will be needed if things keep piling up like this. Without further ado, we teleported to the room. Now sprang up from the bed and took Aiko in her arms. Ai-chan. Leaving the airhead with her cousin, I set my sight on the girls still deep in dreams. Dreams, huh? Kliska, give them good dreams. Not one where I fuck them. It will make me jealous, even of myself. You are possessive, and I love it. Ai-chan. Rika rested her chin on my shoulder and sighed for some reason. Anything I can help you with? Nothing for now. I trailed off, noticing a worried expression on everyone's face. How about helping me in the dungeon later? They won't feel useless this way and I will rake in more XP. Sure as fuck. We'll kick some filthy asses down there. Rika squeezed her arms around me, giving me a feel of her firm breasts. Let's do it after that. Shirori wagged her finger in my face. Count me in. I can do better in sex than this hag. Rika nuzzled. Her face remained undeterred by her mocking, pressing her cheeks against mine. Ai-chan likes my ass more. Ignoring their idle banter, I looked at Siko, who quietly nodded in agreement. Aimi, standing beside me, also agreed with a nod. Honey, it won't be fun without me, right? Yuriko's eyes went to her daughter, and she licked her lips. Can we include Saya-chan too? This perverted pair of mother and daughter was worthy of being included in doujinshi and hentai. The only one left was my sweet Nei-san, who sidestepped my gaze. Nei-san hadn't stepped out of her embarrassment shell yet. She spun around and began talking to Nao. An orgy can't be fun without my beloved sister. I firmed my gaze, glaring at her back. Her shoulders sank, she slowly turned and nodded. Nao and Saya could be easily coaxed. The only problem was Grafia and Lolas. I should send them around the town for some errand. A good maid like Grafia would understand my needs. What will Oni-san do? Rini asked, looking up at me with her innocent eyes. Can Rini join? Aiko wants to join too. This brainwashing session lasted for almost an hour. Chapter 142, ch. 144.5, Twilight Manor. Two girls stormed through the streets lit with the amber glow coming from the magic stone lamps. Ace, we are so done. Reveria-sama will bite our heads off. Sweat pouring down her cheeks, the golden-haired elf girl, Lafia, urged Ace behind her. In spite of Lafia using every bit of strength from her level 2 status, Ace kept up with her without breaking a sweat. Lafia's face turned red at the realization. Sorry, Ace. I'm holding you back. Ace revealed a smile. Lafia is a friend. Ace. Lafia's eyes moistened. She hardly stopped herself from stopping and hugging Ace. A new motivation sprouted in her spirit and her footsteps sped up. A few minutes of running brought the two girls to their home, the manor erected with towers around. The central tower stood the tallest, the dwelling of their familia's goddess, and the tower to its right was known as the Maiden Tower. Only the hand-picked girls by Loki could enter the tower. The surroundings were covered in thick shadows and no light flickered within the whole of the base. The main gate was guarded by two beastmen girls absorbed in their talk. The duo gave a slip to the guards and snuck inside the dark hallways flickering with a magic lamp. On their way to the room, Ace suddenly stopped and turned around. Did you two have fun? A calm voice arrived followed by a light-hearted chuckle. Lafia's heart leaped to her throat. Reveria walked out of the shrouded corner, hands folded around her chest. The friendly smile on her face sent chills spiraling up Lafia's soul. Was I not loud enough? Reveria inquired. Tell me, did you two have fun today? Fun. Lafia's mind wandered to her little adventure in the Cielo forest. The pair of rookie adventurers who excelled in combat and magic, far above their peers. The way he stroked her hair, Lafia couldn't but fidget in her place. How could she let him touch herself so easily? Ace's words are rare but Lafia, why are you silent? Where were you two? I left you two alone, so you could have fun, why are you so late? I am, sorry, Ace apologized. I took Lafia to the dungeon. Everyone encouraged Ace to do something other than crazily killing the monsters and training. So they left Ace in Lafia's hands, hoping a girl of her age could help Ace overcome her social issues. But Lafia's sense of adventure compelled her to choose the Autavarario quest, instead of some non-battle quests. It's my fault, Reveria-sama. Lafia tried to bow her way out of the situation. Reveria furrowed her brow. You have to stop addressing me like that. I'm not royalty after I left the forest with Aina. But Reveria-sama. Reveria exhaled a deep breath. The remnants of the Evolus are still out there, gathering their strength to strike down this city once again. I don't want you, children, to be dragged into this again. Evolus, the evil group responsible for almost destroying the labyrinth city Orario. The event left deep scars everywhere, especially to those who lost their family. Meanwhile, Ace stoically stared at Riveria, who plopped her hand on Ace's head and brushed her hair. As kind as Riveria's touch was, it gave Ace no warmth, far from the kind that adventurer brought to her. His warmth coiled right around her scarred heart, forcing her to forget her vengeance. The feeling sprang to her mind and she closed her eyes. Was he manipulating her mind? Ace, have you eaten Jagamarukan? Yes. Good, cause you are forbidden to eat from Jagamarukan for a week now. Ace's eyes hollowed instantly as though a chasm opened in her heart. Lafia panicked at her friend's state. Riveria-sama, punish me instead of Ace. Riveria grinned. All right, you aren't allowed in Ace's room for a week. Lafia joined Ace in staring into the void. Prohibited from entering her friend's room for a week, death would have been a better punishment. Riveria hid her grin and led the two to their room. She returned to the courtyard, where the higher-ups of Familia gathered around the round table, Finn, their captain, Gareth, the top-level executive, and Loki, their goddess. The scarlet-haired goddess swung her chair back and forth. Loki-sama. Hi, Riveria-chan. Now you know my pain of looking after children without being a real mother. Riveria's eyes twitched in annoyance. Before she retorted further, Finn spoke up, shall we continue the meeting? Riveria nodded and grabbed a chair. Yes. Loki's squinted eyes took in everyone's face. Then where was I? Gareth, whose wide frame dwarfed the chair, stroked his long beard. You only said about the new quest. The goddess slapped her forehead. Yes. Boys and girls, we got a quest to bring Cadmus Spring from the old bastard. Gah, he is such a pain to deal with. The old bastard she referred to was Dien Sect, the god of one of two Familia selling healing potions. Finn crossed his arms on his chest, annoyance brimming in his eyes. Such a painful quest. Undoubtedly. Riveria agreed. Traveling to and fro to the 51st floor was already taxing, and carrying gallons of water on top of that made it worse. The top-class adventurers sighed in silence. Come on, you gotta cheer up. The reward they offered is well worth it, Loki continued. An expedition for the deep floors was already pending. You can finish it on your way up. Also, collect some smithing materials while you're at it. We shall. Riveria regained her lost motivation. The attempt to map out the deep floors, the 58th and the above, kept the cycle going. After all, their rival Familia, helmed by the silver-haired goddess, progressed faster than their own. What lay beyond the 59th floor was still a mystery to the adventurers. The abyss of curiosity swallowed Riveria. With one arm wrapped on her chest, she rubbed her chin. Loki stamped the clown mark on the quest papers. Gareth pushed back the chair and stretched. Loki-sama, I'll head to sleep then. You just want to savor your wine in the moonlight, Finn said, smiling. Have a good night. You too, Captain. Gareth strode out of the room. Now on to the hot topic in the city. The new rookie couple from the Far East in Orario. I heard the woman is beautiful enough to rival Demeter while the man led every woman astray with his looks. This matched the couple they met in the dungeon. Finn and Riveria shared a glance and then nodded at each other. About that, Riveria spoke. The woman can cast quick trigger wind spells. Are you sure? Loki's high-pitched question prompted Finn to nod. Quick trigger magic, the gods always sought adventurers with this ability. A swift strike of magic could save lives in a pinch. Such an ability was always prized high. Yes, Loki-sama. I want that woman in my Familia. This was why the two refrained from telling her before. Her obsession with collecting strong beauties was well known throughout the city. Loki-sama, she is still level 1. Even better. I'll nurture the woman myself. Riveria sighed. She won't join alone without her husband. How strong is he? Loki inquired. He is also a level 1 but, he is strong, Finn muttered with narrowed eyes. Like every time I see him my thumb twitches. I can't ignore the feeling. He also has a pair of magic daggers crafted by an unknown smith. Could this get any better? Loki grinned. I want the two of them. Riveria shook her head. Loki-sama, there is a chance they ran away from their home. Those rumors have been going around lately. The nobles from the Far East, Loki clicked her tongue, the enthusiasm drained from her face. Those bunches are a pain to deal with. Their goddess feared something. Riveria smiled. There is no need to hurry. He denied the guild's intention to join a Familia. I don't think he is in a hurry. Fine. I'll wait for 2 weeks. Chapter 143, ch. 145, Dungeon's Wrath. It's midnight, my love. Kliska's reminder urged me out of bed. I woke up Shirori snuggled in my chest and then everyone. Rubbing their eyes, the lovely women wore their equipment, leaving now wiping her glasses. Asahi-kun, I will stay here with Ai-chan. Are you sure? Yeah, enjoy your time with them. I pecked her lips and rubbed her head. All right. Siko caressed her katana and slid it back into the sheath. Rini locked her gauntlets and fixed the frilly white headband on her hair. Rika grinned, tapping the cool sniper on her shoulder. Time to pop some heads. I handed the anti-fog specs to everyone, which they wore with a quizzical expression. The black-rimmed glasses made Grafia stand out with her cold demeanor. Without a word from me, Kliska teleported us. While every girl observed their surroundings, Yuriko knocked on the wall. It's like an ancient cave. The wall suddenly swelled a little, and then an imp's head peeked out. Yuriko stepped back and shot a rock bullet. The earthen shards crushed the monster into a bloody pulp. Here too. Here as well. Siko and Shirori waited patiently before their respective walls, spawn camping the poor imps. The moment they showed up, a flash streaked and their heads flew. How cruel. Crack 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 crack. The monster started popping out everywhere. Add to the mist here, any normal adventurer would be sitting ducks for these chumpy imps. My lord, shall I freeze everything? Grafia requested something absurd with a straight face. Please don't. Let the girls gain more experience. She isn't added to the partners list yet. Anyone killed by her will bring no benefit. Talking about benefit, everyone here could flatten armies of weaklings on their own. The undead for us and the angel mobs for Grafia. Siko and Shirori chased the imps around, Rini tossed them everywhere, Saya's flames left no ashes, Yuriko flattened them, Imi's figure blurred everywhere, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Rika guffawed as she exploded the imps' heads with her sniper bullet while using her telekinesis to push any incoming imp. Only Neisan glanced everywhere, looking to heal someone with her magic. Sorry, Neisan, please stay useless, so I can spoil you more. I hadn't picked a single weapon and the girls already bathed the caves in blood. The dungeon stopped spawning more monsters, knowing it can't take us down with this floor's monsters. Rini approached, trampling on imps' corpses. Asahi Oni-san, how did I do? I pinched her squishy cheeks. You broke through every record of cuteness. Hee. Girls, pull out the magic stones in the monster's chest. Wait, all of them. Shirori raised her voice, her body tensed. Yes. Ugh. Shirori hated labor work, huh? Then again, she rebelled against her father once for this reason. The siblings didn't come off as someone willing to throw away their family, yet they haven't asked me about their father. Weird. I shrugged off the topic for now and checked my XP bar. Just 17 more million. Satisfied, I led the group to the next level. 5 monsters popped at the entrance, almost as tall as me. Standing on 2 short legs, its front limbs ending with deadly claws. Its entire body wrapped in scales, and a helmet on its head, this monster very much looked like an armadillo. All of them tucked their head and curled into a ball, rolling at us. Gotcha. Rika's bullet shattered one's defense, leaving it twitching on the floor. We scattered from their line of attack and regrouped. Goddamn monsters trying to imitate Trukuin in the dungeon. Rika shot down another one. Saya's first scorched one. Not giving others a chance to act, I curled my fist and executed a perfect uppercut. The rolling ball came to a sudden halt, its scales shattered from the impact. The armadillo bore the full brunt of my attack and shot toward the ceiling. Its bloody body fell back. You earned 100 XP from killing, level 5 hard armored. The hard armored name perfectly matched this thing. My lord, what are you? The guy God needs to save the world. Oops, that sounded like Trash Ice Guy protagonist. Are you seriously going to meet him? Yep. Which god? Neisan asked, caressing my bruised knuckles. Heal my Aekuin. A golden glow enveloped my hands, tickling the skin and sealing the red marks. The sole god mentioned in the Bible, he is very much alive in Grafia's world. What? Shirori gaped. Siko engaged the armadillo, slashing its claws. She dodged a flurry of attacks, ducked, and poked its eyes. The monster went ham, slashing blindly. Siko easily jabbed the white, undefended flesh on its stomach. Ding, another notification popped. Her adaptability was high. Yoko, how would she fare in the dungeon? It would be fun to see her skills for once. Shirori pinched my sleeves. Answer me, please. You can ask my maid if you don't believe it. God, angel, devil, and dragons, the majority of the mythological beings exist in her world. That's so friggin' cool, Yuriko muttered and summoned a giant spike to pierce the armadillo. I should have chosen that world. Mama. Yuriko smiled at Saya and stroked her cheeks. I understand. If Deer didn't take us there, it only means we aren't strong enough to survive there or some other reason. She turned to me, her grin stretching ear to ear. After all, Deer will never miss the chance to fuck an angel. Angel. Gabriel's face flashed in my memories. No man could deny the temptation to push her down. Ignoring Saya and piercing gaze, I shook my head. You misunderstand me. I already have so many angels with me, why would I seek more? Saya sighed. I learned to never trust your sincere expression. Let's go down. You horny bastard. I unhooked my dagger and slashed diagonally. The blade bounced off the hard armored scale. This thing worked inefficiently without its skills. I should buy a new weapon, most preferably an S-class. Activating the skill, I finished off the last monster. We secured the magic stones and advanced. Amidst our chatter, no monster spawned around us. Something was amiss. The hot wind crawling into the corners made me twitchy. This floor wasn't this hot when we came here last time. Rumble. The entire floor shook. My bad premonition grew and my heart skipped a beat. A spark rushed through me, something bad will happen. Ding. You learned a new skill, instinct. Shizuka clenched my arm, her face stricken with horror. Aekuen. Oni-san. Both my sisters shouted at the same time. I wrapped my arm around Shizuka and stepped aside. The ground leaped as if aiming to crush me into the ceilings. The walls twisted and charged at me. I kicked the wall and recoiled back. Rini moved in and pulverized the stone wall. The dungeon wanted to eliminate me. Chapter 144, ch. 146, Boss. My love, you forgot to take the aura pills. The dungeon also treated me like a god. No one knew what grudge the dungeon had with gods, but it hated them to death, trying to annihilate any god it sensed. Earth prison. Your eco cast a spell at the right time. Walls rose and imprisoned everyone. I caught Yuriko swaying as if she would pass out at any moment. Saya hurriedly brought a mana potion near Yuriko's lips. Observing her handwork trembling from the dungeon's attacks, Yuriko gulped down the potion. Darling, I used the entirety of my mana to buy some time. What is happening here? Is this some trap? I shook my head and explained everything. Graphia pushed up her glasses. So my lord is not a human. That explains your monstrous amount of magic power. High human counts as human, okay. Why are we bickering over this now? Saya's timely retort reminded us of the current predicament. Let's find a way to get out of this. The dungeon's reaction to Hestia, the genuine blood and flesh god, was tamer in comparison. It only threw a black Goliath at her. However, its current anger seemed like it was a Yandere waifu hellbent on killing her love rival. I won't tell. Better. Actually, the route of escaping with the teleporter was always an option, but I remained here to test the water. A black monster boss will be a cherry on top of the massive horde's XP. The rumbling suddenly died. The walls made by Yuriko crumbled into pieces. My lord, should I buy more time? No need. We are going deeper. Rika reloaded her sniper, licking her lips. You nut job of a husband, I love you so much. Siko nodded along, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Don't they say only a crazy can appreciate another crazy? Dear, why don't we go to that forest tomorrow and fuck there like wild mutts? My dear mistress climbed on my back and tempted me with the devil's words. Sure, if you want the dinos to observe our session. Her wet tongue licked over my earlobes and then cheeks. That's a no-no. Siko nudged my attention. Don't you think the hallways are longer now? Probably a restructure to keep us on edge. I turned my attention to Saya skipping beside me, her arms locked behind her. She never fails to amaze me with her brain. She could easily sow perverted delusions and talk to someone at the same time. I also unlocked a new skill, instinct. Was it the same as Rini's skill? Yes. Why though? Aeromancer. Wait, I can use the skill of other girls with Aeromancer. She seemed reluctant to answer. Come on, tell me, so we can cuddle again tonight. Yes, only to an extent. I am getting the Aeromancer class first. Sob. You cruel, manipulative man. You still love me for it. Talking with Kliska made me forget about the danger stalking me from the shadows. The girls all kept a composed face, except my always worried Nasan behind me. She noticed my gaze and shirked closer. Aekuen, is it safe? Rika slapped her back. It's gonna be fine. In the worst case, I mean the nightmare level scenario will result in one of us dying. Chan can still revive us. My feet froze. Frowning, I forced myself to turn around. Stop talking about death like it's nothing. Someone's death had forced me to close my eyes to the world. It definitely wasn't pretty. The mere thought of someone close to me dying clogged my heart with sinking emotions. Rika flinched and lowered her head. I am sorry, Chan. Yuriko brushed her cheeks against me to calm my anger. The sides of my lips quirked upward. Sighing, I ruffled Rika's hair. It's fine. Just don't say it again. I promise. I took a step to look over everyone. Let's wreck the dungeon. The girls broke into cheers, shouted curses, cracked knuckles, and kicked the wall, with Grafia being the exception. The dungeon-chan might be sweating wherever she was hiding. Almost an hour passed. Turns after turns passed, and the hallway refused to end, like an endless maze. I stopped to sense any presence. A dot showed up on my mental radar. The wall on my right intercepted our path. Rini. The gauntlet-clad Rini charged and pummeled down the wall. A silhouette flashed behind the dust storm, which turned out to be a black wingless dragon. Everything about it resembled the dragon Tioni fought, except the scales were pitch black, flaming red eyes, and thrice as large. The monster dungeon spawned to take care of me. Taking a step forward, it released a blood-curdling roar. Yuriko jumped off and stretched. Work time. No, leave this one to me. I whipped out my daggers and dashed. The dragon stomped. Raising the daggers, I cast the new spell learned from Shirori. Also the reason I woke up with Shirori. Ride Lightning. Bale's level 5 spell. Electricity flowed through me, and blue sparks crackled around me. My muscles stretched, brimming with raw energy. The dragon's foot crawled above me like a movie playing at slow mo. Everything was normal, it's just my perception that had reached a new height. I evaded the foot and reached its tail. Storming over its back covered in sturdy scales, I reached its head. Glacial blade. Frost covered the daggers. Grinning, I shoved the dagger in the reptilian eyes. I dodged the stream of blood. The dragon bellowed in pain, shaking its body to get rid of me. I hung onto its snout and stabbed the other eye. Vision down. I jumped off. The dragon screeched at the heavens and summoned a wave of orcs, imps, and the bats, all kinds of monsters. Flames twirled out of Saya's grasp, imploding a good amount of monsters. Leave the mob to us then. The Busujima twins and Rini recklessly rushed into the army, guarding each other's back. Leaving the mobs aside, I stored the daggers and added Beletha's strength spell into the mix. I rocketed toward the dragon and swung my leg. A full-powered kick sent the dragon flying like a weightless fella. It spun like a barrel and crashed into the cave, breaking a good amount of the dungeon. I probably broke my nail now. My love, please were the boots I sent. Amidst the chaos, I perched on my butt and wore a shiny, spiky, dark, and edgy pair of boots. Now kick the dragon's ass. I had no intention of converting a dragon into a masochist. The edgelord protagonist was good enough for the task. I had no choice but to use that. Ayamur. The wind spun around my hand, condensing into a spear. A strong gust blew everything away. Aekuin. Shizuka included. I caught Nasan before she fell into the monster wave. Her pouty face, as she clung to me, was priceless. I wanted to heal you, but you attacked me. My bad. Didn't see you lurking around me. Stay put, I am gonna end it quick so we can celebrate. An orgy awaited me on the other side. I kicked the ground and darted for the dragon glaring at me. Fucker had already regenerated, though it took him time. Only shattering the magic stone could kill it, as was the case with Black Goliath in Danmachi Season 1's finale. The dragon loosened its maws and spat out a whirl of flames. I thrust the spear, the tip pierced through and dispersed the flames. Nice. The dragon growled and threw its giant claw. Easily evading its rage, I traveled up to its spine and forced the spear down its upper back. A mere intention gave rise to a storm inside its core. The dragon writhed, whimpering for mercy. But the windstorm only got stronger and poked a hole through its chest. The dragon ensued its last cry and collapsed. My gaze rested on the girls slaughtering the horde. Short-term battles favored them as their mana was still not much. You earned 4,166.66 XP from killing, level 25 Black Infant Dragon. I calculated the total XP and blinked my eyes. This weakling gave 37,500 XP. It was unlike the other monsters. It was the strongest monster this dungeon could create for the current level. I checked my XP bar. Current level progress, 54, 132, 900/66, 355, 200 XP. Almost there. I went ahead and cleaned up the monsters with the girls. Shizuka healed the bruises on Siko and Shiori's hands while we collected the magic stones. My lord, what weapon was that? The Spear of Wind God. Shiori and I simultaneously replied with a chuckle. She rubbed my cheeks with her sleeve. I also cleaned her face with my sleeve. Better. Grafia's gaze bore into me. My lord is hiding more secrets from me. That's not true. You know Lamy, right? Yeah, I know that dark-skinned girl. She said something about being diva. Yep, she isn't lying. I explained bits and pieces about Diva and their connection to me. Grafia absorbed the information, her expression looked like she wanted to learn more. I swallowed an aura-suppressing pill and gave one to my devil maid. We followed the only passage on the floor to arrive in a new place. Ash-colored rocks made up the walls, floor, and ceiling. A dank air flowed from the narrow pits carved into the cave. This was the 13th floor. Kliska left a magic circle for me and then we returned to the inn. The whole point of this was allowing my women to relax. They already overworked after fighting the Horde, I can't have them going deeper now. Vote. Chapter 145, ch.147, Rika's Guidance, R18. Back in the inn's room, I frowned at my battered pants. The magic-crafted shirt endured the wind just fine but the holes and gaps in my trousers looked funny. Master, this maid and I will take the girls to stroll. The sky outside the window looked to be early morning. They will be fine with my beautiful maid with them. Laimi pecked my lips and led a begrudging Grafia, still lively Rini and Aiko out of the room. She predicted what will happen in this room now. I can't wait to embrace her, she is such a good waifu. Asahi-kun. Siko, still wearing the glasses, plunged into my embrace and pushed me onto the bed. Her fragrance made my heart race. She slid down to her knees and tucked strands of purple hair behind her ears. She unhurriedly unzipped my pants, smiling seductively at me. You ain't alone, Siko. Shirori peeled Siko off my lap. Squatting before me, she unhooked my pants and slipped my underwear in one sweep. She gently thumbed the exposed head and stroked the skin of my not-so-excited yet cock. She buried her face in my crotch, taking loud sniffs through her nose. The musk, yes. Rika clicked her tongue, pushed Shirori away, and latched her fingers on my cock. You noobs, that's not how you treat this. Rika taught the noobs by tickling my balls and pumping my cock up and down. Nasan undressing in the back sent a rush of blood into my lower body. Oh my, Yuriko muttered into my ears and rested her naked boobs on the back of my neck. Darling, savor me and Saya in the main event. The lingering saliva in my throat flowed down. Fucking the pair of mother and daughter together, the anticipating day was upon me. I set the sound isolation barrier on the floor. The girls' moans might destroy the newfound peace in Orario tonight. Yuriko chuckled and drew back, letting Nasan take her place, quietly watching her friend filleting me. Damn, she was every bit as good as she proclaimed, cramping every cranny into her mouth and her esophagus milking me out. God damn, she is good, Shirori admitted and glared at Rika before her gaze went to Yuriko hiding in the back with Saya and now. Teach me more about ways of pleasure. Come here, good girl. Shirori fled the battlefield to gain more experience. Siko stared at her sister and placed her attention on me, her sultry eyes oozed out her desires. Aimi, my sweet Yandere bodyguard, merely watched from the side wearing a bra and a thick leather collar around her neck. The black panties digging into her plump thighs captured my heart until Siko forced me to turn and pressed her lips on mine. Shizuka squeezed my neck with her arms, burying me into her soft, plump boobs as if trying to catch my attention. While Rika went to town with her fellatio, I grabbed Siko's skirt edge and tore it down. The panty suffered the same and I traced the vagina seeping with her love nectar. She broke the kiss with eyes clouded in lust. Touch me more. The effect of Asmodeus was stronger than last time. I will send you to heaven. To my dear Kliska with an orgasm. The dexterity cultivated with ridiculous stats worked on fingering her vagina. Every thrust stimulated every weak spot found during our research. Anne. Moaning, Siko stored her upper clothing and groped her breasts. Rika made absolute work of my cock, bringing me to the brink of climax multiple times. She separated with a pop and licked her lips. I want to try this. She rolled out of her jacket and t-shirt. Thoroughly tanned all around with delicate pink nipples shockingly erect, her bouncing breast sucked in my gaze. She grabbed a vial out of nowhere and poured the transparent, viscous fluid on her breasts. She slapped her firm breast and grinned. Chan, I am starting. Eyeing my cock glistening with her saliva, she swallowed my shaft in her cleavage, and worked up and down, each attempt stirring my core. Kuin. Nasan's flirty voice chimed in my ear and her hands ran over my tingling body. She licked my cheeks and rubbed her wet pussy on my back. This horny woman. Aimi, come here. I couldn't leave her out every time like this. She crawled her way to me and perched beside me, twisting while hugging herself. I can wait. Show your boobs, I ordered. Chan, don't be like that. Kuin prefers your firm ones over mine. Aimi untied her bra and propped on her knees, she shoved her boobs forward. Her sweet scent instantly made my head buzz. Jerking Siko on one side, savoring Aimi's boobs on the other, all the while getting a paizuri from Rika, the storm of excitement tore away at my resistance and I found myself squirting tons of spunk. Rika's warm mouth engulfed me and a vortex-like pressure sucked every drop of semen. Inhaling deep breaths, I observed the white stuff trailing down the chasm of Rika's breasts. She smoothly gulped everything and opened her mouth, white threads joining her lips. I patted her head for being a good girl. Chan, give more head pats. Another head pat addict. Nice. I ruffled and messed up her hair, rubbed her head, so much that she cried out in pleasure. A gentle nip on Imi's breast made her wriggle. Siko, on the other hand, convulsed as she clutched my wrist. Just look at him, mama. He is handing it, so smoothly. Saya-chan, you were late last time. Mama, are you sure about this whole thing? I am surprisingly looking forward to it. I am also rotten like my dear. The discussion between the mother and daughter wasn't something a normal family will discuss. But nothing related to me was normal. Licking her firm nipple, I traced the muscles on her back, down to her silk panties. Asahi-sama, she muttered and lowered her panties. Please. Wait, Rika shouted and grabbed Imi's hand. She is first today. Imi's jaw dropped. Her eyes as wide as saucers stared at Rika, not believing to be called for first by a fellow woman. Hurry, Rika urged and yanked Imi off the bed. She placed her arms on Imi's waist and pushed. Her quivering bottom fell on my lap. Hugging Imi, Rika lifted Imi's butt, lined up my cock and slammed Imi down. Her warm flesh warmth tickled me a bit. Imi groaned, still shocked. Rika rubbed Imi's head while dragging her thumb down her spine. You are his first even before little Saya but still keeps yourself away. You deserve this spot more than anyone, now move your ass and wrung him dry. The blooming friendship squeezed a tear out of my eyes. Imi glanced over her shoulder and clasped me inside her. Tightening ever so slightly, she moved up and down. Siko reluctantly slipped away, Nasan too did at the same time, stepped back and patted my back. Give her more love. I thanked them in my heart and lifted Imi off. She spun around and settled on my lap. I guided her hands to my neck and kissed her lips. Rika once again helped us, steering me inside her. While everyone watched, we made slow, gentle love to each other. Chapter 146, ch. 148, Siko's Failure, R18. On. Imi's rhythmic moans echoed. Her butt lifted and came crashing down on my lap, her insides giving enough warmth to melt me down to the core. Rika's protective smile made me grateful. Everyone opened up to Imi but none of them tried to push Imi to become proactive. Despite being a yandere, her mentality was similar to, I want to be last because I don't deserve Asahi-sama's love. It made her attractive. However, letting her live with the mindset that she is inferior to me or anyone for the rest of her life was unacceptable. I painted her insides all the way to her womb. Asahi-sama's love is filling me up, she purred like a cat, clinging to my chest. Accept it all. A wave of vibrations passed through her body. The orgasm flushed her skin red. It's impossible to deny this thick love. I stroked her fluffy hair, calming her down. She raised her butt, leaving a trail of fluids on my crotch. He never runs out of gas, Rika remarked with a raised brow. Have you tried testing how much you can pump? Dunno. I haven't hit the limit after getting the life element. Damn. I shrugged and pecked Imi's lips before she left. Asahi-sama, I am full, she glanced at the other girls with a soft smile. Feed some to them. I slapped her ass as she crawled away to the corner of the bed and wrapped herself in a blanket. Rika placed her hands on her waist. Siko-chan. Siko crawled to my lap. She swung my cock like a joystick, finding the right spot to penetrate her hole with a frozen stiff, emotionless expression. Only red cheeks and slightly disordered breath showed her emotions. Lie down, please. She was in the mood to ride. Oh well, letting a girl do the work while playing with her breasts was one of my favorites. I fell on my back, sinking into the soft mattress. Siko helped herself and slowly engulfed the glistening rod inside her soaking wet twat. A soft moan leaked through her mouth. She wordlessly bit her lips and swung down her ass. Rika slapped Siko's back. Up down, here we go. Siko threw her head back as her wet walls squashed my cock. This masochist. Fufufu. An illusionary avatar of Asmodeus materialized above Siko. She held her cheeks, giggling at her contractor. Deriving pleasure from pain coming from your husband while inflicting pain on others. My master truly revels in techniques of pain. You. Siko reddened at Asmodeus's comment. Go away. All right, master, she winked playfully at me and vanished. Siko closed her eyes and resumed her movement. Her flushed skin quivered with a little touch, pinching her nipples made her moan out loud, slapping her ass tightened her pussy. The combination of heightened lust and her masochism truly made her the best when it comes to sheer enjoyment. She only stopped when the two of us climaxed. Eyes burning with passion, she returned with more force in her thrusts. Barely after 10 minutes, Siko limped on my chest and breathed for her life. She stared at the girl smirking, her face reddening every passing moment. She stammered and shut her eyes before collapsing on top of me. Shirori pulled Siko's limping body off me. Geez, she passed out from embarrassment. Looks like it. She stuffed Siko into Aimi's blanket. She is helpless. And cute. Rika grinned. Cuter than you, at least. Shirori merely snorted. Okay, who's next? No one said a word. Rika shrugged and squirmed out of her pants. She was commando underneath. Wiggling lightly, she turned around and pushed her butt invitingly. The formidable muscles on her popped, coming alive in a sense. Reverse cowgirl with someone like Rika will only stimulate my back fetish. Her butt zoomed in and out as she gently rubbed my cock against her crotch. Holding my impatience, I rested my hand behind my head. She won't have the pleasure of teasing me. I refused to get the little brother's treatment. Rika sped up, stimulating me harder. Chan. Do you want to put in now? You can take your time. She clicked her tongue and crept back, raising her butt at the same time. She dug all 10 fingers inside and spread herself open. The delicate pink folds inside contrasted with her chocolate skin, becoming an irresistible temptation. I just wanted to stick my tongue and devour her whole. Look at this little boy of yours. You liked it, didn't you? She kissed the glands and trailed her hot tongue down the shaft. Just say it once. Reach on. It's fine, Nei-san, I can handle her. This teasing game made this more fun. I raised myself and fondled Rika's butt while separating her lips. Let's bet, why don't we? The one to give in first will have to wear the clothes the winner chooses. She pushed me under her but accepted. I'll make you beg for my pussy today and tomorrow, you will be sticking out your butt wrapped in Graphia's frilly clothes. Oh, I am also gonna have you dressed as my maid. We'll see that. That's how a simple lovemaking session escalated into a game of life and death. Chapter 147, ch. 149, The Loser, R. 18. Waves of pleasure surged through me as Rika began tonguing my balls. Not to be outdone by her, I penetrated her with a finger, burying it to the hilt. While she teased my cock in her fantastic, slippery warm mouth, I fingered her only to excite her. The effect showed with the fluid seeping out of her walls. Waving the white flag yet? Nope. She clicked her tongue and returned to teasing me. I scrub her weak spots, messing her up enough to moan, but not enough to make her come. Always keeping her a step behind the climax, I made her buck her hips in unrest. My lower body felt numb, jolts of current spiraling about. Rika employed the same method on her blowjob, always pulling away when I was prepared to ejaculate. At this point, my aching dick just wanted to shoot the load but she refused to pull the trigger. Minutes felt like hours as I made her weak-kneed. Reach on, admit defeat, please. Fuck, brat, what are you made of? Life element, my dear. Truly though, this would have been impossible without this element, or maybe the combo of high human and life element. Rika sighed, tickling my cock, and she crawled forward. She kept my twitching, stiff cock in her hands and lowered her waist, impaling herself. Prying open her hole, my cock slipped inside. Her sticky fluid steered me to her innermost interior with no resistance whatsoever. The massive build almost dragged me into coming immediately but I resisted. NMM, ah. She wiggled her butt in ecstasy and plopped down between my crotch. Ah, so hard, this. This is the best. My AA-chan is best. Her alluring bodyline covered in a layer of shiny sweat mesmerized me. Damn, she burned my heart with her charm. She closed her knees, forming a heart shape with her firm butt, and constricted her already tight pussy. Waved it right before me. AA-chan, you can come, you know. Rika glanced over her shoulder with a grin. A strange force scratched my balls, playing with them as it pleased. I won't say anything. She realized the unbearable hardness inside her and took pleasure in teasing me with her telekinesis. I dug into her butt, needing it to distract myself. It would be a joke if I came this quick. My gaze fell on Shirori pleasuring herself with legs spread wide, right beside me. The stain on her pristine white panties was the proof of her arousal. Nei-san too squirmed restlessly, caressing my head. Rika's fierce movement gnawed at my endurance. Nei-san, let me taste you. What? AA-kun. Please. Nei-san perched on my chest, her knees knocked on my sides. The combination of sky blue undergarments and her seductive mature body pushed my arousal to the limit. Just a few more minutes. I shut my eyes to give Nei-san a breather from her embarrassment. A surge of fragrance hit my nostrils. Nei-san already took the position. I thumbed her panties and licked her dripping juices. The sweetness made me wince. That tickles. I busied myself in her juices for a few minutes. Then, the pressure on my cock intensified and my control slipped. Coo. There it is. Rika also unleashed her climax at that time. Collecting myself from the pleasure, my gaze drifted to the melons shaking above. I squeezed them and caught a glimpse of Nasan's flustered face. Rika shifted to the bed and sprawled beside me. You bastard one. I am your slave now. That wasn't our bet. She guffawed. I am a slave to your cock, and I am sorry for saying the things in the dungeon. I never meant it real. I shushed her and tapped her cheeks. I know. Chan, I think I love you. Her confession stole my ability to speak. I felt my lips curving slowly, into a wide grin. Rika chortled, her eyes narrowing pleasantly. Fuck, I got you, didn't I? You really did. My mind almost wandered to the possibility of her not loving me before. You too, Nasan looked speechless, searching for some retort. Before she found anything, I heaved her butt and threw her back. I stretched my popping limbs. The numbness faded immediately. Saya, now, and Yuriko huddled in a corner created an amusing sight. Rika crawled her way to the top of the bed and slid inside the blanket. Having a king-sized bed was a blessing. I finally gave some attention to my adorable sword waifu amusing herself in a daze. She broadened her legs, showcasing the fluids trickling down her pussy while toying with her deep pink nipple. Driven by the compelling sight, I leaned over her and crushed her perky boobs under my chest. Our sweaty body brushed each other. She wasted no time in grabbing my chin and joining our lips together in a soft, loving kiss. She was hungry for affection today. My feelings skyrocketed into space. I backed off and expelled her panties into my ring. Shiori's hands shot to my chest, her eyes filled with longing. Asahi-kun, give me. I pinned her back onto the mattress, pecked the side of her face, and nibbled my way down to her breasts. You sure? I teased with a grin and pressed her nipple between my teeth. Can you take it? She groaned deep in her throat. Really? You are asking it now. Grasping my cock in her warm grip, she guided me into her. She clamped down on my waist with her legs, forcing me deeper. Her back arched as I thrust into her warm depths, eagerly welcoming me. More. Fuck me more. Mess me up. She followed up by tangling her limbs around my neck and overlapping our lips. I respected her desire and sped up my thrusts. Her moans remained in her mouth. For the next few minutes, the room became utter silent except for the rasp of our breathing. Shiori went through a series of little orgasms. I pressed deep into her and let everything out. Shiori's dam of sexual energy was spent and she passed out. Her limbs were still tangled around me. I carried her and tucked her into the bed beside Siko. My gaze met with the four women left to please. The room seemed different. I could feel it. The thick, sensual, almost ethereal essence drifting around the girls. As if taking a physical form of their passionate desires. Another, skill. How many skills does this class have? A lot. Wow. Again, I am in awe again. Chapter 148, ch. 150, Friends, R. 18. I laid my gaze on Nasan, who closed her knees and looked down at the bed. She is still embarrassed to be seen naked, even though she left no attempt to seduce me during the 2 weeks we were away from everyone. She was more nervous about being naked around the girls. All right, Nasan, you are up next. Okay. She muttered and exhaled slowly, pushing her bouncy boobs forward as she got on her knees. How? Your choice. The face-off, doggy, missionary, cowgirl, or whatever they were called, I was fine with them. Though the view of us while pumping was undeniably charming. Shizuka closed the distance and threw her arms around me. Aekuen, leave this to Nasan. Her sultry eyes lit up with a resolve I couldn't understand. What went through her head right now? I was blinking my eyes as she pushed me into a pillow against the headboard. Yuriko straightened my legs and leaned on my shoulder. Shizuka moved her legs past me, placed a hand on my shoulder, and raised her body. Having my support, she looked back and grabbed hold of my treasure. Some hit and miss here and there, she sank her hips, swallowing me up inside her. She cringed and clutched my shoulders, breathing heavily. She moved up and down, brushing her boobs in my face. Aekuen is blazing, my womb. My feelings were quite the opposite. The layers of walls in her tight hole caressed me gently, igniting warmth in my core. Instinctively, I grasped the feeling. The girls probably felt the same when I patted them. So relaxing, like slow classical music playing in my ears. Sex with her calmed me down instead of riling me up further. Like a single session with her could satisfy my huge libido. Her sex embraced all the qualities of now and upgraded it twice. Is this how a blood-related sister felt? No. Just kiddin', or was I? Moaning my name now and then, Nasan pushed her body to pleasure me. No man could ask for a better sister than her. I leisurely moved my gaze to Saya vacantly staring at us. Noticing me, she jerked her head to the right and whistled. Now was peeking from Saya's side, enviously watching Yuriko tracing circles on my chest and abs. I never put much thought into it before, but it looks like now awakened a muscle fetish, a fetish for my muscles to be precise. I will slaughter any man who tries to show off his body before my Neo-chan, be it gods or mortals. No exception. Nasan struggled for air as more and more fluids trickled down to the bed. The sweat seeped of her pores, highlighting her creamy waist. Yet, she never slowed down, not even once, as if a ghost rushed her to make me come. I propped her ass cheeks, prompting her to stop entirely with a frown. Aekuin, I told you just relax. I stroked her cheeks. Why are you pushing yourself? She dodged my inquisitive gaze. I am not. I pinched her cheeks red. She pushed my hand and puffed her cheeks. Aekuin, bully. Don't lie. That's a bit complicated. Then simplify it for me. She heaved a deep breath. Nasan felt useless in the dungeon. I didn't notice the sneak attack until you were jumping around there. I can't help it. Your sister is useless, even the healings I do are worse than your potions. I am just luggage for everyone outside of this bedroom. In a cracking voice, she spat out the uncertainties plaguing her heart. Protect me. Aimee didn't do anything in the dungeon because she knows I can handle anything this world throws my way. But this little healer wanted to protect me. Her sincere feelings made me smile. I brushed the tears leaking from her eyes. Now, do you agree with this? Never, now denied firmly and thumped Shizuka's chest. You are being an idiot. Neo-chan, Shizuka moaned. I am not an idiot. Why do you need to protect him? He can take care of himself just fine. He has a friggin' goddess on his back. Shizuka clenched her teeth. But I am his sister. I can't help but worry about his safety. Now curled her fist and lightly punched Shizuka. Yes, you are his sister, his only family left. Still, you two share a different bond. A man and a woman. You have to learn to believe in him. Although he doesn't look like it, he is a cunning fox in man's clothing, smart and perverted beyond your dreams. Everything, I mean most of the things he does has a reason. He is cunning, Yuriko giggled. Or I wouldn't have fallen for him. I am still here, you know. Stop stabbing my heart like that. Saya chuckled and patted my back. It's fine. I decided to accept your good and bad sides. Why did the talk suddenly shift to me? Now smiled. The main part is, you don't have to worry about fighting. We all are here for that. You just do what you are best at. Nae-chan stared into space. What I am best at? Looking after others' mental health. Remember the day we first met? You consoled me and Aiko. Without your and Asahi-kun's help, I wouldn't be here right now. Mental health. Shizuka muttered absent-mindedly and firmly nodded. A golden glow ignited in her eyes while her walls wrapped around my cock. Got it. Healing my family's mental and physical wounds. I shall become the strongest healer. Her resolve caught us off guard. That glow meant some sort of level up or a new skill. Her element leveled up straight to C. Damn nice. My Nae-san is sweet in both her appearance and demeanor. Shizuka wiped her tears with her thumb and smiled. Thank you, Neo-chan. You too, Saya-chan. Yuriko-san, thank you too. You helped me decide that day. I could take this step because of your help. Yuriko helped Nae-san. No worries, child. Now finish what you started. The problem got solved without me saying anything. My waifus are indeed exceptional. Shizuka gazed down and her determined expression crumbled. Red spread on her face, stretching to her entire skin. She tucked her chin, trying to look as small as possible, and moved her waist. My cock hardened once again. Nae-san's vigorous endeavor coerced me into pumping her full. She trembled and sagged, using her arms for support. She swiped a dip of my cum gushing out of her and put it between her lips. Ha, ha. Aekuin's love is too much for me. Neo-chan, it's your turn. I will skip today. Chapter 149, ch.151, Oyakodon, R. 18. Now wanted to back out. Saya pushed her back and the mature beauty fell face first in my crotch. You can't. Even I am participating. Now unconsciously sniffed and her cheeks reddened. She stared at my cock in a daze. I patted her head, bringing her out of her fantasies. Clean it up, please. Miss Fiancé. Asking a woman to clean another woman's juices was too much, in a regular situation that is. In our family, no one seemed to give a fuck about it. Now dragged her thumb over the veins pulsating. My cock reared to go at it again. Now gulped, and then looked up. She tucked her hair back and swallowed me in her mouth, licking away all the fluids on it. She bobbed back, her tongue sticking out a bit. It's bittersweet. Is that the combination of Neisan and my juices? Aekuin tastes good. He does, right Saya? Saya nodded in response, sneaking a glance at now sucking hard on my cock. Now released my cock and looked at me with upturned eyes. I am too inexperienced in this, for this. Let's do that instead. I got on my knees. Sure, turn around. She took a glimpse at Yuriko wearing a sly smile and turned around, getting on all fours. It's so embarrassing. She forgot to undress. She was truly embarrassed. I loosened her belt and dragged down her hazy pants. She shuddered as the cold wind scuffed the wet stain on her panties. I hitched her panties aside. Her pretty pussy with a tiny hair patch revealed itself. I am entering. Okay. I slicked my cock against her, and then thrust. A simple push enticed a sultry moan out of her. Neisan cheekily watched her friend getting fucked. Saya pretended to look the opposite way, but I could sense her drifting here. Yuriko needed no excuse to be perverted. Oh. A raspy voice struggled out of her throat. It's coming. I matched her rhythm and unleashed the heat amassed in my crotch. A deep moan left now and she gasped on all fours, her walls convulsing nonstop. I let out a hot breath at the sight. One should be enough, after all, 2 more women waited on the sidelines. I slid out of her. Now slumped on her side, eyeing me passionately. I leaned over her and pecked her forehead. Tomorrow will be busy, so sleep now, okay? All right. I cleaned up the fluids in her crotch and wrapped her in the blanket with everyone. Aekuin, don't leave your sister hanging. I wiped the attention-loving sister, kissed her, and threw her with now. I moved my attention to the only 2 women left. Yuriko donned a confident smile and winked. Saya sheepishly scratched her cheeks, her soft orangey eyes fluttered behind her glasses. Shall we get started, honey? Yuriko nudged Saya. Should I go first? I did it yesterday. Mama can do it first. Such a good daughter. Yuriko grinned wickedly and slipped her hand around Saya's shoulder. The friendly gesture turned evil as Yuriko detained Saya. Honey, I want you to do her. As always, she prioritized Saya over herself. But, let's twist things up a bit. I slowly unbuttoned Saya's shirt and traced my fingers on Saya's smooth belly to her skirt. Hey Asahi. Saya shouted, flustered over the situation. I unfastened her shirt and yanked her closer. My lips on her neck, I kissed up to the side of her face. Her heart thumped on my chest. Her breath tickled my ears. I squeezed her earlobe between my teeth. Let's turn the tide on Yuriko, I whispered with telepathy. I am in. She sounded a bit too excited. I shrugged mentally and clasped Yuriko's wrist. Saya clenched the other one. We pushed the MILF on the bed. I snatched a rope from the ring and tied her hands over her head. Honey, you traitor. I am sorry, my love. But it had to be done this way. She betrayed me first. What do we do now? Saya dragged down Yuriko's nightdress strap, revealing a mixture of tan brown and creamy white skin. Just fuck her. My eyes grew wide. A crimson light flickered in Saya's eyes. Not good, or is it excellent for this occasion? Saya dived in and bared her fangs in Yuriko's exposed shoulder. Yuriko winced, and then pleaded for help. What to do here? The thought lingered for a second before I also joined Saya in teasing the MILF, biting on her other shoulder. Slipping my hand inside her thin nightdress and cupped her breasts. The bountiful softness spilled out of my fingers. I followed up with a kiss on her cheeks. Yuriko arched her back. Why am I getting attacked here? My mother-in-law deserves more love. Yeah, Mama should obediently lie there and let us give you true happiness. The joy of being a woman, Saya chuckled and poked my side. Right, husband. Her crimson eyes pulled me in. I pecked her lips. Yep. She touched her lips with a pleased smile before rolling up Yuriko's nightdress over her head. Left in delicately designed violet bra and panties, Yuriko revealed a bashful smile. Bring it on. Why you can't make me submit like this? Oh no, I won't be making you submit now. As the only MILF in my family, you will be treasured. MILFs are justice, Saya added as she threw back her shirt and wobbled out of her skirt. Sure, Ori was saying it. I dunno about other women, but my mama is best. I love mama's scent. Saya snuggled between Yuriko's breasts, then sucked on the juicy pink nipples. I sat back on the bed. Saya loved Yuriko this much. The sudden appearance of flirty Saya made everything clear about her reason to let me pursue her. She wanted to break Yuriko's shell of loneliness, which we managed to break in Saya's dream. Yuriko's eyes widened. Saya, is this true? Yes, Mama. Yuriko sighed and broke the ropes. She rubbed the back of Saya's head. Here I thought I was the worst mother for robbing the father's love from your life. Mama fulfilled both roles for me. You tried everything to make me happy, now it's my turn to return the favor. Saya slid down to Yuriko's crotch and poked her puffy twat. Yuriko wrapped her arm around my neck and pulled me in for a short, intimate kiss. Dear, don't be lonely like that. As the man who brought Saya and me closer, you deserve your fair share of love. Say something, Saya. Saya whipped up her head with narrowed eyes. The beastly intent hidden in her eyes made me shiver. He is the last dish today, Mama. The oyakodon will be spicy. Chapter 150, ch. 152, Oyakodon, 2, r. 18. And I'm done for the week. Saya planted her face in Yuriko's crotch and dragged her tongue over puffy labia. While she prepared Yuriko, I shifted my attention to her bouncy boobs. Stirring her hefty bosom, I rolled my tongue around her pink, stiff nipples and diligently suckled on them. Nothing will come out even if you suck like that. I looked up into her gentle violet eyes. One day, it will. Yuriko's mouth opened in surprise. Honey, are you serious? Pecking her lips several times, I smiled. I am. She pulled me down and hugged me tightly. Yes. A child, I always wanted a boy. I sighed inwardly. Another promise to work hard for. The mother and daughter sure love to get pregnant. Then there was my adorable Nasan, who also wanted a child. Damn, 3 little devils. Thankfully, I have a maid now. Honey. Taking in her sweet fragrance, I asked, yeah. I can wait until you are ready for it. Thank you. No thank yous or sorries to anyone in the family. Using my strategy on me, that's Yuriko for ya. She trailed her fingers over my chest, to my abs, and stopped at my hard shaft. Allow me to relieve it. She pushed me to the side. Saya eyed my cock and licked her lips. The two women shared a glance, and then pounced on me. Saya immediately popped the head in her mouth and licked the glands, all the while looking up at me. Yuriko grabbed the base and stole it from Saya. I will show it. Yuriko did it better, skillfully gliding her tongue across the shaft, and licking the balls. A groan sliced its way out of my throat and I leaned back on the headboard. The sight of a mother and daughter wrestling for my cock almost forced the spunk out of my balls. I held on, stroking the women for a job well done, and allowed them to toy with my treasure. Amidst the pleasure rocking and booming my head, it wasn't long before I fired a big one. Despite the white cum sticking in their hair and dripping down their faces, the women smiled as if satisfied with their little achievement. Yuriko licked the cum from Saya's cheeks. Yummy. We both are enough damp, Saya demanded with a smirk. You can stick it inside. Yuriko crawled up to me and straddled my waist. I stopped her and pinned her below. I wanna be on top. Please. Just as I slicked my cock inside her warmth, Saya ripped us apart. Grinning, she climbed on top of Yuriko and pressed her boobs down on Yuriko. Yuriko's puffy, mature dark shade of pink and Saya's pristine, glistening pink pussy put together a heaven-defying sight. Hurry on, Saya urged me on, her eyes flickering with hues of red. The sun Saya's embarrassment was overpowering the flirtatious Saya. Despite having multiple thought processes, she struggled to keep 2 personalities alive. Wait, did her dual personalities give her this skill? No one with any element got anything closer to this type of skill. I will investigate it later. Getting on my knees, I grabbed her butt and shoved inside her. The sensation of her insides could be summed up in one word, hot. Not the sexy hot, it was that too. Like burning my dick in above 80 degrees Celsius climate. Yet, nothing about it made me uncomfortable. I also possessed the fire element. Without thinking twice, I thrust into her blazing depths. Saya moaned and dipped her head. With their little height difference, she bounced directly on Yuriko's boobs. The foxy MILF grabbed Saya's hair. Suck me like you used to, in your childhood. Yes, Mama. Saya teased Yuriko's boobs while bucking backward vigorously to match my every thrust, her pink twin tails flying on both sides as we did. Once my cock overheated, I mean in a literal sense, I pulled out, spread Yuriko's thighs as far as she allowed. Lifting her ass above the bed, I fucked her. Her tight pussy seduced me deeper. She twisted her waist under Saya, gripping my cock in her pleasant embrace. The magic stone lamp on the ceiling flickered as I switched between the two. The contrast made me enjoy myself quite a bit. This allowed enough rest for them, and let me shoot over and over. Even with cum-filled wombs, the women withstood my thrusts. Yuriko surprisingly had way more stamina than Nasan, although Yuriko's daily workout helped her immensely. My lazy Nasan always shied from physical work. One of the most memorable nights of my life ended with me squeezing between the girls. XXXXX. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 151, ch. 153, Gluttony. I couldn't upload yesterday, so there are 2 chapters today. XXX. Waking up to a soft warmth caressing every part of your body was hardly a bad sign. Snores of different volumes and tones surrounded me. Nasan with her head on my chest was the loudest of the bunch. Otosama. It's not a word I wanted to hear from anyone other than Saya. This time, it came from Shirori trembling in my chest. Her twisted expression wrenched my guts. She never openly talked about her father, and yet here she was, murmuring Otosama in her dreams. Her father was okay though. Stroking her hair, I whispered a few sweet words in her ears. As her anxiety eased, she happily snuggled closer. Better. Today's schedule was a bit packed. A trip to Maya's world to let the girls become familiar with the magic technology. They will be spending a lot of time there in the future. Speaking of which, I forgot one thing. I summoned a ring from the spatial ring. This one connected to Maya's ring. Maya. Onii, Sama. Yep. Did you miss me? How can I not? Good. I'll be coming over today with some of my girlfriends. Really? She yelled. Thanks, Onii-sama. Can you lie about your age? This question was too much to ask. Even my thick skin couldn't defend my soft heart. Absolutely. I'll tell them I am 15. Speaking of age, my birthday was coming in a month. About time I turned 18. Nasan stirred awake, shortly followed by others. Panties and brasiers, the girls wore whatever they could grab. Knock, knock. My lord. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I pulled my underwear and trousers. Nasan and now frantically sprayed some perfume to clear the indecent air everywhere. You can come in. The door flung open. Rini's bloodshot eyes pierced into me. I threw my shirt aside and focused on calming her with head pats. She was fighting. I lifted Rini. She wrapped her limbs around me and clung to me like a koala. I caressed her head to calm her raging emotions. Grafia carried Aiko in the same way as Lamy slept on her back. The devil woman and diva got along pretty nicely. Now took the sleeping Aiko from her and stood beside me, glaring Grafia for an answer. Would you like to say something? We went to the dungeon. The fuck? You took Aiko to the dungeon. Aiko experiencing the pain of the monsters. I felt chills at the thought. Grafia bowed deeply. I didn't know about her ability. How did she react? Grafia stopped bowing. The walls are crying, she said after seeing the monster spawning. The walls are crying. Is she referring to the dungeon? Why would the dungeon cry? Did Aiko cry? Now asked in a bland voice. Boy, she was angry today. Hands clasped on her lap, Grafia shook her head. She didn't. Was Aiko starting to gain control over her soul witch ability with meditation? Now, it's my fault for not telling her. My lord. I shouldn't have gone to the dungeon. Did Rini request? Grafia averted her eyes just a tiny bit. She didn't. My guess was right. Trying to protect Rini from punishment, my maid was too cute. Now tugged at my sleeve and flashed a soft smile. Grafia-san, pardon me for being furious. Grafia returned a short bow. I shall. Saya rushed up and slapped Lamy's back. The lovable diva yelped and released Grafia. Saya caught Lamy and snickered. This idiot. Lamy isn't an idiot, Lamy protested with puffed cheeks and pointed at me. Lamy's bond with Master conveyed his lewd feelings. Lamy was overwhelmed and escaped to her dreams. Wait a minute. She felt my feelings before, it also meant she was aware of all of my lewd thoughts. Always has been. Poor Lamy. Remind me if I try to have sex with someone other than Lamy. Alrighty. If it went on like this, I would never be able to embrace her. Nasan joined me in patting Rini. Where do we bathe? Now that the two made up, another problem arose. No girl would ever want to go to someone's home with cum-stained hair. Grafia, stay here and look after the room. It's your punishment. Grafia's lips arched into a bright smile. Understood, my lord. Odd. Whatever. Let's go to the forest. Wait, now said and tucked Aiko into the bed. Please, look after her. Grafia firmly nodded. I will. I teleported everyone to the forest. The girls went on a rampage, annihilating every poor dino out here. I set up a giant tub in the center. Siko poured down tons of water with her water element and gulped mana potions to recover. Lamy tried to grope Saya, who retaliated by splashing water on Lamy. A splash fight broke out. On the other side, Siko gently washed Shiori's back while Rika flexed her figure to the sisters. Now ignored everyone's envious glare on her breasts and rubbed the shampoo on Neisan's hair. Yuriko just chilled in one corner. So much fun happened while I was stuck on the wall Yuriko created with Rini on my lap. Oni-san, she whispered, pushing me to retreat and stand on her feet. Forgive me. At least she apologized for her mistake. But why would you go there? I wanted to check something. Rini fished out a magic stone from her pocket. This. I can use it. She closed her eyes in deep concentration. A translucent red aura surrounded her, growing stronger by every second. I held my gaping mouth. The grain-sized magic stone in Aiko's hand shrunk and disappeared. I feel stronger. Holy shit. She just ate that magic stone with gluttony. How much did her stats grow? Half point in strength and 1 point in magic. That's pretty good considering the magic stone was from a mob-level monster. I gave her a shard of the magic stone acquired from the dragon boss. She just stared at it in her hands. I can't do it. Countdown. The CD depends on the mana absorbed. It's 1 minute for the small stone. After a minute, she devoured it. This triggered a 10-minute countdown, which passed away quickly. Another one and the countdown increased by 12 minutes. We even waited for that, but the girls still weren't done with their bath. Wow. After eating one more time, Rini's stats looked like this. Rini Hitsuji, Asahi's adopted little sister. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 105, her kind brother. Age. LVL, race, human-monster hybrid. Class, berserker. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Monster mutation, special. The D99 virus in the user's body evolved and mutated due to the presence of mana. The user has gained skills according to their emotional state. Mystical growth, D-rank. The user can absorb the mana in the surroundings to grow stronger. The limit and cooldown vary with the rank of the skill. Gluttonous fury, E-rank emotions can trigger a berserk state, which multiplies the base stats by 2.5x. Every kill in this state temporarily increases attack power by 2.5%. Instincts, E-rank, a skill achieved from monster blood. Every rank up increases the effectiveness of the user's perception stat. Wild martial arts, D-rank. The user's attacks are savage and unpredictable like a wild beast. Burning wrath, E-rank, temporarily sacrifices 12.5% of user's HP to gain a 25% increase in base stats with a cooldown of 1 minute. Wow. She was so overpowered. Hold on, she is 14 now. We missed such an important event. Rini, when was your birthday? She scratched her forehead in deep thought, and then shook her head. I don't remember. A better idea popped up in my head. Why don't we celebrate it today? It was better than letting the day go to waste. We can celebrate at Maya's rich clan house. With the time shift between worlds, most of the birthdays would be fucked. Remind me when someone's birthday arrives. Let me check. Saya's birthday is tomorrow. That's great. We'll make it a huge party then. I can't come. Change of venues. The big party will be held in my dream. I'm gonna drag everyone there. I will ignore you if you don't come. You won't do it, she rebuked calmly. She could read all my thoughts. Guess one of the few cons of having a goddess linked to you. I will prepare my heart. You're not going to a battlefield. It's the biggest hurdle of my life. Chapter 152, ch. 154, what's your fetish? I killed the bugs, Bloodsaurus, trying to interrupt us. Neisan and Yuriko finished first and slinked out of the tub. Aekuin, you can go in now. We will keep watch. Yuriko clicked her tongue. I wanted to wash his back. Rini raised her chin and thumbed her chest. I can do it. Yuriko and Neisan shared a frown. Not yet, Yuriko denied. Rini is too pure to see his sexy, broad back. Neisan's brows sank further. Yuriko-san, can you stop spreading your kinks to children? Yuriko snorted. Your fetish is no less kinky than mine. Neisan's cheeks flushed. I am not kinky. I took Rini's hand and escaped the fight heating up. Neisan was kinky for loving me, that much was true. I slipped out of my clothes and leaped into the tub. The water explosion hit the girls. Saya pressed her hands on her waist and stared at me with dead eyes. Siko shielded me and drew her katana. Saya-chan, you cannot harm my lord before me. Rika came and slapped Siko's bottom. The red mark on smooth white ass cheeks made me lick my lips. Wear some clothes before showing this chivalry. Miss Perv Samurai. P-perv, I am not a perv. Meh, my emoto is a sadomaso. Sadomaso, a person who can derive pleasure from both inflicting and receiving pain, now added, tying her hair into braids. Also known as a switch. Am I right? Miss Glasses is right. And guess what Seiko said when you joined? This woman is utterly innocent, Shirori tapped her chin. What do they say? Watch out for the quiet ones. They are the most dangerous bunch. So true. Now became flustered. I read it in a story. Those are Lamie's type of stories, Lamie smirked. Give some to Lamie please. They are, at my apartment. She's too pure to become Asahi-kun's wife, Rika said. Shirori sat and leaned on the tub beside now. She is. Seiko wanted someone who could accept her scarred heart. Baka Rika fell for the Shota Asahi. Shizuka Nei-san became enamored with her Otuto. Saya-chan and Yuriko-san wanted a knight in shining armor. Lamie just wants a harem king, I guess. We all have one or two fetishes to indulge in this harem business. Neo-san is a hell lot purer than the high schooler Saya. Baka Rika, that rhymes nicely. We rested our asses in the cold water. What did you say? Saya growled. I am not pure. What's yours, girl? Rika inquired. Shirori glanced at me. I don't know. It's love, as far as I know, or my selfish wish to find someone who could heal Seiko's scars. I got way more than I bargained for. A kind Ryaju combined with a cultured man. I am kind. Like hell I am. What about Aimi-san? Seiko pointed at my Yandere bodyguard silently rubbing her chest. What's her fetish? She fell for the men who saved her from starvation. That's unadulterated love. Crap, no one knows Aimi's real story yet. I signaled Aimi, who crept closer and leaned her head on my shoulder. Asahi-sama. She showed no modesty in having intimate moments. Last night created so many memorable moments for everyone involved. Let me wash you, Rika volunteered. Really good. Baka Rika, I wanted to say that. You lost your chance, Rika chuckled and waved the soap in her hand with a cold smile. Every nook and cranny will be mine. Saya sat before me in Saiza position. I want to do it too. Everyone wants a piece of him, Seiko muttered. Can I join too? The bath turned chaotic, XXX. We returned to the room, which looked cramped with every girl here. My lord, a man sent this. Grafia handed me a letter of sorts. That man was fuming. He would have fought you if you were here. Although I doubt he would leave a scratch on you. An invitation to Radiant Manor. I opened the letter. The elegant letters of an unknown language, I could still read them. An invite to Apollo Familia. I crumbled the letter and turned it into ashes. That fucking psycho was already on my ass. What the hell did I do this time? I was pretty much low-key, avoiding attention at every corner. Fuck. Yuriko patted my shoulder. Dear, what's the letter about? Just some shitty god trying to invite me. Familia. Now asked. Who is it? You remember the red-haired god we met in the square? My lord, his presence made me uncomfortable. He is the sun god Apollo. No wonder. Grafia mumbled. Fuck that guy. I blew the ash off my palm. Dress up, everyone. Not you, Grafia, you will stay here to look after little Aiko. Understood, my lord. She wasn't bothered in the slightest. She can come next time. Ae-chan, I need new clothes. Ae-kun, my dress is wearing out. Asahi-kun, me too, now added with a bashful smile. My blouse's color is fading. Soon, everyone began requesting, even Rini asked for a new maid dress. Dear, let's design some clothes for everyone later. I threw Apollo's problem in the back of my head. The fucker's familia is weak. Rini alone can flatten his so-called radiant manner. Deal. There was nothing to disagree with. The girls settled with their old clothes. I grabbed a white shirt and black pants. The clothes made no difference to me, but Genzu, my father-in-law, would appreciate this more than some loose shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. Fully abusing the teleporters, we returned to the forest and got into the chopper. Aimi, Busujima twins, now, Nei-san, Rini, Aiko, Rika, and Lamie got into the chopper. I carried the rest Saya while Yuriko clung to Grafia's back. You can fly on your own, you know. I don't have enough mana. There is no shortage of mana potions. Shut up and carry me. You could have asked me if you wanted the princess carry. Saya-chan is cute. Saya deadpanned at grinning Yuriko, then her face flushed. She clearly remembered last night the way flirty Saya opened herself. I fucking loved that side of her, but this side of hers was cute. Saya's teary eyes broke my dilemma. I flapped my wings and steadily followed the chopper. Have you tested it yet? I whispered in her ears. I didn't, she muttered in a dejected voice. I got too nervous. I held my bubbling laughter. Her nervousness dwarfed mine. She needed some encouragement. Nasan qualified for the job, but this Tsundra hadn't told her yet. We can try it there. I'll ask Maya for some good medical facility. Saya nodded her head gratefully. Wait. She narrowed her eyes. Who's Maya? Another thing I forgot despite having superhuman intelligence. I relayed the information to everyone. It's a surprise how blindly they followed me everywhere. Love is blind, isn't it? It is. Ufufu. Chapter 153, ch. 155, A Warm Welcome. Maya's POV. Maya-sama. Maya stirred from her slumber, and her eyes shot open. I slept. Maya kicked the blanket and sprang off the bed. It was already 10. She slept an hour after Asahi's call. Holding her head in her arms, she sighed. Oni-sama, please be late. She stretched, feeling boundless energy pulsing in every muscle. She skipped through the door. Maya-sama, a maid greeted her with a sunny smile. Good morning. Morning, Clara. Clara White. She was one of the victims of the incident. She volunteered to be her attendant. Maya denied first, but the way this girl breezed through the Japanese classes left no choice for her. Clara bowed her head, letting her blonde braids dangle before her adorable face. Let's go. We have a lot to do. Maya, I am at the railway station. Maya's nerves froze. The image of a massive party in her room shattered in her eyes. Clara waved her hand before Maya's eyes, failing to pull Maya out of her daze. Everything okay there? She gulped and sent mana into the ring. Oni-sama. I'll send someone to fetch you. Why do you sound gloomy? It's nothing. She quickly severed the connection and mulled over her options. A warm party will help her in getting to know Oni-sama's girlfriends. At the same time, it will serve as a surprise. Even if she cheated by telling the fetcher to take their time to return, the max time gained would be somewhere between 1 to 2 hours. I will need to reduce the scale of the party. Maya told everything to Clara with a dead serious face. Clara revealed a toothy grin. I'll gather everyone. X. Maya and her helpers lit up the house. Literally. A plethora of colorful lights shone on the ceiling. The youthful girls ran everywhere, a group dragged the table out, another group returned with a bigger table and decorated it. The third group brought and set up the chairs around the table. Maya nodded at their teamwork and checked the delivery status on her phone. I hope the food doesn't embarrass me. Mia stepped inside the living room and froze. Maya pulled Mia to the center of the room. Maya, what is going on? Wani-sama, does this pass as a welcome party? It gets AB+ from me. Why is this? Mia slapped her forehead. Is Marikawa-san returning? Yes, he and his girlfriends. Mia patted her shoulders. Good luck. You'll need it. Mia's words evoked a series of questions. What would happen if Oni-sama's girlfriends rejected her? The line of thought dizzied her mind. Stay positive. Oni-sama loves me. He won't leave me like that. She pushed the dark thoughts aside and scuttled to her bathroom. After a quick bath, she slapped on some makeup and a revealing dress to appear older. Mia looked at her breasts with a wide-open jaw. Maya blinked coquettishly. Wani-sama, Maya is bigger. Mia rolled her eyes. You can take mine too. I don't need them. Maya's phone buzzed. It was a message from her father asking if he should return. Maya turned to Clara, who nodded her head. The food is delivered. Maya gave the goda to her father and slapped her cheeks. She stumbled to her feet and dashed out of the room. Standing before the door, she waited, and figures showed up in the distance. Her Otasama was walking at the front with her Oni-sama leading a group of girls glancing everywhere. Her heart clenched as Otasama stopped to pat her head and walked away to his house. She bowed her head before the guests. Welcome back, Oni-sama. The combined gazes of the girls pricked her skin, digging deeper. Please don't bow, she is Aekuin's new Imoto. Maya raised herself with a smile. This mature lady is Oni-sama's Nasan. His blood sibling couldn't resist Oni-sama's charm. Looks like it. She is kinda cute for being this polite. I like her already. Maya sneaked a glance at the one complimenting her. Healthy tanned skin, sunglasses, a dark leather jacket, and pants. She looked like one of those old bikers. Rika-san. A blue-haired maid stepped forward and bowed. Rini Histuji, Asahi Oniai Sanzamoto. This maid's smile was too cute and sugary, even Clara couldn't beat her. She could be about 15 or above with boobs bigger than Maya. Let's talk inside, Oniai-sama ordered. Maya led everyone inside and pushed the door of the living room. A purple-haired girl rubbed her shoulder, a kind smile blooming on her face. Siko Wani-san. Siko hummed and pointed to the room. Quite the welcome you set up for us. She is a sneaky one, okay, Siko's glasses twin grinned. Buttering us up on the first meeting. Maya's cheeks flushed, and she looked away to her Oniai-sama. He nodded with a smile. I am hungry. He strolled inside the room and pulled back a seat. Come on. Don't be a stranger. That's my line. Oniai-sama. Maya gestured, and the girlfriends headed for the table. She found Clara lurking in the hallway and requested to bring the food. She joined the others, taking the seat before Oniai-sama. A silence arrived, making everything awkward. Well, Oniai-sama spoke. It's nice to meet you all. Us too, Rika said with a toothy grin. I don't suppose we'll be eating the forks here, are we? Maya looked at the door from the corner of her eyes. Clara and others pushed the food trolley through the door and set everything on the table. Then they stood, staring at Oniai-sama. Maya smiled, knowing what was coming. They all bowed together. Marikawa-sama, thank you for saving us. Oniai-sama wordlessly stared at the 20 girls sincerely expressing their gratitude. The bespectacled woman with brown hair nudged him. He shook his head with a soft smile. I accept your gratitude. The former broken girls raised their heads, smiling as they did. Clara stepped forward as their leader and bowed. We will never forget your grace. Now that's too much. Clara smiled and led everyone out. Oniai-sama and Shirori turned to each other. The latter had a massive grin while the former smiled wryly. Maya tilted her head. What's going on here? PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 154, ch. 156, Tension. So many Lolas thanked Asahi-kun. You must be feeling over the moon right now. Shiori's grin made me smile wryly. I didn't save them for this. But she was right. A small effort saved so many Lolas. Their gratitude filled me with strength. Siko pulled Shiori's ears. Don't disturb him during the meal. Hi. I gulped down a milk bottle and patted my belly. She brought so much, even Tenmi couldn't finish a quarter of it. Rini will still devour every last bit. Such a glutton Imoto. Leimi had already finished and stared at Maya. She buried her face in the bowl. Leimi looked my way and chuckled. She is feeling nervous. Of course, she will. All the women she had to share her men with surrounded her at once. Even I break into a sweat when they look at me with judging eyes. Aimi and Rini quietly nibbling on the coffee fetched a smile. The Yandere and pseudo-Yandere Imoto looked cute together. Maya's makeup and attire fooled everyone. No one suspected a thing. She deserved a reward for this. Kliska and I will pamper her in the dream. Okay. You gotta learn to be social if you want to be in the next group party. I understand, my love. Oniai-sama, how was the party? Great. Genzu was stalling time for this little party. Then again, he is spoiling Maya after that incident. We switched to the couch. Leimi and Shizuka barraged Maya with tons of questions. Maya answered each one with patience. Their brief interrogation ended at lunchtime. Let me cook, Siko requested, standing from her seat. Neisen also stood. I will help. She wanted to cook too. In 17 years, I never saw her touching any utensils. Anything we ate came from the convenience store or the restaurant. Now raised her hand as if she was sitting in a classroom. Can I join too? Maya gave a troubled smile. Yuriko kissed me out of nowhere and winked at Maya sitting on my right. Maya-chan, it's fine. Siko-chan's cooking is as delicious as it gets. I stroked Maya's hair. Let them. It's their hobby to cook. Maya sighed and beckoned the lowly maid standing near the door. Clara, please guide them to the kitchen. All right. The energetic lowly pulled the 4 women outside. Neisen, please don't cook like those anime girls. I will still eat it though. Love. Yeah. Saya snuck closer and pinched my waist. There was a sense of urgency in her eyes. Maya, recommend me some clinic. Saya here is having a headache. Before she told everyone about the medicines in her room, I explained the real reason through telepathy. Terrible. I'll bring you there. Nah, just tell me. I'll fly there. Oniai-sama is faster. She mumbled and grabbed her phone from the table. Use this. Google Maps, they survived World War III. Please return safely, Lamy winked. Master. So much for forcing me to reveal the truth. This diva, well, I had to say this sooner or later. I am glad she urged me like that. I yanked Saya to her feet and lifted her in her favorite Princess Carrie. Ojisama blushed, snatched the phone, and wrapped her left arm around my neck. See ya. Leave a teleportation mark here. Sprinting through the hallway, I arrived outside and summoned my wings. The view from above just showed how hidden this place was. It was surrounded by goddamn mountains from every side. I wrapped myself in the stealth skill. Straight. High dot. A few minutes later, I landed outside the hospital. I let Saya down and we entered through the large gate. How may I help you? The receptionist asked me nicely with a deep blush. I scratched my head. I want to check if my wife is pregnant. Saya glued herself to my arm, hiding from everyone. Young couple. The receptionist's eyes gleamed with envy. She showed a forced smile. Fill in some details and wait for 10 minutes. The related specialist is currently having lunch. After pondering a bit, I told our real names. There is nothing to be wary about here. 10 minutes later, Saya and I walked through the empty hallways. I felt her heart throbbing through my arm stuck between her breasts. We should return. Maybe, I am not pregnant. I stopped and stretched my left hand to pat her head. There is nothing wrong in trying now. She shut her eyes and sucked a heavy breath. Let's go. We barged into the doctor's room. The brunette was stuffing her cheeks with bread. As our eyes met, she froze. The break is over, you know. She choked on the bread, coughing like a patient instead of a doctor. I handed her a water bottle. She recovered after several gulps and sighed. Saya didn't seem much nervous now. Please wait outside, the doctor said, hiding her flushed face. Sure. Saya reluctantly let go of me. Outside, I plopped on the waiting chair. I needed a strong distraction to keep negative thoughts away. My love, I prepared a list of weapons for you. Show me. Magic spears. Spear of Leonidas, rank S. The spear wielded by King Leonidas of Sparta. This artifact bestows supernatural powers to the wielder. Enhanced physique, passive skill. The user's STR, END, VIT, DEX, and def is increased as long as they wield this spear. Effects, STR plus 25, END plus 20, VIT plus 30, def plus. Regeneration, passive skill. The wounds are passively regenerated. Adrenaline shot, passive skill. The user gains the ability to harness supernatural powers through their adrenaline. Limited poison manipulation, active skill. The user can bestow poison element to their weapon. Limited fire manipulation, active skill. The user can imbue the bestow fire element to their weapon. Cloak of Eden, passive/active skill. The user's presence when standing still is reduced. The level can be increased with the use of adrenaline. Price, 39,999 KP. This spear is nuts. Did this spear exist in the Greek era? No. I saw this in a game. I haven't played it yet. Still, this might be useless for me, so I scrolled through the list. Gungnir, rank EX. The spear forged by dwarves and wielded by none other than Odin, the chief god of Norse. Absolute throw accuracy, passive skill. No matter how the spear is thrown by the user, it will always hit its target. Price, 99,999 KP. Gibalg, rank EX. The spear handcrafted with the remains of a divine beast by the warrior Skathack. Heartseeker, passive skill. The spear bends the law and causality to skewer the target's heart. Individuals with overwhelming luck can dodge an attack. 30 Garbs of Underworld, active skill. After skewering someone, the user can activate this skill to explode the spearhead into 30 Garbs. Divine Curse, curse. The soul latched onto the core of this spear burns hotter the more it is used. Price, 99,999 KP. Holy damn, these are overpowered. Even the curse can be used against the enemies, but it's a bit of overkill for these noob monsters. This Gibalg doesn't seem like the one from Fate. I mixed it with the original myths around it. I want my love to awe the gods with your splendor. Let the world see the power of true goddess's husband. She was too hyped for this. How much KP do I have now? 923,548. I smacked my lips. Both spears tempted me, but Gibalg was a better weapon in every case except against someone who could survive without a heart. Will this target a monster's magic stone? Yes. I could break it in one hit from meters away. It won't even be a fight, it will be a massacre. Buy it. Done. You wanted something else, don't you? Something to help me survive the attacks of a god. A backup plan if any crazy god attacked us out of nowhere. I have already done my research. Here it is. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 155, ch. 157, The News. Aegis, rank EX, the shield borne by Athena, the goddess of war, to ward off other gods. Gorgonian gaze, active skill. The eyes of vengeful Medusa mounted on the front can freeze anyone with her cursed hatred. Be it gods or mortals. The eyes can either work passively or on chosen targets. Superior resistance, passive skill. Gorgon scales are resilient beyond doubt, capable of absorbing a huge amount of energy. Treacherous wrath, active skill. The shield can shake the earth and summon storms at the user's will. The magnitude depends on the amount of magic supplied. Price, 124,999 KP. Dang. This is crazy for offense and defense. The Greek gods' reaction will be funny if they recognize this. Medusa, the saintess of Athena. Poseidon, blinded by her beauty, ravaged her in Athena's shrine. Athena shunned her instead of Poseidon and cursed her for losing her virginity, turning her into a monster. One of the less fucked up stories in Greek. I shook my head. Buy it. It'll come in handy. 225,000 KP was burned in seconds. It's worth it. Apollo wasn't going to stop at just one invitation. The door slid open, and Saya walked out. What's the result? She turned with a smile on her face, a thin line of tears trailing down her cheeks. Those tears of relief made my heart skip a beat. We did it. I forced myself up and hugged her, as tight as my arms allowed. I am pregnant. Congrats. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Who would have thought about being so happy over this? Are we going to tell others about it? Yeah. I'll leave it to you. Sure. I don't think anyone other than Nasan and Yuriko wish to be pregnant now. Telling others was safe. Shall we return? X. The trip back home was quiet. We entered the living room. The girls stopped chattering. Oni-sama, Maya said. Saya-san's face is terribly red. She also has a fever. Yuriko approached with an amused gaze, making Saya blush. Yuriko pulled Saya away from my arms and hugged her. Saya-chan will be fine. I'll make sure of it. She went outside with Saya. Wild Saya will come out if Yuriko pushes her more. How will that side of Saya react to this news? Shirori poked my ribs. Asahi-kun, are you free right now? The sly, all-knowing glint in her eyes revealed everything. What's the matter, Shirori? Siko asked. Her curious expression meant Shirori didn't tell her about Saya's condition. Saya's awful act was seen through. Shirori shushed Siko and pressed me for an answer. Sure. I had no idea what she was up to. She might also ask for children. Filled with skepticism, I followed her outside, where we passed by the mother and daughter having a heated discussion. Rather, it was Saya scolding Yuriko, who just chuckled at every complaint of her daughter. Flirty Saya owned everyone in 1-versus-1 fights. In the yard filled with blooming flowers, Shirori stared at me and folded her arms on her chest. So Saya is pregnant. Huh. Siko's eyes widened. Seriously? Yeah. My guess was right. Shirori stuck out her tongue. Sorry for calling you out here to confirm that. My guess was wrong though. What? You thought we wanted a child too? I quietly nodded at her correct assumption. She shook her head. I don't want to be out this early with a child. Asahi-kun needs our strength in the dungeon. That's my thought as well. Besides, Shirori continued with a grin. It's never too late to have one. Right now, I want to focus on raising everyone's strength so we can visit more worlds. We can treat Saya's child as our own, Siko said with a smile. She won't have any objections, would she? How spoiled will they become with so many overprotective mothers? I shuddered. The kid won't know his real mom if we don't tell. Kun, dinner is ready. I turned around. Nasan waved the ladle with a blinding smile. The white apron over her dress was colorful. A proof of her effort in the kitchen. I slipped behind her and loosened her apron. Did you have fun? A lot. Cooking is fun. Nice. We headed to the living room still filled with tables. Maya put so much effort into breakfast. Nasan hopped around, serving everyone at the table. Now and Nasan looked at me with eyes bursting with anticipation. I took a bite out of the grilled meat. My tongue exploded with spices. A thumbs up made the duo high-five each other. We did it. Yeah, Neo-chan. Siko-chan's tips were helpful. She found something to do. I hope it helps her condition, or I will have to drill the facts in her. I quickly finished my dinner and waited while chatting with Kliska. Once everyone was done, I clapped my hands. Girls, I have some good news. Saya is pregnant. Saya spit out the water and coughed. The silent room echoed with her coughs. Stew, cough, stupid. Rika rubbed Saya's back and snickered. Damn, that was so sudden. I will have a younger sibling. That's great. Rini cheered. Laimi gave a bear-like hug to Saya. Laimi knew that Saya will succeed. Laimi-chan. Ask Laimi for any help. Laimi and Saya are friends. They were such nice friends. So that's why Oniai-sama asked for that. Maya threw a sneaky glance at me. Oniai-sama, you should have told me from the start. We didn't want to jinx it. I hate flags like that. True. Shiori supported me. I hate when flags pop on my route. Congratulations. Aimi's single word congratulation was accompanied by $1 million smile that stunned everyone. Thanks, Aimi-san. Aimi shook her head. Rika ruffled Aimi's hair with a toothy grin. I knew you had it in you. Socializing is easy once you get used to it. Now went behind Saya. She rubbed Saya's shoulders. You aren't allowed to fight now. Saya showed puppy eyes. Ignoring how cute she looked, I gave a firm nod. Saya Takagi is honorably kicked out from the party. Saya groaned and nodded in acceptance. Nobody wants her jumping around in the dungeon, where a slight injury could be devastating. Aekuin's first child, how cute would he be? Nei-san mumbled with a faraway look in her eyes and forcefully shook her head. She turned to Saya with a close-eyed smile, a scary aura surrounding her. Saya-chan, don't tell them I am Aekuin's Wani-san, is that okay with you? Oh okay, Saya stuttered. Ae-chan was an incredibly cute boy. He seduced a duty-bound soldier with his brightness. Shotokan. Shiori muttered. This gal should be thrown inside. Oi, are you forgetting my former job? Rika smiled slyly. I had connections everywhere. Corrupted Shotokan. I waited for their fight to settle and dropped another announcement. So. I should go now. Peeps there might suspect me. A god is already on my ass, I don't want more of them. They are so freaking annoying. They never tell the origin of these monsters, yet they are always supporting the adventurers in this fight. A few gods such as Hephaestus, Loki, and Hestia treated their familia like a real family. Though the Ape Loli really wanted to turn Belle into her family. As much as I liked her character, she was extremely clingy and possessive. She had every right to do so. After all, asking a million-year-old virgin to share her first love was cruel. Not everyone was as kind as Kliska, whom I still didn't understand. Hephaestus, on the other hand, was an incredibly charming woman. Loki, though sly and perverted, she wasn't a bad goddess. Still, I can't seduce every girl I meet. Asahi. Saya whispered from my back. Stay more. Heaving a deep sigh, I slapped my cheeks. Saya will hardly go to Orario now, while most of my time will be spent there. A better solution was required to let me be at two places at once. My love, do you want to buy a clone? Why would I? I spent a few more hours spoiling Saya and others, and then returned with Saya, now, Rini, and Laimi. I forged Rini's documents at the village head's house. A mortal can't deny a god's order, now can he? I teleported to the inn and swallowed the pill. Saya and Laimi legally exited Orario and returned to Yatsuba's household. Laimi promised to get back tomorrow, once Saya's excitement dies a bit. Chapter 156, ch. 158, a bet. I read the comments on the last chapter, and I am speechless. Asahi won't be making any clone, but a second body he will control himself. If you still think that's wrong, then go ahead and drop it. I don't mind, really, laughing face. XXX. Welcome back, my lord. Graphia greeted us with a lovely smile, brimming with happiness for some reason. Thank you, Graphia. She drew closer, bringing her bewitching perfume, and perked on her toes. My lord, should we get a different room for children? Her words could be interpreted as, let's send the children away and make love to each other. I wish that was the case. Yes. It was way better than sending Aiko, Rini, and Graphia out every time we did lewd things. I'll do it. Before she skidded away, I wrapped my arms around her and bit on her earlobes. Can I request a lap pillow later? Is that an order, my lord? No, it's a request. Then no. Please. No. Please, Graphia. My requests hammered down her resistance. In the end, she agreed to a 5-minute lap pillow. I kissed her cheeks and let her go. Wani-chan, Aiko called, rubbing her eyes. Wani-chan. She flipped the blanket and looked at now. I'm sorry. I sat beside her and fixed her awfully messy, cute bedhead. If it's about the dungeon, none of us blame you. AI-chan, Asahi-kun is right. Oni-san is always right. The three of us tried to comfort the sad lowly with our words. Rini's trust in me was sky high. Can I know her affection points? 142. She loved me too much. Aiko threw herself at me, her tiny body trembling as she sobbed. Did the dungeon scare you? Aiko shook her head. Aiko feels sad for the dungeon. The unexpected answer brought silence into the room. I kept patting her head with now rubbing her back. The spoilt lowly fell asleep on my chest. Asahi-kun, can you send her to Shizuka-chan? Your current head pat skill can't heal a deep trauma. The most it could do is suppress it as long as you keep patting her. Shizuka-san's holy element can root out any trauma. It was probably for the best. Sure. Nasan wouldn't mind. Now kissed Aiko's forehead and stroked her cheeks. Please, seal her powers too. Some girls there went through horrible things. The victims of Kunlun-fang. I sent it to your ring. I easily found the silver chain. Hopes of placidity, rank C. This accessory is made for those with berserk powers. Disruption, passive skill disrupts the flow of any skill and magic of the user. Price, 999 KP. Just what we needed. I fastened the chain around Aiko's neck. Done. Asahi-kun. I love you. Now Sakurada, affection plus 14. Now's gentle eyes made me chuckle. She is so easy to please. I'll back soon. I teleported to the forest and flew to the portal. On the other side, I teleported to Yotsuba household and left Aiko in Shizuka's care, who accepted with a big smile on her face. I almost dragged her to some empty room, but Kliska reminded me of the promise. The evening sun looked down at me by the time I returned to the inn. Now we only have Rini, and Graphia. I fell on my back and breathed out a sigh. Today was hectic in a lot of ways. Getting back on my feet, I summoned my new weapon. Gibalg. The crimson-red spear with pulsing veins coiled around its shaft. Rini shot up from her nap and growled. Oni-san. Seeing it was me, she calmed down. That spear is scary. Her instincts must have warned her of Gibalg's threat. Now entered the room at that moment. Graphia closed the door behind and narrowed her eyes at the spear. Asahi-kun, is that your new weapon? Now asked. It looks cool. A demonic weapon. Graphia grabbed the spear and pressed her thumb on the blade. Wrong. What is this? It's the Gibalg. Gibalg. Graphia's eyes shot open. The spear of Kuchulain from Irish mythology faction. No, it's Scathacka's spear. I shook my head. It's more than that. It's a sure kill weapon. However my attacks may be, this spear will target your heart. That's bullshit, Graphia strongly denied my legit claims. This weapon is too ridiculous. Say that to biblical God. That guy is trying to make 13 anomalies among weapons. Why don't we have a bet? This bet reminded me of my bet with Rika. I'm gonna cash it in the next time she comes here. Never. Graphia's response was quick. Now chuckled. He will want something lewd as his reward. What's lewd, now Oni-san? Now's smile froze. She brought her face near my ears, tickling them gently. Should we teach her now? She is growing very fast. I don't want her to look 18 and still know nothing about sex. Not yet. It would be wonderful if she stayed pure. But given her previous question, she might ask herself. Graphia leaned closer. I will increase the time of the lap pillow if you win. I grinned at her bashful whisper. Things were going the right way. The maid crawled deeper into the trap. Sure. You will fulfill my request if you lose. Aren't I at a disadvantage here? What if she requested me to become a Shota, so she can use me as a hug pillow every night? She revealed a soft smile. Will your manly pride reject this? The horse she bet on turned out to be a cripple. Grinning, I lifted her chin. This win will be the first step of the path. She stared back, still smiling. What path? Of winning your heart and taking you as my wife. We shall see. Now squeezed between us. Graphia, are you sure you don't like Asahi-kun? I turned my attention to the maid, waiting patiently for her answer. Graphia sighed and opened her mouth. I do like him. I won't deny it. But it's not enough for me to forget myself and throw everything for him. I see. Now nodded her head. So you mean, I like him, but I can't go out with him, Not to that level, but yeah. I still haven't fulfilled my duties as the heir of the Lucifuge clan. So indecisive, that's not wrong. I would have busied myself in teaching to avoid any relationship. I might stay single for my whole life if the apocalypse hadn't arrived. I held Nao's shoulders and kissed her cheeks. At least Nao made Grafia admit her feelings. Grafia shook her head. I still need to become a better maid. Rini held Grafia's hand and smiled. Let's do it together then. Grafia returned a gleeful smile. Together. Now, let's go to the dungeon. Chapter 157, ch. 159, Grafia's new familiar. We arrived at the place surrounded by the familiar ash-colored dungeon walls. I observed the tunnels leading down. Some of them could be blocked, while the rest should lead straight to the next floor. Grafia still skeptically looked at Gibalg. I shrugged and headed deeper into the endless tunnel. Let's test the spear first. A few minutes later, numerous footsteps reached me. I licked my lips. 2 glowing red eyes peered out of the dark end of the tunnel. A black hound, whose muscular frame was over twice as big as an average dog, bared its fangs at us. Sparks flew, and fire swirled. It spat out a fireball. I tried blocking it with a new spear. The moment the fireball touched Gibalg, it went poof. Simply vanished out of existence. I'm the bigger monster here, Rini growled and rushed at the hellhounds. One tackled her, sending her a few meters back. The second hound's tackle failed as Rini's uppercut flung it far away. An all-out brawl broke out. Rini and the hound's roars echoed in the hallway. Her swift punch easily covered one direction. Her gauntlets perfectly executed one-hit kills. Rini was the bigger monster, all right. She tanked all the attacks with her custom-made outfit possessing physical and magical resistance. Asahi-kun, shouldn't we help Rini? She can handle it. Rini, leave one alive. As a guinea pig. Okay, Oni-san. Rini finished the dozen-plus hounds in less than a minute. Stepping on the last one's head, she smiled at me. Oni-san. I didn't have to lean down to clean her face now. She really grew up. I healed her with my life element and patted her head, easing the fierceness in her eyes. She closed her eyes with a soft smile. Thanks, Oni-san. Grafia, keep your eyes open, I said and stabbed the empty air above the hound. The spear turned into a crimson ray, its trajectory descended suddenly and vanished into the hound's back. The monster sprawled and stopped moving. You earned 266.66 XP from killing, level 6 Hellhound. Hellhound, huh? My love, I finally revamped your status. I'll check it later. What was that? Grafia muttered and crouched to observe the bloody hole on the monster's back. Its heart is crushed. As I said, this spear targets the heart. Even biblical God will die without his heart. Doesn't that make you unbeatable? I shook my head. There are people who can survive without their heart. Ophis could easily regenerate the wounds. Great Red, nothing much was shown about the dragon's powers other than his control over dreams. Doesn't that make me his superior? It does. We can kick his ass in his dreams. Calm down. We'll hunt him later. Even if the guy is innocent as hell, the staggering amount of XP made murdering him worth it. His death will lead to Issei's death in the future, which I don't mind. He can die for all I care. Grafia's shoulder dropped in dejection. I lost. Rini kindly patted her maid senpai's head. Tomorrow's nap will be a good one. Grafia sighed and nodded. I accept my loss, and I am not re-challenging you. Coward. More monsters are coming. She skillfully changed the topic. My lord, let me take care of them. I patted her head and brandished my spear. Not yet. With my new spear in hand, I dashed into the horde of hellhounds. All shapes of flames attacked me in an instant. A swing of Gibalg scattered the half. I ducked to dodge the rest. Still, one exploded in my face. I swatted the fire and channeled my life element. An uncontrollable itch spread, and then my face was as good as new. This was the fastest way to level up the elements. Abuse them to their limits. Feeling a movement in my right, I turned. 2 red orbs shone in the tunnel carved in the wall. A white-furred rabbit with a white crystal horn on its head peeked out. Rabbit monster. I swiftly grabbed it by the ear and presented it before Rini. Oni-san. Cute. Now muttered and shook her head. It's a monster. Yep. Grafia's expression was calm. Too calm as if she was wearing a mask. Her fingers clasped on her lap trembled. She forced her eyes off the struggling rabbit and began observing our flank. She liked this rabbit and couldn't bear to see its death, so she turned her back. Grafia. My lord. Take it. You can turn it into your familiar. No need. It's too weak. Fine. Now, kill it. My lord, no need to let her kill this creature. Grafia snatched the rabbit and flicked its head. It's a maid's duty to follow her master's orders. I shall make it my familiar. Now pressed a hand on her mouth to hide her smile. I chuckled and patted Graphia's back. You are a good maid, indeed. Though I couldn't see her face, her crimson ears were enough display of her embarrassment right now. She created a magic circle on the ground and proceeded with the ritual or whatnot. Rini and I traveled deeper, searching for a tunnel going straight into the next floor. I scouted one, and as expected, it was a dead end. We started randomly choosing the tunnels. Rini climbed out of another tunnel and patted the dust from her dress. It's open, Oni-san. Nice work. Rewarding her with some head pats, I waited for 2 Oni-sans. Just a minute later, the 2 arrived. Graphia sneakily glanced at the rabbit squeezed in Nao's embrace. She took a liking to the rabbit. I showed my back to Nao. Get on. We are going down. You don't need to. I can go myself. I love to spoil you. Nao sighed and climbed on my back. Get moving. I chuckled and hopped inside, gliding my way down with Rini. Graphia flew down without bothering to dirty her prized dress. As soon as I landed, the wall crackled, and more rabbit monsters came out. Fluffy bunnies surrounded us in no time. Graphia, close your eyes. You might not like what I do here. For the last time, I am not attached to the bunny. Graphia sighed and launched into the air. I'll scout ahead. Sure, we'll finish it quickly. Roger, Oni-san. My little rabbit smashed her gauntlets into the monster rabbit's tiny frame. Gale Crusher. Barret. Her wind spell boosted Barret. The spiraling flame bullet tore through the rabbits. Our timing was perfect, like we are a couple, Nao muttered in disbelief. 'Cause, we are. Hey, Asahi-kun. Have you thought about marrying us? I threw another Barret while answering with a nod, I have. That was my intention from the start. I mean, not your desire to marry us, but how to proceed with the marriage ceremony. I'll take care of it. You better, or all of them will swallow you. Swallow me? What exactly will they swallow? You. Graphia returned like a gale and landed before me. My lord, I found this after I killed a hellhound. She held up white, sharp teeth like a dog canine. Is that hellhound's fang? The thing is, Kliska answered first. Any monster killed by my love or linked partners won't drop any loot. It'll just turn into mana to boost your XP. That must be the reason for my faster growth in this world. Yes. It's better. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 158, ch 160, too pure. Skyrim is too addicting. I've lost myself. Breezing through the hordes of rabbits and hounds, we passed the next floor as well. I was just 7 million XP away from leveling up. I got the F rank, Spear Mastery, skill after swinging the spear. This should be enough. 2 floors per day was a nice pace. The next run guaranteed a level up. Aeromancer, just you wait. If my hunch was right, the class would make my orgies more fun. Now slumped down my back and stretched her arms. Fine with me. My lord, I can collect more drops here. No need. Sleep is also important. Devils are more energetic at night. Her words made me grin. Why not we use that extra energy somewhere else? Graphia deadpanned. My lord's jokes are getting better. Your poker face is improving too. I deserve no such praise. Oni-san, can I sleep with you today? Rini broke into the conversation with an easy-to-misunderstand question. Letting her sleep together will keep my desires in check. I had to wait for Lamy. Sure, Graphia. Please join us. Please stop joking, my lord. Graphia shook her head. How can an unmarried lady sleep with her married master? It's just sharing a bed. I promise not to do anything irrational. Nao sighed. Graphia-sama, just let him be happy for once. Nao-sama. Graphia nodded with determination. Very well. Good, now the bed won't feel lonely. After asking Kliska for a mark, I returned to the inn. I feel like taking a bath. Same. I didn't get the time to take one today. Nao and Graphia talked, and an idea popped up in my head. Why don't we take one now? Graphia's eyes narrowed, and she pressed her hands on her breasts. My lord, I am fine. She guessed my plan. Still, keeping my thick skin on, I fought back. I can prepare the bathtub here. Besides the bed, we had removed everything. The room was spacious enough to hold 2 bathtubs, much less a single big one. I am down for it, Nao agreed and took off her glasses, undressing without any reserve. Rini unequipped her gauntlets and started removing her maid dress. Graphia awkwardly stood there while Kliska sent the bathtub to my ring. She gawked at the bathtub smaller than the one we used in the forest. Those rings seem useful. My dear maid still hadn't gotten one for her. I'll give you one later. Thank you. Now, hop in. I slid out of my clothes and slumped into the tub. Now tested the water with her toes and entered inside, coming to my side. My lord, please don't stare. I shut my eyes and rested my head on Nao's shoulder, who started stroking my hair. Grafia-san, as lecherous as my husband is, he respects a woman's dignity, even if she is a psychopath aiming for his woman's life. She must be talking about the endgame villainess we met. I know that. Grafia answered, stepping inside the bath. This is one of his redeeming qualities. Charm, you mean? Yes. Oni-san, wash my hair, please. Hearing the voice nearby, I opened my eyes. Rini's white smooth back slid down, and her butt fell on my lap. Her skinny thighs now had the proper muscles and softness of a woman. I recited algebra formulas to stop the blood from rushing down. However, the pale cherries on Grafia's ample bosom rendered everything futile. Fuck my luck. Rini leaned back and looked up. Oni-san, something is ticking me. The two women lost in conversation failed to catch her whisper. Ignore it. Rini nodded with a smile and closed her eyes, entrusting her entire body weight on me. I washed her hair with extra care. It felt odd to see her grow, even if she finished a year of growth in a week. Rini squirmed and turned around with an anxious face. I feel strange down there. Before I comprehended her meaning, she led my hands into the water and pressed on her vagina. It's itchy. My boner was calm, but her body was showing the natural reaction of arousal. I patted her head to clear those feelings while trying to tear my gaze from her peaks that were like two delicate pink flower buds. They heaved with each breath. I shook my head forcefully, expelling the impure thoughts. Rini's pure smile of joy prompted me to kiss her forehead. Oni-san, let me wash you. Go ahead. Rini grabbed the soap and rubbed it on my chest. I want a body like Oni-san. Monster won't be able to hurt me that way. Rini's body is pretty as it is now. Soft, supple, and pleasing to touch. Pleasing to touch. Rini took my hand and pressed it on her breast. With the tender flesh at my fingertips, I couldn't stop my instincts from squeezing, cupping her boobs in one go. MGH. Rini softly moaned, her eyelashes fluttering. It's strange, why do I feel this way? I withdrew back and hugged her while brushing her wet hair. I'll tell you in the future. She eased in my embrace and nodded her head. Okay, Oni-san. I will wait. A deep sigh left my lips. She was too innocent to learn about sex and whatnot. Her upbringing as a test subject and lack of social interaction left her soul too pure, yet she became a monster. Head patting ranked up to C. I blinked my eyes. What a pleasant surprise. It was quite a grind to level it up. Asahi-kun. Nao's warm eyes left me confused. It's nothing. I took Rini out of the bath and dried her with a towel. She snatched the towel and pouted for some reason. What do you want to wear? Rini's gaze went to the maid dress lying on the bed. You can't sleep in that. I know. She fiddled with her ring and grabbed a white bra and panties. I can do it myself. Was she rebelling now? I shrugged and wore some random clothes. Grafia wore a modest nightdress hiding most of her body. Now just laid with her bra and panties. She got used to staying naked around me after several eventful nights. With Rini and now glued to my sides, I closed my eyes. The next moment I was in the standard Japanese-style room with Kliska lazing in the kotatsu futon. I snuck in the futon and hugged the lowly. My sneak attack failed as Kliska's eyes shot open. My love, you are here. Yep. Let's sleep. Aye. We can fuck later. Just sleep. You also need to rest, you know. Okay. She buried her face in my chest. Good night. Sweet dreams. Sleeping inside a dream was quite pleasant. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 159, ch. 161, Meeting Astria. It seems people are still confused over his avatar and multi-thread processing skill. It doesn't create a separate personality. Saya's just a different case. I hope that clears the misunderstanding. Another day started with Rini somehow sleeping on my chest and Grafia's breath tickling my ears. I couldn't help but glance at her boobs spilling out of her loosely strapped nightdress. Her defenseless sleeping face and her usually stoic face drew a deep contrast in my heart. Holding back the heat surging through my nostrils, I closed my eyes. Looks like Kliska's efforts to drag my libido to the bottom failed. As if noticing my burning desires, Grafia's eyelids slid back. Looking at my face, she blinked confusedly. My lord. She rebounded with eyes wide in horror, only to fall off the bed. I sat there, speechless at my clumsy maid. Rini pushed herself off me and stretched, shedding light on her shallow abs. Oni-san, she smiled and buried her face in my neck. She sure liked to test my patience. My love, you can sleep more. You deserve a nap after working so hard. I let out a sigh. She wasn't talking about our lovemaking but the time I spent creating the scene for Saya and Rini's birthday party. My plan to melt Sundara with my love is gonna be a hit. She is already melted though. Her affection is increasing without your presence. How's my Yandere darling doing? She is, training the little girls there. Wait, what? She found the girls sparring in the dojo and corrected their stance. Then the girls requested Aimi to be their mentor. With no undead or monsters around, Aimi is trying to do everything she can to fit in. I so wanted to stalk her growth from the shadows. That, my love. I have something that can let you be in both places at the same time. Cloning. No. It's more complicated. It's creating a flesh and blood avatar of yourself. It piqued my interest. Cloning didn't sit well with me, cause it will be my copy having fun with my women. That was unacceptable even if he was a part of me. Jealous hubby is also cute. I can't control two bodies as I am right now. I know that. It requires Aeromancer class, one of your skills allows you to copy your partner's skill. My partner's skill. The realization slapped my cheeks. Saya's skill. Yes. Her skill can help you control two bodies without straining your mind. How much will it cost though? That's the hard part. With your high human bloodline and level 24 physique, it's gonna cost around 1 million. So they won't level up at the same time. The new body will be an exact replica of you and it'll grow together with you. The reason for its high price. I nodded at her explanation. Spending time on both sides would make everyone happy. This way I could stay here and inside the dungeon as well. Lewd someone while slaughtering the monsters. Healing myself with some thighs if I got tired. The possibilities were endless. I'm buying it. You need 175, 634 more karma points. Pretty easy if I wiped out 10 more floors. The stronger the monster, the higher the threat it brings to the world, consequently giving more karma for killing them. I pulled now before she got off the bed and kissed her cheeks. A short nap. X. Around the afternoon, I headed out to the dungeon with the girls. Apollo's invitation was for tomorrow. Joining a familia smaller than Apollo's will only point to their destruction. I'll just go there and decline politely. If he decides to use force, it'll give me an excuse to wipe out his familia. Can Freya see my soul? No, I am protecting my love's soul all the time. Good wife. She was the biggest reason I hated to stand out now. The sick goddess will chase me and my women everywhere. Her trials were shit but they made Belle into a hero in the eyes of Orario. But I wanted no part of that shit. If Apollo's problem escalated and reached Freya's ears, Orario might lose its strongest familias. Marikawa-chan. This voice. I paid for losing myself on a bustling street. A feminine scent drifted near as someone covered my eyes. You can't hide from Oni-san now. Elise. Correct, Asahi Marikawa. It's me, Elise Lovell, the single woman beyond the realm of perfection. I took off her hand and turned around. Her smug smile as she held a bag of groceries made me smile wryly. She was shopping out here alone without her guild members. Seriously, where have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 days, Elise inquired. She's the maid spotted with the pink-haired girl. I knew it. Those girls were connected to you. Why would you think that? Beside Kagaya, only you have the bearing of a Far East noble in this city. Another girl from the Far East with a maid, you were the first suspect for me, she finished with a smirk. Am I too smart for my own sake? This narcissist and everyone marked my back with the Far East noble title. You guessed right. The pink-haired girl Saya is my wife. Her mouth went round in surprise. Wife. You have 2 wives. Are these maids also your wife? Grafia tensed up. Rini merely tilted her head, muttering wife to herself. They aren't. Not yet. So why are you here, she asked. Going to the dungeon. Yeah. Why haven't you joined a familia yet, she narrowed her eyes. You know you can't go far without Falna. Gaining Falna was the basic requirement for raising the status and leveling up in this world. Falna will work on me. It should. But gaining Excelia is different. The harder you fight near exhaustion, the more Excelia you will gain. It's something I'll know in the near future. I shook my head at Elise waiting patiently for my answer. I know that much. But Apollo has set his sight on me. Apollo. An unfamiliar shocked voice came from the side. I turned to find a beauty with long walnut brown hair flowing behind her back. Her eyes, as deep as the skies, carried a hint of worry. Astria-sama. Elise scuttled to the beauty's side and wrestled the bag from her grasp. I'm sorry for leaving your side. Don't mind it, Astria said, still staring at me and now by my side. Are you the new couple everyone's talking about in Orario? Is that what people are calling me now? Her eyes stopped on Grafia and Rini standing behind me. Are the rumors of you being runaway nobles from the Far East actually true? Elise nodded smugly. I found it on our first meeting during the feast. Let's move to a better place for this discussion. There is a cafe nearby. The goddess of justice wanted to solve Apollo's problems for me. Let's see what she suggests. XXX. The cafe was just a few streets away from Babel. Café Wish. A classy cafe with beast girls serving the customers in a maid dress, their colorful, thin, or bushy tails peeking from their dress swishing back and forth. It was heaven for both Kemonomi lovers and normies from Earth. Even now and Grafia were overcome with emotions at the scene, trailing the maids with their eyes. Rini just sipped on the flavored milk Elise ordered. Astria placed her hands on the table and leaned with a serious expression. I assume you have heard of Apollo's reputation for inviting adventurers. I nodded. Yup. He first invites them politely, then uses brute force to break their spirit. If someone resists, he chases them through the 9 hells until they give up their heart and surrender to join his familia. Elise put down her white cup, her expression taking a serious turn. Then why are you still here? Didn't Astria Familia take it as their duty to protect innocent people like me? I was just joking. I'd never let them bully a couple like you. Elise. Astria shook her head. It's not that simple. Apollo will use underhanded tactics to attack them. He'll bend other gods to his whims and achieve what he desires. That is the kind of god Apollo is. But I won't let Marikawa-san hurt, Elise muttered under breath, her tone glum. I won't let any innocent suffer, I can't let the evil rise again in Orario. The Evolus incident scars still remained in their hearts. Astria Familia was the center of all of this. This talk won't go anywhere. Although they are a justice-serving familia, they can't punish Apollo Familia without solid evidence. Like hell a bitch like Apollo will leave evidence of his dirty deeds. My option to deal with them was still the best. If push comes to shove, I'll skewer their asses with Gibalg and escape to the dungeon. Actually, you two don't have to worry about us. We can take care of ourselves, I gave my sincere answer. Elise snapped up her head, her eyes growing wide. She wasn't taking my answer at face value. Astria patted her back and smiled at me. Please, don't hesitate to ask our help if Apollo bothers you too much. I'll try to help however I can. Thanks, I smiled and sipped my drink in one gulp. We need to go now. Good luck in the dungeon. Elisa's hesitant expression made me smile. I said it, didn't I? I can take anything the city throws at me and still survive. With that, I walked out, not before paying the bill. I can't let them pay after all. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 160, ch. 162, Aramancer. Elisa's POV. Elise had heard the rumors of Apollo chasing a blue-haired kid through the villages. Only a few days later, an identical boy named Hyacinthos joined their familia and rose to level 2 in a year. His nickname, Phoebus Apollo, served as proof of his relationship with the god. She couldn't bear to let the cute couple fall like that. Astria sipped on the lukewarm tea. There is one other option left to save them. What's that, Astria-sama? Elise asked. Letting them join a stronger familia. What about ours? Astria shook her head. I didn't expect it would turn out this way, but our familia is now a female-only familia for months. Many children will disagree on adding a male at this moment. The way every female acted freely at Stardust Garden, their home. Kagaya, for one, roamed the entire manor while wearing only underwear and a bra. A male's presence will force every woman to adjust to a new lifestyle. The least we can do is find him another familia capable of shielding him from Apollo's wrath. That's where you are wrong. Do you think any familia will risk endangering their relationship with Apollo for 2 level 1 adventurers? Elise rested her head in her arms. Despite being level 5, a first-class adventurer, she found there wasn't much she could do now other than clashing head-on against the Apollo familia. However, that wasn't possible for the familia captain. Everything she'd do will impact her goddess's reputation and the lives of every familia member. The Evolus incident had long sprouted a doubt inside her, the price of justice. As every sinner paid for their crimes, every hero paid an equal price for delivering justice to evil. Elise, what's on your mind? Elise masked her thoughts with a cheerful smile. Nothing, Astria-sama. XXX. Asahi POV. Was it okay to deny their help? Now asked as soon as I walked out. They also have to look after their familia. Even their familia has to abide by the rules set up by the guild ruled by arenas. I can understand it, Graphia added. Our devil clans also work this way. Not every devil is evil, there are kinder ones too. So when a well-above clan such as Lucifer bullies their friend, they have to face the harsh reality and keep their head out of trouble. No matter how deep their friendship is, the blood ties with family always win. Not every time, I groaned and shook my head. My blood siblings were the most horrible beings to walk on the planet. Sorry for the misinformation, Graphia quickly apologized. I hope Mistress now understood what I wanted to convey. I do. Anyway, why is that god aiming for Asahi-kun? I dunno. Maybe he finds me too charming. Now suddenly grabbed my arm to halt me. Her teary eyes looked like she'd cry at any moment. That won't do. Asahi-kun can't love men. She got anxious over me leaving her for some dude. Like hell it'll ever happen. Calm down. I'm not changing my preference. She patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The thought of Asahi-kun running away with a charming man almost stopped my heart. I'm sticking with you this whole life, whether you want or not. Same. My lord, please consider the single men on the street and don't flirt openly. By the way, don't take it to heart. This is but a maid's suggestion. Graphia's teasing tone and her grin full of mischief made me doubt my eyes. Feeling my stare, she averted her gaze and coughed. My lord. Sorry. You're just too beautiful. Rini pinched my sleeve and tugged lightly. Oni-san, am I beautiful? Of course, my Rini is the perfect example of cute and beautiful. She smiled softly. That makes me happy. Let's dive into the dungeon. The Avatar and Aromancer awaited me. I should bring Aimi here too. Her devotion to earning KP was second to none. Once she decides on something, even Kliska won't be able to stop the crazy bodyguard. Pondering over my plans, I entered the dungeon. Misha greeted us with a sincere smile, even giving us a map of the first 10 floors free of cost. She came off quite suspicious for buttering me up. Graphia and Rini also registered as an adventurer. I let out a sigh. The maid was doing so much for me while I hadn't done anything for her. I'd have no question if she became dissatisfied with me. Kliska, keep now and Rini on the XP distribution list and remove everyone. Add them back once I'm level 25. Graphia too. Alright, done. It'll speed up the process. Removing Rini and now would be foolish as they were getting more efficient in monster hunting. Inside the dungeon, I used the spells to wipe out the monsters swiftly. On the second floor, Rini walked in front, holding a magic stone. You can do it at home too. Rini shook her head. I can't be a good maid if I don't serve at Oni-san's side. Graphia turned her head and stared at the wall as if something would jump out of it. My maid's teaching might make a devoted yandere out of my Imudo. I didn't say that you can't devour it by my side. Okay. Oni-san, can I ask for pats later? Whenever you want. The girls became addicted to head pats while I became addicted to their blissful smile. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and ninth, each floor was easy, but we had to do it to keep our cover, which I doubt won't last long at this rate. On the 10th floor, I checked my new status. Status. Asahi Marikawa LVL, current level progress. 66,350, 766, 355, 200 XP. Age. Race. High human. Class. Lowly lover, mature lover. Unselectable classes. Monster tamer, Aromancer, undead hunter. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Karma. 824. Skills. Kliska's blessing. Special skill. Kliska distributed in a pleasing style. Despite not leveling up, I still gained a few points of stats by overexerting myself in the dungeon. So close. I held the daggers and dashed into the cave. The imps blocking my way were burned to ashes, the ogres were bisected, any monster got slaughtered. A ding chimed in my head, filling me with ecstasy. You have leveled up. You can choose a new class. Monster Tamer. Aromancer. Undead Hunter. Monster Hunter. A new class popped out of nowhere. Still, I chose Aromancer without hesitation. Something inside me boiled, heating my heart. The girls stepped back. Asahi-kun. Why are you getting hot? I waved my hand to dismiss Nao's concern and shut my eyes. The heat rushed up for a second and then swirled around my crotch area. I felt like it changed my cock, my feeling might be wrong. The heat then disappeared through the legs. A bunch of notifications popped up at once. I squinted and turned around. The dungeon seemed calm, but something told me of an incoming presence. Someone's coming, Graphia confirmed my doubt. 1, 2, it's a group of adventurers. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 161, ch. 163, another invite. The adventurers were none other than Loki Familia. Bet's pissed expression and Riveria's tired eyes showed their exhausted state as if they speedrun the entire dungeon. The adventurers in the back lifted barrels on a wooden base. Gareth, the dwarf, was carrying on all by himself. I just stepped aside to let them pass. Ace spotted me and hastened her steps. The change in pace was almost unnoticeable. Marikawa-san. How was your dungeon run this time? Everything was smooth, Riveria answered, resting her arms on Ace's shoulders. She waved at Gareth. You guys go ahead, I'll return to base with Ace. Okay, this has something to do with me. Marikawa-san, can we talk for a moment? Sure, let's find a safe place first. You looked pretty tired. Finding a place to sit was rather easy for us cheaters with the specs to conquer the mist. Inside one of the closed caves, Riveria sat down on the natural bedrock platform and sighed. How did you find it so easily? Just some skills I learned from my family. Kliska, my wife, counts as a family. Fufu. Don't forget today's big night. You are, okay. I shall prepare my best. I transferred a sweetbread to my pouch and handed it to Ace. She just stared at the bread. Not feeling hungry? I asked. No, she said. However, a grumble in her stomach denied her refusal. She turned her head and pouted a bit. Come on, take it. Thanks. She took the bread and nibbled a small bite. It's sweet. I smiled and ruffled her hair. Rini quietly snuck up to Ace's side and whispered something. Ace nodded and tore her bread in half to share with Rini. The two silent berserkers kinda went along on their first meeting. So what did you want to talk about? Riveria stopped staring a hole through me and gave a tiny smile. Loki-sama wants to invite you and your wife to our familia. Now, that was sudden. We are still level 1 though. Loki-sama still wants you on our team. This offer came out of the blue. Did Now's magic earn a spot in Loki's mind? Countless fascinating possibilities revealed themselves. I could use them to ditch Apollo's advances and use the big brain goddess to do more things. With the biggest familia on my back, I could easily dive into the deepest floors. However, I can't join. Astria wasn't willing to accept any male in her familia, more so if it's a playboy like me. She could have offered me shelter to avoid Apollo's troubles, but she didn't. My dream of conquering Ryu could still be done with or without entering any familia. Other than her pupils dilating slightly, Riveria's stoic expression nicely hid her surprise. Can I ask the reason? The wolf guy gets on my nerves. Riveria nodded her head and fell silent. Ace stuffing her cheeks with the bread looked cute as a time pass. The torch of the wall crackled as Riveria pondered. I'll convey your intention to Loki-sama. It's your goddess choice between 4 level 1 adventurers and a rebellious wolf. Bet isn't bad. His past messed his head. Like I care. Now Loki will have to decide if it's me or Bet. I'd love to get that wolf kicked out by his owner. Quite a sight to behold with some popcorn. Then, we will head out now. We're up too, so let's go together. I suppressed the itch to see my new skill set. Ace was smiling a tiny bit at my suggestion. This will also give Riveria a better idea of my, Rini, and Graphia's skills. Just a glimpse of her ice magic conjured by demonic power would influence the high elf lady. For the rest of the journey to the surface, Rini suppressed her berserk side and smacked the monsters like a rag doll, leaving Riveria and Ace in awe. Graphia's magic though blew away her mind. Standing frozen just like the monsters before us, Riveria forgot every bit of her elegance. Are you really a level 1? Yep, we can show our backs if you'd like. We had no marks carved by a god. Riveria pondered with her hand on her chin and shook her head. No need. I also showcased my dagger's abilities, carving wounds on the ogre's back. I felt the force behind my attacks had somehow increased. The level up brought some surprising results this time. Although my movements were nothing compared to a combat genius like Siko, I was skilled enough to be called a veteran. The dungeon didn't focus on the movement anyway, this place was all about killing and surviving. The journey went smoothly, and before long, we were at the dungeon's door. I spoiled Ace with some head pats and chuckled at Riveria staring at me curiously. You want some too? She shook her head, though a hint of a smile on her face showed she was somewhat pleased. Think again. I take pride in my head pats. What are you, a father? Riveria muttered her retort and bowed her head. I'll meet you later. And she dragged Ace out of the dungeon. Rini bowed to send her new friend off. Now touched my shoulder. Asahi-kun, why does flirting come so naturally to you? I was born to seduce. The first woman I seduced was my lovely mature maid. Those days were worth remembering. My gaze drifted to my new maid, standing stoically in the face of the adventurer's burning gaze. Graphia took a step back. My lord, your eyes are scary. My bad, you guys go ahead. I'll sell this stuff to the guild. The pouch was filled with magic stones. Even Rini won't be able to consume all of this and the stash stored in my ring. I can do it, my lord. People will hit on her if she goes alone. Some might lose their balls if this maid became furious. That'd be too much. Go home and rest. I'll take care of this. Now took Rini's hand and headed for the inn. Graphia bowed and followed them. With the sun setting over my head, I passed through several streets and arrived at the guild. Aina had quite the queue today. The longest queue was still the one with a redhead with 2 cute ears on her head. She was loaded in the boobs department, her gaze was anything but friendly. Yet, people flocked all over her. A Kaderi beastman, her popularity was understandable. I queued up at Aina's desk. Flirting with Kliska helped me lose track of time, as such my turn arrived soon. Aina nodded with a subtle smile. It's you, Marikawa-san. She didn't forget my name. Our first meeting left that deep impression on her, or her memory is just sharp. Yup. I wanted to sell some magic stones. That won't be a problem. Please follow me. Following her swaying ass, I arrived at the exchange room to trade the magic stones. Everything went smoothly, not the guys who tried to pick on me near the inn. I gently broke their left hand. Breaking the right hand would be similar to ruining their life. I'm not that cruel. Waving at the innkeeper lady, I got upstairs and entered the room. Graphia, can you sit there? Graphia looked confused as she plopped down on the bed. As I laid to position on her thighs, Graphia let out a sigh. My lord, please, feel at home. Her dry comment earned a light chuckle from Now. I rested down on her supple thighs and shut my eyes. Girls, I'll be taking a nap. 10 seconds, that's all it took to sleep and arrive at Kliska's realm. Snuggling with the lowly goddess in the kotatsu, I made my request. Show every notification now. With pleasure. The previously dismissed notifications appeared again. Kahahaha, another cliff. Chapter 162, ch. 164, Reasons, R. 18. Aeromancer class added. Aeromancer, a class available for those seeking and offering sexual pleasure well beyond their league. Class exclusive skills. Amorous Eyes, F rank, the eyes of the lust demon. Passive effect, gives the ability to see the excitement level of the partners and experience it. Unforgettable first offering, D rank, every first is unforgettable. Passive effect, any virgin offered will never forget the feeling. The mana will reshape their womb to match you, enhancing the pleasure for both of you. Betrothed gift, F rank, the deep bonds with your partners empower you in a unique way. Passive effect, instantly learn a skill from your partner. Condition, the partner must have at least 150 affection points. It can only be used at once in this rank. The next rank and beyond will double the number of uses. Arrow modifiers, F rank, you can modify the sensitivity of you and your partner for more comfortable sex sessions. So that light thing was, changing the girl's womb. This was unbelievable. Betrothed gift looked like the skill Kliska mentioned. Arrow modifiers seemed decent for more fun in lewd sessions. Scroll down for the next notification. You learned a new skill, Flawless Physique, Bronze Stage. Flawless Physique, Bronze Stage, special increases muscle density and allows the user to exert more power at less energy. 10% of mana reserves can be converted into any physical stat. Passive effect, Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 15, Defense plus. This was a freebie for achieving level 25. Kliska rubbed her face on my arm. My love, remember when I said you'd receive a better strengthening skill? My mind reeled back the memory of me envying Rei Miyamoto's reinforcement skill. At that time, Kliska said that I'd get a superior skill. So this will upgrade every 25 levels. Yes. You'll be a flawless god if you achieve its highest rank. I faked a pained expression. Do you mean to say I have flaws? And no, you heard it wrong, she panicked. I grabbed her shoulders and gently pushed her down. Tracing my thumb over her wet lips, I gazed into her eyes swirling with numerous emotions. Having a flaw or two is better, no. It makes me a human instead of a jackass god. She nodded meekly, her breathing rose, pushing her chest against me. My heartbeat quickened. I grinned and nuzzled into her soft cheeks while working my way up into her thin shirt. Why don't I check the changes in my body? My love, the girls are waiting for you. I cupped her soft breast and pinched her nipple between my fingers. They can wait until I finish loving my first wife. Kliska nodded as she wrapped her arms around me. A snap of her fingers brought us to the soft bedroom as well as vanished our clothes. My erect rock rubbed on her crotch slippery with her oozing love juices. My love. I kissed her cheeks and gazed into her moist eyes full of passion. Do me. Be patient. I squeezed her boobs, rubbing her steep tips against each other. Her strong facade faded, and a moan erupted from her throat. I sucked on both flower buds. Despite not having any milk, she tasted sweet as if every part of her was made from honey. Leaving a mark on each breast, I made my way down and spread her legs. I dove, trailing my tongue on the pink flesh peeking from her pussy. I could never get enough of her sweeter-than-honey love juices. Licking her passionately, I shoved 2 fingers inside and teased her spots within my reach. She squirmed and grabbed my hair. My love, it feels good. I raised my gaze and focused on her melting face. A pink mist flowed out of her, spreading a thin veil in the room. So this is, amorous eyes, skill. I wanted to have a taste of her feelings, so I took a light breath. The mist surged into my nostrils and overwhelmed my mind into radiant pink space. A gentle warmth filled my heart. The weight of her love easily surpassed the weight of a planet. Ufufu, now you know. I shook my head and focused on deactivating the skill. Trying it on the boss-level wife was a mistake. I increased the pace, wiping the smug off her face. She panted with her eyes wandering between the realm of dream and reality. Her eyes shot open and spasms traveled through her body. I poured more love and passion into my fingers. I finished the juices gushing from her slit and spotted her mischievous smile. How was it? She asked. Delish, I said and got to my knees. Kliska spread her legs and bared everything of hers with a soft smile. Please enjoy yourself. Without wasting another moment, I slipped inside her. After countless hours of looting her, she had loosened enough to fit me, yet still feeling tighter than other girls. She had perfected herself to pleasure me. That I did, she replied instantly. I leaned over and kissed her neck. Kliska, why do you love me so much? From our odd meeting to this day, I had no idea of the source of her feelings. She acted very much like a stranger on our first meeting, but after a good fuck she became attached to me. I could feel the genuineness of her love. Still, the thought struck out somehow. Kliska's eyes revealed some hesitation. My love, you must have realized it. That my domain wasn't the first time I saw you. I guessed it. Don't call me weirdo over this. She scratched her cheeks with a sheepish smile. I stalked my love for a few years. I was just bored, so I picked my mirror and started observing the mortal world. I became fascinated and kept looking for years, until I stumbled into a young man fooling around with his maid. That would be me, I presume. She nodded and pushed my chest. As I sat back on the bed, she slipped her legs around my waist and settled nicely. The man, despite possessing the sharpest brain of all, held himself back at a district high school, all because of his secret relationship with his maid. I let out a sigh, remembering the beautiful airhead maid. That was my first relationship. I wanted it to remain secret until I had some sort of upper hand against my father. A young master caring for his maid, instead of the other way around. I found it truly romantic, however, the maid was killed in some gunfire. I finished her words and closed my eyes. That was the real reason for my depression. Even though, it wasn't true love or anything. It was blooming into one. But some random thugs took away the chance. Kliska pressed her cheeks on my bare chest and gently rubbed my back. Those powerful and pure emotions, of grief. I just knew what kind of man you were. An utter lovable fool, how much I wanted to go down and comfort you in my bosom. I kissed her head. Your powers prevented you from doing it. I was willing to wait. But Amy ended up killing me before. Without her interference, you were supposed to live for 70 more years. Until my 80s, yuck. There you have it, the reason for my feelings. Then why did you pretend like we were strangers back then? I wanted to test your character. She flashed a bright smile. Seeing you in person was different. I was shaking in nervousness and excitement, like a high school girl meeting her idol. Above all, I was happy to see the man I love through my own eyes. I couldn't help but chuckle. Is that why you jumped characters midway through our conversation? She was a tsundere, then a Kaderi. I had no idea what to think of her back then. It was, so nerve-wracking. I pulled out all of my courage to seduce you to the bed. That you did. I wasn't planning to lewd you. That offer was merely a joke, but you agreed. 'Cause I knew you wouldn't back down if I accepted. Yeah. It'd be rude to deny a sincere offer. The serious things are over. Kliska grinned and forced me down. She straddled my waist with a bright smile. Allow me to service my love. I used my arms as a pillow, ready to enjoy the show. Chapter 163, Ch. 165, Upgrade, R18. Kliska peeled herself open and dragged my cock back and forth inside her slit. She sank her hips, taking every bit of me inside, and bumped her butt on me. A moan immediately left her lips. This feels more solid. The bronze skill also worked down there. I reached out and she leaned over, pressing my palm on her cheeks with a smile. She pressed down on my chest and began moving. Her boobs jiggled enough to grab my attention. Those cute breasts topped my new list, things I could never get enough of. The pink and red mixed inside the room, showing the grand length of her grand feelings. Kliska, why did I agree to share you with other women? She smiled and descended, squeezing me deep inside her. I know my love would become bored in this realm with only two of us. No matter how hard I tried, this was doomed to happen after hundreds or thousands of years. Thus, I created a master plan to let my love roam the fictional worlds. You are such a klutz. I wasn't this way before. I was boring like other gods, but your feelings changed me into a devoted housewife. Honestly, I don't know if I deserve such praise. I winced, feeling the warmth increasing around my cock. It even surpassed Saya, more blazing heat engulfing me. My love can handle more of my warmth now, she giggled and stopped at a pleasant temperature. It was like a sweet spot. She resumed moving at a faster pace, almost wanting to devour me. Her ride came to a screeching halt when her melting insides covered me in her juices. NGH. I can't hold back anymore, my love, let's do it together. I nodded and let the volcano erupt, spurting my seed inside her. She gave me a last squeeze, almost breaking me in half, and collapsed on my chest. I winced as her walls gradually cooled, catching me off guard with the sudden change in her temperature. I am spent. She was clearly faking it. In previous sessions, she lasted more than hours. This time, she faked exhaustion to send me back. Brimming with affection for the lowly goddess, I stroked her silver hair with utmost care. How much time passed? 1 hour, her reply was instant. You can go back, my love. I'll show up at the party in my best outfit. I'll show them that the goddess of dreams isn't a cheap waifu found in some gacha game. Honestly, you are so adorable. She grinned back at me and drew closer for a deep kiss. At the end of the kiss, I saw her smile and I was back on Graphia's lap. My love, get stronger, ranked up to C. All XP the user gains will now increase by 30%. The Dreamwalker abilities are further enhanced. Was this because of Kliska opening her heart to me? I should have asked it sooner. Either way, the party will be a lot smoother now as my grasp of dream invading powers is higher. Good morning, my lord, Graphia spoke after seeing me silent for a while. I closed my eyes. Good night. It's morning already. My lord must wake up. She was panicking, thinking I'll fall asleep on her lap until morning. Fine. I raised myself and pecked her cheeks. She rubbed her face with a confused expression. That's the price to wake me up. My lord's thick skin is evolving. Be grateful for witnessing my evolution. I spotted Nao's chiding glare. Anyway, we need to go to the other side now. Will Saya accuse me of forgetting her birthday? Or she forgot it herself? There was only one way to find it. My lord, I'll stay back, Graphia offered as she folded some clothes on the bed. I rubbed her shoulder from behind. Nah, we'll all go this time. But my lord, what would we do if someone came to meet us? Even though she said this, there was a bit of hope in her voice. I don't care, you are coming along. No one would like to watch the house while the other people have fun, even more so when that individual was raised like a princess. Very well, if my lord insists so much, she stated in a calm voice, but Nao's smirk on the other side of the bed told me it wasn't that simple. I peeked from the side to find Graphia gazing at the clothes with a broad smile. She looked rather foolish and cute at the same time. I snuck away before she noticed and observed Rini devouring the magic stones. Will she have any complications from taking too many magic stones? No. A monster isn't born with a soul, so its magic stone is just pure mana. She can eat however much she wants. Besides, won't my love like her when she is ripe for picking? That's also true. But a part of me felt like I manipulated her into loving me, which I probably did. Oni-san. Her pure smile melted away my doubts. I hugged her from the back and patted her head. As long as she's happy, I'm fine doing anything. She leaned back and stopped everything, just enjoying my affection. XXX. We traveled through the portal and teleported to the Yotsuba household. Maya was sipping coffee while reading a magazine on the couch with Nei-san and Yuriko discussing something with a book in their hands. Perhaps feeling our presence, she turned and her eyes shot wide open. Oni-sama. Honey, you are late. We just finished dinner. My bonding time with Kliska lasted a little longer than my original plan. Nasan has you covered. Nasan wrapped up the book and smiled. I made extras in case Kun dropped by. Nice. Go serve him, Yuriko pushed Nasan and winked at him. Dear, can we talk after that? It didn't take a genius to understand her motive. She wanted to tell me about Saya's birthday. I nodded with a faint smile. All right. Oni-sama, stay here tonight. Yup, that's what I mean to do today, I smirked. Everyone on one giant bed. A troubled expression surfaced on Grafia's face. She bowed. I'm not worthy. You are also coming. Okay. Dear, how can a woman reject you if you use that manly voice? Ignore her, Nasan grabbed my arms and forced me around. She pushed me and Rini out of the room. Up we go to the dining room. On our way, I stumbled into Saya walking out of the bath with a towel wrapped around her. Every room had a bath, but the large bath on every floor was more spacious and better in general. Saya blushed and pulled the towel up, showing more of her creamy thighs instead. When did you come? She asked meekly. Should have told me before, today is. Is today special? I feigned ignorance. She shook her head and pouted. It's nothing. I smiled and stroked her wet hair. I'll see you after dinner. I'll be sleeping in my room. She whispered and walked away. Was that an invitation to do lewd things or to have a discussion about her child's future? Knowing her it'd be a lewd request hidden underneath a serious discussion. Nasan dragged me to the table and served me, beaming ear to ear. It was nice that she regained some motivation. Although I had no worries about spoiling her endlessly, which she deserved after raising me single-handedly, she was too self-conscious of her weaknesses. The classic spicy curry rice left red marks on my tongue. She made it too spicy. With dinner done, I kissed Nasan goodbye and headed out. Nasan had given me the basic layout of where to find which girl in this massive apartment solely belongs to Maya. Seriously, a middle class can live in luxury from this building's rent alone. Mother or daughter, whom should I visit first? Chapter 164, ch. 166, Ambitions. I'll start with Yuriko since she asked about me first and drag her into the plan of this surprise party. As I turned the corner, the door behind me flung open. Chan. Rika's hyper voice prompted me to turn around, and my jaw dropped. A layer of white frills over a black dress reaching her thighs, the raven stocking squeezing her legs, and a cute frilly band on her head, Rika's maid outfit took my breath away. She placed her left hand on her hips and posed. Do I look okay? Okay. You look marvelous. And I mean every bit of it. She grinned. It's fine then. I'ma get this finalized. She dashed back into her room. She already prepared my reward. 3 maids together will shorten my lifespan. I shook my head and continued my journey. This time without any hitch, I arrived at Yuriko's room. Though the door was open, I knocked once to inform. The girls always gave me room without me asking, so I respected their privacy too. I was a cultured gentleman, after all. Coming, dear. Yuriko pulled open the door, and my jaw dropped for the second time this night. The MILF was donning a black suit over a formal white shirt and matching tight pants. Her neat ponytail and the black-rimmed glasses made her look like a young woman who had just joined some company. I was bored, so I thought, why not try some outfits a young man might like, and you arrived. Though maid outfit reigned supreme of all, roleplay like this definitely aroused me. I walked inside and kissed her cherry red lips, the fruit of an expensive lipstick. As much as I love your devotion, don't we have some serious business here? She closed the door behind, and we sat together on the bed. I spotted a red card lying on the dressing mirror beside the bed. I was preparing for future birthday parties, she sighed. And we have a ton of them every year. Another of having a harem, you get to indulge in cake many times. Dear, you already today is Saya-chan's birthday. Yeah, Kliska told me. Not only that, we also missed Rini's birthday. So unfortunate, it's hard to imagine that girl is 14. Will she age early if this keeps on? No. Her aging process will stop around 21 or 22. I shook my head at Yuriko. She'll be fine. Great. Now, how should we proceed to celebrate 2 cuties' birthday? I've planned for that already. I see, she muttered, playing with her hair. Her droopy-eyed gaze tempted me to undress her right here and now. I should get going. Saya also wants some attention. As I stood to escape, she yanked me back to the seat. My face was planted straight in her boobs, emanating a fresh fragrance. Giggling, she buried me further in her boobs and stroked my hair affectionately. Here's your reward for working extra hard. Rest for a little before you go. Her irresistible reward was bound to get me some curses from Saya. I hugged her and rubbed my face on her chest. You are using these lethal weapons to keep me from your daughter. As I expected, my mother-in-law is pure evil. Ufufu, I learned to use everything in my arsenal to my advantage. Letting my cute son-in-law fall in the hands of my tsundere daughter is a heresy. As expected of a perv, she knew all too well about role-playing. Yuriko, have you done it with your ex? She patted my head. I haven't. This is the first time I'm trying it. It's a lot amusing than I thought. It is. And dear, when will we return to our world? That's a question I didn't have to think about deeply. The next time we return, it'll be the end of every undead, probably a year. I see, then can I try my hand on some business here? I'll still come running if dear needs me in a fight, but I might get bored to death sitting here. I'm not saying that resting like this with the women isn't fun. It's just. I sank my teeth in her suit to cut off her rambling. I understand. You feel hollow sitting here all day. It's a phase everyone goes through after losing their job or college passouts hunting jobs from home. Even though they dreamed of the days they'll be free from all duties, but once it happens for real, people feel something amiss in their heart. Thank you, dear. You never disappoint me. What do you have in mind? Jewelry and fashion designing. Yatsuba is ready to finance everything. Maya was ready to help. Ask me if you need anything. I'll be happy to help. I'll be struck by lightning if I ask for more now, she sighed. I want to build everything from the ground with others. An organization someday some of our children will inherit with their chest high. She was going too deep into the future. But the thought of a mini Yuriko bouncing around the employees, proclaiming herself as young mistress made me smile. Dear is somehow heavier than usual. I explained my new Aeromancer class, its skills, and my new plan for making an avatar. She was left gaping in shock. So dear can accompany us here too. That's wonderful news. She grabbed me by the shoulder and kissed all over my face before locking her lips with mine. I'm ready to stay inside the dungeon for weeks. She sure was fired up. Everyone here will be super pumped. Nobody said it, but we were lonely without you chirping around us 24/7. If you stayed here with us, it'd be awesome. I get it. I get it. So please calm down. Sorry for getting too excited. I shook my head and relaxed in her bosom. My eyes grew heavy, and I couldn't resist the temptation to sleep. Creak. The creaking door woke up. I found myself hugging Yuriko lying on the bed. From the corner of my eyes, I glimpsed at a pair of orange eyes flickering with crimson. Saya, come here. The clock on the wall showed 10. I sighed in relief. There was still time. Saya tiptoed to the bed and pointed at Yuriko. Let Mama sleep. Come to my room. Okay. I fixed Yuriko's head tilting too much to save her from some neck pain, and draped a blanket over her. We snuck to Saya's room. Saya shoved me inside the room without any lights. I spun and let my back crash into the bed. Click, she locked the door. Author, favorite if you liked it, /author. Chapter 165, ch. 167, The Party. Saya turned and lurched forward, her crimson eyes blazing in the darkness. Asahi, we still haven't thanked you for the gift you gave us. I gulped a mouthful of air. I can understand the sentiment, but it's borderline horror if you do it this way. I. She muttered like a broken record, and the crimson faded from her eyes. She staggered to me and fell in my embrace. Asahi. I stuck my nose in her wet hair. The strawberry fragrance had a calm feeling to it. What made you so hyper now? I don't know. What was the plan for inviting me here? She pushed me with an unusually cheeky smile, fidgeting on my lap. Today is my birthday. I'm 17 now. My eyes widened a tad. She confessed it outright instead of beating around the bush and pouting for days. Happy birthday, Saya. Thanks. What do you want as a present? Just tell me. I'll give it. I meant every word. She shook her head and stood, extending her hand. I grasped it and forced myself up. I've nothing to ask. You gave me enough already, even a child, despite your general dislike for them. How did you know that? I still remember your expression when I brought up children, on our first TT time, she spoke, her face going redder with every word. You didn't like them. Okay, enough of that. I yanked her and threw her on the bed. Now, let's sleep. I began undressing. My love, forgive me. What happened now? No, we broke our promise of not having sex until you embraced Lamy-chan. My hands froze at the third button. Saya furrowed her brows at my reaction. What happened? I returned a faint smile. Nothing. Fuck, I broke the promise. How did I get so horny? My love, it's all right. Laimi can't sense the feelings in your dreams. I sighed. Don't worry about it now. Just, don't forget it next time. Tomorrow night will be the time for Laimi. Knock knock. Saya, can Laimi come in? Speak of the devil, and he'll grace you with his presence. Laimi chose a great time. What does she want now? Saya grumbled and stomped to the door. Miss Takagi gets angry when her friend interrupts her lovey-dovey session. Saya partially opened the door and peeked out. Laimi, what do you want? Her whisper still sounded normal to me. Your senses are sharper now. Ah yes, flawless body. Guh. Kliska took a heavy blow for her naming sense. Laimi wants to meet Master, Laimi said. Saya groaned and fully opened the door. She turned on the lights and stepped aside. There, go meet him. Laimi walked past Saya and smiled at me. Master, did you wish her yet? So she also knew. I did. And where is the huge party Laimi read in manga and novels? Saya just told me about the birthday. I need time to prepare for a big one. Laimi folded her arms on her chest and narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Master. I glanced at Saya still looking outside the door. Safe. I shushed her and explained the plan with telepathy. Before she screamed in excitement, I covered her mouth with a kiss. A shiver rushed through my body, and I broke the kiss. That was inconceivable. Laimi released a deep breath and looked up with glistening eyes. Master. Tomorrow, I promise. She nodded repeatedly and drew back. She hugged Saya from behind and kissed her cheeks. Good night, Saya. Have fun on the first night of your 17th year. Mind your own business. Laimi left Saya fuming on the door for a while. I grasped her hand and led her to the bed. No naughty things today. Who wants to do naughty things anyway? Did someone say naughty here? We both turned to Shirori peeking through the door. She opened the door, revealing Siko standing with 2 pillows. Sorry for interrupting on your birthday night, Siko apologized sincerely. Shirori was adamant about sleeping with Asahi-kun tonight. Oh oi traitor. You were the one who spoke. I wish I could lay in Asahi-kun's strong arms or hug his broad chest right now, while staring out of the window. Why are you betraying your sis now? It was just an afterthought, Siko retorted and shoved the pillow in Shiori's face. You dragged me without waiting. Shirori snatched a pillow and slapped it in Siko's face. The two started beating each other with the pillows. Stop fighting here. Saya got between the two, getting a few blows head-on, though she separated the two. She glared at Shirori, who smiled shamelessly. How did you know he was here? Well, duh. It's your birthday night. You think he'll spend the night with someone else? Saya snuck a glance at me and then shook her head. Unlikely. Okay, you two can sleep here too. Is that okay? Siko inquired as she looked at Saya. Yeah, I had no plans for the naughty stuff. I don't mind you looting us together, still great. Shiori's perverted mind worked on a whole different level. Just like that, I shared the bed with 3. Saya valiantly chose my right, the spot reserved to get groped during my sleep. Siko offered the left to Shirori, who kindly denied. I closed my eyes and counted sheep. Kliska's home appeared before the 10th sheep crossed the fence. The room was empty this time with Kliska's belongings, a laptop, some coffee mugs, pens, and notebooks, neatly placed on the table. She might be stuck on what to wear tonight. My love, should I switch the location? Kliska's voice reached my head. Yes. The surroundings flashed by and took me to a room built with my memories of Takagi Mansion's living room and decorated with some common things. The whole reason was to throw an ordinary party rather than a fancy one. After all, some little things could bring more happiness than luxury. The large table in the center had 2 giant strawberry cakes. Saya's had 17 layers while Rini's had 14. I concentrated on summoning my women. Only Laimi, Yuriko, and now with Aiko on her shoulders, and Nei-san arrived. Kun, is this Saya's birthday party? It seems like it, Yuriko answered. Dear put good care to build this in the dream. It's also for Rini. I see. I see. Rini's birthday passed too. Rini Wani-chan's birthday. Aiko jumped down and grabbed my hands. Thank you very much, Asahi Oniai-san. The bubbly loli mowed us with her cuteness. Now leaned and picked Aiko. When will Master call Saya? Laimi asked. She should come at the end. I created a couch and waited for others to sleep. Shirori came first, followed by Siko. One by one, everyone joined the dream except Graphia and Aimi. A devil tends to be more active at night, that's why she can't sleep right now and Aimi must be up to some plan to help me. Her devotion was too much at times. Kliska, can you do something? I'll pass a message in your voice. That should be enough. Nobody had asked about this place, probably because of Yuriko spilling beans for our meeting in her dream. MHM. A moan brought my attention to Shirori leaning on the couch. I reached her to find her hand buried in her skirt. She grinned up at me. Even this seems real. Perv, Rika spat, still wearing the maid dress. Chan, you too. Why did you call me in this dress? Because it looks good on you. Is that so? I nodded and tried to summon Aimi. It became successful as a sleepy Aimi fell from the sky. I quickly caught her in a princess carry. She seemed weightless like the girlfriend of a certain half-vampire boy. Aimi entwined her arms around my neck and pecked my cheeks. Asahi-sama. Hey there. I hear you've been working hard lately. She shook her head. Those were just minor errands. I smiled while trying to summon Grafia. Whoa. My maid landed before me in her sexy maid dress. She staggered back to her feet and turned to me. My lord. I slept after your order, then where am I? I calmly answered her question, only to get another question. Her curiosity was like an endless abyss. While waiting for Kliska, I tried to answer them to the best of my ability. My love, I am coming. A tear opened in the space before us. The girls just stayed silent, perhaps mistaking it for my doing. Shirori, you wanted to meet my goddess, didn't you? Shiori's eyes widened. That's her. I confirmed with a nod and looked back to the rift. Kliska stepped out in a bright white kimono with golden accents. Her silver hair had a dim glow, making her appearance sacred. Oh, dear, Yuriko whispered. That's truly a goddess. Kliska's wooden sandal clacked as she approached. She gave a short bow before smiling sweetly. It's my honor to meet everyone gathered. My love's precious lovers. While the others were stunned at Kliska's humble attitude, I welcomed her with a hug and rubbed her back. You look charming. UNN. Neisan was the first to stand and return a bow. Thanks for supporting my Aekuin until now. It's nothing, Shizu Neisan. Your Aekuin's love turned me into a happy goddess. For that, you shall say no words of gratitude. Siko got up and lowered her head. Thanks a lot for crafting this katana. You have my thanks as well, goddess. Shirori trailed off. Asahi-kun never told your name. Kliska. The lowly goddess kept a straight face. Kliska Marikawa. Neisan's eyes grew wide. She looked between Kliska and me before shaking her head. Welcome to the family, Kliska-sama. Kliska-sama, Shirori nodded with a smile. I never thought the strongest of us all will be a sexy lowly. Kliska chuckled. Do not worry about anything. I'm legal by all means. Chan, I thought of her as a gentle and mature woman. Rika stood on my right and sized up the lowly goddess. Her eyes went to Kliska's chest. Still, that part of her is very, very mature. Kliska returned a gentle smile. Laimi stretched her hand and poked Kliska's cheeks. She is no different than us except her hair. Kliska blushed a bit when Laimi pointed it out. She reverted to normal hair. I can easily change my appearance. Teach Laimi, please. And no. I can't. Please, Laimi pestered Kliska until she sighed and pointed to me. My love can use karma to craft shapeshift potions. Okay. Master, buy one for Laimi later, please, she asked with teary eyes, making it hard to resist her request. I gave up without trying. Okay. Yay. Oni-sama, look here. I turned to Maya, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Kliska with a proud expression. We look about equal. Kliska squinted and slowly pushed her chest forward. I've bigger boobs. It's rare for her to taunt someone. Maya's gaze froze on Kliska's boobs protruding from her kimono, and her shoulders sank. I comforted her with a few rubs on her head. Now just stood back and watched everything play out with her lowly sister. I summoned the birthday girls. Both of them appeared together, looking confused. Happy birthday. Everyone said together. Our voices synced strangely. Saya covered her gaping mouth. This. Rini still looked confused, so I patted her head. Happy birthday, Rini. Oni-san, you didn't need to. You are one of us, so of course, we'll make every year worth remembering for you. She shook visibly and hung her head. A drop of tear slid down her chin. I love you, Oni-san. Her trembling voice was brimming with raw emotions. I'm glad you were the one who took my hand and pulled me out of the mall. It was the first time I felt loved, everyone there was so nice and caring. I answered her feelings with a hug and rubbed my chin on her hair. I love you too, my little rabbit. Everyone else silently watched us. Let's celebrate, Oni-san. I don't want to be a party pooper. K. Thus we began the event. Starting by cutting the cake and tasting a little. Rika grabbed Shiori and shoved her face in the cake. She guffawed at the cake-stained Shiori's face. Before long, everyone joined in wasting the cake I designed with so much love. The fight became a bit brutal with Rika and Shiori tearing each other's clothes. They were just doing it for fun, so I didn't intervene. Besides, their bodies layered in cake somehow fueled my desires. For the sake of Lolas and my promise, I held back from acting on my impulses. In the end, the entire room was filled with cake. Chapter 166, ch. 168, Graphia's Instincts. In the morning, I had breakfast with everyone talking about the party. While I was wearing my adventurer shirt in my room, someone entered the room. Just a whiff of the strawberry scent told me it was Saya. Asahi. I put on the shirt and turned around. Saya had her hands behind her back, a happy smile floating on her face. You know, thanks a lot for the party, she said. Close your eyes, please. I did as she asked. A thin, cold string touched my neck. You can open them now. I held the pink pendant split into 3 pink hearts. It's a gift. Cherish it properly. I reached out to kiss her, but she dodged and dashed out of the room. 3 hearts, huh? It wasn't hard to understand that they symbolized me, her, and the child. I returned to the forest with Busujima sisters, Graphia, Lamy, and my beloved Aimi, who didn't need to stay away for so long from me as she was still a Yandere. Now wanted the sisters to have some fun, so she stayed back today. Rini was still sleeping after all the fun we had yesterday. This might have been her first birthday party, and we exploded it with joy. My love. I can handle the girls' teleportation if you want. You don't have to travel again and again. I also asked them to contact me if they want to come here. After her talk with everyone, she could boldly communicate with the girls. I appreciate the offer. Graphia and Lamy vanished. Now shall we? Siko intertwined her hand with mine. Gazing at the cloudy sky, she gave a soft smile. It's perfect weather. Shiori clutched my hand and brought it up to her face with puppy eyes. Asahi-kun, can we walk there? I couldn't resist and ended up nodding at their request. Yeah. Shiori pumped her fist and hugged my arm. Off we go. Good grief. You never lose this energy, do you? Never. Her cheeky grin made me smile. We walked through the vast lands. Aimi kept her silence, following us. About an hour later, we arrived at the eastern gate of Orario. The guard asked for our identity. I showed my guild documents. He glanced at the 3 girls beside me. You may enter. That stunned me for a second. So the girls got a free permit here. I shrugged and strode into the city. The walk to the inn was quite lengthy, but Shiori's reaction to everything on the street made it refreshing. Siko, well, she was cultivating her Kaderi powers to the next level, even though she was anything but Kaderi during our private moments. With both my hands busy, Aimi stepped forward to knock on the door. The wooden door opened, so did my eyes. Welcome home, master. Lamy was wearing an Eki version of a maid outfit reserved for fanservice episodes in the anime. The type which revealed her full breasts, flashed a panty shot every time she bent. That looks sexy. Lamy squinted with a faint smile. Rika-chan told Lamy master's fetish. Lamy couldn't hold herself back. She clasped her hands with a sheepish smile, for what you know, be Lamy's first time. Asahi-kun's luck with good women is immeasurable. Shiori's comment might be true. If I had a luck stat, it'd be above 999. My other maid, Graphia, bit her thumb as she sneaked glances at Lamy. She still had a long way to go before becoming a true maid, the standard she set for herself. Then I'll be off. As much as Apollo's creepy mug creeped me out, I still had to decline him politely. Asahi-sama, can I go to the dungeon? She was eager as ever to farm XP. The truth was I needed it to get my avatar. Aimi-san, I will come with you. Can't leave me here, Siko. The Busujima twins also voiced their desires. Aloud, but prioritize your life above all, and don't use flashy powers that can cause massive destruction. Laying low, I know the deal, Shiori grinned. My katana is enough to handle anything the dungeon throws at me. I raised my hand and chopped her head. Stupid, that's a death flag. I thought you knew how to avoid them. My bad, hubby. Siko's eyes gleamed in happiness. This sadist's favorite hobby was slaughtering. She might lose herself in killing. I turned to Aimi, my last hope. Protect everyone. I will. Kliska-sama can mark and teleport Asahi-sama if anything happens. Ksika, the head waifu, watched over everyone from heaven. There was nothing she couldn't see on her laptop from her modest room. Never underestimate a housewife. You're a goddess, though. I'm a wife before a goddess. Her enthusiasm was unparalleled. My lord, I can accompany them. I shook my head. Laimi can't fight, and leaving her alone made me uncomfortable. Laimi smiled. Master, don't worry about Laimi. Maya shared her cousin's stash with Laimi. As for Laimi's protection, Master can jump back here in one moment. Then Graphia, don't go beyond the 30th floor. Use your stealth skill if you see another party. Noted, my lord. I kissed everyone on their cheeks. Graphia raised her chin with eyes full of anticipation, thinking I'll go for her cheeks. She couldn't be any more wrong. Nailing the opportunity, I went for her lips. She flinched, pressing my shoulders, ready to push me. I stroked her cheeks and nibbled on her lower lip. Refusing to push this too far, I ended it. My lord. She breathed out, her wet eyes ready to blow away my reasoning. She rose on her toes, aiming for another kiss. I tilted my head and nuzzled my cheeks against her. I stroked her hair to calm her instincts taking over. She eased into my embrace and wrapped her arms around my chest. My lord, it wasn't my intention, she sulked. It's my devil instincts acting. Us devils are creatures of sin, and they are very impulsive when it comes to mating. It's rare to find an aristocrat devil without a harem. My mother was also mistress. It was rare for her to look this vulnerable during her duty. Did last night have her fall for me harder than ever? No need to explain yourself. I understand you. She pushed me with a cold expression. It couldn't hide her flushed face. My lord, you are already late. Please make haste. Okay. No, you don't. She dragged me all the way out to the inn. Go please, you're making me embarrassed. I tucked the daggers into my cheap adventurer pants and strolled toward Apollo's mansion. Let's see how this meeting turns out. Chapter 167, ch. 169, Enslaving a God. The one to greet Asahi at the mansion's door was none other than Hyacinthos, burning under the blazing sun his god lorded over. Follow me, he said coldly, clearly angry for waiting here. Sure. Asahi couldn't be bothered to mess with the fodders prepared as the stepping stones for the main character. The mansion was silent enough to hear the cricket chirp in the garden. Asahi's life sense skill detected a single presence on the right. Hyacinthos led him to that very place. Apollo sat in his chair behind a round table laden with all sorts of delicacies and aromatic wines, enjoying the sun. Asahi grabbed the empty seat without any reservations. Any reason to invite me here? Apollo released a chuckle as if amused at his question. A straightforward person and a valiant warrior. Children like you are my favorite. Child, join my familia, and become my beloved. Goosebumps crawled up Asahi's spine, and he quickly shook his head. Don't wanna. Hyacinthos took his blade out in fury. You insolent. Be quiet, Apollo said without a dent in his grin. What will it take? Asahi tapped the wooden table with a delicate smile. I'm not interested. I see, your wife is holding you back from my embrace. I already told you that I'm not eager to join any familia. Why not? I can make you stronger, give you wealth, a better home, and I can be a better lover than your wife. Apollo's last words evoked the most cursed Dojin's memories in Asahi, and he scrunched his nose. Swiftly disguising his disgust under a stone expression, he pushed back the chair. We're done here. Cleansing the bad memories with his beloved sister's thighs, he walked. Apollo looked at Asahi's back. He felt as though the light of his life was departing from him. His heart was bleeding in agony. Countless men and women had praised his elegance and charm. Yet, this child held no respect for him, defying and disrespecting him to the end. However, the more Asahi resisted, the more Apollo wanted him. I can't let him go. I'll make him mine at any cost. Stop. Asahi stopped and turned around, puzzled over Apollo's shout. Apollo crossed his legs and gave a sinister smile. If you don't come to me, I'll destroy everything you hold dear. Apollo dropped every facade of elegance and threatened Asahi. It would have splendidly shaken anyone. Anyone but Asahi. He returned a smile no less evil than Apollo's as his golden eyes reflected a look of spite. Try it, dude. There will be no Apollo familia, he blatantly threatened the god. Apollo felt his heart shiver. He involuntarily gulped before realizing what he was, trembling in fear. He, a god that mortals worshipped, shivered like a baby before a mortal, a level 1 adventurer. Fury consumed him and ejected his fears. Asahi Marikawa, you are doomed, so is your wife. I shall rape her before your eyes. She will forget once she gets my taste, and once I am tired of her, I'll give her to my adventurers. They'll love the Far Eastern woman until she breaks, and then, Apollo paused and grinned ear to ear. I'll kill her. Apollo threw his head back and burst into laughter. What did he have to be afraid of? Asahi was just a level 1 adventurer with foolish pride. Apollo will enjoy his time breaking him. Asahi didn't reply. He just stood there, his eyes closed and fists clenched. My love, calm down. Your berserk mana will erase the pill's effect. Kliska's warning went past his ears. His mana poured out as a white mist, his aura swelling tremendously. He was utterly furious to the point of losing his mind. Because Apollo wasn't joking. He intended to do what he said. He wanted to rape now and then kill her. Kill. Death. He let his woman die once. And a genuine threat to his women in his face snapped him. Apollo's laughter froze when he felt the massive aura crashing down on him. This was the aura of a god. His body was frozen on his chair before he said those words. Hyacinthos, he moved his trembling lips and called out. Hyacinthos snapped out of his shock over the adventurer being a god and rushed to intercept Asahi, taking a step at a time. His sword Sun's Flamberge shook in his hands. Asahi's aura was too strange and terrifying, more southwest up close. Hyacinthos fired up the enchantment on his sword. The flame eased his fears, giving him the courage to swing down his sword. Die. Asahi raised his hand and caught the sword. The blade and flames left no scratches on his new body. He squeezed the sword. Crack crack. And the blade shattered. Apollo's heart jumped to his throat. A god broke the sword with his bare hands. Sun's Flamberge was no normal sword. Forged by Hephaestus's high-smiths, this sword's durability was only second to the weapons with Durandal attribute. Asahi slapped the stunned Familia captain, sending him tumbling into the thick bushes. No one stood between him and Apollo. He fixed his glare at the sun god. He hadn't lost his mind yet. Damn the consequences, he was going to punish the foolish god. You said something you shouldn't have. Wide-eyed, Apollo forced his legs to retreat. He had to escape somewhere, or he will die. Gods laughed at death with their immortality, but right now, he was in pure survival mode, running for his life. He stumbled on the garden fence and fell on his back. Yet, the fear urged him, and he crawled on his back. Asahi closed the distance in a leap and stomped on Apollo's chest. It was a gentle kick compared to his full strength. Yet Apollo coughed up a handful of blood. Why, you can't kill me. Arenas will send you back if you kill me. Asahi brought up his boot and covered Apollo's face. Arenas won't know if no one tells him. I am sorry. Women, Valis, this mansion. I will give you anything. Please don't kill me, Apollo begged. He will lose his entertainment if he is ejected from Earth and won't be able to return for hundreds of years. Heaven was all too boring and static. Nothing like this place. He will die from boredom there. He was willing to beg if it meant staying here. Asahi narrowed his eyes and chuckled. People worshipped this pathetic man, who lacked a backbone. He wasn't going to kill Apollo anyway. Death was an easy way out since Apollo won't really die even if he used Gi-Balg. He'll respawn in heaven. He had a more wicked idea. Kliska, I'm sorry. He apologized to Kliska first. He ignored her in his rage, making her worried. I can understand your reason, my love. Do you have something like a slave collar but it won't be seen by others? He was going to enslave this son of a bitch. It's soul oath skill. A blood-red crystal appeared in his hands. He couldn't understand the word carved on the back of the crystal. Divine language. He crushed the crystal. You learned the skill, Soul Oath. Soul Oath, unique, the user can create or receive oaths. Anyone trying to break the oath will suffer immense pain in their soul. Asahi knew this thing was expensive, but he didn't care right now. He pulled back his feet and looked into Apollo's fear-stricken eyes. You don't want to die, right? Apollo nodded his head repeatedly. Then live as my slave. Apollo almost coughed up more blood. This man wanted to enslave a god, an existence standing at the top. He was ignorant to Asahi's new skill, and pondered a bit. I agree. He accepted it for now. Later, he will go to Babel and rile up the gods there. Asahi will be branded as an evil god and sent back to heaven. He was going to torture his mortal companions here. He placed a hand on his mouth to hide his grin. What do I have to do? Apollo, the sun god, are you willing to be my slave? I am, he answered solemnly. A burst of crimson mana exploded from Asahi and formed a scythe. Asahi swung the scythe. Apollo shut his eyes in fear. But nothing happened. It didn't work on me. Of course, it wouldn't. I'm a god. You're going to pay with your blood. His rebellious thoughts quenched when a blade cut through his heart. He found Asahi grinning down at him. He felt as if someone twisted the blade. Apollo screamed, loud enough to alert the whole Orrerio. Asahi had already placed a soundproof barrier, so no soul would know what happened here. It was at this moment Apollo came to realize. He fucked up big time. Chapter 168, ch. 170, Apollo's Punishment. Apollo's screams pleased my ears. He writhed in agony for harboring the thoughts of betrayal, then crawled back. I couldn't help but grin at his foolish brain. You brought this on yourself. How? Why does this work on a god? 'Cause Cliche is the stronger goddess. Now. You'll have plenty of occasions to know in the future since you're my slave now. Why yes, I am. A god such as him is plenty humiliated by being a slave, but his crimes warranted more punishments. Since he wanted to rape so much, I'll let him feel what it's like to get raped. The monsters here don't rape people, not even orcs. Uncultured swine. Natsumi, the endgame antagonist, would have helped. Making a trip there without knowing her actual location will take hours. Cliche, can you pinpoint her location and teleport me there? Anything for you, my love. I threw a health potion at Apollo. Drink up. He won't be able to enjoy much in his current state. He obediently gulped the potion and looked up, fear and terror in his eyes. It'd be hilarious if a god like him died from internal injuries. I nodded with a smile and walked toward Apollo's loyal dog lying unconscious in the bushes. The flawless body really boosted my defense to another level. I burned his body with the flames. You earned 400 XP from killing level 10 hyacinthos. Nothing will go outside of this mansion now. Apollo staggered back to his feet. Where are the other adventurers? I asked. Dungeon exploration. I grabbed his hair, and Cliche teleported me to the forest. I flew up, holding onto his wrist. He screamed in pain as his weight fractured his arm. As I flew through the gate, Cliche teleported me again. This time it was a dark prison cell. Natsumi leaned against the wall, her dead gaze frozen on the ceiling. She wore a ragged sleeveless robe, leaving her branch-like arms and legs open. She lost every touch of beauty she had before. This woman also tried to kill Rika, but I wasn't this furious back then. Or I had better control over my emotions before. My love, this is natural. As your soul grows stronger, you'll become more true to your desires. Where are we? Apollo's voice snapped Natsumi back to reality. She looked at me, her eyes growing wide by each moment. You asshole. You foiled my plans and now came here to humiliate me. Throwing Apollo aside, I crouched and hushed Natsumi. I've come to claim my slave. She bit my finger and growled, slave. Cliche, give me a slave collar. A thick collar appeared in my hands. I shoved her hands from her face and clamped the collar around her neck. As I poured mana in it, the rune on its front glowed. With this, she was my slave. I got 2 in one day. Nice. Stand, I gave a test order. I can't. She shook her head. The rune glowed in an ominous crimson. She pushed her lifeless legs and stood, only to fall again. I grabbed her hand and sighed. So the people left rotting here without any food. Why am I doing this? She asked. You enslaved me. I did. Taking both Apollo and her, I returned to Apollo's mansion. I shoved a recovery potion in Natsumi's mouth. She choked hard but managed to swallow it. I stuffed her with 2 mana potions and dragged the 2 inside. Choosing the first random room, which turned out to be quite luxurious, I threw Apollo inside and locked it. Asahi, what are you doing now? Ignoring him, I lightly slapped Natsumi's cheeks to take her out of her stupor. Create a group of goblins and orcs. The more lustful, the better. I won't follow your, she tried to defy, but the rune on the collar glowed. I am sorry. 3 balls of energy rose from her palm, slowly taking the shape of 2 green hideous goblins and 1 pig-headed orc. Their monstrous cock became erect, and they pounced on me. I narrowed my eyes and blew them with a kick. Natsumi, order them to go inside and rape him till he faints. Yes, master. The 3 opened the door. Apollo's eyes bulged as he retreated, crashing into the wall. Asahi, please stop joking. I'm sorry. Please stop them. I grinned and closed the door. Getting his ass drilled by those giant dicks should be enough of a punishment. Natsumi, watch over him. Don't let him die. It's an order. His familia will do my dirty work from this day forward. Okay. Master, what will become of me now? You'll work for me from now on. I'll tell you the details later. I left some fresh bread and water for her and walked out of the mansion. Wrath truly was a sin. I sighed and knocked on the door. The door quickly opened, and Laimi grabbed my collar with teary eyes. Master, what were you doing? Laimi couldn't reach you at all. Why did you get so angry? I received no telepathy messages from her. It might be Kliska. I clenched her shoulders and shook her lightly. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. Why yes, Master is. She released my collar and rested her head on my chest. Tell Lamy. I rubbed her head and closed the door behind. Let's talk on the bed. Lamy perched on the edge of the bed, and I accompanied her. I told her of today's event from beginning to end. Lamy heaved a sigh of relief. Master is super protective of us. That stupid god couldn't possibly do anything to Master's harem. I know, but I can't let him curse my women like that. Laying low doesn't mean I'll let everyone roll over me. She placed her hand on mine and faced me with a smile. Lamy loves you because of it. Lamy, I hesitated in bringing up sex after neglecting her for so long. She took my hand and pressed it on her cheeks. Master, make love to Lamy, she said as her lips curled up. Drown Lamy in the ocean of your love. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 169, ch. 171, Lemegitans Resolve, R18. I pinched Lamy's cheeks before slipping my fingers into her silky silver hair. She raised her chin with pursed lips begging for a kiss. I bent down and did just that. Her golden eyes narrowed in happiness, lighting a fire in my body. This time I could somewhat resist this boiling passion, but I resigned to it. Lamy leaned more and rose to her knees, forcing me to retreat and crane my neck for the kiss. I picked her light body and let her down on the bed. She squirmed out of my hold and reversed the position. She pressed her hands on my cheeks and drew back, leaving a trail of silver saliva. She licked her lips with a teasing and seductive glint in her eyes and wiped the saliva with her thumb. Delicious, Master. Lamy wants to taste that place now. Saya said nothing ever comes close to it. She got on all fours and crawled backward with a smug face. She pressed my leg for support and poked the bulge in my leather pants. Vanish. She sent my pants to her ring. My cock sprang free and smacked her nose. She pursed her lips into a pout. That hurt, bad cock. She flicked my glands already sensitive from the arousal. I leaked a tiny groan as she clutched the shaft in her hands with eyes dripping with lust. She moved her hands and gulped in anticipation. She leaned down and sniffed like a pervert. This scent is making Lamy horny. Master, Lamy's been so patient. Not anymore. She licked all the way to the top and kissed the glands. She swallowed the head. My cock slid over her warm tongue, all the way to her throat. Master, it's too big for Lamy's mouth. With her mouth busy, she used telepathy to whine. I endured the shiver crawling over my skin and patted her head. It's fine. Don't push yourself. She moved up, trailing her lips on my cock. Lamy understands. Her cute voice made me chuckle. Let me make up for everything, I whispered in her ears and extended my hand. For the times she endured it alone. Despite the apparent confusion on Lamy's face, she clasped my hand. I gently guided her to lay still and unhooked her denim shorts. She raised her slim legs like a spoiled princess, letting me undress her. She was commando under those shorts. She arched her back and took off her loose t-shirt. Aside from the lowly gang, Lamy had the smallest breasts at C-cup. But they looked adorable with rosy pink nipples. Even her figure was petite, slightly above Rini's. She giggled as she bent her knees in M and spread her legs. I used my thumbs to separate her outer labia, revealing the bright pink flower. The scent of her love juices poured out as a sweet musk. Rika and Lamy, no matter how many times I see, this contrast of their pussies just raised my admiration for tanned girls. Ah, Master. It's embarrassing. Lamy tried to hide her pussy, yet her other hand was squeezing her breasts. Her contradictory actions of embarrassment and arousal made her more adorable. My patience ran out, and I pushed a finger inside her. Ah. She moaned, grasping my hair. Oh. From gentle to rough, I adjusted the pace to her pleasure while brushing her clit with my nose to tease her, wrecking her in the joys of being my woman. Despite holding back this much, a few droplets of my precum already dripped out. Every ounce of her pleasure I gave her came back amplified at an unprecedented level. This was what it meant to bond at the spiritual level. Lamy was already too lost, pushing me deeper into her while moaning every second. Eventually, her back arched backward, and she squirted ropes of thick love juice all over my hand. She slumped back into the bed and covered her face with her forearms, breathing like no tomorrow. It's too much. Master, everything's white. Even a diva like her was overwhelmed with the double cycle of pleasure. My Aeromancer class seemingly helped me out, but she could have been too much for her. She gave a determined smile and stretched her arms invitingly. But Lamy can't leave Master like this. Lamy's love isn't weak to back out now. I chuckled at her foolish bravery. She made a V gesture with a toothy grin. Lamy can take more than that. I leaned down and pressed my lips on her cute belly button. She squirmed as I kissed her bronze skin layered in thin sweat and pressed my face between her breasts. Soft. Haha, master. Master, you are like a child, she said with droopy eyes. No need to delay. Lamy is ready. Every girl called me a child when I sucked their breasts. Can't a man just admire his wife's breasts? If you say so. Supporting myself on one hand, I thrust my raging cock in her slit. She gasped as I went deep into her extremely tight pussy. Master, she winced in pain as tears gathered at the corner of her eyes. I stopped to give time to her, but she locked all her limbs around me as if saying you're allowed and tightened her legs around my back. This forced me all the way to her womb. Like that, master. She let out a heated sigh, brushing her erect nipples on my chest. Now show Lamy the prowess of the harem king. I sealed her lips with mine, and we intertwined our tongues messily. I started to move slowly, giving her time to adjust to my length. Lost in the fervent kiss, my movements reached the peak, squelching out her love juices with violent thrusts. Lamy broke the kiss and threw her head back. Mum. It feels good. Too good. I kissed her again to muffle her moans. In the heat of everything, I forgot to activate the barrier. The people in the inn will be frustrated. Lamy cupped my cheeks and started another passionate kiss. I traced my fingers down her waist and squeezed her butt cheeks. Mashed her. She let out a seductive voice. The intense workout made us sweat. We relished each other's warmth throughout the plowing I gave her. It was only a matter of time before she and I finished together, bathing each other's sex in thick, warm fluids. Since we both came together, I dodged the shame of finishing quickly. I released Lamy from the kiss, letting her catch breath. Breathing out hot puffs of air, she poked my nose. Naughty master. Turn me around. Are you sure? Yes, master. I nodded my head and pulled out of her, getting the first-class view of my glowing cock and her gaping hole spilling our mixed juices. I turned her over as she requested. Knock, knock. Lamy-sama, I'm coming in. The door opened. Grafia stood on the other side, gaping at the mess we made of the bed. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 170, ch. 172, back to business. Grafia stared at my cock for a few odd seconds before feigning her stoic expression. Lamy-sama, my lord, it's time for dinner, she said and shuffled toward the table in the room. I brought tools to cook here. Lamy and I couldn't stop laughing. Prioritizing our food over everything, she was an excellent maid. I gave Lamy a short kiss on her lips and brushed her hair. It's enough for today. Yeah. Lamy didn't even bother cleaning and wore her shirt and shorts. I also fixed my clothes. Where is your maid dress? She let out a sheepish laugh. It made Lamy more uncomfortable while waiting for master. It seems like my second maid-dressed sex partner will be Grafia. I pinched the blanket's edge to take it off, but Grafia stopped me. My lord, leave that to me, Grafia said, looking over her shoulder as she cooked something aromatic. Wash your hands. I'll make quick soup for you. Nope. It's not something you should do unless it's your bed. Grafia quickly turned and stirred the soup. Her lovely back gave off motherly vibes, begging me to hug her. I couldn't do it with another woman's scent on me. Other girls were fine with this gesture, but Grafia was only close to Rini as far I know. I set the dining table, making the room cramped. Grafia, what happened in the dungeon? No need to worry about mistresses, Grafia said. I left my familiar there to warn me if they face any danger. Well done, Grafia. How about you take tomorrow off, and we go on a date? Not tomorrow. I'll take it in future. Grafia approached with servings with a smile. I am liking my duties here. That reminds me, my lord. Did you meet biblical God? Fuck, I forgot. She placed the servings and sighed. My lord, what will you do without me? Grafia's lips twitched as she held her smile. She freed her hand and took a seat. I'm not that easy, my lord, you still haven't done anything for our promise. I did. Every monster is contributing to our family's growth, I coaxed. Just wait a few weeks, and you'll see a big difference. I shall wait. Master, don't worry. Lamy can see her feelings toward master. I patted Lamy's head and cleaned my hands. It was mandatory. After finishing lunch in silence, I helped Grafia in taking dishes to the sink Grafia made. Grafia, I'm going to your world tomorrow to meet that old man. Please accompany me. But I'm a devil. You cannot meet. He never said anything about bringing a devil or not. I slipped my arm around her waist. Besides, I got no reason to hear him if he can't endure my maid's presence. You don't have to make enemies out of heaven for my sake. Chill. I'm not doing that unless they provoke me first. I'll pull out their feathered wings if they go too far. I already left one in a miserable state, I don't mind doing it to another if they bother my women. Grafia leaned on me a bit. My lord, you're a dangerous man. Only for my enemies, for my family, I'm a lovable pervert. That, you are. Grafia chuckled and took 3 bento out of her inventory. It's for mistresses. Stop with the mistress. You aren't any lower than anyone here. I cannot do that when I'm on duty. Okay, as long as you're having fun. She gave a smile and then got back to her work. I stood there, admiring the effort she put into packing each bento. Her face flushed suddenly. She glared at me. Go, do your stuff, my lord. You look so cool doing it, you know. I returned to Lamy before she got angry. About 45 minutes went by since Apollo's punishment. I spent 10 minutes cuddling with Lamy and teasing Grafia. She teleported to the dungeon with Kliska's help while I locked the inn-room and rushed to Apollo's mansion with Lamy. This time I won't forget to place the teleportation marks there. A stream of agonizing screams came from the mansion. Lamy giggled. Cruel master. Not my fault. I led her inside to find Natsumi peeping at Apollo's conquest while breathing heavily. Pervert. Natsumi. She freaked out and fell on her butt. It's not what it looks like. I deadpanned. No need for excuses. Call your minions back. The goblins took a few more minutes to finish and paraded out of the room. I purged them with Barrett before they tainted Lamy's innocent eyes. The sweet sound of XP chimed in my head. Natsumi didn't dare utter a word and stood in silence. I sent her to Apollo to feed him recovery potions and clean him up. I toured the mansion with Lamy since I might move here someday. Right now, I was happy cuddling in the humble inn room. Why you damned man. Apollo stumbled toward me. You destroyed me, my dignity. I can't look anyone in the eye. You brought this on yourself. I know. I swear to never rape someone. He buried his face in his hands and started sobbing like a child. The goblins and orc thoroughly broke him. Since I didn't know what to do with Natsumi, I left her as Apollo's bodyguard. She wasn't much use in a world full of monsters, but her prowess was fearsome. Wait, that reminded me of something. Apollo, give your blessing to Natsumi and let her lead some dungeon. He took Natsumi to a room. Lamy and I roamed in the gardens hand in hand. Kliska was getting high, muttering, lewd, too lewd. After spending some warm hours with Lamy, I led Lamy to Natsumi and Apollo and ordered them to protect my wife with their lives. I went to the dungeon to help the girls who hadn't returned yet. Seriously, their devotion was second to none. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 171, ch. 173, Massacre. My health was kinda down for the past few days, so I couldn't write. I'm all better now. A thick forest surrounded me as soon as I teleported. The samurai wives, the Yandere bodyguard wife, and the maid wife gathered around a campfire, laughing and roasting some salivating meat. Siko turned to me with a soft smile. Asahi-kun is here. Shirori pointed a skewer at me. Come, get Shirori special kebab filled with her love and affection. My lord. Grafia stood and bowed, her rabbit peeking from her shoulder. I went ahead and squeezed between the twins. They crept away at first before both attacked and rested their heads on me. Aimi came and leaned her back on me, rubbing her fluffy hair on my skin. I did the same, getting a giggle out of my stoic Yandere. Shirori generously handed me a skewer full of juicy meat. Kliska-sama predicted your arrival during lunch without using her powers. She is a good woman, but I feel like Aimi-chan is less of a Yandere in comparison to Kliska-sama. Kliska undeniably stalked me since I was 14, so her statement carried some truth. My kind wife was actually a Yandere, sounded like a light novel title. Lies. I'm not a Yandere. There's nothing wrong with Yandere, you already know that. I can never stop loving you no matter what happens. No matter what happens. Yes. Kliska giggled cheerfully while I ate on the juicy kebab. So girls, which floor is it? Shirori pointed at the ceiling and the walls in the distance resembling tree bark covered in green moss at several places. 2 floors down the safe haven Riviera, this is the 20th floor. Siko offered her skewer. I shamelessly ate her share, making her smile bashfully. We stayed here for some rest, and do this together with Asahi-kun. I rechecked my KP. 951,847, almost there. I gulped my dry saliva and raised my gaze to the XP bar. Current XP progress, 0.4%. When did you change it? I don't want my love to get a heart attack from seeing those mega numbers. That's good. I picked a distant howl from both sides, then from all directions. Heavy footsteps accompanied the bestial roar, getting closer by moment. The Busujima sisters put their hands on their katana and grinned. Aimi clad her arms in a black aura, clenching her daggers with sharp eyes. I pulled out Gibalg, the weapon of instant death. The monsters charged at us from all sides. A horde mix of giant terrifying dragonflies, bears with cat-like ears and glowing red eyes, and trolls. "Shall I help, master?" Grafia asked, her voice brimming with calmness. The goal here was to collect more KP. It'd be foolish to deny her help. "I don't mind. I shall take this side. Ride lightning." Shirori strengthened herself with Baal's lightning. "Leave this side to me." I chanted the same spell, feeling the perception elevating to another realm. Then, "This is mine." I zapped towards the dragonfly, dodging the sharp needle shot from the mouth on its stomach. Disgusting. I stabbed the spear to end its life and zigzagged, swinging Gibalg blindly. Who needs accuracy when you have god-tier aim assistance? Every monster on my side fell to my cheat weapon. I turned to others. Aimi and Siko danced together. Siko exhibited remarkable elegance in her footsteps. Aimi darted from target to target, leaving a bloody hole open in monsters' heads. Grafia had skewered every monster on her side, while Shirori blinked between monsters like a certain superhero in comics. Her katana flashed, and heads fell. The monsters got slaughtered in seconds. My love killed 249 monsters and received 13,120 KP. 35,033 KP more to buy the avatar. Yes. We marched deeper into the maze-like forest, culling everything in our way. Just as we escaped trees for some open grounds, I spotted another adventurer party on the bridge originating from a cave. Every adventurer in this party wore full-body armor carved with an elephant emblem and dragged a massive wheeled cargo box. It was Ganesha's mark I remember from the Great Feast. "That's the exit, I think," Siko said. Grafia straightened her wings and flew off to scout, easily fooling the high-level adventurer's senses. She returned and landed before us. "It is the path, my lord." "Good work." I patted her head and turned to the twins. "Back or Princess Carrie?" "Back." Siko's answer came at light speed. She blushed at Shiori's teasing gaze. "Shirori likes to get carried like a bride." "Yes, I really do, but I want to show this." Shirori tapped once, and her feet left the ground. She danced like a fairy in the sky, leaving me dumbfounded with her elegance. The usually perverted Shirori was undoubtedly Siko's sister and a Busujima descendant. She glanced at Aimi and winked at me. I swiftly took Aimi off her feet in a sweet bridal carry. She didn't resist one bit and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Asahi-sama. It's just a part of the reward. You deserve hours of spoiling." She smiled before shaking her head. "I'm content here." The more selfless she acted, the more I wanted to shower her in love. Siko snuck up on my back and caressed my shoulder with her chin. Her hot breath tickled my ears. I spread my fiery wings through Siko. Phoenix's fire healed allies and burnt enemies. That poet is a true gentleman. We followed the path inside the cave, which slowly curved and declined. It led to another floor with a lush forest. The Morikawa family ran rampant on the floor. Anyone seeing the slaughter will question, who is the real monster here? 21st floor cleared. 14,610 KP left. Another massacre on the next floor gave me enough. I let out a sigh and teleported back to the inn. It was time to create the avatar. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 172, ch. 174, Avatar. I gave the slip to the girl and entered the other inn room we got for Lolis. Buy it. Wait a minute. I need to be careful with this one. I want my love to look perfect. Okay. While she did her thing, I activated the betrothed gift skill from the Aeromancer. A list of partners popped in front of me. I chose Saya. Saya skills. Fire element, C rank. Firearms mastery, D rank. Multi-threaded processing, D rank. Cooking, E rank. She ranked up her cooking to E, damn. Her housewife devotion was scary, only second to Kliska. That could be the reason they got along so well during their first meeting. I chose the third skill and pressed proceed. You learned a new skill, multi-threaded processing. Multi-thread processing, F rank. The user can process multiple thoughts simultaneously. At this rank, the limit is 2 threads. I felt as though lightning tore me apart, as my head became muddled. I took a deep breath, and everything returned to normal, or not. My thoughts overlapped, jumbling my head. Chaos ensued everywhere, the images doubling in my vision. I slapped my cheeks and shut my eyes. Concentrating to maximum, I opened them. Better. This proved Saya's split persona helping her in the burden of this skill. She was a 2-in-1 waifu. You ranked up betrothed gift skill to E. You can use betrothed gift up to 3 times at E rank. It leveled up from using. Every woman with 150 or above affection will give you a chance at this skill. You already have 11 of those. 11 devoted wives. A man can't ask for more. I brought out a table for my ring and waited. Done. My clone fell in my hands from the sky. I laid my avatar on the table and pinched his cheeks while squeezing mine, the same texture. Girls won't be able to tell the difference. What now? Kiss him. Stop kidding with me. I called myself handsome and whatnot, but none of my fetishes revolved around self-cist. I was joking. Were you? Suspicious. Ahem, bring him to the portal and jump inside. I will do the soul splitting and everything else. Roger. Sorry for not telling you earlier. Not a problem. I did what she asked. Inside the void, I felt tingles. It didn't last long as I arrived on the other side, an empty room in Maya's house. My field of vision was split into 2, showing the same wall at a different angle. I turned to the side. On one side, I saw my back and a wall on the other. Just a bit of concentration, and I could manage both bodies as I desired. It still felt weird, like playing a co-op game with a friend, but you had to control both sides alone. Looking at my perfect face boosted my narcissism a bit. Oni-san. Rini stood at the door, surprised. No, we opened our arms to welcome, but the maid was confused. She tried sniffing, but Kliska's perfect replication fooled her senses. I have 2 Oni-san, she said with sparkly eyes and threw herself at me. I can get double head pats now. There. I spoiled her with double head pats, making her purr in delight. A series of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The other girls also came. Aekuin, what? There are 2 Aekuin here, Nei-san said and rubbed her eyes. It's not real. I grinned and spread my arms. Nei-san. She placed a finger on her cheeks as if pondering which one is real. Her eyes fell on my hand, and her face brightened. That ring. You're my Aekuin. Oni-sama. Maya beat her to it and threw her arms around me, the real me. I rewarded her with gentle head pats while spoiling Rini with my other half. Nei-san narrowed her eyes before sighing. I see I lost to Amuto. Rika appeared in her maid dress and patted Nei-san's back. Look at the bright side. Our threesomes will be more wholesome. Yep, your Iko joined with a grin. Saya and I can cuddle with him together. Now blushed before scolding Rika a bit. Saya dragged Yuriko, not before winking at me. Rika poked my back, touched my chest, rubbed my hair, and then kissed me. Before, she did the same with the other me. That's incredible. I can't tell the difference at all. Kliska-sama deserves the title of the first wife and some more, there's one more test. She pulled my pants down, taking advantage of the fact that my 4 hands were busy patting my little sisters. Maya gulped before firming her expression. I can take it, Oni-sama. You don't have to worry. Rini squinted. That thing makes me weird. Rika grabbed both cocks in her hands and touched them all over. Good. Now for the last test. She sniffed like a pervert and nodded to herself. Yep, it's the same musk I love. Rika. Nei-san exploded. Rika grinned back at Nei-san. You can take it. There's enough for both of us now. Please, be mindful of children. Oh, come on. The lil one is already Aechan's woman. Rini, well, we all know about her. What about me, Rika-ne? I let out a sigh and kissed Rini on her forehead. Nothing. I shouldn't have undressed Aechan like this. Rika gently dressed me back and sighed. I'm sorry. I rubbed her head with a smile. Don't mind it. I experimented more with the avatar, roaming through the house. It was a fun experience to just sandwich Nei-san with a double hug, arousing her senses. Being the shy woman she was, she guided everyone else out of the room. She returned alone and shut the door. She couldn't control herself anymore and threw her clothes off. It wasn't long before she started indulging in savoring both cocks at the same time. I simply let go of all senses and enjoyed her care. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 173, ch. 175, Freya. After spoiling Nei-san a whole lot, I returned to Orario. I left my avatar behind and cuddled with my sweaty Brocon sis. The girls barraged me with questions. I patiently told them about the avatar. Shirori had this big, wide grin on her face. Her perverted mind was thinking of something. This was enough for today. We spent the evening discussing plans for the dungeon. I had 240 KP now. Literally broke. On the bright side, I had an overpowered spear, a shield capable of tanking almost anything in this world, and my avatar to multitask. The Soul of Skill only took 4,999 KP out of my pocket. Everything was worth the price and the effort of us all. Still, I didn't have enough KP for any emergency. Tomorrow would be a hardcore grinding day. I wanted to join Familia so badly. Either Loki and Astria would be fine. But well, not every event went as per my plans. I shut my eyes on both sides and gave lots of love to Kliska. XXX. The next day started with a bang on my door. I grumbled and looked at Grafia humming with headphones on. Shirori introduced her to a new world yesterday. I opened the door. Hello there, it's the woman of your dream at your doorstep. It was none other than Narcissist Elise. Go away. She got teary-eyed and grabbed the door. Oi, I was kidding. Let me in. The girls are sleeping naked, so no. She clicked her tongue. Bold of you to assume I would be interested in someone other than Ryu, she paused and gaped. Asahi-kun. Siko approached, tying her hair into a ponytail. She quietly pecked my cheeks and headed to the other room. Grafia and I converted it to a temporary bath since the bath of the inn was plain bad. Who was that lovely woman, and why did she kiss you? Elise asked. Don't tell me, you're cheating on Marikawa-san. They both are my wives. You're a player, she muttered. That's not what I'm here for. Today's Monster Feria. As a native of Orario, I'd like you to experience this wonderful festival. Monster Feria isn't the festival where the monster escaped and attacked Hestia. Alright, I'll go. And. She clenched her fists. Did Apollo bother you again? Nope. He's been taken care of. Huh? You joined his familia, she asked, wide-eyed. Never. I'm only interested in two familias. Who are the lucky two? Yours and Loki. I grinned and closed the door. See ya at the festival. Way in it. Go away. It was fun to see her various reactions. Grafia sang to her music while the rest still showed no signs of waking. I went ahead and hugged Grafia from behind. She freaked out and peeled off my hands. Taking off her headphones, she frowned at me. My lord, let me cook. No. You have to kiss me every morning. I never read about a maid having that duty. You're not any other maid. You're the beloved maid of Marikawa family, and you have to follow the rules written in Marikawa's ancestry. Grafia glanced over to the girls still sleeping before she quickly pecked my cheeks. Go, do your work now. Yes. Be ready to go to your world. I am. XXX. After an energetic breakfast, I dove into the dungeon with Aimi. The Monster Feria could wait for another 2 hours. In Yatsuba's mansion, I finished breakfast and went to Saya's room. Getting my head on her thighs, I whipped out the grimoire. While hunting the insect monsters, bears, and sentient plants on the 23rd floor, I chugged through the pages of the grimoire. Aimi and I focused on mobility, using the vast AoE spells to mow down hordes of monsters. The 24th floor's sheer size amazed me. It was bigger than a town in Japan. This also made me curious about the total depth of the dungeon. Will the last floor be in the core of the planet? That'd be cool. The size also made our rampage much easier. I ate my aura-suppressing pills on time. These monsters weren't worth wasting my time. Only the big guns on the lower floors could fill my XP bar fast. I stepped out of the tunnel. Instantly, the beetles and hornets swarmed us. Gi-Balg already burned with the curse. I swiped the spear, shooting a wave of deadly flames. The fire left a pile of ashes and glittering magic stones. Another wave of hornets burst out of a nest buried in the sap. Aimi rushed forth. I charged up with Ride Lightning and overtook her. There'd no end if the hive kept supplying the hornets. I leaped in the air, pulled my arm back, and hurled the flaming spear at the hive. The spear exploded, and the flames consumed the hive. I had to go and recover the spear from the purple goo. Not the best experience, but nothing, wait. Telekinesis would be the best bet for these things. Rika just so happened to have the overpowered skill. I opened the betrothed gift menu for Rika. Rika Minami's skills. Firearms Mastery, B rank. Telekinesis, C rank. Eagle Eye, D rank. Dagger Mastery, D rank. I never tried to check her skills. It's been a long time since I checked anyone's status. Eagle Eye, just like its name, was a skill to improve her concentration before taking that one shot. Excellent skill for a sniper. I'll do that later. First, I got telekinesis skill, You learned a new skill, telekinesis. Telekinesis, F rank allows the user to condense their mental strength. The maximum range at this rank is 5m. Even after I get the skill, I'll have to work on ranking it up. I looked at the spear and concentrated. It felt like a wave of invisible hands came out and yanked key bulb lying between the purple liquid. Nice. Asahi-sama, is that Rika-san's telekinesis? Aimi asked while cleaning her daggers. Yep. Cool. We should return. I can stay. I shushed her before she finished. We'll go to Monster Faria first, and then you can come here with the girls if you wish. I've got something to do in Graphia's world. Aimi's lips formed a soft smile. I understand. That's my good girl. I collected the loot with telekinesis. The magic stones developed Rini's strength, slowly turning her into a powerhouse. We returned and cleaned up each other in the bath. Then came the festival time. I got on the streets with the Busujima twins, Aimi, Leimi, and Grafia. The elves, dwarves, beastmen, Amazons, and the lines of vendors filled the streets with a new life. Since I was filthy rich with the magic stones I sold, something I hadn't felt for a while, I bought stuff for everyone. The scorching sun weakened Grafia just a bit, but the rest of the girls started sweating hard. We stopped at a cafe on the way where the impolite maids triggered Grafia. The devil maid lectured the poor girls for minutes before realizing her mistake. I dragged the girls to the upper floor, where my gaze stopped on a cloaked woman quietly sipping on a tea next to the window. The silver hair hanging from her hood reminded me of Kliska. Her aura, however, was similar to Apollo. The only silver-haired goddess in Orario. Freya. I can't avoid her anymore. Chapter 174, ch. 176, 14th century. I gestured the girls to a seat. Freya turned to us and flipped back her hood. Her silver eyes lingered on me for a moment, before going to Grafia still standing in confusion. The corners of her lips rose. Even I couldn't help but admire her charm. That's the extent of it. Her beauty didn't make me go mad enough to possess her. Grafia noticed Freya's gaze and turned to me. My lord, take a seat. I'll bring the menu. She acted like she owned the cafe. Interesting, Freya muttered and sipped on her drink. I haven't seen you in Orario before. Newcomers. Well, yeah, I answered. Heavy footsteps rocked the wooden stairs behind me. The heavyweight was none other than the boar, Otter, the sole level 7 of Orario. He walked past me and whispered in Freya's ears, Loki-sama and High Elf Reveria are coming this way. Sharp senses certainly helped in eavesdropping. Freya got up and approached. She intentionally stopped close to me. Your maid is a Valkyrie in disguise. Valkyrie. She gave a mysterious smile and headed down the stairs. Weird goddess. Asahi-kun, stop flirting with chicks. I shrugged and joined the girls. XXX. The Monster Feria was easily one of the best festivals. The monster taming event in a coliseum left the girls in awe. The strongest monster they tamed was level 3. On our way out, I bumped into the cheerful Elise dancing on the streets with children. Marikawa-san, come dance with us. Ryu turned around and talked to Kagaya, acting like she didn't know her captain. I sighed and turned to the twins. You two dance plenty during a fight. How about a dance outside? Shirori squinted. We're not your sacrificial lambs. But I'm up for it if you join us. Siko quietly nodded and extended her hand. Can we? Ah, sure. I dragged Aimi along. She was awkward, enough for Beleth to come out and laugh at his contractor. Grafia didn't budge. I could order her, but I chose to respect her decision. After spending our entire morning at the festival, I left the girls at the inn and took Grafia to DXD World. The portal threw us above Lusafad City. Yuriko speaking to me in the Yotsuba mansion slowed down. My movements also slowed to half. My love, it's the time difference between these two worlds. I did set DXD World as 1 day into 1 year back then. That meant a day here meant a second here stretched to 2 seconds in the irregular world. It looked comical but somewhat annoying. I pushed Yuriko down and cuddled with her. I'm sleeping. I closed my eyes and focused on this side. I'd never leave my avatar here or any other world. The 365 times ratio made me shudder. Never. Grafia stared at the portal in admiration. It never ceases to amaze me. Kliska's existence never ceased to amaze me. Fufufu. How to access heaven though? We should go to their base, Grafia said and drew a teleportation magic circle. My lord, come closer. We're going to the human world. She sounded too excited. I did as she asked and grabbed her butt. Done. That's not what I asked. The magic activated before her retort, bringing us to a crowded street. I activated stealth to avoid attention and Graphia followed suit. The crude cobblestone houses and men and women wearing dresses out of old school movies told everything about this underdeveloped era. Night patrolled the area while old carriages passed the streets. The language they used seemed to resemble medieval Latin. 13th century's Roman Empire. No, it's the 14th century now. 1329 to be precise. The war ended. Yes. My lord, this counts as sexual harassment, Graphia deadpanned. Please refrain from any intimacy during my work time. Today's your day off. Didn't we agree on that? Graphia's brows sank at the realization. I did say that, but, my lord. Can I request something? Go ahead. She opened her mouth before shaking her head. It's nothing. What did she want to say? I pestered her but she kept her mouth shut. My lord, there should be a large church here, serving as their headquarters. We're going there. I told her about the state of war while flying towards the most refined palace in the north. Graphia called it the headquarters of the church. My lord, how do you intend to approach? I grinned. I don't want to waste much time here, so let's take the direct approach. You mean? Reveal your power as an ultimate class. It should be enough to scare the priests into asking reinforcements from heaven. In Ora Rio, I had to abide by rules until we cleared the last floor of the dungeon. This place was different. I won't probably return here until something interesting happens. Graphia smirked and landed at the church's door. She fully spread her wings and glared at the guards. The two couldn't say anything and passed out from shock. Boring. I kicked open the door. The priests inside started yelling, "A devil has broken into the church. Call the exorcists." The exorcists came clad in white robes and swords. Graphia swiped her hand. A wave of ice shards flew and nailed every exorcist's robe on the wall. A D-Devil King. An old man shivered and hastily ran. Come quick, man. Graphia dusted her hands and bowed. Was that enough, my lord? I took the chance to rub her hair. Aren't you weakened by the church? My demonic power can negate most of the effects, she answered, keeping her head down. I had a hunch that she was smiling. A glimpse from the amorous eyes skill showed pink air swirling around her, the color of love and affection. It worked just like Aiko's unique ability. She can't absorb the emotions like yours. Distant footsteps prompted Graphia to raise her head. She moved back from my hand. My lord, it's enough affection for now. All right. A blonde-haired busty with a golden halo over her head entered the room. The 12 wings on her back showed her rank in heaven. A seraph. She conjured a longsword of light and pointed at Graphia. I'm Sandalphon, devil. State your name before I exorcise your chaotic existence. A troublesome one joined the show. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 175, ch. 177, Biblical God. Graphia gave a faint smile at the Seraph's challenge. Graphia Lucifuge of House Lucifuge. I cannot decline a direct challenge lest my lord end up thinking of me as a coward. Sandalphon cocked a brow at the devil's confidence. She could sense the demonic power surging inside the devil. A Lucifuge with long silver hair and crimson eyes, it's her. The woman who killed thousands of my brethren in the war. Now she came to further disrespect us. Rage brewed inside her. Asahi noticed Sandalphon's enmity and patted Graphia's shoulder. She is on par with you. Let me handle her. My lord, you can't kill her. It'll further strain the relationship between heaven and underworld. Asahi grinned. I know that much. I've more than enough spells to defeat her. His sheer confidence puzzled Graphia. His words implied he was stronger than her, enough to defeat a seraph quicker than her without using his sure-kill weapon. She clearly remembered their first meeting. He was weaker than most of the low-class devils. She could crush him with one hand, and now. Graphia nodded at his growth and stepped aside from the soon-to-be the battlefield of her lord and a seraph. Asahi ignited his blazing wings and the ride lightning at the same time. He transferred all the momentum to his legs and rushed at Sandalphon. The seraph barely glimpsed at the fist wrapped in lightning. The danger triggered her senses, and she ducked on a reflex. As expected of a top-tier angel, you can dodge it. Sandalphon retreated with a flap of her wings and frowned. This man had an overwhelming speed advantage. She couldn't discern his race. He wasn't a devil at the very least since his spells had no hints of demonic power. Who are you? She asked while signaling heaven through her halo. Asahi dispelled his reinforcement spells. I came here on the invitation of your creator. Our Lord will never invite a devil to a church. Asahi let out a sigh. This stubborn angel was wasting his precious time. Can't you just ask him? Asahi said and glanced at Graphia. You will die if you fight alone. Sandalphon bit her lips. A seraph's death will tilt the balance and morale of the ongoing war. She sighed and unarmed herself. Very well. I shall await Lord's order. No need to do that, child. A voice echoed in the church as a brilliant white gate opened behind Sandalphon. Asahi's POV. The old man god walked out with his arms clasped behind his back. He looked like the Qianxia protagonist's kind master who died to support the protagonist's growth. El Lord, Sandalphon panicked. Return to the sixth heaven. Sandalphon bowed at biblical God's order and dashed into the portal made by God. The old man looked at us with a smile. Graphia bowed in courtesy. You brought out Lucifuge's heir with you. He shook his head and gestured at the portal. Come with me. He vanished into the portal. Graphia lightly nudged me. My lord, it can be a trap. She wasn't exactly wrong. The old man might attack us for no reason. No way I'm trusting the guy I met once. So, I took out my trump card, a circular shield with a woman's face on its front. From her snakish hair to her hollow eyes, the crafter did a magnificent job of capturing Medusa. I covered the shield with a cloth and flashed a smile at my maid. What's this? Let's say it can protect us from any god's attack. Is that a joke, my lord? Let's bet. I believe you, she interjected. I chuckled lightly and brushed her cheeks. I'm always ready for bets. Never. Putting the betting thing behind us, we walked into the portal. I almost lost my footing on the fluffy clouds beneath. Biblical God stood with a sci-fi screen behind him. It's my abode, he said. Welcome, boy. Is that a shield? It is, and please address my lord as Asahi Marikawa, Graphia insisted with a poker face. Provoking a god for her master's respect, I don't know if I should be proud or angry. Asahi Marikawa, it is then. Do you remember my words from the first meeting? About playing God? God nodded with a gracious smile. This right here is the room I use to rule over the world. With this in your hands, you can become the absolute ruler. How about it? This guy was selling it like a commercial product. So professional. Stop spouting bullshit. It's unbefitting of the person everyone adores, I continued as he showed a bitter smile. You're merely in the top 10 of the world's strongest. Should I say, you were? He was weakened after sealing the trihexa. He would be above gods, the level above the Maos and under the god level. A god level at most. Even the lowest gods of culture, such as music and agriculture, counted as god level. You knew of my condition, he sighed. That creature was troublesome for an old man. Is this the system you plan to leave for Michael to manage heaven? How do you know so much about heaven? I blinked innocently. I just know. Yes, I wanted to give it to Michael. That child is too young to be the ruler of heaven, and this isn't about that. He shook his head. This seat was an offer to bring you to my side. Why go to such lengths for me? You have dormant power in your soul. I will train you to make use of that power. So that one day, when that creature breaks my seals, you can end it once and for all. I narrowed my eyes. What if I ran away and never fought Trihexa? Then, it'll be up for every living being to fight that creature. It's a last-ditch effort by this older man to find a successor. This man was willing to throw his seat, just for the hope that I'll help in the future. This deal only benefited me as I'll be trained by this old man and get the throne of heaven. Killing Trihexa will also profit me. It was a win-win scenario for me. I turned to Graphia. What do you say? Graphia tilted her head. Why is my lord asking for my permission? I pointed at the god. Would you marry this old man's successor? After all, she was a devil who spilled angels' blood in wars. If she marries me, her position will be no less than my own. It'd be awkward for her and the angels. That. She shook her head. I don't mind. The god chuckled as he sat on a chair that appeared out of nowhere. You'd put your devil maid over this position that every human dreams every day. Young man, you surprise me. She isn't just my maid, she is my future wife. I never agreed to it, Graphia whispered and feebly punched my back. You heard her. I accept. Good. Chapter 176, ch. 178, a date. God and I chatted for a bit and came to an understanding. He will train me every day here. That's where he would probably check my character as well. He was a decent person, all right. Sorry for all the curses I threw at him before. With that, he opened a portal and sent us back to the church. The priests had already recovered from our little play and ran around the church. In stealth, we snuck out of the church. Graphia, we have time. Let's have a date here. Today's not my rest day, my lord, she said. As long as I'm in my maid dress, you mustn't flirt with me. This stubborn maid. I had an idea. Kliska. Catch it. I caught the robe that my goddess created and draped it over Graphia. You're not in your maid clothes now. Let's have fun. Before she could retort, I dragged her into the crowd. She sighed and folded the robe with one hand. Stubborn man. I marveled at the beauty of this era. The uncarved streets and the crudely made houses had their charms, just like the rest of the city. Holding hands, we strolled through the city. Graphia's gaze lingered on the shops. Her eyes brimming with nostalgia made me smile. Mother took me to the market every other day. I liked listening to their talk, seeing their devotion to the work, and their smile, Graphia said with a soft smile and squeezed my hand. For the same reason, I was against the war. The ones to suffer the most were commoners, soldiers, the wives who lost their husbands, and everything affected the daily lives of the citizens. True. She narrowed her eyes with a determined expression. That's why give me power. So I can stop these nonsensical wars in the future. In return, I pledge to devote everything to you. As I said before, I'll happily help my maid. Even if you want to overthrow the entire underworld and become the empress of the underworld, I'll help you. She stopped with a faint smirk on her lips. I've got a better plan, my lord. Become the emperor of the underworld, and I shall be your empress. Then someone else will say, become the leader of the fallen angel faction and unite all three factions. Graphia chuckled at my answer. An overprotective man like my lord will be a great ruler. If it's you, the three factions might be able to be peaceful with each other. It might come at the cost of some females, but you can do it. The idea sounded tempting, but I had no desire to be an emperor. Still, I can't refuse my future wife's wish. I'll do it if you desire it too much. I yanked her and wrapped my arm around her waist. You've to fulfill your side of the bargain. Carry half of those responsibilities as my empress. I shall. Then, we wait for the civil war. I'll kick everyone's ass and emerge as the new emperor. I had hundreds of years to prepare for the event. I don't know where we will be at that time, but we will be hella strong for sure. Magnificent, Graphia said with a nod. We enjoyed another hour touring the Roman city and then returned. It was a good start for my relationship with Graphia. Back in Ororio, I explained everything to the girls. A war. Asahi-kun, allow me to participate as a general. Me too. The Busujima sisters were fired up. Asahi-sama, come, Aimi called and patted her thighs. Rest for some time. I could never deny an invitation like that. Her thighs helped me in recovering my mental strength. I resumed reading the grimoire on the other side. An hour later, something unexpected happened. I flipped the page of the grimoire to find colorful symbols on the page. They glowed suddenly and pounced on me. I closed my eyes as numerous words flowed in my head. Elemental roulette ranked up to D. Water element unlocked. Magic +5. You learned a new skill, element fusion. Element fusion, unique. The user can fuse two elements of opposing properties to create a new spell. This skill was worth enduring the hours of headache. I could create that ice flame Xianxia protagonists bragged about. The only thing holding the skill back was my imagination. I finally have 4 elements while the book still had 2 more parts to read. A hell of a ride for sure. Chapter 177, ch. 179, Hostess of Fertility. Night. Come on. They are waiting for us. The twins dragged me through the streets and stopped before a lively building. The letters carved on the wooden board triggered my memory. The Hostess of Fertility. It's where Belle gets his first life lesson, owned by none other than a giant dwarf woman. The cat girl and the gray-haired seer made the place worth remembering. We entered the place. The giant woman standing behind the counter smiled at us. Girls dressed in green maid outfits hastily served the adventurers. Asahi-kun, that doesn't qualify as a maid outfit, you know. They lack the frilly apron. Shirori said excitedly. I couldn't help but nod at her wise words. True. Siko sighed and pointed to a table. The Paolum girl from Astria Familia waved a mug bigger than her head. Yeah, here. Kagaya, Elise, and Ryu were there as well. How did these two get involved with them? Asahi-kun, we ran into them after you went with Graphia. It was Shiori's idea to explore Ororio. Shirori squinted at Siko. Making me into your scapegoat again. Fine. I'll take it for my beloved sister. Siko blushed hard. I was joking. Asahi-kun, it was my fault we went out. You don't have to ask my permission for things like this. I wasn't the one to keep them imprisoned in a cage. There wasn't any immediate threat looming over our heads now. But we want to, they said together. We can't reject our family code. Sure, as you two wish. Let's not keep them waiting. We moved toward the tables attached to make room for all of us. What's the reason for this celebration? Kagaya elegantly sipped from a glass. Do we need an occasion to drink till dawn? Nope. Anything could go wrong in the dungeon. Adventurers lived knowing that a slight mistake could kill them. They needed no reason to live to their fullest. I'm not drinking, Ryu replied and shook her head. I can't like the taste. The Paolum girl raised her hand. Special for 7. Kaminya. The waitress's catgirl tick was super adorable. Elise grinned. Yo, Marikawa-san. I see you with a new girl every time. How many wives do you have? Kagaya frowned at Elise's question. Captain, leave the guy alone, would you? It's between him and his women. Finally, someone with common sense. Kagaya turned to me with a mischievous grin. They might be after his thing for all we know. She proved me wrong. Siko shook her head. Could you girls please stop misunderstanding our relationship? All of us love Asahi-kun and feel content with being one of his women. Elise hugged Ryu and bared her teeth like an animal. I'd never share my Ryu with anyone. Ryu let out a tired sigh. Captain, please. Act with some dignity. This woman didn't even have the D of dignity, Kagaya teased. I still fear the day our captain falls in love. Yep, Shirori agreed. It's gonna be a tragedy of the century. Ha. If it's about love, then only one person comes to my mind, Elise stated while nodding. Our goddess Astria-sama. Is she into women? Siko spotted my doubtful gaze and placed her hand on my leg. She has that manly, prince-like aura to her, but Asahi-kun. You're more charming than her, she said with telepathy in a teasing, sadistic voice. She means that you're a knight in black armor, Shirori interrupted our mental communication. How did you hear our conversation? Shirori tilted her head. I had a feeling that Siko would say this. Weird. Knight in black armor. Siko nodded to herself. It fits his laid-back, sinister persona. The Paolum girl slammed her mug on the table, gaining our attention. Can you two, you three stop flirting with your boyfriend? It's a painful sight for a single woman's eyes. My bad, Shirori apologized in a not-so-apologetic voice. This weird captain aside, you three should easily get him in easily. The Paolum girl scowled. You pickin' a fight with me? Shirori shut her mouth. She didn't want to step on the little girl's pride, which she intentionally did. The people of this world were so cultured to not hook up with a legal lowly. From her tone, she looked like one. Lyra, Ryu said with a frown. Shiori-san didn't mean bad. Lyra hung her head. Sorry. I didn't mean to explode that way. It's all good. Here is your order, Naya. The cheery black-haired cat girl served. Her green eyes met mine, and she secretly clicked her tongue. What was that for? Chloe, get to the next table. The gray-haired woman shooed the cat girl and brought the rest of the order with a brunette cat girl. She was Seer, the girl who had a crush on Belle. Her gray eyes reminded me of my manipulative stepmom. I don't know why. In the series, she was shown to be sharp-minded, but not to this level. This girl was dangerous. She bowed politely. I'll get the drinks. She went away with the cat girl. Shirori patted my shoulder. Is something wrong? Am I too paranoid? No. Instead of dwelling on Seer, I dug into the steaming meat. Siko, let's have a drinking challenge. It could be fun. What's the prize? Don't include me, I said beforehand, knowing their prize will revolve around me. Shirori clicked her tongue. All right. The loser has to try Shizuka Nei-san's new dish. Siko became horrified, shaking her head vigorously. And no way. I don't want to go through that. It's too cruel of a punishment. Coward, Shirori mocked Siko with an arrogant smirk. Siko groaned. I accept. Be prepared to lose. Nei-san's cooking is decent, though, I interjected. You're wrong. They denied it together. I shrugged and sipped on the sweet mead. Good stuff. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 178, ch. 180, Stardust Garden. 2 hours later. I patted Siko and Shiori's head on my thighs. The two drank to the point that they passed out on my lap. It was my first time being on the giving end of a lap pillow. The others weren't better off. Just like Kagaya proclaimed, she drowned in the alcohol until she collapsed on the table. Elise was a different breed. Instead of acting in her role, she was hand-wrestling bulky dudes, more like flexing her status as a level 5. She even broke a few tables. The owner of this pub, Mia, smiled as she slapped the bill on the table. Lyra's head drooped while Ryu rubbed her forehead. They are too much at times. I reached for the bill, touching Ryu's hand in the process. She hurriedly drew back and gave an awkward smile. Not this cliché. I read the bill, which summed up to 55,900 valis. I'll pay. Ryu raised a brow. It was our party, so we should pay. I don't mind paying. The damages were done by our familia. It's our obligation to pay, she insisted. No wonder Kaguya calls you stubborn elf, I whispered, and her elf ears twitched. Never mind me then. You can pay. Ryo frowned as she turned to Mamma Mia. You can put it on our tab. All right, kid. Asahi-kun, let's go home. Shirori sputtered as she reached out for my face. To the Muyuan. Yes, we'll go to the moon, I whispered and poked her cheeks. Ryo, do you need help with them? Ryo looked shaken for a moment before she assumed her neutral expression. Wait, I just called her by the given name. I forgot that Japan's annoying first name can only be used by close friends applied here as well. I can manage, she said, looking doubtful in her own words. I'll help. The wild place became silent all of a sudden. Ryo stared at something behind me, prompting me to turn. A silver-haired maid walked into the pub, her cold red eyes fixed on me. She was followed by a gray-haired woman wearing a white shirt and tight black pants. Aimi, Grafia. My lord, the party seems to have ended. Shall we return? Aimi showed a smile and stood beside Grafia. I had left them alone for this, to give them a chance to get to know each other better. Both of them shared a weird obsession with their duties. I felt they could be great friends. Yep. We're dropping Ryo's friends to their home first. Ryo politely nodded. Thanks. Our familia base, Stardust Garden, is a few streets away. I took Siko and Shirori while Ryo, Grafia, and Aimi grabbed the three drunkards. Elise was resisting, but Grafia sneakily hit the back of her neck to knock her out. Ryo looked in admiration before she shook her head and led the way out of the pub. Good luck with her, kiddo. She ain't an easy one. I briefly stopped at Mia's words before continuing. This dwarf woman was sharp. We stumbled into some rogues, but Ryo scared them off. First, I tucked the twins in the inn and locked the room before making my way toward Ryo's home. A brunette goddess interrupted us, dazzling the night with her beauty. A wild Astria appeared. Ryo, you are late, Astria said in a concerned voice. Ryo glanced at her comrades with a bitter smile. Astria nodded at me. Thank you for helping my children. Don't mind it. She led the way with an elegant smile. As its name suggested, Stardust Garden was a bright, beautiful mansion guarded by two beastmen beauties. Please come in for tea, Astria said. I guarantee that it tastes better than the most. Grafia and Aimi stayed silent, leaving the decision to me. Well, it'd be a waste to deny the invitation from a beauty. Astria smiled as if guessing my decision. Ryo, take them to their rooms. Yes, Astria-sama. They all went away. Astria nodded as she led me to a courtyard. The pillars and the ceilings resembled a typical shrine. My children built this place for me. A shrine for a goddess. Makes sense. Wait here. I'll brew the tea, she gestured to the room on the side and walked away. I slid open the door. The room only had a low table and 4 cushions. It was too neat and refined. Astria arrived with Aimi and Grafia. We sat around the table as Astria served tea. It felt different to see a goddess brewing tea. Asahi Marikawa. Elise told me that you got rid of Apollo's problem. Is that true? Apollo negotiated a deal with me. Ignoring my method, it was a good deal for him. Otherwise, he would be shitting in heaven right now. Astria served us tea and sighed. What was she thinking now? PayPal link bit.ly/30pgw8d. Chapter 179, ch. 181, Loki's Decision. Astria POV. Astria let out a sigh. She wanted to apologize for putting Familia over his safety. Even if she did, it would mean nothing, just some hollow words coming from her position. The children are affecting me. Her emotions blinded her sense of justice. It won't do. Justice and emotions can't go hand in hand. Marikawa-san, have you joined his Familia? Astria, Sama, Asahi said with a strange smile. I haven't. He was about to call without honorifics, something only the other gods did. Should I invite him? He seems to be a bit of a playboy with so many women around. He has to be a noble in the Far East, with these beautiful servants. She could see the loyalty in their eyes. They weren't after his wealth or anything, especially the gray-haired woman. The intensity of her gaze toward the boy felt like a mortal worshipping a god. This wasn't normal. She shook her head and pulled back, her thoughts running in the wrong direction. I can't impose my decision on my Familia. She decided to hold a voting session later if her children desired to welcome male adventurers. After all, a Familia touted as a symbol of justice should have male members as well. This courtyard could help until they become used to each other. She tried asking about Asahi's deal in a roundabout way, but Asahi chose to keep his mouth shut. She hoped it wasn't anything terrible. Just in case, she will ask Lyra to investigate later. She talked a bit more with the boy and his servants before seeing them off at the door. She returned to the mansion where Ryu waited for her. Astria-sama, you look worried. Ryu chose her words carefully as always. Astria revealed a gentle. The elf had grown from an elf-hating lonely girl to a second-class adventurer pursuing justice for everyone. It's nothing. Ryu, would you hate me if I tried to add a male member to our familia? Ryu shook her head. Astria-sama can decide what's best for us. Not that. I want your personal opinion. I wouldn't mind. I can't say that about the other adventurers. Don't worry, child. I will not let anyone join. They will have to go through a character test. Ryu nodded at Astria's suggestion. Looks good. The only thing left was the approval of the other members. She will do it after tomorrow's expedition as this might affect their performance in the dungeon. Have sweet dreams, child. Good night, Astria-sama. Astria bade farewell and went to her room. XXX. Asahi POV. With Apollo, Monster Feria, and meeting with God out of the way, I felt so relieved. I had nearly 200 years to conquer the underworld for Graphia, my future empress. At my current pace, anything above level 100 will be a dream. Damn it. Asahi-sama, anything on your mind? Aimi asked, looking down at me. She offered a lap pillow after we returned. I just wanted to relax after drinking more than both Shirori and Siko. She wore a simple gray tank top, leaving her collar on full display. It was her favorite item, no questions asked. Just making plans for the future, I answered. Everything will be fine, she leaned down and kissed my forehead. Won't it? I went for her lips. She returned a passionate kiss as I collected myself and pushed her down. Graphia and the twins were in the other room, so I had the freedom. I activated the barrier and lost myself in the passion. XXX. Twilight Manor. Loki tapped her feet against the floor, sitting on the bed. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the otherwise dark room. Should I do it? She asked herself, trying to find an answer. Riveria said that the boy and his companions were in another league compared to Bet. Their magic was enough to dazzle Riveria, the strongest magician in Orario. This magic alone reassured their potential, and then there were two new sword-wielding women around the boy. It was still a tough choice for Loki. She couldn't kick someone out based on another person's whims. It'll create an illusion among other adventures that they might be the next to get a boot. Loki also liked Bet a bit for his wild nature. Men like Bet could either survive long and become a true warrior or die early. That boy is still a part of my familia. I can't throw him out after what he's been through. Shall I renegotiate the terms? Loki's lips twisted in a grin. It's where her strength lay, tricking others without them knowing. Let's see what this noble from the Far East has to offer. For the time being, I'll let him befriend Ace. The girl adores the boy, perhaps he could be her brother and calm her resentment. She could hit two birds with one stone. Too bad, Ace just headed inside the dungeon and won't return for 2 or 3 days. She never thought of Ace developing feelings for a boy. It was impossible since she knew her past. A man has to be a hero like her father to steal her heart. Chapter 180, ch. 182, Kliska is a traitor. The next day in Yotsuba Mansion. I woke up sandwiched between Naysan and Now. Two mature women made the night unforgettable. Naysan was on offense ever since that orgy night while Now followed in her footsteps. She wanted to prove her usefulness by cooking, helping me in the bath, giving lap pillows without asking, and taking me to bed. She was giving Kliska a run for her money in the best housewife position. No. I shall try harder. Shush, don't push yourself, or I'll spank you tomorrow. I don't care. Masochist. Anything for my love. Honey. Yuriko opened the door with a big, wide grin on her face. She approached, attired in a tight shirt and black pants. The nude women on the bed didn't bother her. Truly, the bonds forged in the fire of the battle are the strongest. Are you busy? Yuriko asked. Not really. I was heading to Biblical God for training in an hour. While training, I could accompany her. Great. I want your opinion on the place we rented for our new shop. Sure. My business experience might come in handy. Should I wash your back? Her gaze drifted down to my boner, courtesy of Shiori's morning exercise. And this place? I shook my head. Never mind. Let's do your work first. Yuriko looked puzzled but nodded nonetheless. You don't have to be shy about any request. You, my husband, have a special privilege over me. As tempting as it sounded, I only had an hour before I started lagging. I had to rush the stuff with Yuriko. I took a quick shower while Shirori calmed my urges. After Yuriko helped me dress up, we moved out, only to stumble in Maya garbed in a t-shirt and shorts. What are you doing in these clothes? Nothing. The sweat on her face and her fast heartbeat gave everything away. She was running back to her room after working out or doing something similar. Oni-sama, where are you going? On a date with Yuriko. I can ask someone to drive you there. Hesitation was written all over her face. Yuriko also noticed it and chuckled. Dear me, you can have him for the rest of the day. Go on some dates or whatever you like. Enjoy your youth. Maya's face lit up. Thanks a lot, Yuriko-sama. Also, you're more beautiful than many women in their 20s. That she was. I ruffled Maya's hair. I'll make it an unforgettable afternoon. I'll try my best. Yuriko patted the cheerful Maya's head. Don't try to seduce him, okay? Yuriko-sama. I won't. Rika appeared around the corner with a grin. Chan, don't leave your maid behind. Great words coming from someone wearing jeans and a shirt. Yuriko shook her head. Rika, just give me 1 hour. Rika's face became sullen. Okay, Yuriko-san. Chan, I'm going to the dungeon with Aimi-chan. Sitting here all day is boring me out. Life of a weeb is hard. Of course, it is, Laimi said as she peeked through Saya's room. It's the ultimate test of patience. Sorry, I can't live without sunlight. Chan loves my tan, she replied. Chan, I'll see you on the other side. Failure of a weeb, Laimi grumbled before she smiled at me. Master, good morning. Have fun out there. She returned to the room. I dreaded looking inside the room this arrow lover and Sundara Saya shared. Yuriko pulled my sleeve. Dear, be quick. You have so many women to please after this, she said with a giggle. It's my job. X. A member of Yotsuba clan took us to our destination. I'm not sure how the other members looked at our family freeloading in their clan. Well, it made Maya happy, so whatever. We got off at a crowded shopping mall. Maya must have a hand in this. Otherwise, the owner wouldn't have given a spot to Yuriko. Still, the future Earth wasn't too different from ours. People hardly looked like they had been through the boss-level event, World War III. Yuriko thanked the driver and turned to me. Will our business thrive here? I nodded my head. 90% of the ladies will come if I stand there with a smile. The rest will be up to Yuriko's skills. Yuriko took my hand and pulled me toward the crowd. I'll build an online store if we're successful. Sounds good. You can ask others for help. Yuriko grinned. I don't plan on hiring a salesman, you know. The lovely ladies of our family will help me big time. She already had plans. Such a calculating mother-in-law. I'll help too. Yuriko leaned to my side. Then I'll pay you with my body. Cough. Cough. My goddess leaked my motto. Kliska, you traitor. She tricked me. Yuriko giggled, attracting the eyes of every passing man. My glare scared the shit out of them. After looking around the mall, we finally found Yuriko's chosen place in the corner of the second floor. This was a bad location for a new shop, so we had to work extra hard on attracting customers. It's worth the challenge, Yuriko whispered as she crossed her arms on her chest. We can pull through. The pride in her voice made me smile. She was a successful woman until the apocalypse arrived. It might be her way of regaining that pride. Dear, call me out when you think I'm going too deep into this. This business means nothing if my man isn't happy with me. I chuckled. Don't worry. If you stop paying attention to me, I'll come and bang you in your office. Every employee will listen to your lewd moans. Yuriko gasped. The cold CEO gets forced by her husband in her office. That sounds exhilarating. The mother and daughter with their dramatic fetishes. We examined every nook and cranny of the place. I still had a few minutes left, so we roamed around the mall. The futuristic malls were a sight to behold. After we returned to the Yotsuba mansion, I went to Maya's room. She was playing games with Rini and Aiko, so I decided to join them. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 181, ch. 183, Training. I guided Rika to register in the guild. My connection with the stern half-elf Ina gave me the freedom to introduce her without any prior background. Chan, good luck with your training, Rika said and kissed my cheeks in front of the guild. She walked away, leaving me under the envious gazes of numerous males. I advanced into Orario's maze-like streets and teleported to the DXD world in a deserted street. Kliska sent me directly to the god's room. The old man made a face as if he was suffering from a heart attack. How did you get here? I don't know. I used perhaps my greatest trump card, the innocent face. This boy ruined the honey trap, the god whispered with a troubled expression. Are you here to train? Honey trap. Wait, did he intend to seduce me? Don't tell me that the almighty god swings that way. Kliska, protect me if you see his motives, swinging. With all my power. Boy, answer, the god urged. Yeah, I said. Do you have a nickname or anything that's not so grandiose? He rubbed the tiny goatee on his chin. I never felt the need to make one. I will grant you the opportunity. Choose a good one for your elder. Naming the most well-known god, this guy threw a trial at the very start. How about Zeus? He stared at me with dead eyes. Boy, of all the things out there, you had to choose the name of that disgusting rapist. My joke rubbed him the wrong way. What do I name him though? Jesus? Goku? Kirito? Never mind the last two. You don't have to choose it right now. Let us proceed to the training. That gave me some room to breathe. I'll postpone it like everything else to a later date. I have yet to test the power of elemental fusion and so much more. Spending time with the waifus in the dungeon took up most of the schedule. The god guided me to an empty chamber that had a normal white marbled floor instead of the clouds. He summoned a sword and pointed it at me. The very sword he used to slay the heavenly dragons. Come, boy. Show the might of brilliant youth. It's called sparring, not training. I swallowed the retort and chanted Iamur. Since it was a friendly spar, I might as well go at him with a full bang. He narrowed his eyes at the spear. You're full of surprises. Never before have I seen a magic spell like this. Get used to things like this, I said with an innocent smile and rushed at him. He titled to dodge the first blow and stepped back to evade a wide swing. I switched to fast attacks but the old man avoided each one with grace as if he had foresight. I enchanted myself with every reinforcement spell. Oh. Your power grew so much. God was left in awe at the diva's powers. I gave him no time and threw myself at him. My spear clashed with his sword, the shockwave made his white robes flutter. His lips grew a condescending smile. This isn't the power I hoped to see from you. He put pressure on the sword, forcing me back. My stubborn self refused to accept defeat. I planted my feet deep into the ground and pushed back. A golden glow rose from his sword and exploded in my face. I found myself flying back, crashing into the wall. I sprang back to my feet and glanced down. Blood oozed from the long cuts on my chest and ribs. Although they looked scary, I only felt a bit tingle. This guy's nerfed version overpowered me. As expected of someone from God in the top 10 list of this world, he was on another level altogether. Your attacks lack clarity. You have no real technique. Overwhelming raw power is all you have, he calmly stated my weaknesses, which I was fully aware of. You can easily overwhelm me with brute force if I didn't borrow my children's power. However, you won't last a single against that kid god. Kid god? I kept my eyes on the wounds. My life element flowed out as a white glow and weaved back the wounds. Shiva, that pure energy, he said, his shaking finger pointing at my chest. It's purer than Gabriel's holy power. Wait a second. This guy was after life element instead of my unawakened holy element. What's the use of purity? He returned his sword somewhere before he summoned 2 chairs. Take a seat. This shall be your first lesson. Once I sat down, he gave me a soft smile. Trihexa, you know of its existence. I have a suspicion that Trihexa is not a beast born from this world. I would have informed other pantheons but I lack the solid evidence to back my claims. Why do you think so? He shook his head at my question. I have never faced a beast of this formidable nature. What's more, the Great Red and Infinity Dragon God know nothing of its existence. Infinity Dragon God is a weird one, but the Great Red will know of a creature on par with her in strength. Did he say on par with her? Her? The fuck? Did the fanfiction logic twist this guy up as well? There goes my dream of harvesting XP from the Great Red. I can't raise my hands on a non-hostile woman, that's against my morals. You get what I'm trying to say here? I nodded. Trihexa is a bitch from another world. We can also put it that way. I was able to seal it alone because Trihexa is weak against attacks imbued with pure life force, he continued with a somber expression. Can you understand the weight of this responsibility? You can deny it right now if you feel it's too heavy for your shoulders. I shook my head. Trihexa was going to become XP either way. The god formed a gentle smile. There is no turning back, Asahi Marikawa. Your true training starts now. I gulped. This was going to be hard. Chapter 182, ch. 184, Gabriel. Biblical God POV. Asahi stood before God with lacerations across his naked torso, each healing with speed visible to normal eyes. Asahi's self-regeneration had improved a lot in just 3 hours. Asahi didn't know any ways to attack with his life force. God planned to teach him powerful spells and finally leave 2 gracious gifts for him. These trump cards will force Asahi to truly embrace heaven as his new home. God chuckled in glee. This lad will appreciate my gift. God teleported himself and Asahi to a different room in the 6th heaven. Rest, Asahi. You did well today. You sure know how to kick a man's pride. God smiled. It's a sacrifice necessary for the greater good. Asahi's brows fell in a frown as he took out a shirt from somewhere and wore it. Don't give me that bull. God pressed a hand on his ears. I have an emergency business to attend to. He vanished without hearing Asahi's answer. Asahi POV. Where did the old man go now? Training, my ass. He just threw me around and injured me. I ain't a masochist to endure this every day. I sighed and gave a look over at the room, a bare white room with a simple bed and a table. God sure liked the color white. I plopped on the fluffy bed and checked my wounds. My natural recovery speed increased dramatically, but it didn't rank up. Wait, my elements. I opened my status and checked the life elements rank. Surprisingly, it had none. You just realized it. My love's elements aren't ranked. I never noticed it until now. I had to put more time into knowing my limits, but the tempting thighs and breasts led me astray every time I decided to train. The women were my power as well as my weakness. What am I supposed to do in this lifeless room? A knock on the door answered my question. Is this Asahi Marikawa's room? This soft, angelic voice, who was this woman addressing me so sweetly? It is, I straightened my back and replied in a pretentious voice. The door opened, and my eyes met her golden eyes. She tilted her head, her golden curls swayed subsequently. The blooming lily flower in her hair gave her an innocent charm, contrary to her white dress emphasizing her voluptuous figure, failing to contain her holy breasts. Gabriel, one of the 4 great seraphs. The superior of Sandalphon, who I defeated yesterday. That old bastard. So Gabriel was his honey trap to test me. Anyone trying to jump on this seemingly defenseless woman will die without knowing the reason for their death. Despite her innocent appearance, she was the strongest woman in heaven. Hello. Father sent me to deliver this, Gabriel said and waved a water bottle. But you're having some evil thought in your head. What? I spotted a multi-layered white magic circle around me. These are. She passed the bottle with a smile. It's the system Father built to cleanse evil desires. Angels fall when their desires are too strong. God's system had this handy function too. It seemed necessary, or every male would fall after seeing someone like Gabriel. Gabriel flicked my forehead with a playful smile and yelped in pain. Ouch. She glared at me while nibbling on her red finger. Why so thick? God, this woman's misleading words were too much for a healthy male like me. That's not my fault, is it? She shook her head and assumed a cheery smile as if nothing happened and sat beside me. I turned away from her overpowering lily-like refreshing fragrance. No more barriers, please. I'm Gabriel. Father's daughter. He is busy in his workshop and sent me to take care of you. Even the biblical God lied. Asahi Marikawa, as you already know. Why did Father invite you to his room? He didn't tell you. I asked, only to receive a head shake from her. You should ask him. I had no business meddling between the father and daughter. She will be a bit sad to hear that her father is retiring. The chances of him dying looked less in this timeline. My existence messed up another world. Good job. Gabriel turned to me and leaned, looking up with puppy eyes that just looked adorable. Please. I shut my eyes from her blinding cuteness. Your father forbade me to tell anyone. She pouted and swung her legs childishly. Father doesn't talk much to Michael or me now. This airhead. On the innocent scale, she would be ranked lower than Rini, a 14-year-old girl. Even Rini started to awaken some desires, but this woman was a blank page regarding sexual knowledge. She was the type to get manipulated in doujin/hentai. Just as something else was about to awaken inside me, the door opened, and then came my salvation. Gabriel, you can go, God said. Gabriel got up and lowered her head politely. Yes, Father. She pranced out of the room. God glanced at me with a barely noticeable smirk on his lips. I hope she didn't bother you much. Cute angels like her are always welcome at my doorstep, I said with a wink. His smirk fell. Should I send Sandalphon to serve your needs? How about no? She was a lioness ready to bite my head off, or at least her expressions conveyed that feeling. You can return. Shall I send you off to that church? No need. I've my ways to travel. Also, don't bother tracking me since you can never find me. He nodded humbly. True. I tried but couldn't track your presence after Rome. I shook my head at his honest confession and asked Kliska to send me back. Chapter 183, ch. 185, Deep Floors. I rebooted my avatar in Yotsuba Mansion. The violet eyes in my face struck me with horror. Maya stared down at me with scary intent in her eyes as if wondering whether to attack me during sleep. She snapped back to normal and pulled back. Oni-sama, sorry for scaring you. Do you want to get eaten that badly? I asked. She was still 12, and her overprotective father might snap if he heard of his daughter getting bedded before any legal confirmation. The clans in the irregular world prized female magicians' virginity. As such, the girls weren't allowed to engage in any sexual activity before the marriage. She turned her face in embarrassment. I'm sorry. Mia-ne-sama scolded me the other day. She wants us to have an engagement ceremony before crossing the line. No more sorries, I raised myself from her lap and kissed her neck. How long do we have to wait for? 3 years and 49 days. She told the exact remaining time. We had to wait till she was 16. My previous plans were to leave and spend some time with the undead, which dropped due to her over-reliance on me. It was also too cruel to this cute little sister loving me wholeheartedly. It's just 3 years. We'll be together forever after that, okay? She cupped my cheeks and forced her lips on mine in a brief kiss. Yes. I shook my head and settled back on her lap. Nothing beats the fun of smooth thighs covered in black stockings. Maya, can we go on that promised date later? I want to have some rest here. Maya's face lit up with a smile as a light flickered around her hair. Please. My everything is for Oni-sama to use. Her magic slipped under her intense excitement. X. A few minutes ago, in the inn's room. I teleported from the portal above the forest. My lord. Grafia saw me and sighed in relief. How did the training go? I smiled wryly. Decent. Grafia stepped closer and sniffed my clothes. She narrowed her eyes. Why do I smell an angel on you? You lured an innocent angel into depravity in mere hours. Why are you acting like a suspicious housewife? It's a maid's responsibility to keep her master on the right path, she said with a soft smile. Besides, my lord should have some dignity to not bite into every piece of meat. That emperor thing is like years away, I said and pinched her cheeks. Help me if you don't want me to bed every random woman. It shouldn't be too much to ask from my future wife, right? How is the war going? Her skill to change a topic was unparalleled, just like her ability to hide her emotions. Her heart was pounding nearly twice as an average human, but her face only had a little blush. I've no idea. Why don't we visit the underworld on our next date? Date, she nodded with a smile. Next week then. Aimi and company are expecting your presence in the dungeon. She called Aimi like they were intimate friends, something unexpected from this overly serious maid. You wanna come? I'll join after wrapping up the lunch. I kissed her forehead. You work too hard. It was our deal, she whispered with a mischievous smile. I can't believe I have to serve this goofy, perverted master for thousands of years. Thousands of years seemed so far away for a young lad like me. The devil race could live that much if someone didn't kill them. After giving some affectionate headpats to my lovable maid, I asked Kliska to teleport me to Aimi. My jaw immediately dropped at the magnificent sight before me, the vast waterfall diving, surrounded by valleys and cliffs of deep blue crystals. The harpy-like creatures flying around in the air made the scene oddly mystical. Some of them sang pleasant songs, toned down by the sound of the water hitting the ground. They weren't the beautiful woman with the lower half of a bird. No, these harpies were old, wrinkled women with dirty feathers. Moving from the repulsive sight, I glanced down the crystal cliff under my feet. The water stream went all the way down, probably a few hundred meters. Gotcha. I surrendered to Shirori, who tightly embraced me from behind and rubbed her chin on my shoulder. Guess what floor this is? 30. No, Siko denied, admiring the sight of the waterfall. It's the 25th floor. Does that? No, Asahi-kun, Shirori cut me off. We went down to the 28th already with Aimi-san's help. But, the scenery of the Great Falls was too precious to enjoy without you. I couldn't help but nod my head. The water reflected the color of crystal poured from the ceiling, where a tree's thick roots could be seen. It was a fine sight in a bloodthirsty dungeon. That is the colossal tree labyrinth. How do you know so much? Elise was kind enough to educate us about the dungeon, Siko replied with a soft smile. Did we do it wrong? Now asked. Wait a minute. I turned to the smiling bespectacled brunette. Rika-san was coming, so I tagged along. This woman has great talent and determination. We can't waste it. Rika patted Nao's back and waved the steampunkish sniper rifle with her other hand, grinning viciously. My hands are itching to clip their wings. The harpies screeched as though sensing Rika's killing threat and darted away to the ceiling. Leaving my back, Shirori shuffled to my side and shook her head. Rika-san, you already massacred 100 of them. So what? I plan on slaughtering every last one of them. It'll benefit Aekuen and us. Go get them. Yash. Rika began the massacre. The fired-up Rika finished the job in 10 minutes. The girl's hard work filled my XP bar to 7.1% and raised KP to 185,978. Chapter 184, CH 186, Power of Love. Seeing the high cliff, a crazy idea brewed in my head. Instead of taking the crystal bridge to the bottom of the fall, why don't we? Asahi-sama, are you planning to? Aimi guessed my intention. Yep. Let's dive. Crazy plan, Rika muttered and looked down. I can disperse the force with telekinesis. The thrill will be greater than jumping from a building. Siko and Shirori nodded together. Shirori had her flying technique, Siko had the water element, so she can easily survive, Rika had telekinesis. As for Aimi, well, she was the last boss. A meager fall like this won't even graze her. Even so, I hugged Nao and Aimi to my chest. Although the airhead had fantastic wind spells, there was no telling what went wrong. Let's dive. Wait. Aimi swiftly hugged my neck as I dived headfirst. The adrenaline rushed to my head as the wind roared in my ears. This was a better fall than bungee jumping I experienced on my high school trip. My fiery wings quickly decelerated the fall before we slipped into the pool. I swam back to the surface. Now sank her teeth in my neck. You don't need to carry me like a sack of potato. Shiori-chan taught me her flight spell. You got me wet now. I wanted to see my fiancé wet, I whispered and ruffled her wet hair. Before she replied, Rika's dive splashed us. Shirori caught Siko midair and smiled. We're fine up here. Now sighed as she clung to me. Aimi released me and dove into the water. I activated Life Sense to find two presences underneath us. Life Sense ranked up to E. One presence quickly vanished, and crimson dyed the water. A hand extended from the water, followed by Aimi. A blue crab's corpse emerged on the surface with metallic claws. We're surrounded by the monsters. I tried the Life Sense skill again to find 100 monsters in about 50 meters range. Rika lifted herself with telekinesis. Water is such a pain. The phoenix fire burned and propelled me out of the water. A serpent peeked from the water, revealing its enormous body. The fins on its head and its jade scales reminded me of the eastern dragons. It flickered its tongue and hissed. Around the serpent, many other monsters appeared, turtles with crystals protruding from their back, sharks with sharp fins, blue-skinned women with green hair similar to intertwined vines, and blank white eyes. I spotted a fishtail covered in scales in place of a lower body. First old hag harpies, then creepy mermaids, this dungeon ruined all fantasies for monster girls. The mermaid opened their mouth and sang a surprising pleasant song. Bang. The singers died on their debut. Rika made a disgusted face. These mermaids tried to control my mind. Idiots. This temptation is nothing before what I endured for years as I waited for Ae-chan to mature. This Shotokan, Shirori mumbled as she sliced down the monsters with katana blades. Girls, massacre formation, I said and equipped Ayamur. I swung the spear, and the shockwave created a wave, dragging all the monsters back. Nice. Rika's finger kept pressing the trigger as her rifle swiftly switched targets. Siko ran on water and dealt with the monsters behind me. With her remarkable agility combined with her water element, water walking was an easy feat for her. Now threw wind spells to aid Siko's blind spots. Their flawless teamwork made me chuckle. The weaklings died in a matter of seconds, coloring the pure water blood red. Siko cleaned her blade, standing still on an ice platform with a sadistic smile. Monster Rex will spawn here tomorrow, after 1 month. I can't wait to have a one-on-one with the twin-headed dragon. Monster Rex. Oh, that boss monster Goliath that spawned on the 17th floor was called Monster Rex. Siko sure got some benefits from this friendship. I'll bug Aina for more details later about the dungeon. For now, I had to bully some more monsters to regain some confidence. We crossed the pool and entered the staircase leading down to the next floor. The floor looked like the upper floors with taller ceilings and spacious hallways. Not long later, we ran into a monster we hunted a lot lately. The Bloodsaurus. Though, this one charged at us faster than its surface counterpart. Siko and I made quick work of them. 30 minutes later, we left the 28th floor with Bloodsaurus corpses all over the place. Graphia is asking permission to come over with lunch. Teleport her. Graphia appeared with a giant bento that seemed to be common in the anime. My lord, let's dig in. Can't we go back to the inn? Now asked. I turned to her with a blank stare. The other girls except Amy did the same, giving a what the fuck look to now. Now became overwhelmed and fumbled with her gloves. Did I say something strange? We're in a dungeon, Shirori said. A place full of monsters that are out to kill us. Returning to a peaceful place will disperse the tensions. It'll shatter our immersion. Siko and Rika nodded in agreement. I shared the same thought. Now also nodded under pressure. Amy and Grafia remained cool as ever. We found a room next and cleaned it a bit. Sitting on the sheet brought by Grafia, I dove into the food. Siko took a bite and gave a thumbs up to the maid. The harmony between the spices couldn't be any better. Thanks, Mistress Siko, Grafia said with a sincere smile. It was still odd to hear Grafia addressing the girls. She surpassed us, Siko, Shirori said. I do not mind, Siko said. Grafia-san is part of our family. Asahi-kun also likes the variety in our cooking style. Rika nodded. Yep. I remember the quote, you'll eventually get sick of eating the same food over and over. This maid brought a breath of fresh air to our lives. Still, just wait for the day Shizu until surpasses all of you with her sisterly love. Asahi-sama eats me every day. Will he get bored with me eventually? Amy whispered, munching on crispy choco cookies. Never, I told her with telepathy, getting an earnest smile from her. She glanced down at her collar and pulled it up a bit, looking proud. Power of love, Shirori whispered and gave a cheeky to Now, whose face turned crimson. Lady Now, your power of love is infinite. Now lifted her bowl to hide from my curious glance. It won't happen again. I swear. Damn it, I want to know more about it. Kliska. The goddess retold the event that happened a few days ago. Now cosplayed as a magical girl in her room. In front of her TV, she chanted the spells alongside the magical girls. Shirori entered her room to ask if Now wanted to cook that day, only to get dazzled by Now's appearance. It became a dark memory for Now. Thankfully, Shirori captured a few shots of Now in that red tight outfit with a succubus tail and white wings. I'll coax it out of her tonight. Chapter 185, ch. 187, Practice. The next floors, mainly 29th and 30th, were all too easy with the Bloodsaurus and another monster called We got the ultimate Jurassic experience for free. The monsters gave a substantial amount of XP pushed my progress to 21.99%. Satisfied with today's harvest, I returned to the inn. Siko and Shirori went to Elise and Ryu while Grafia and Now read a storybook Siko bought in the Monster Feria sale. It was about some ancient hero slaying monsters, your typical fairy tale shit. Chan, what are we doing now? The frivolous young lady was curious. I only had one plan now. I'm gonna experiment with some magic spells. I don't know which one might turn out to be better than diva spells. Diva spells were strong, but the strongest of them could affect a city at most. It might be plenty useful to have a continent or higher level spell in my arsenal. I set up a small range soundproof barrier to not interrupt the ladies and brought my palms closer. I drew out the water element at the lowest temperature possible from one hand and the fire element from the other. The blue and crimson energy flowed, chasing each other in a cycle. I sharpened my focus on mixing the two, and they did, becoming an orb of bluish flame. Pretty. I swatted Rika's hand before she touched the orb. Stop being reckless. Okay. I poked the orb instead, a burning sensation enveloped my finger before a wave of bone-chilling cold froze it. I pulled back and blinked in surprise. This spell negated or bypassed my magic resistance. My love's resistance to physical and magical attack is exceptionally high, but the effect of two contradictory energies is just that, absurd. What if I increased its size? I shook my head. This could blow up or something and harm everyone. I proceeded to test the fusion of fire and darkness. The result was a pitch-black fire flickering on my palm. It reminded me of the word hellfire. Life and fire didn't mix at all. In fact, life didn't mix with any element. This Tsundere element refused to accept others. The fusion of water and darkness created a dark, ethereal puddle that had no wetness of water. Rika couldn't suppress her curiosity and tried to touch it. Qua. The puddle became alive and pounced at Rika's finger. I quickly smacked it and glared at Rika. She retreated as she scratched her cheeks. My bad. Kliska, what's this venom-like thing? I don't know what to call this creature born with sentience. It has a strong attraction to life. Living abyss, maybe. This little creature was scary. I had watched enough horror movies to know where this was going. Thankfully, the smack rendered it senseless, then I burned it with fire. Phew. Chan, I'm sorry, okay. You don't have to make that face. I'm just confused by this new abomination. How did it gain sentience? Because Ah-chan is a good man. I raised my brow at the lady buttering me up. What do you want? Rika gave a sheepish smile and pointed to my lap. A lap pillow. Shirori got it too. You two sure love to one-up each other over trivial things. She sneakily put her head on my lap. The sisters are fun to mess with. Shirori especially reminds me of my rebellious phase. Though for different reasons, Rika's statement about the Busujima sisters couldn't be any more right. Spoiling Rika for some more time, I read the grimoire. The Busujima sisters returned with spicy news. Astria carried out a vote to allow male members in their familia, which ended with an overwhelming 100% agreement. Some girls would have disagreed, but they chose to respect their goddess's choice. Still, why the sudden vote? Did the goddess of justice become enamored with me and decided to change her rules? It can't be. My charm won't work on a goddess of her caliber. She didn't even flinch on our first meeting, much less falling for me. They were also going to the dungeon tomorrow for some quest. I might get the answer after that. The bedtime came, and Grafia quietly sneaked away. I couldn't say anything since Rika and Shiori's presence guaranteed that something lewd would happen. The devil maid still wanted to take her time to prepare herself. Most likely, she wanted me to approach and ask her. She might even be waiting for an order. It was hard to understand a woman. Another passionate night ensued. XXX. Yuriko POV. Yatsuba Mansion. Yuriko dried her wet hair before the dressing mirror. Spotting the ring on her neck, her mind wandered. Should I disturb him tonight? As much as their relationship progressed, she still found it shameful to intrude in his private time with younger girls. She put down the hairdryer and peeled off the towel. Pinching the little fat on her waist, she sighed. She regretted stopping those early morning workout sessions. It's his fault, she grumbled and wore a pale violet loose, comfortable robe that made it easy to move during the night. He spoiled her endlessly, turning her into a lazy woman. What is he doing now? She wanted to take a peek and escape if she found him doing that. He became extra wild with more women. She walked through the hallways of this mansion that became her new home. Earth or this, she felt no difference. Everything she cared about, Saya and Asahi, were already here. She saw no reason to even return to that haunted world where corruption and evil hid in every corner. She looked and right before peeking into Asahi's quiet room. Asahi leaned against the bed alone with the grimoire in his head. His focused expression softened her heart until she spotted the bulge in his shorts. Is he reading porn? She rubbed her eyes in disbelief. This was the grimoire that Asahi read sometimes. Why would a man with so many women read porn alone? Is he ill? Yuriko became worried and walked to him. Dear, are you all right? Yuriko. What would happen to me? Yuriko took the grimoire from him that had no arousing images. She placed it aside and pressed her hand on his forehead. He also didn't have any fever. She glanced at his bulge with confusion. What got you so excited? Oh, that, Asahi chuckled out loud. It's the result of Rika's hard work. I was so engrossed in reading to ease this. You can even do that. Asahi grinned as his bulge vanished. One of the many perks of a sex-related class. Yuriko also chuckled. I can't even deny when people call you a gigolo. Asahi's smile twitched briefly before a grin covered his face. He threw his arm around her waist, slipping down to her butt. Honey. He lifted her like a child and placed her on his lap. He pressed his body against her and bit on her earlobe. He wordlessly slipped his hand inside her robe and groped her but while leaving trails of kisses on her neck. Yuriko shut her eyes with bated breath and pulled at the knot holding her robe together. It was an excellent opportunity to get some love. You're naked under there. You came here with every intention for this to happen. Quite an insatiable mother-in-law I have. Yuriko pinched his cheeks. I still can't hold a candle to the harem king. Asahi gave a smile and buried his face in her chest. You and others are the reason for this. I can't stop myself from devouring the beautiful bodies before me. That's true, Yuriko said before shuddering. His tongue touched her breasts, making her impossibly sensitive for a woman of her age. She couldn't hold back and let out her moans in Asahi's ears. He gave a proud grin and slipped his fingers inside her. She was wet, so he tossed his shorts and thrust his lively cock inside. Yuriko winced, throwing her head back. The familiar unforgettable warmth wrapped her and yanked her into the river of pleasure. Her mind became vacant as her body instinctively moved to reciprocate Asahi's movements. She climaxed not long after. Asahi flipped her over and held her from behind. While exchanging deep kisses with her, he pounded her senseless. Nearly an hour later, she passed out in his arms. Chapter 186, ch. 188, Babel. Astria waved her familia goodbye in the morning. As the children left, a nervous smile dawned on her face. She wished that they would return from that cruel, heartless dungeon. She shook off her worries and gazed up at the tower in the distance with a determined expression. She had to go to Babel for the monthly meeting about the Evolus. The gods had decided to host a meeting every month until Evolus's threat vanishes entirely. Please stop this madness. You people are hurting the innocents. Astrea walked toward the tower, which overlooked the entire city and acted as a shield to protect the humans from the monsters. She climbed the stairs to the tower and arrived on the 13th floor, the meeting spot. She opened the door and stepped inside the room with every influential god sitting around a table. Several gods sent a friendly smile at her, some even threw a flirtatious wink, some merely glanced at her before continuing their talk, while the rest scowled silently. Astrea ignored the varying reactions and took a seat. How have you been? I haven't seen you around my home. Astrea turned to the redhead god, who grinned with her eyes closed as usual. I'm well enough. Is everyone here? We're missing Apollo, answered a goddess sitting before Astrea with arms crossed under her chest. She had a black eye patch covering her right eye, making it that she could only see with her left crimson eye. She was Hephaestus, the goddess of smithing. Her familia rose to the top 3 after Evolus's attack on Orerio. Astrea smiled. Hephaestus, it's good to see you. Hephaestus nodded her head, and her wild crimson hair bounced lightly. You too. I haven't seen you in the shop since Tsubaki upgraded your captain's sword. It's been a hectic month for my children. Apollo ain't the type to miss any meeting, Loki said and leaned back on her chair. Is he too busy with his affairs? Quite a few gods laughed at Loki's remark. Apollo's perversion was known to everyone, so no one doubted it. Please, said a blonde god with captivating emerald eyes. Dionysus, a god with a face that could charm both men and women, gave an equally charming smile. Fellow gods, we should give Apollo freedom. Should we wait? Asked the goddess of fertility, Demeter. Loki nodded. We got no other choice. The gods engaged in idle chit-chats. Before long, the talk shifted into the new adventurers. Anyone heard of that noble from the Far East? A god asked curiously. Oh, him. I saw the kid a week ago, an old god said with a chuckle. Apparently, the adventurers are cursing him for hoarding some of the most beautiful women Orerio had ever seen. I heard that he joined Apollo Familia, said a wheat-skinned goddess without moving her eyes from the silver-haired goddess sitting quietly. Is that true? Really, Ishtar? Astrea and Loki asked at the same time. Astrea remembered what Elise told her, he only wanted to be part of her and Loki's familia in Orerio. Ishtar shrugged her shoulders. It's just a rumor. Astrea let out a sigh and looked at Loki inquisitively, wondering why this goddess got worked up for Asahi. The trickster goddess joined her hands behind her head and feigned ignorance. Astrea realized the goddess's intentions. She wants him, or perhaps the women by his side. Elise says the twin sisters are exceptional swordswomen, equal or higher than Kaguya. Not to mention the other women and his own power. He might be safe if he joined Apollo's familia. If not. Thinking up to this, Astrea became worried. He and his women might get targeted by some other god. The majority of the gods had no lines. The only thing they cared about was being entertained. I'll invite him to our familia. The door opened at that moment, and Apollo walked in with a sheepish smile. I apologize for delaying the meeting. Astrea and many gods blinked in surprise. Apollo's apology was sincere. Even his smile wasn't fake, unlike his usual, repulsive smile. What changed so much? Astrea's eyes widened as she recalled what Asahi said to Elise when she went to invite him to the monster feria. He's been taken care of. It had to be a coincidence. Astrea didn't believe it. She also couldn't help but think about the possibility of Asahi teaching Apollo a lesson. Still, Apollo would have retaliated with his adventurers and raised hell in Orerio. No event like that happened. While the gods showed shock at Apollo's incomprehensible change, Freya's silver eyes stared at Apollo with a burning intensity. She crossed her legs with a broad smile. Interesting. All heads turned to her, but she kept her smile on. Apollo also noticed others' stares and tried to act normal, but Astrea's curiosity only rose. The discussion finally started. Chapter 187, ch. 189, A God. The discussion went on for about an hour. The gods had no idea what Evolus were cooking this time around. Still, the Evolus bunch wouldn't give up so easily. Astrea looked up at the rising sun and sighed. Why so worried? Hephaestus asked. Is it a man? Astrea nodded her head, clueless of Hephaestus's real meaning. Hephaestus's eyes grew wide before she let out an amused chuckle. I'll catch you later, Astrea said and hurried to Asahi's inn, unaware of the figure stalking her through the streets. Once inside the inn, Astrea only had to ask the innkeeper for Asahi's room. She arrived outside his room and knocked on the door. Ugh, coming. A voice came, followed by tumbling steps. The door opened, and Asahi emerged, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Astria. His expression tensed. Astria felt his aura and gasped in shock. You are a god. No, it can't be. He went in and out of the dungeon as an adventurer, as reported by her familia. Some people claimed to witness his fight. Then again, she didn't know any god going by Asahi Marikawa in heaven. But the proof was his overwhelming aura. Shit. Asahi yanked Astria inside and closed the door. A hand stopped his attempt. Wait. The intruder forced open the gate and shut the door behind her. Loki. Astria muttered before training her eyes on Asahi. She might be here because of me. I'm sorry. Asahi breathed a sigh. It's not your fault. The boy I wanted to invite to my familia is a god. Now that's something I never saw coming. Asahi frowned. God. What are you talking about? He tried to feign ignorance. Loki wasn't taking any of this. She drew closer and pointed to his face with a grin. You, my friend. Riveria and Ace saw you using magic in the dungeon without enraging it. Was it not you, or was it your copy? Also, how did you walk around without arousing someone's suspicion? Everyone in Orario can sense a god when they see one. Asahi Marikawa, what are you? The more she spoke, the more feverish her voice became. She had never seen a god able to use divine power in the dungeon. Loki's uproar broke the women's sleep. Astria looked at the four women yawning on the seam. She recognized the twins who visited her manor yesterday and the brown-haired woman who fumbled with her glasses. She never saw the last brown-skinned woman stretching her arms with a smile. Chan, why are there two women here? I'm sorry for disturbing you early in the morning, Astria said and hung her head in apology. How can I fault a sincere woman like you? Astria nodded and turned to Asahi. Elise had some feelings for him. It had to be, or Elise wouldn't have thought of waging war on Apollo. Still, she couldn't blame him. Right now, she wanted to know his origin. How had he stayed under the radar in a city full of gods? What is happening here? A voice arrived as a silver-haired maid appeared out of thin air, holding two baskets. Grafia, Asahi said. My lord, did they? Asahi nodded with a wry smile. He had expected it to happen, but not this soon. His peaceful life was about to end. Grafia put down the baskets and readied two kitchen knives between the fingers of both hands. Shall I? Don't, Asahi stopped the maid from murdering two innocent souls. He looked at Astria and Loki with a stern gaze. Come with me. He led the two to the other room. Grafia followed with kitchen knives ready at bay. He beckoned the goddesses to sit, which they did, and gave him curious glances. Loki, Astria, fine. I admit it. I'm not a human, but I'm not a god either, he said and snapped his fingers. A spark erupted into a blazing fire around him. You gods, as far as I know, can't use anything. This revelation blew Loki and Astria's common sense. Loki crossed her arms over her diminutive chest, staring right into Asahi's eyes. How long had it been since she felt this tongue-tied? Years. Decades. She couldn't remember. Where do you hail from? Astria remained silent, wondering if he was some old evil god cast out of heaven. That'd also explain his charm, she thought. Asahi couldn't think of Loki as a bad goddess after seeing her care for Ace in the anime. Astria, well, was the goddess of justice. She wouldn't betray him unless he becomes evil in her eyes. So Asahi told them about Earth and his race to clear their confusion. He succeeded in knocking the wise goddesses' minds into a daze. He stood there, wondering if his words sounded too bizarre to even a god. Loki cupped her chin before she stood and leaned toward Asahi with her arms on her hips. She took a very close look at him. So you ain't a god. I felt that your presence is a bit different compared to other gods. You claim to be the highest in the hierarchy of human evolution. What does that make you? A demigod. Demigod. Asahi quirked a brow, liking the sound of the word. You can also put it this way. Loki turned to Astria, who shook her head with a sigh. This information about the other world filled with rotten creatures is too much. I don't know how to feel of it. Astria, Asahi said. Why did you come here? Astria recalled her purpose in coming here. It was to invite you. I suppose it's not necessary now. Wait. What? PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 188, ch. 190, Offer. Astria's invitation took me by surprise. I couldn't help but shout, wait, what? Astria promptly nodded. I slapped my forehead and sighed. If only I took the aura-suppressing pill before opening the door, I'd have joined a familia. Last night, the sex with lovely ladies at the same time made me crazy in pleasure, leading me to oversleep in their comfortable warmth. Why do you even want to join a familia? It was your kindness, you know, that talk about justice raised my admiration for you. Oh. Loki smirked, distrusting my kind intentions. By the way, is Asahi Marikawa your true name? Yeah. What were you planning to do by coming to Rio? I was just here on vacation with my wives. Though, the monsters in the dungeon made me stay longer. Vacation. Can you imagine the chaos your existence will cause? Fuck that. Even the gods will flock over to invite ya, and try less than polite ways if you disagree. You might spark familia wars, Astria added. I already predicted this happening. The entertainment-hungry gods will do anything to recruit an irregular like me. It's not like I can go out and oppose everyone. It'll become a vicious cycle of killing adventurers over and over. Naysan wouldn't want to see me like that, nor would Nao and Yuriko. Well, I was hiding for that very reason. I didn't want to get into the political war of Rio. Still, no one will know it unless you two leak it. Loki gave a mischievous grin as she spun and plopped on the bed. And why'd I do that? My lord, I can fix this one, Graphia said and pulled the hem of her black gloves, stretching the fabric stretched tautly. A cold smile rose on her face as she stepped toward the goddesses stiff in fear. Say, would you? I pulled Graphia back and rubbed her head. No need to be forceful, Graphia. I can handle them. Yes, my lord. Phew. Loki sighed. You're one scary maid. Join my familia. I'll pay double, no, triple of what he pays. Graphia merely snorted at Loki's attempt to tempt her. Loki, why are you here? She pointed at Astria. The same as Astria. I plan to recruit ya and the girls before that perverted goddess of beauty. Perverted goddess of beauty, she must be talking about Freya. Loki continued, I don't know about Astria, but I can keep this secret. Well, it was unexpected. Was she trying to screw me over? You can never trust anyone named Loki. I can too. It's the least I can do for Elisa's happiness, Astria said. I raised my brows in skepticism. What did Elise have to do with this? Not the best option if you ask me. You might want to reveal yourself to Arenas if you ain't here to do something shady. Arenas was an ancient god from Greek mythology. The old man was affiliated with the guild. He never interfered with any familia affair. Loki wanted me to reveal everything and get Arenas' support for the future. A decent option, but my hatred for Greek gods refused to accept. Loki shook her head exasperatedly as though guessing my answer. My familia is always open to ya and your lovely ladies. Thanks. Like hell I'm going to join you if you show that perverted smile. Astria gave a gentle smile. You're also welcome in my familia. I trust you and your companions. Please, don't break it. She sure had a big heart to let me join. A god from another world with unknown powers and motives is a big red flag from their respective. And you can also create a familia by faking the god act, Loki said. Some gods are notorious for fooling others by hiding their divine aura. It seems like a good idea, Astria said. What will he do about the Falna part? Loki shushed Astria. Let him figure this one out, she said, low voice. Was this her attempt to test my abilities? Creating my familia, it might be a good experience. I could also train some warriors to fight in my wars. The problem was the power to give Falna. Kliska, can I do that blessing thing? It's not that hard since my love already knows the hieroglyph. You need to learn more about Falna and how gods imbue it on someone's back. Apollo can do that. He'll get his punishment if he doesn't. I'll think about it. That's good, Loki replied and got up. It's time to go. I should go too. I escorted the two goddesses to the door. As I entered the room, Now threw her arms around me and nuzzled her face against my chest. You don't have to hold back because of me or anyone else, okay? I wrapped my arms around her. I wasn't holding back on anything. What's this about anyway? Nothing. Shirori snickered with her chin on Siko's shoulder. Rika ruffled my hair and went on to take a bath in the other room. Graphia quietly cooked our breakfast with sagged shoulders. Is she still blaming herself? I need to console the sulking maid later. For now, I had to go to heaven to meet God. Now left my hug and headed for the bath as well, followed by the twins. Graphia, I said, standing beside Graphia. It's not your fault. I should have been more careful. She shook her head. I chose a bad time to buy groceries. I wouldn't have left my lord to open the door. She was stubborn. Well, every one of my women was hard-headed to a level. Several headpats melted her troubles and pushed her to admit that everything was my mistake. I rewarded her with a lingering kiss. The maid almost burned our breakfast, imagining something lewd. After breakfast, I headed out to DXD. The god already waited for me there with his sword. This man truly wished to make a masochist out of me. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 189, ch. 191, Threesome. R18. God and I sparred for a good 2 hours. His ability to use everyone's power in heaven was such a cheat. I even asked him if he can't create more angels to increase this power. This place might become a fortress with this ability. It's not that easy to create a new life, he replied with a deadpan face. You'll know it soon. Don't people fuck for that purpose? I asked innocently. Fuck. Gabriel asked as she peeked through the door. What is this fuck you are talking about, Asahi? God glared at me through his narrowed eyes. His face seemed as if he'd kill me for defiling his daughter. He was the reason for Gabriel's otherworldly innocence. Talk about being overprotective. Ufufu. You do the same with Rini. She wasn't wrong. Gabriel, don't disturb me. But father. God raised his hand with a frown. Go, I'll talk to you later. Gabriel's shoulders slumped as she shuffled out of the room. You didn't have to be this harsh with her. God stared at me with vacant eyes. He sat down on a chair that magically appeared inside. It's not like I want to chase her away. He acted like a tsundere father, who couldn't face his daughter. That's it for today. I will teach you new spells next time. Sure. I left the sulking father and returned. I can't help him as someone who never experienced what it's like having a child. X. Laimy's face popped into my vision. She turned off the television and looked down at me, who rested on her lap. Master is back. Laimy was worried for a second. She smiled, lighting up the dim room. Feeling another presence, I lowered my gaze. Saya puffed her cheeks and turned away as she drew back her hands from my knees, resting on her lap. How do Laimy's thighs compare to Saya-chan? Both have their charms. Saya's are more round and soft like a high-quality pillow, they lure me into relaxing even if I don't want to. Whereas Laimy's thighs are delicate and ignite my wild desires. Why you stupid jerk? No need to elaborate it this detailed. Come on. Can't a man be enthusiastic about what he likes? Saya can't take Asahi's rights to speak. Saya narrowed her eyes at the tanned diva's response. You should be on my side, as a friend. Laimy coughed and brushed my forehead with a gentle smile. Laimy is a friend, but Laimy is also Asahi's woman. She had her priorities straight. Saya groaned and punched my knee. You charmed Laimy to your side. It's so wrong. I got up from Laimy's lap and brushed Saya's hair. Better. She turned to me with closed eyes and took off her glasses. The tsundere wanted a kiss, so I gave her one, pouring all my passion into the kiss. She pushed me back onto Laimy's lap and straddled my waist. Should Laimy go? Laimy asked, unsure of whether to disturb this moment. I winked at Saya, whose eyes had turned crimson at this point. She took back her mouth and swiftly pecked Laimy's lips. Stay. Laimy cast a furtive glance at me. If Saya insists. She just agreed to a threesome. Saya unbuttoned my shirt and grabbed the pendant. It makes me giddy to see you cherishing our gift. So both, normal and flirty Saya, decided on this gift. Her hands went down my chest, a playful smirk tugging at her lips. Don't be so happy yet. You have to follow my lead this time. I want all of your love before my belly rounds up. It'll feel uncomfortable to have sex in that state. Laimy nodded smugly as though proud of Saya's big words. Ocean of love. Got it. Ocean of love and cum, Saya corrected Laimy. Grinning, she touched everyone to store their clothes. Laimy puffed her cheeks for being naked so suddenly. Laimy can undress. Saya paid no heed to Laimy. Standing on her knees, she took hold of my cock in one hand and rubbed it firmly on herself, her clit, back down between her lips and up again. Her syrupy juices made my cock unbearably hard. Ready? She asked, staring with her crimson eyes. I'm starting. Yeah, I groaned. Saya slowly guided me into her wet slit and tilted her hips, sliding me deep inside her. Her gushing, warm walls clamped on my cock, slowly growing hotter. Saya bent to tease Laimy's nipples while continuing to pleasure me. NGHHH. The brown-skinned diva cried out from the sudden attack, bouncing her boobs in my face. I reached up and pressed her pale nipples between my lips. Master, you too. Saya flawlessly rode while teasing Laimy. A bright blush spread on Laimy's cheeks as she moaned, her body shaking in a jolt. Oh, Saya sighed as her breathing became more and more ragged. She raised slightly and became still with eyes shut, her juices gushing out in the extreme. I can't let her orgasm alone. I reached down and grasped her hips. Then I pushed myself, ramming all the way inside in one thrust. Saya threw her head back and drew a deep breath. Lainey slapped Saya's hands from her breasts and pushed her face in Saya's boobs. "It's your turn to be tortured, hee." Lainey's cheerful laughter echoed in the room. Chapter 190, Chapter 192, Like a Mother. R18. I pressed Saya's boobs and squeezed, feeling her warm skin on my palm. I focused on increasing her sensitivity with Aero Modifier's skill. Saya squeezed her left eye shut and gasped. "It should be enough." I slid my hands down her waist and grasped her hips once again. Lainey launched a relentless assault on Saya, licking and toying with every nook and cranny of her extra-sensitive breasts. Saya trembled as her pussy convulsed around my cock. My assault also didn't stop, showering her in ecstasy. Saya moaned, her hoarse voice pulsing with each thrust as she shivered and shook above me. I couldn't stop the grin reaching my face. Even flirty Saya was conquered with some help. My thrusts quickened as I felt the tingling sensation in my core growing stronger. Saya's moan turned into a cry as her twin tails waved around her. Before long, I slammed into her and sputtered everything inside. Saya lifted her face toward the ceiling and screamed, convulsing as waves of cum doused her womb. Lainey gave a last nibble at Saya and left her to feel the deep orgasm. For a whole minute, Saya stayed suspended with a euphoric expression. A fine layer of sweat glistened on her body, making the scene even more arousing. Then she fell. I raised a bit and caught her gently before falling back on Lainey's thighs. Her breath slowly became steadier. Lainey stared at me with her eyes lit up with passion. "Master, can Lainey too?" "Hold on," Saya said. "I haven't paid Lainey back for her naughty pranks. Lainey gulped as a nervous yet excited look appeared in her eyes. Saya squirmed out of my embrace and pulled herself with a reluctant expression. The mix of fluids poured out of her, leaving a wet spot on the couch. It was so warm. She yanked me up and glanced at the bed. "There. Sure." I reluctantly left Lainey's lap and hopped on the bed, sitting in the middle. Saya took Lainey's hand and guided her to me. Saya sat cross-legged before me and patted her thighs. "Lainey, rest your head here." Lainey and I tilted our heads in confusion. "Isn't this lap pillow better for Asahi?" Saya urged Lainey with an annoyed look. Lainey gave up and awkwardly laid, resting her head on Saya's lap. "Lainey can smell Asahi's." "Of course, you can. It's Asahi's symbol of love," Saya said and gently rolled Lainey's breasts. "Now show everything to him." The gorgeous diva opened her thighs and spread her glistening lips with her index and middle finger, laying all her beauty before me. Her cheek and neck were completely flushed as she looked at me with dreamy eyes. Lured by her allure, I leaned down and inhaled her rich, delicious scent. "Thanks for the food." I put my mouth on her clit and sucked on it gently. "Master, that, erg." Lainey tried to reach for me, but Saya caught Lainey's hands and pressed them on Lainey's boobs. "Play with them," Saya ordered. Lainey bit her lips before she closed her eyes and awkwardly pinched her taut nipples. Saya patted Lainey's cheeks and leaned down to capture her lips. I boosted Lainey's pussy sensitivity by 100% and ran my tongue in slow circles around her clit while fingering her in a steady rhythm. Only a few moments later, Lainey bucked her hips upward as her pussy began to spasm at a wild pace. "Asahi." Lainey breathed. Her orgasm seemed to go on and on from the triple attack as a huge gush of wetness splashed out of her and ran down my arms. Her back fell back on the bed, and she started breathing heavily. I licked her juices and swiped my hand over my mouth. Saya pecked Lainey's forehead and gave a satisfied nod. "Husband, the divine fruit is ripe." I didn't need more words now. I took my cock in my hand and pressed it on Lainey's moist opening. Sliding the tip inside her tight hole, I pushed slowly. Her warmth wrapped me as she accepted everything this time. I started gently to give her space to adjust. Lainey squirmed, tilting and pushing her hips, clearly asking for more. I grasped her ankles and pulled them up on my shoulders. Gripping her lower thighs, I bent and started thrusting. Groaning and trembling from the extreme stimulus running down from the head to the shaft. She desperately squeezed her breasts, her breath becoming rougher. Saya gently watched over Lainey, somehow coming off as a mother looking after a child. I don't know why this thought popped up when these two couldn't be any more different. The tingling waves of orgasm rose from my cock and spread all the way to my limbs. I lost my control and spurted streams of cum into her womb. Lainey held me tightly with both arms and stared into my eyes as the waves of shudders numbed our senses. Her sweet, hot breath tickled, enticing a chuckle out of me. She kissed my cheek as we both collapsed. I nuzzled my cheeks against Saya's thighs and sighed. This erotic diva sapped my mental strength. Saya gently caressed my hair and chuckled. Lamie looks so funny now. Lamie stayed silent, still lost in the euphoria of a deep orgasm. Taking a deep breath, Lamie nestled her cheeks against mine. Saya also looks idiotic when you do it with Asahi. Then, there is nothing to worry about. This is the face of a woman in bliss. Lamie grunted, but couldn't retort to Saya. This Saya turned tables on anyone in her way, even Shirori knew better than to mess with her. She manifested from her desire to become honest with others. This was the only answer. Bang. The door broke open. My head snapped toward Rini, who blinked her eyes in confusion. Oni-san, what are you doing with Lamie Nei-san? Oh crap. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 191, ch. 193, Emphaspana. Rini blinked her eyes. Why did Oni-san and Wani-sans entangle their naked bodies even though they were this sweaty? Was this some sort of new training? The sudden tingles in her body weirded her out even more. Rini couldn't wrap her head around anything. Rini, did you break the doorknob? Asahi asked, still hugging Lamie. Rini tilted her head. I opened the door normally. Impossible. It was properly locked, Saya said. Rini is losing control of her strength. Rini looked at her hands. Am I losing control? Rini. Rini. Rini ignored Asahi's calls as her eyes were glued to Asahi's body. Her fingers trembled, longing to touch those muscles. Rini. A shout finally yanked her back to reality. Asahi turned to his side and shielded his body with Lamie. I'll meet you later, okay? Rini nodded and sprinted out of the room, only stopping inside her room. I ignored Oni-san. Will he be angry at me? She sunk into the couch. The scene replayed in her mind, again and again. Her eyes became dreamy, and her heart accelerated. A familiar urge engulfed her. Her hand crawled down to untie her skirt. Rini Nei-chan. Rini pulled her hand and took a deep breath. Aiko skipped into the room and hopped on the couch. With her legs dangling childishly, Aiko nudged Rini. Nei-chan is forgetting her favorite anime. Blooming Sunshine is airing? Rini glanced at the clock. I missed half. The only anime she watched. It was the story of a taciturn girl adjusting to her life in a new city and a new school with the help of her brother. Something about the show made it endearing. Don't worry. Aiko asked Shizuka Nei-chan to record the show. Rini smiled at Aiko's smug smile. Reaching out, she patted the little girl's head. Thank you. No problem. X. Asahi POV. I pulled out of Lamie and closed the door with the telekinesis. I might need to barricade doors to stop this trope. That was, super awkward, Lamie said and got up from Saya's lap. Rini-chan's affection level is going up. Master, Rini is yearning to become your woman. Nope. Saya shook her head. It's her instincts. Why now? I remembered Rini's eyes before she left. It resembled Rika's predatory gaze when she wanted some love. Was Rini finally losing to her monster instincts? I and Nei-san needed to have a long chat with her. A woman was necessary to stop Rini from jumping on me. If alone, I'd most likely let loose my desires and claim her. Forget her for now. I want more love. Saya tackled me. I flipped our positions, pinning her down. Where is my cute Saya? Am I not cute? Of course not. I just wanted to make love to her. She is feeling everything from a backseat, awfully bashful. Let me drag her out here. Saya closed her eyes for a few moments. When she opened them again, she was back to her normal eyes. Why did you call me? I was having some rest there. I wanted you, I leaned down and whispered in her ears. She tried to put on a strong front, trying to weasel her way out. But Lamie and I coaxed Saya into a long loving session. Danmachi world. I teleported into the dungeon, where the girls already awaited me on the cliff of the Great Fall. Siko's grin pretty much told everything about the upcoming event. Rika raised her head from her phone with a toothy grin. Just in time, love. The party is starting soon, Shirori said. Tremors took over the entire floor. Fissures formed upon the walls. A monstrous howl stemmed from the dungeon itself, and the Great Fall exploded. I flew, stopping a bit short from the ceiling, and cast my gaze down. Another water explosion and a massive creature wrapped in white mist burst out of the waterfall. It plummeted into the bottom pool before surfacing to show its two white dragon heads. The right one had red eyes while the left one had blue eyes. I grabbed my good old appraisal glasses. Emphaspana LV. Designated title, Monster Rex. Race, Monster. Class, Dual Attribute Dragon. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Mana power. Skills. Anti-magic mist, unique. The monster can discharge a mist that disperses magical phenomena. Mutated dragon fire, B rank. Due to various characteristics in its bile, the monster's fire can burn even on the water. Condemned, curse. The monster becomes weakened in any other territory other than its nest. Water element resistance, F. The monster gains water element resistance in its natural habitat. Omen. Amphisbaena boasted quite the mana in its colossal body. Even its stats were a cut above Ace, a prodigy in her own class. The monster suddenly went inside the water and launched itself in the air. Its claws dug into the mountain as it began to climb up. This thing was huge, over twice the height of a truck, yet it still nimbly swam in the water like a serpent. It stopped right under the waterfall and let out a terrifying roar. The water erupted up and smashed through the fragile cliff. The raging wave became a tsunami. The girls remained motionless as the tsunami split and flowed to the girls' side as if it was afraid of drenching them. Was it Siko's water element, Rika's telekinesis, or Nao and Shiori's wind element? Maybe it was the combination of all those abilities. I couldn't help but be astonished at their growth. They used to be normal humans not long ago. The beautiful dragon that could make any average adventurer piss their pants in terror, it looked up from the pool. The two heads, which were split from the base of its neck like a hydra, gave a menacing glare at me. The girls looked down on it with slight mockery. My fiery wings blasted, taking me to my right place, in the middle of the excited Busujima twins. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 192, ch. 194, The Girls' Battle. I conveyed the dragon's information to the team while keeping my eyes locked with the colossal dragon. It merely peeked from the lake, as if saying, "Bruh, I ain't coming up there. Come down and fight me." It'd be easier to fight it on the surface. But a glance at Siko's excitement and I denied the idea. "Shall we?" Siko asked, her hands clutching the katana trembled. It's a legendary battle against a minor Yamada no Orochi. Amphisbaena certainly resembled the mythical Orochi from Japan's mythology, albeit with only two heads. Rika nodded. "How will we fight it in the water?" "Aerial battle. My lord." Grafia was as sneaky as always. She stepped past me and gasped. "A dragon." I tapped her shoulder. "Don't worry. It's just a cheap knockoff of the ones in your world. Hell, even the black dragon of this world will be a mob before the heavenly dragons." "Grafia, you came at a fine time. Can you please freeze the lake?" Siko asked. A reasonable idea to create a footing. "That's not difficult, Mr. Siko." Grafia flew down to the lake and touched the water. Frost rippled across the lake, and the entire lake became frozen. The dragon leaped out before it froze along with the water and closed in on Grafia. "It's not my fight," Grafia mumbled and snapped her fingers. The ice jolted and trapped the dragon in an ice prison. "Thank you," Siko said as she landed on the frozen lake. The others followed suit. I lifted Aimi and jumped as well, not forgetting to sneak a kiss in midair. The girls soon took a battle formation with the Busujima sisters at the front, Aimi in the middle, and Nao and Rika in the back. I asked them to hold the attack until the dragon breaks the prison. "Kliska, bring up the girls' status please." I was curious about their growth. "Yes, my love." Siko's status appeared first. Siko Busujima. Favorability points, 249, Sworn Companion. Age. LVL, Race, Human. Class, Samurai Warrior. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword Mastery, B rank. Firearm Mastery, E rank. Cooking, D rank. Sword Oath, E rank. The user's proficiency with sword-based skills increases with the loyalty to their master. Water Element, C rank. Level 30, She sure became a lot stronger. Factoring in her contract with Asmodeus, she might be able to go toe-to-toe with the dragon on her own. Her katana might hold her back in the long run. I should upgrade their weapons. Still, Ace had more raw strength, thanks to her spirit lineage. It was the difference between a normal person and a fantasy native. Yup. The race factors very much in the final stats. To match a level 5 without using Diva's powers, as expected of my crazy sword waifu. Shiori Busujima. Favorability points, 192, Hope of her life. Age. LVL, Race, Human. Class, Sword Maiden. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Sword Mastery, B rank. Firearm Mastery, F rank. Cooking, F rank. Wind Element, C rank. Even Shirori surpassed my level, not that I mind. In a real battle, our strengths were far apart. I improved in every prospect from sparring with God, other than my level. I went through Now and Rika's status as well. They had also improved tremendously after hunting these monsters. I plan to check Aime's later since her growth will shock me the most. The entire process of checking status barely took a minute. Saya's skill truly helped in times like these. My lord should rest, Grafia said. Leave this to mistresses. They can take care of this pathetic monster. She was kind of right. With how weak it was, it'd become a stomping match if I fought beside the girls. Siko was so passionate to get a chance to fight it. All would be for nothing if I accidentally one-shot it. Siko, can I leave it to you and the girls? Siko's head snapped toward me, a little disbelief in her eyes. Of course, I'll be here to provide support if needed. I'd gladly kill it for Asahi-kun. Yep, Shirori said. Oh. The dragon roared and swung its head, shattering the ice prison. Grafia pulled me back, forcing my butt down on a chilly seat. Turning around, I found that it was a majestic throne crafted from pure ice. My lord must get used to sitting there. Yeah, I said with a sigh. Create one for yourself. She tried to deny it, but I managed to get her by some sweet whispers. Sitting side by side, we watched the battle unfold. Siko reached the amphispana and tried to slash, but the dragon reacted instantly with a claw attack and spat out a crimson mist out from its right head. She couldn't fool the dragon's senses with her agility, so she retreated. The dragon stretched its long neck with jaws wide open. Siko casually dodged the dragon's attempts and regrouped with Shirori. I'm gonna try shooting, Rika hollered and pulled the trigger. The mana bullet dispersed in the anti-magic mist. The dragon's eyes glowed with unrivaled hostility before it bellowed. So deafening that visible ripples appeared in the air. The ice under us cracked. The harpies fell unconscious. The blue crystals on the ceiling fell. The intense roar shook my ears for a moment. Curse thing, Grafia cursed under her breath as she patted her rabbit familiar. She tapped the floor, refreezing the lake. Siko and Shirori laughed at its clear attempt to manifest domination. Knowing it failed, the monster's rage intensified as its blue-eyed head exhaled a powerful breath. The scorching blue flames rushed forth, embers melting the frost into water. The girls stepped around the flames. It was a beautiful yet deadly sight. The dragon couldn't see the shadow creeping behind it. It paid big time for a small mistake, as a figure wrapped in shadow dropped on its back. It was none other than Aime, who plunged her dagger into its neck. The blade tore down the dense mist and gouged a deep wound. Bang. Rika's bullet attacked the fresh wound. Now's gigantic wind bullet thumped the same wound, almost severing the red-eyed head. Siko and Siko's instant slashes finished the job. The dragon swung its only head to shake Aime off. Her presence thinned until she was hardly visible to my eyes, and she approached the dragon again. Her stealth skills are something else, Grafia muttered in admiration. Nothing else from your bodyguard. The crimson blood sputtered and dyed the glacial lake. Though it quickly stopped bleeding. Its regeneration wasn't on the black monster's level, but formidable enough to drive people crazy. They have to keep hitting it until it runs out of mana, Grafia said. The girls lacked the raw power to annihilate the monster core swiftly since they refrained from using diva spells. Otherwise, this would be game over in an instant. With the red-eyed head out of the way, Rika went nuts in spamming shots while nimbly dodging or outright stopping the blue fire with her telekinesis. Siko's grin was enough to show she was having a blast torturing this dragon. The fight soon became a test of the monster's endurance. As soon as it tried to regrow its lost head, Rika, or Now's magic blew it off. Siko, Shirori, and Now bullied the hell out of the dragon. Countless bleeding cuts and slashes broke down its scales, exposing glimmers of its core. That's all the girls needed to end this show. You earned 6,966.66 XP for killing, level 37 Amphispana. Not bad. The disturbance on the floor below caught my attention. Someone was coming. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 193, ch. 195, Shock. Some time ago. Ace and her group were on their way back to the surface after slaying the monster Rexudius on the 38th floor. The gigantic skeleton made her freeze with its mere presence. Its tremendous howl, its terrifying appearance, or its magic power, everything about it was on another level. Finn, Riveria, Amazon sisters, Gareth, and 50 or so adventurers were needed to take down its army. Riveria silently brushed Ace's hair. Her gentle touch brought a soft smile to Ace's face. Riveria's expressionless face carried hints of exhaustion. After all, alone took down hundreds of Spartoi, the skeleton minions, with her magic. Each one was classified as a level 4 monster, yet they crumbled into ashes in the crimson flames of her elven magic. Ace swore to overcome the monster Rex. One day, she promised to take Udius down and grow stronger. One day. I'll. An enormous rumble broke her thoughts. Riveria stopped with a frown and turned to Finn. It's the Amphisbaena. Amphisbaena, the twin-headed dragon classified as a level 6 monster due to its innate advantage in the water. Ace recalled the information she learned in her library. Someone is up there, Finn said. Monster Rex doesn't spawn without a presence. We called dibs on the dragon this time. Riveria's expression darkened. It might be some low-ranked familia. Bet let out a low, annoyed growl. These goddamn noobs. Why the fuck they can't know their limits? We're running up, Finn shouted. Tioni, with me. Gareth, Riveria, guide the rest to the water city. Tiona and Tioni shared a look before nodding at their captain. Ace blocked Finn's path. I'm coming. Alexia from the Monster Rex was on another level from the rest. It ignited her desire to grow. The Palom, barely taller than Ace, made a troubled expression and glanced at Riveria. The elf saw Ace and Finn staring her way. I can, keep up, Ace insisted. Selfish brat, Riveria sighed. Run along. I want to, come too, Lafia muttered, gaining the group's attention. So many gazes made her teary-eyed. Go ahead. Riveria just gave up. Captain, I shall leave their safety to you. Finn chuckled. No need to worry. Let's go. Ace nodded and took Lafia's hands, dragging her along. Finn deliberately slowed himself for them to follow. They sliced through the monsters on the 28th floor, while listening to the loud noises implying a brutal ongoing fight. Finn walked out of the passage on the bottom of the pool, his eyes went wide. Ace found him frozen and shifted her gaze to the scene before her. A frozen lake. A beheaded Amphisbaena sprawled on its back. A purple-haired woman holding the katana buried in the dead monster Rex's heart. 4 more women stood around its corpse. Asahi and his maid sitting on an ice throne like a pair of king and queen, watching as if this was just a show. Ace never expected Asahi to be here. What? How? Tiona asked with a tinge of disbelief in her tone. Amphisbaena usually needs a large number of level 4s and 5s to take down. Who are these women? Beats me, Tioni replied as she shook her head. Their shock was nothing compared to Finn, whose mouth hung open. He had met the men before on the 10th floor. He knew from Riveria that this man and his companions were strong. But to take down Amphisbaena on their own. Even he and Riveria would find it hard to beat this monster Rex. Finn's surprise ended when the gray-haired woman in black clothes looked his way. Her blank red eyes made his legs weak. He immediately concluded she was a dangerous person and turned away. Asahi glanced at their group. Well, we have some guests here. My lord, you would not want a little girl harmed. What should we do now to silence them? The maid beside Asahi threatened casually. Finn realized this group was nuts. Completely nuts. I can handle it. Asahi got up from the ice throne and approached the group. Finn clenched his spear, ready for any attack. Contrary to his wariness, Asahi passed him and stopped before Ace. He patted Ace's head, which she didn't deny. Rather, Ace closed her eyes with a tiny smile. Damn, you rushed up here to rescue me. I feel touched. Asahi also stroked Lafia's hair while he was at it, getting a bashful smile from the elf. You all didn't need to come here. Tiona dragged Tioni toward the Amphisbaena and started messing with the women. Finn wanted to stop them, but he felt Asahi's gaze on him. Finn, was it? Finn answered with a nod. Asahi smiled. Consult Loki, your goddess, before telling anyone about this. She knows everything. Knows what exactly? Asahi chuckled. Just ask your mischievous goddess. The women glaring at him made him not question any further. Who knew if these women might gang up on him and murder him? He still hadn't fulfilled his dream of rising as the hope of the Paolum race. His twitching thumb told him everything he needed to know. Get the hell out of here with Ace and others. He can ask Loki later. Unless they went out of their way to do something horrible in Rio, he'd rather not mess with them. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 194, ch. 196, Teasing Loki. Ace showed a delicate and breathtaking smile. This simpleton lowly did try to look at the girls. My quick head pats forced her to forget everything about the dragon. I didn't want the lowly to become sad or go berserk over a dead dragon. Finn still looked at Amy cautiously. Well, at least someone had a good head on their shoulders to not mess with a Yandere. Ace, let's meet later. She adorably tilted her head. Ah, surface together. She made me want to walk my way out of the dungeon. Ugh, why are Lolas so adorable? I don't want to expose my teleportation ability to Loki this early. I could imagine her snickering while requesting me to drop her familia on certain floors. I can teleport other girls, but please don't ask me to teleport males. Never. Thanks. Lafia, you want to come too? The elf lowered her head, her cheeks flushed to the max. Still, her fingers pinched Ace's blue cloth hanging from her skirt. I glanced at Finn. I'll drop off Ace and Lafia at your base. I can have a chat with Loki about Ace while I'm at it. Finn moved his eyes from Amy and looked at Ace, who lightly nodded at him. Okay. I turned to the girls. Shirori sneakily clicked photos of Rika and Siko posing on the dragon. Girls, take the magic stone. We're traveling back. All right. Packing up the stuff, we left Finn and walked into the passage leading up. The turtle monsters acting as the platform made my eyes twitch. I skewered them as soon as one appeared, leaving Ace and Lafia confused. The lowly asked about the blue-haired girl, Rini, which I answered vaguely. I should bring Rini back here. Though, right now, she was going through her puberty phase. I covered the distance to the surface in a few hours. Parting with the girls at the dungeon entrance, I strolled towards the north holding Ace's hands and the bashful elf walking beside her. As we passed by the markets, Ace suddenly stopped. Her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky as she looked at the stalls lined up on the streets. The spicy smell of the jagamarukan wafted in the air. I smiled and bought one for everyone. Taking a note to buy more on my way back, I stuffed my stomach. Loki's home was a few seconds' walk from here. Damn, Loki sure built a decent mansion in such a small land. With multiple towers, it seemed more like a mini castle than anything. Even Apollo Familia paled in comparison, though I still preferred the homely vibes of Estria's home. Two cute dog-eared girls welcomed us at the door. They only glanced at Ace and let us in. Ace tugged at my hand and walked a step ahead as though saying, "Follow me." I chuckled and followed her into the mansion. Not many presences around, barely 10. They were in the dungeon, so it made sense. Shatter. I turned around to the noise. Loki stood there with a broken wine bottle near her legs. Her blue tight tube top stuck to her chest, showing her lack of breasts, and black short spat that snugly hugged her lovely curves. Her usual smile was absent from her face, instead, a gloomy aura swirled around her. My Isa brought a man home. Ace looked at Loki and shook her head. Asahi. Oni-san. I didn't want to believe the rumors flying around, but you're truly the gigolo that charms innocent maidens. My cheeks twitched at her almost believable acting. El Loki-sama, Asahi-san isn't a bad guy. Look, even the quiet Leffy is defending ya. How far do you want to tear my familia? I walked up to Loki and flicked her forehead. Shut up for a second. Ouch. She stopped her act at my glare. Can't even take a joke, she grumbled. Isu, Leffy, you two can rest. Let me talk with Asahi. Both girls nodded and walked away. Loki pointed to a room and with a broad grin. Bedroom or kitchen? I grinned at her open seductions and reached out to her shorts. How about here? She slapped my hand and clicked her tongue. Come with me. She led me into a well-furnished room with stacks of papers, the books in the bookshelf, and the bundles laying around. Everything filled the room with an odd sweet room as if it was a library. Loki went ahead and grabbed a chair from the group of chairs situated around a round table. Even it had dainty scrolls wrapped with cords. At Loki's gesture, I grabbed a seat. Loki crossed her arms on her waist and frowned. Tell me, oh mighty demigod, what do you want to do with my Isu? Huh. I tilted my head. I just like her. That's all. You think I'll harm a cute girl like Ace? She glared at me sharply before shaking her head. That little girl's head works in a very simple way. Once she sets her mind on something, she'll even go to hell to finish her objective. Become stronger and take out the black dragon, I said. That's not a healthy mindset if I say so. Loki propped her hand on the table and leaned her chin on her palm. You even get the whiff of her goal, you keep giving me reasons to not let her get attached to you. I gave a friendly smile. That's up to Ace, isn't it? Nope. It's up to that woman, she said and pointed her finger behind me. Isa mother. I turned around to find Reveria standing at the door, frowning at Loki's words. Loki-sama. Sorry, Kay. Your fault for eavesdropping on us. I came here to report the expedition. We harvested the Monster Rex on the 37th floor. Monster Rex on the 37th floor. I'll get it when it spawns next time. What about Amphisbaena? Loki asked. Did that damn dragon spawn on time? Loki's question prompted Reveria to look at me. I turned my head and let out a low whistle. Loki's speechless expression was cute. PayPal link -bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 195, Ch. 197, Meeting Natsumi. Why did you look at him? Loki asked. The truth is. Riveria trailed in an odd voice. Asahi and his companions slew Amphisbaena. What? Loki stared at me. Thief. I'm sorry. We needed its magic stone for a quest by Hephaestus, she said. You willin' to sell it? I swept the trash off the table and dropped the shattered pieces of Amphisbaena's magic stone. Loki reached with trembling hands and touched the magic stone. You. Was that a god's personal dimension? Oh crap. Another mistake. I can't reveal the spatial rings, or I'd disrupt the whole Orrerio. All the supporters, whose entire purpose is to carry stuff for adventurers, will lose their job. That'd be a big blow to Orrerio. Riveria took a seat on the side without moving her stare from me. Her jade eyes sparkled like someone who found an oasis in a grueling desert. Just a rare skill of mine. I was never this jealous. Loki took her hand to her mouth and chewed her thumbnail. Not even at that big titty Hestia. Why, Loki-sama? Riveria said. This skill is useful, but it might have limitations. I do not see any other reason for a god to be jealous, also, Asahi. Why did you lie about your level? For 5 women to take out Amphisbaena, someone among them had to be a level 6 mage. Riveria, don't tell this to anyone. Loki put a finger on her lips as if emphasizing her point. This man is a demigod. Demigod. Riveria's eyes shook for a moment before her composure returned. As in the children of a man and god. Did you not say that gods can't conceive? Then how? Let's call him an irregularity among irregularities. Ouch, she rubbed her forehead after I flicked her head with telekinesis. Who was that? I turned to Riveria with a smile. The sweat on her face made her glowing face even brighter, giving her a divine appearance. She probably ran all the way to the surface. Even as a mage, her basic stats should be more than enough. You look lovely. Riveria shook her head. Flattery will not get you anywhere. Oi, stop ignoring me. I know you hit me just now. Totally ignoring the fuming goddess, I let out a dejected sigh. A man can't even be honest. Riveria gave a tiny smile of her own. Why don't we chat more about this demigod race of yours? How did you come to be? Let's talk about this later. I got up and darted out of the room. Loki's voice rumbled behind me, which I dutifully ignored, and sprinted out of the mansion. I don't know why, but playing these kinds of pranks elated my heart. Naughty child. I bought Jagamarukin for everyone and stopped by Apollo's mansion. I hadn't heard from the guy since the day monsters ravaged his butthole. Did Natsumi blend in with others? I had yet to find out. I stored the sizzling hot Jagamarukin and smiled at the black-haired woman standing with a spear in her hand. Could you please let me in? I want to meet Natsumi and your familia. Oh, it's you. The gig, she coughed and looked away. The gentleman with lovely flowers in your garden. My lips drew a wry smile. She chuckled and opened the door. Please, forgive me. Natsumi-san ordered me to let Asahi-san inside without any question. I shook my head and walked inside. I already knew each corner of the mansion, so finding Natsumi was easy as heck. I pushed the door with 2 presences inside it. Natsumi sat opposite Apollo, separated by a desk. She turned around, got off the chair, and bowed deeply. Master. Her hair regained the glossiness, so did her cheeks that showed rosiness, even her thin limbs had become meatier. Kliska giggled. You are describing a human, not a goat ready to be butchered. Ma. Stop, I interrupted Apollo before he finished his words. A male calling me master gave me goosebumps. Call me Asahi. Yes. Natsumi acted differently compared to that day, as if she had accepted to live as my slave. Apollo, go do your job. I'll tell her if I want something from you. His face reminded me of the day he got raped. Satisfying but cursed memories. Apollo walked past me, stumbling a few times. The ground couldn't be any cleaner, so his unsteady steps meant one thing. I dispelled the thought and cast my gaze to the brunette. Did you go to the dungeon? Yes, master. I reached the 7th floor on my own, she said, a smugness in her voice. My magic attribute has improved to A-class. A-class magic was just short of S-class. To get there in a few days, her potential was as broken as ever. Nothing less from the endgame antagonist. Her broken ability to create creatures might be useful if she raised her level. For that, she needed to shed blood and sweat in the dungeon, and possibly eat monster stones. Rini didn't have any side effects, so she should also be fine, the reason being monster stones having no soul. And, did you try eating the monster stones here? I said. You ate human hearts like nothing. These stones shouldn't be that far. Natsumi's cheeks lit up, and she lowered her head. I narrowed my eyes at her blushing face. Was she trying to act cute? Master, I had no choice before. I don't want to know, I cut her off. Her shoulders slumped sadly before she nodded. I understand, Master. I still didn't like the fact that she ate a human heart like it was nothing. More so, I didn't want to hear her reason. Nobody was born evil. Even she must have terrible circumstances to become a cannibal and wage war against the world. I preferred to avoid knowing her background or my heart will get soft toward her. My love is so weak to women. You know me too well. I apologize for my previous misconduct. She bowed again. I'll do everything in my power to conquer the dungeon. I told her Mayan's address, which should be plenty popular by now, and returned to the inn. The girls were discussing the fight and ways to reduce the time. It was like those times a guild leader sat down to strategize about how to beat the score. Good old RPG days. They all already showered when I was out. I threw myself at Now and rubbed my face on her breasts. I'm beaten. Now giggled and lightly patted my head. Good job, busy boy. Once I had done recharging some energy, I went over to Amy and settled on her lap. The girls soon started passing me to others' lap. Graphia was forced to join since I already bought tonight's dinner. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 196, ch. 198, Relaxing Time, R18. The next day. Yotsuba Mansion. I opened my eyes, only to meet two violet eyes glazed, filled to the brim with passion. Oni-sama. Maya breathed and approached. Kiss. I grabbed her face and pulled her down, meeting her soft lips. Maya melted on my chest, eagerly kissing me back. Cough. The interruption forced me to stop the passionate kiss. Chuckling at Maya's wide-eyed innocent look, I turned to Nei-san. She quietly slid down the blanket, revealing the smooth skin, and pressed a finger on her cheeks. As innocent as she tried to act, it was so easy to notice her eagerness for love. Last night was dry with only cuddles since Maya somehow ended up in my bed. Nei-san still slept with no clothes on. Aime's love on the other side helped me get through a tough time. Ae-kun. Nei-san. Ae-kun. She hesitated, glancing at the Ojusama still straddling my waist. What is it, Nei-san? Oni-sama, I need to restart my studies. So the break is over for you. It's been a long time since that shitty incident. She still had to finish high school and solidify her position as Yotsuba's successor. Not that she had any ambition to even become the head, but she or Mia were most suited for this. A dejected sigh slipped past her lips. I won't be able to spend much time with Oni-sama. Don't worry. I'll always be free for you. UNN. Maya slid to my right and got off the bed. I turned to Nei-san, who also faced me, and yawned. Her cover fell, exposing her divine body to my hungry eyes. She stretched her arms, further pushing her S-class boobs. She let out a heavy sigh before becoming red from my passionate gaze. Why you want to eat me? I nodded thoughtlessly and cornered her, pinning her underneath me. I slid off my shirt and threw my shorts in the ring. I leaned over and pressed my lips against her luscious lips. Can I, Nei-san? She puffed her cheeks, tickling my face with her soft breath. Why ask when you know the answer? I gently bit on the soft skin of her collarbone, sucking with enough pressure to give her a hickey. MMGH, she released a muffled moan. She lifted her hips and ground her puffy pussy lips against my throbbing cock. The slick juices made me shiver and rub harder. Nei-san curled her fingers around the shaft, hot sighs escaping her mouth. Stop teasing, Nei-san. She helped me adjust, allowing me to enter. Her splendidly tight pussy sucked me deeper. As she engulfed me, her breathing rose, pushing her erect nipples against my chest. Her gentle warmth enveloped me, wringing out a deep sigh. I leaned down and closed my eyes. Giving a breathtaking smile, Nei-san wound her arms around my neck and initiated a soft kiss. She clearly understood my desire for a relaxing time. Not that I disliked passionate sex, but Nei-san and now were one of the few women who preferred slow sex. Though on rare occasions both women went wild. Nei-san unwound her arms and sought mine, lacing our fingers together. Lude. Voyeur. It was a joke. I know, still, I'm not a voyeur. Yes, you're the greatest housewife. Hee hee. Leaving Kliska and her cheery giggles, I focused on my Nei-san, who gave a sweet, almost holy smile with her eyes closed. Her cuteness made me lean down and rub our cheeks together. Nei-san locked her legs around my waist and pushed her heels against my back. Ae-kun, she muttered. Finish this before your Iko-san comes and pouts for doing it alone. Your Iko had asked for my help with her work in shifting the stuff. As you command. I pulled back, then thrust, rocking my hips at a slow, steady pace, all the while enjoying her soft cheeks. The cold air hit my cock every time it left her hot crevice. Naysan's back arched as I thrust into her, her warm fingers trailing across my back. Between her low, pleasure-filled moans, and grunts leaking from my lips, I felt my balls tighten. Naysan felt it too with her quivering insides, and hugged me, grounding her soft body against me. "Give me," she rasped. "Fill Naysan with your affection." I thrust at her wish and tingles of electricity surged through the tip of my cock to my entire body. Naysan convulsed, her back curved as she let out a throaty moan. I came at the same time, my twitching member shooting ropes of cum inside her. I slid to her side. Naysan rolled on her side, pressing me underneath her arm and thick legs. That was awesome. I nodded while taking deep breaths. It sure was. Naysan recovered her bearings in a few moments and rubbed her cheeks on my shoulder. Leimi-chan told me about Rini's problem. What will you do? About that, I explained the entire situation to Naysan. Naysan gave a blank stare after hearing me out. She pinched my cheeks, treating me like a child who did something naughty. It's your fault if I'm being honest. My fault? What did I do? You're undermining a woman's feelings. Rini loves you. There is no way she doesn't. You sure? She took my hand and guided it to her chest. The soft flesh sucked my fingers, getting a gentle squeeze from me. I felt her heart beating through my fingers. Am I lying? As I was about to deny, footsteps came from outside. Looks like our time's up. Dear, Yuriko chimed and opened the door with a smile glued on her face. Oh, did I disturb something? Naysan shook her head. We were about to get up. The training with God was still due, so I postponed Rini's discussion until I returned from DXD. A quick shower later, I dressed up and went with Yuriko. The work got wrapped up soon with my telekinesis, and then we returned. PayPal link bit.ly/30pgw8d. Chapter 197, ch. 199, like a cat. I shut my avatar and arrived at God's living room to find it empty. Did I come too early? The door opened and Gabriel entered. A smile quickly blossomed on her face. You're back. My smile froze as another blonde stepped from Gabriel's back. She twirled a lock of her blonde hair and gave an awkward smile. Hi. The pair of Sandalphon and Gabriel standing together looked kinda odd. Sandalphon was a tad taller with her athletic figure and C-cup breasts covered by a stark white dress with a golden accent, long, toned legs wrapped in white stockings. Although she lacked Gabriel's innocence, her toned body gave her an undeniable charm, which I overlooked in our fight. What was she doing here though? Gabriel stepped back and pushed Sandalphon until the blonde was right before me. Don't forget our objective. Sandalphon let out a dry chuckle and scratched her cheek. Asahi, I'm sorry for attacking you last time. I lost my calm when I saw Miss Lucifuge. I shook my head. The fault was ours. I mean, I barged into the church with the devil. She only came there to fill her duties. Still, I attacked a friend of our Lord, she said. Eyes shut, she lowered her head. I've to apologize for that. Gabriel nodded at Sandalphon and turned to me. Will you forgive her, please? There is nothing to apologize for. Sandalphon's figure shrunk at my words. Lord will never forgive me for my offense. Lord will never forgive me for my offense. Lord. The words repeated in her mouth like a broken record. Okay, I forgive you. Geez, what is wrong with you? She looked up and gave a bright, angelic smile as a thin golden halo appeared on her head. Seeing her smile so sweetly stirred my heart. Where is the strong woman I fought? Thank you. I rubbed the back of my neck. No problem. Where is your father? Father is busy, Gabriel said as she approached and linked her arms with mine. Father sent us to act as your tour guides for our home until he is not busy. I couldn't help but glance at the soft globes swallowing my arm between them. I dispelled the softness from reaching my head, consequently stopping the blood rush in my body. God knew my nature, yet he sent two innocent angels to guide me. What the hell is he conspiring now? Was he trying to hook me up with them? I shook my head at the possibility of him throwing his daughters at me. Lead the way. This building floated on endless fluffy clouds with a vivid sky over my head. The entire realm only had an elevator in the center and two more structures in the distance, God's workshop and his inventory. Sandalphon and Gabriel hadn't visited this much often, making this realm almost exclusive to the old man god. Gabriel pulled me toward the elevator. Sandalphon followed by my side. The elevator descended without any hitch. Next up is Zeeble, where the Seraphs live. I also live there, Sandalphon said. Asahi, you can come there if you want. I'd love to spar with a strongman like you. Spar, huh? I'd also love to spar with a beautiful woman like you. She grinned as if pleased by my cheap compliment. Why are you so strong? I doubt Michael can defeat you. Are you that strong? Gabriel asked, tightening her grip around my arm. The wonderful breasts deformed on my arm while her scent filled the air. See, can you end the strife between the three races? I met her glazed eyes full of hope and optimism. It pained me to see my friends pass, in a meaningless way. I don't want it to happen again. Not ever. This airhead. Lady Gabriel, Sandalphon said and shook her head. An individual can't end this violence no matter how strong they are. Gabriel hung her head and whispered an apology. Seeing her sad, my hands acted on instinct and reached out. Passing through her halo, I patted her head. Gabriel's eyes stretched before she closed them and leaned on me. I smiled wryly and continued stroking her fluffy golden hair. Head patting ranked up to B. Patting an angel leveled up the skill. I felt some invisible energy channeling through my hand. It came out as a faint glow that covered Gabriel's head. Gabriel enjoyed the upgraded head pats, letting out a sound similar to a cat's purr. The elevator opened, and I pulled my hand. Gabriel's eyes followed my hand. I waved it just for the sake of it, but the angel still traced it with eyes like a hawk as if she was a cat chasing a laser pointer. Sandalphon stared at me, eyes unblinking. Lady Gabriel. Seeing no response, she grabbed Gabriel's shoulders and shook her. Lady Gabriel. I also did it, bringing the busty angel back to reality. B-rank headpats are overpowered. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 198, ch. 200, A Stroll in Heaven. Here is the 200th chapter. Sandalphon took Gabriel's hand. Lady Gabriel, are you all right? Gabriel tilted her head, glancing at my hand. What happened? Did she forget everything? What was that cat-like behavior? While I scratched my chin, Sandalphon gave me a concerned look, not suspecting my head pats. How nice of her. We're here. Come, Michael and others are waiting for us. The sixth realm, Zeeble, was as vast as the seventh. Several houses were built to occupy almost half of the space. Each one oozed a mix of holy and classy feeling. Gabriel dragged me by hand, the clouds muffling the sound of our feet. I couldn't help but compare her to Maya with how much energy she had. I also noticed another oddity in Gabriel's behavior. In the light novel, she acted more mature, like an airhead One-san. Well, right now, she was airhead but a bit too immature. The time gap and God's death might have played a big role in her development. I passed several mansions and arrived at a giant dome-type structure. This is the meeting room for seraphs, Sandalphon said. Are you interested in meeting others? Asahi will meet my siblings, won't you? Sure. What do I have to lose by meeting some pretty angels? Under their guidance, I walked through the massive gateway. A strange feeling enveloped me. As if I walked through some ripple of sorts. Before I comprehend it, I found myself in a white room with several men and women sitting around a large dining table decorated with mouth-watering dishes. Michael stood up, followed by the other seraphs. Although his droopy eyes felt like he'd fall asleep any moment, the handsome seraph managed to give a friendly smile. Please, join us. I took a seat and smiled. The seraphs sat back and whispered amongst themselves. Particularly focused on my race, though some of them called me cute. I'd prefer charming over cute. You're charming. Go. And cute. Ufufu, you're everything, my love. This Yandere goddess. Let us talk after the small banquet held for our Lord's guest, Asahi Marikawa, Sandalphon said and grinned at her fellow seraphs. The whispers died, and everyone looked at me. I thickened my skin and took a first bite of the angelic delicacies. It was still inferior to Grafia and Siko's cooking. Their food contained some magic that never bored me. After I finished eating, some angels walked and served more food. As I was about to deny, the angel took off the lid. Apple. I blinked my eyes in skepticism. Are these apple slices supposed to be the dessert? Hold on, is this forbidden apple that grows in the Garden of Eden? The one Adam and Eve ate. Michael chuckled at my surprise. These are the finest apples of heaven. Gabriel nudged me with a wink. Try them. I put one in my mouth and chewed. The crunchy slice melted in a moment of bliss, making me squint. So good. I couldn't help but grab another slice, then one more. The female angels yelped with their hands on their cheeks, their halos flickering between golden and black. I finished the dessert before they fell and let out a sigh. That was dangerous. The seraphs almost fell for a strange reason. A small discussion followed, where I shared some polite words with Uriel, Raphael, Metatron, and company. It was necessary since they'll be my subordinates once God steps down from his throne. It also reminded me of my old days as the young master. I shook my head and glanced at Sandalphon. She also turned to me with a smile. Shall we go now? I gave a quick nod as my answer. We were only at 6th heaven. The rest is gonna take quite some time. Let's go. With Gabriel's company, I headed for the next heaven. This one was a massive facility. This is our current research facility, and the former home of Governor Azazel and his subordinates. Azazel, huh? A fellow Asman and one of the few characters who deserves my respect. Asahi wants to go inside. Gabriel asked, looking between me and the facility. Nope. Is this all on this floor? Yes, Sandalphon replied. Lord made this for Azazel to research various things such as equipment, weapons, potions, and anything that piqued Azazel's interest. Next floor, it is then. Alright. Down we went to the 4th heaven. The elevator opened with a chime. The scene outside was different from my expectations. A garden. I jumped to measure the size, even then I could only see waves of green landscape. This entire realm was a massive forest with a giant tree overlooking it. Wow. That would be the tree of wisdom, which brought the ruin of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. Gabriel's eyes darted from tree to tree. Who were they again? Sandalphon gave a wry smile. The first human couple our Lord created. Oh, right. I wasn't created by then. Neither was I. That's an interesting fact. What did they do in this massive place alone? Gabriel asked. Did they not become bored? They fucked like wild animals, duh. Sandalphon tapped her cheeks. They ate the fruits and fought the animals. Why are these women so innocent? I'm gonna change the fucking system first, so they won't fall for having a lover. There is nothing better than having a lover. It's gonna improve productivity, reduce stress, making them more optimistic. Calm down, love. You're generating negative desires. I put on my poker face and faced the women's stare. What are you thinking? Gabriel asked the same through her sharp eyes. That tree looks good. Can I have its fruit? Sandalphon shook her head. Lord forbid everyone from touching the tree of wisdom. Damn. Chapter 199, CH 201, Prototype. Sandalphon denied entry to the 3rd heaven, saying that my presence will agitate the souls of the dead. The 2nd heaven was nothing but a place to confine the sinner angels. The 1st heaven was the home of low-level angels' residence and the front lines of heaven's defense. This brought an end to my heaven tour. Sandalphon held out her hand with a cheeky grin. I really hope we didn't disappoint you. I took her hand, enveloping it in my massive hands. It was quite soft for a warrior like her. Sandalphon's stare froze on my hand. I squeezed her hand, bringing her attention back to me. It was fun. Oh, I see, she muttered and avoided my gaze. You're welcome. She freed her hand and flew towards the elevator as though escaping from something. Don't tell me she has a hand fetish. What happened to her? Gabriel asked as she snuck a glance at my stretched hand through the corner of her eyes. I held back the urge to laugh at her cute behavior and walked away from her. I can't let her be addicted to head pats. I already had a hard time dealing with one innocent Rini, adding another to my harem will guilt trip me for the rest of my life. Gabriel caught up and continued glancing at my hand. As we stopped at the elevator, she took my hand and guided it to her head. Asahi, I want to feel that again. Feel what? She closed her eyes in deep contemplation and groaned. I don't know. My head was too warm and fuzzy, but it felt good. I never felt this before. She opened her eyes and glanced up with teary eyes, dealing a final blow to my heart. This time, I gave her light rubs to not elevate her addiction. She immediately closed her eyes and leaned on me, squeezing her boobs on my sides. This sexy angel. A sigh escaped my lips as I realized the situation. A few moments passed, and the elevator was called up by someone. It returned soon and stopped before me. God stepped out with a smirk on his face. Well done, boy. You two have my blessings. Keep her happy, okay? God damn it, old man. You played me. This tour was your plan to make us closer. He smugly rubbed his goatee. You're still a child before this, old man. I stopped the head pats and stroked Gabriel's cheeks. She blinked her eyes a few times and straightened her posture. Father. I am sorry. You did nothing wrong, he shook his head. Asahi, come with me to my workshop. Sure. Let's see what he wants now. We boarded the elevator, and Gabriel stepped out at the 6th heaven. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Gabriel waved her hand with a bright smile. I followed God to his workshop. Though it looked big from the outside, there was only one room. A giant whiteboard scribbled with strange writing was mounted on the wall while several small tables, each with different stuff like a hammer, lenses, books, stones, jewels, and a whole lot of junk. The white gauntlet embedded with emerald jewel stole my attention. Why did it look like a cheap copy of Issei's boosted gear? The rest of the space is the inventory for other things. Oh, does that include the corpses of the heavenly dragons? He gave a quick nod and picked the gauntlet. He pressed it on my left arm and tightened the leather straps. I tried clenching my fist, and the metal claws moved smoothly. Try communicating with Drake sealed inside that jewel. I closed my eyes. Telepathy had trained me to focus my thoughts. Drake, can you hear me? Drake. Hello, is the Red Dragon Emperor at home? I shook my head at God's curious gaze. It's either not working or Drake isn't answering me. God let out a sigh. As I thought, it won't work without fusing it with the wielder's soul. Is there no other way? To be able to boost the wielder's power every 10 seconds, the boosted gear was an overpowered weapon. I can only try, God replied. Don't worry, it's an early prototype. Trihexa can't break the seal for another 6 or 7 centuries. We can take it slowly. Why not ask for Azazel's help? God gave a wry smile. You don't know that pervert. He will ask for Gabriel's obscene pictures in exchange. Something inside me felt uncomfortable when he mentioned Gabriel. Ufufu. My love might fall for her before she falls from her angelhood. I couldn't refute her words. The seraph was just that adorable. Today's spar is physical only. No magic. That should raise the training by a notch, he said. I'll ask Gabriel to heal your heart later. And Asahi, you haven't chosen a name for me yet. Damn it. In the training room, we traded blows, more like he used a wooden sword to thrash me. The raw strength of biblical God wasn't a joke. When he squeezed out all of my willpower, he sent Gabriel with water and some food. The angel healed my fatigue with her adorable smile. I introduced her to the game I had stored to play with Rini. The angel was beaming as she drove the car in a racing game simulator. God unexpectedly joined and marveled at the super realistic graphics from Maya's world. Her world was going through war and shit, here God and his seraph played around with driving and shooting games. No wonder humanity was fated to be doomed. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 200, ch 202, another cliché. I booted my avatar and let out a sigh. God and Gabriel almost forced me to stay, so I sacrificed the games to leave. I got out of the room and found the blonde lowly maid Clara in the corridor. Ah, Clara, where is Nei-san? The maid quickly turned. Shizuka-sama is in the yard. Thanks. She gave a curt bow and went on for business. I walked to the yard. She, Lamy, and Yuriko laid on a beach chair, enjoying the sun burning at its peak. The two busted women wore a white swimsuit while Lamy wore a pale robe and sunglasses to read some rom-com manga. Their divine bodies made my hands twitch. The thought of teasing the trio filled my head. Nei-san turned to me with eyes almost closed from drowsiness. Kun, come here. Apply this lotion on Nei-san's back. Yuriko and Lamy also waved their hands lazily. Applying lotion, it's one of my favorite cliché events. I grabbed the sun lotion and took out a chair to sit beside Yuriko since she was the closest. She rolled on her back and unhooked her bra with a sluggish smile. Dear, do it thoroughly. I poured the slimy lotion on my hands and rubbed her back. Yuriko sighed and melted on the chair. My fingers slithered down her back and lightly squeezed her bubbly butt. Dear. Nei-san fiddled with her phone while sneaking glances at me. Another gaze on my back prompted me to turn. It was Clara, peeking through the door. She kept on looking seemingly curious about my business. Damn. This ruined my plan of having some fun with the three beauties. I can't shoo her away as well, that would ruin my image as their big brother. I will lead the girls to my room after this. I squeezed more lotion and let my dexterity flow. Within a few moments, her entire back down to her thighs, everything glistened charmingly. Dear. Yuriko moaned as her body convulsed, her sexy curves shining in the sunlight. A wet spot appeared on her swimsuit before she melted on the chair and breathed heavily. I just made her climax from my fingers. Is that biologically possible considering a woman's back probably won't have erogenous zones? I wasn't the brightest in biology. Women do actually, in their lower back. Ah, makes sense. What was that? Nei-san asked, eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. I once made her climax in the bath. We were still not lovers at that time, just brother and sister. That climax was probably the trigger for her final conquer event, becoming a fond memory for her. It should be, right? I left Yuriko in her euphoric state and shifted the chair to Nei-san's side. The thick blush on her face made my heart skip. Kun, are you sure about doing this? You'll have to finish the deed after this. I mean, let's talk with Rini first. Then we can make love all day. If that's what you want. Nasan sat up and laid on her stomach. Her divine boobs forced her to raise her upper body. I tried my best to not mind her sensual curves and applied the lotion. Her skin trembled with each slight movement of my fingers. She had to bite her lips to stop her moans. It was the perfect time to tease her, but the innocent gaze lingering on my back. I shook my head and tried my best to not mess with her lower back. These damned fingers and Nasan's sensitive skin ended up making her panties wet. A clear fluid leaked between her thighs and marked the chair too. Kun, you monster, Nasan grumbled as she tried to recover from the orgasm. I moved on to my next wife Lamy, who threw off her robe to reveal a pink swimsuit and laid down like others. She kept reading her manga while swinging her legs, looking most comfortable laying on her stomach. If I made her climax, I might get hard. Considering the situation in Orario, even a small reaction will disturb Grafia resting in my embrace. Master, do you need an invitation to touch Lamy now? Or does Lamy not excite you anymore? Lamy drew closer with a smug face. Consider this as Lamy's revenge for embarrassing her in front of Saya. She still held a grudge for the threesome. All of us did a few stupid things, which made it more fun. It seemed that the post-orgasm clarity made Lamy bashful for doing the naughty things on Saya's order. I looked into her provocative eyes and grinned. So be it. I poured a tiny bit of lotion on my hands and gave a light rub on her lower back. My fingers began to dance, flashing all over her light yet seductive figure. For extra fun, I boosted her body sensitivity by 3. HNNGH. Lamy buried her face in the manga, her feet hitting the chair restlessly. Meanwhile, I tried hard to not get restless. A few more moments brought Lamy to the world of pleasure. She collapsed on the chair and let out sighs that tickled my heart. I leaned down and bit on her lips. Is this all my sweet diva can do? Lamy lazily turned her head and pecked my cheeks. Lamy is happy if Master is happy. What was this quick change in her attitude? I wanted to see her bashful or something, but she blew my expectations with her pure smile. Chapter 201, Ch. 203, Grafia, I.R. 18. After I returned from heaven, I found Grafia alone like usual, cooking lunch for everyone. She was wearing a blue maid dress similar to the one she used in the anime. Although the long skirt didn't show much skin, it brought a smile to my face. The nostalgic sight made me admire her for a few minutes. She turned her head with a tiny smile tugging on her lips. My lord. I drew closer and gently put my arms around her waist, resting my chin on her shoulder. She squirmed a bit, consequently rubbing her butt on my tame cock. She realized what she was doing and hung her head. I'm working. The fair nape of her neck and her subtle sweet scent made me desire her. I want to hold my maid in my arms. Grafia put down the spoon and pushed my hands down to her lower waist. Stay quiet and don't disturb. She agreed. We were lovers now. At least I thought she considered me as one. Maybe it's her way of showing that she is ready to take our relationship further. Women are hard to understand, even the ones from the devil race. I gave a little kiss on her nape and slowly tightened my arms around her. Grafia became tense at my passionate actions. My lord, you're that part is hard. It was indeed semi-erect from imagining lewd scenes with Grafia and giving massage to Lamy. I can't help it when my lover is this beautiful. Is that true? Have I ever lied to you? You can ask the men lusting for the maid in Orario. My lord, why do you like me? You're a maid, I coughed when the air started to freeze. You're a strong and kind woman on top of that. I don't know what else to say. My lord. She forced herself out of my grip and turned around, staring down at the bulge in my pants. I smiled. Grafia, the girls are in the dungeon. Can you help me? A light blush spread on her ears. Aren't the other mistresses in the Yotsuba mansion? I let out a sigh. They're busy. I also want to do it with Grafia. Are you sure? She asked in a low voice. There will be no going back after this. You will have a devil woman clinging to your side for thousands of years. I wouldn't hold it against you if you were to be back off no. I gently pushed her chin up. Her crimson eyes were wide with nervousness. Her vulnerable side made me chuckle a little. I shouldn't be doing it since I was the one to blame. I tore her away from her home, made her live with strangers on one promise. Deep down in her heart, there would be some insecurities about her future. Grafia revealed a deep frown. Why are you laughing? Nothing. I smirked and slowly pulled her forward until our lips were just an inch away from each other. Her lips parted as she gasped. At that moment, I covered the distance and took her red lips with my own. As we shared a kiss, my hands crept down to her chest. Her hard nipples poked through her maid dress. Graphia shut her eyes as if embarrassed at her desires, giving me full control of her breasts. I gave a pinch on the perky nipple, and she opened her mouth. I pushed my tongue inside and explored her mouth. Graphia pushed me suddenly and twisted the magic stove switch. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed. The food was almost burned. My wife prioritized cooking over my needs. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry in this situation. Graphia faced me again and her face flushed at the realization. Sorry, my lord. I grabbed her arm to turn her and smacked her butt with enough strength to leave a light red mark. Graphia bit the corner of her lips and looked up with eyes tinged with desire. What was that for? Instead of answering her, I scooped her in my arms and placed her on the bed. I stood at the edge of the bed and sneered at her with my arrogant, young master demeanor. Graphia's blush grew heavier as she got turned on. She folded her knees in M shape and gave me a glance through her sultry eyes. She was a masochist all right. I took off my shirt while keeping my eyes on her. How do you want your first time to be? I asked the same question I asked the other women. Well, most of them. She regained some calmness at my question. She sat up and tore her gaze away from me with a blush. My lord, I do not know what I really want, she said and fiddled with her fingers. I will order your orders. My heart melted at the maid's appearance, but my twitching cock was getting impatient. I sat on the bed beside Graphia and called her on my lap. She glanced at the door as she turned and settled on my lap. I forced the door shut with my telekinesis and threw a barrier. This should be enough to stop the intruders. Chapter 202, Ch. 204, Graphia, 2, R. 18. Can I take your clothes off? Graphia nodded and reached out to her top. I shook my head slightly and pulled up her tight white blouse. It took a bit of time, but I managed to do it. I tugged at the collar strings of her blue top, then slid my fingers down to unbutton her dress. The blue top split and revealed a mature black bra. Thinking of dealing with her long skirt later, I slipped my fingers under the bra and felt her underboobs. Her eyes widened slightly as I hefted her H-cup boobs. They perked up again, defying gravity through the anime logic similar to Naysan's. Graphia just blushed on my lap while staring at me. An heiress like her should know how to pleasure their partner. I mean, they do that all the time. Do you feel uncomfortable? She shook her head slightly and completely took off her top. She looked oddly charming with the laced headpiece on her head. I traced her perfect curves down to her skirt. She rested her butt on me and felt my erection. She sprang up, shoving her boobs in my face. I lost my balance and fell back. I moved my fingers to her skirt and slowly pulled it up. I stored the rest of my clothes. My cock soared and hit Graphia's butt cheeks, making her squirm a little. My lord, does it hurt? She asked and raised her body. I could feel her soaked panties rubbing my cock. Devils don't need foreplay to pleasure our partner. Our body starts building fluids the moment we go into H-heat. You know what I am saying. I am ready. That's quite amazing. She blushed at my compliment. We are descendants of Lilith, the legendary demon. She was also called a succubus by some. We inherited her trait, literally. I got up and looked into her eyes. So what you're trying to say is, you can fuck me all you want. I lifted her butt and flipped her body. She fell on all fours, her butt raised in the air. Her long skirt blocked a heavenly vision, so I gripped the blue part of her maid skirt. I'm sorry for this. I apologized in advance and ripped off more than half of her skirt. I flipped the rest of the skirt and gulped a bit. The delicious snow-white buttocks covered in black panties was enough to convert any man into worshipping ass. I gently caressed the faint red mark on her right side and poked the large wet patch. This wetness. She was right about being ready. She shuddered, thrusting her butt higher. Tell me if you don't like what I'm doing. Please, continue, my lord. I chuckled at her barely audible whisper and pinched the fabric hiding her lovely place. I tore a hole in the panties as delicately as possible, revealing her delicate pussy. The delicate bud shook slightly under my gaze as if trying to get my attention. I traced a finger on her glistening plump lower pussies. She let out a repressed moan as her pussy gaped, and squirted fragrant juices on my hand. She already felt a mini orgasm. I spread her lower lips and licked the still trembling pink and delicate flesh. Her love juice tasted a bit salty, a bit sweet, and a whole lot cooler than other women. Was it the effect of her unique skill, frozen heart? I thrust my tongue inside and felt that her flesh was somehow a mix of warm and cold. I curiously probed further to examine her more. The more I tasted her, the more I found about her. She was warm like a normal woman, but the cold feeling came in random waves that made her taste satisfyingly delicious. I see. It's her demonic power. The monstrous amount of demonic power doesn't stay in one place, so it travels through her entire body. My love is getting smarter in these things. Her recent level-ups raised her demonic power, and she lacks control. Graphia wriggled her butt as though asking me, "Why did you stop?" I gave a light smack and dug back into her pussy overflowing with passionate love juices. Graphia's repressed moans became more apparent as I carefully scratched and clawed her weak spots. Every time I slapped her butt cheeks, she wriggled and an instant pour of juices will come out. As I gave another smack, Graphia suddenly raised her body, and her back arched. Jets of love juices splashed on my face, soaking my face. She put the quivering flesh between my lips one last time and crawled to Graphia's side and made her lie on her side. She was giving hot sighs as she peered at me through the silver bangs. Amazing. I am, she stammered. Not saying anything further, she pressed her lips on mine and initiated a sloppy wet kiss. During the kiss, she cupped my cheeks and straddled me. Taking back her lips, she looked at me with eyes drowned in pleasure and affection. "My lord, do you remember our date in the Roman city? You said you will fulfill my request." "I do. Can I request it now?" I gave a confused nod. "Why now of all times?" Please let this maid pleasure my lord." "Ah, so you want to be on top." She gave a bashful nod. I want my lord to just enjoy what my mother taught me." "Go ahead." My cock was twitching nonstop as precum dipped from it. Graphia moved back and sat down. The fabric of her skirt touched my stomach down to my knees. She looked nothing like a maid, but it made it all the more arousing. "So he prefers to keep my skirt on," Graphia mumbled my preference and grasped my cock. Without any further notice, she lowered herself slowly upon my shaft. The cool love juices touched my glands and gave me shivers. I unconsciously arched my hips, wanting to enter her. But she pushed the cock a bit and I only slid over her lower lips. "Wait, just a minute. It will be easier if this monster is not dry." She propped herself on one arm and rubbed the head of my cock on her soaked pussy before rubbing herself down on my shaft. After an eternity, she was done marking my cock with her juices. Graphia took the front of her skirt and tucked it on her belt. It gave me a full view of my cock touching her lower lips. Her mother was a lewd woman for teaching her this gesture. She took my cock again and sank. My cock slipped into the wet, tight passage of the devil maid, and her soft walls gently squeezed me. The silver-haired maid's lips parted with a shocked gasp. So big and warm. I faced quite less resistance as her warmth buried my cock to the hilt, and a cold wave washed over the shaft. It lasted an instant, enough to make me shiver. The velvety walls squeezed my cock and slowly but surely, she took everything inside. She reached around her back to untie her bra. Her breasts broke free and bounced. She shut her eyes and leaned forward, her breasts in my face. Even though I saw them before in the bath, it was different from feeling them naked. They were softer and than Nasan's, which in itself was amazing. "Neo-sama told me about your love for women's breasts. Do you like mine?" she asked, her voice dripping with sweetness, unlike her previous bashful demeanor. "Size or shape doesn't matter for a boob lover," I said and swirled my tongue around her nipple. Graphia pressed her hand on her mouth and giggled. Even though she was blushing, her narrowed eyes gave off such a seductive aura. I couldn't keep myself and pushed up my hips. Graphia's composure broke a bit and a moan left her. Then she began to rock, squeezing and releasing my cock over and over. I groaned too, from the cold feeling embracing me from time to time. But I grew used to it as we fucked more. I continued to lick and kiss her nipples while reaching out and grabbing her perfect ass clad in panties. I increased the intensity of my thrusts and fucked her harder. Nothing about her felt like having sex with a virgin, and it was a wonderful experience. I rewarded the maid with a light slap that resonated in the room. "My lord." She shook, so did her pussy. "Do you like it?" She shut her lips, continuing to wring my cock. The cycle of cold warmth lasted for what felt like minutes, and I came. Graphia's imminent climax arrived as well. She hugged me, planting me into her boobs, and kept bouncing her hips. I didn't stop my forceful thrusts in her squelching pussy. Graphia spasmed before regaining her senses in a minute. I could feel hot sighs brushing my hair. "My lord. Neo-sama was right. You are a monster. A true monster." I grinned, my chest swelled with pride. "Can you continue?" "I can." Then. I lifted her off of me and proceeded to pound her in the doggy style. My glowing cock stretched her further, while I enjoyed the perfect view of her red butt cheeks. While smacking her as gently as possible, I kept fucking the masochist devil maid until she passed out. After 2 whole hours. Finally, someone who could contend with high human kliska. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 203, ch. 205, Rini is acting distant. After the whole act with Asahi, Graphia slept for an hour or two. Laying in his arms, her heart felt like it would jump out of her throat. Her cheeks reddened. If she didn't know about a devil's immunity to the diseases, she would have blamed the rising heat on the fever. The way she acted made her during the sex, the passionate expressions she showed, or her moans whenever he hit her ass, Asahi was sure to tease her about it. She peered at the said person through squinted eyes. He had his eyes closed as if he was asleep. He is not. Just deep in thoughts. Cliché-sama, I'm sorry. I didn't ever ask your permission to join this family. Why do you need my permission? You're the main wife. Cliché giggled. Silly girl. As long as Asahi is happy, everything is good. I didn't meet many gods, but you're the kindest one so far. No need to flatter me. You can call me Cliché-chan if you want. I'm forever 17 for my love. Graphia's lips raised. Cliché's voice was too cute. Thank you, Cliché-sama. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude to the goddess and snuggled closer to Asahi. Her maid dress was a mess, so her breasts touched Asahi's arms. You're awake? Graphia kept her lips shut. Guess she is asleep, Asahi said. I wanted to do it again with my adorable and sexy maid. Graphia's cheeks flushed. Her butt is still red. Graphia felt a hand trailing down her back and gripping her butt. He kneaded and caressed her tingly bottom, making her heart race in his chest. So soft. Stop it. She couldn't take more of his teasing. With eyes brimming with tears, she tried to stop him. Asahi's eyes widened a bit. Oh, you're awake. This man. He already knew she was awake but acted like he didn't. I can't do it. Not today. Her crotch felt numb after he filled her countless times. Every little movement sent tiny jolts of current to her body. Another round will degrade her mind further. It felt too good. Oh, Asahi suddenly raised a surprised voice. What happened? I leveled up. X. You have leveled up. The girls did it. I initiated a telepathy link with Siko. Siko, what's going on there? Asahi-kun, nothing special. Monster hunting. We are finished with the 37th floor. Aimi-san wanted to delete every monster in existence, so the floors took more time. That was so like Aimi. Wait. I'm coming over. You don't have to. We have it under control. You should accompany Graphia more. Graphia nudged me. I'm fine, really. You should go help them. She was adamant about sending me off. How about you guys return? It's enough for today. Okay, Asahi-kun. We will return after leaving a teleportation sticker at the entrance of 37th. Have fun. Are you going? I shook my head and stroked her hair. They're returning. You don't have to do this. You were asking a lot, so I was thinking about resting today. She talked like she had another choice after I fucked her silly. I wasn't planning on pushing her this far, but her reactions just kept boosting my libido. I pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. She squirmed in embarrassment and gave me a pouted glare. My lord is a sadist. Yatsuba Mansion. I had to deny Laimi's offer to sleep with her and Yuriko since it was Graphia's first time. I wanted to pour all of my attention into loving her. It's fine. Laimi understands. I kissed her and dropped her off in her room. Saya peeked out with a pouty face, so I gave some kisses to her and returned to Shizuka. With her in tow, I knocked at Rini's door. It's me. Are you busy? Oni-san. Rini asked, and I heard a cracking sound from her room. I can't meet you right now. What happened, Rini? You can tell me, you know. I'm always here to listen. Oni-san, please. You can't see me today, she said in a flat voice. Please, go. Rini-chan, can I come in? Ne-chan, ask Oni-san to go. Kun. Ne-san said and patted my shoulder. I'll check up on her. Don't worry. That sound from before might be my heart shattering into pieces. What happened to the sweet little sister who used to follow me around everywhere? Maybe she grew up and doesn't love me anymore. The rejection from Rini riddled my head with questions. Confused, I walked back to my room and sat on the bed. A blue window automatically appeared in my vision. Rini Hitsuji, Asahi's adopted little sister. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 179, her beloved brother. Age. LVL, race, human-monster hybrid. Class, berserker. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Monster mutation, special. Mystical growth, C rank. Gluttonous fury, E rank. Instincts, D rank. Wild Martial Arts, C rank. Burning Wrath, E rank. Monster Core, F rank. The excess amount of mana in the user's body condenses into a core near the heart. The bigger the core, the more efficient the user becomes in using mana. Rini's stats and skills were different from before. There was no comparison between them. She could even give a decent fight to Grafia right now. Above all, her affection points increased and the title changed to, her beloved brother. She doesn't hate me. It made my chest lighter. Of course, she doesn't. Kliska, do you know why she is avoiding me? I do. I made a promise with Rini-chan to not tell you. She also hates herself for doing this, but, you know, I can't say more. I see. If it's her decision, then I can only support her as her brother. What is the deal with the monster core? You remember the skill orbs you use. So they are from other monsters or beings with monster cores? Correct. Rini already has a small core. But it's too small. In the future, she might be able to copy someone's skill to her core. Depending on her affinity with the skill will stay with her for a few hours or a lifetime. That's a cheat. My love, you can't say that to others. Your very existence is a cheat. One last question. Why don't I see the affection notifications now? I muted them since they bothered my love a little. I'll show them when you feel like it. Here, see the stats of your latest waifu. Grafia Lucifuge, Underworld's Lucifuge clan princess. Reveal backstory. Favorability points, 154, her master/husband. Age. LVL, race, devil. Class, mistress of frost. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Demonic power. Skills. Language, special. Night vision, F rank. Devil curse, curse. Elemental resistance, F. Sunburn immunity, special. Demonic magic, B rank. Etiquette, C rank. Cooking, C rank. Frozen heart, unique. She was confused about whether to treat me as her master or her husband, or it had a question mark because she treated me as both. Ah, woman. You can never understand them. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 204, ch 206, Elisa's invitation. I chatted with Grafia and listed out the things that required my focus. The first was obviously the dungeon to level up with God's training and his new sacred gear or Longinus coming at second. Then came the politics of Orario. Freya was unusually quiet after that ominous meeting at the cafe. Perhaps the threat of Evelyn stopped her from going full retard. Maybe it was about time I knocked on Astria's door to join her familia with the girls. Nothing noteworthy happened in Maya's world to attract my attention. The nations were still busy dealing with the aftermath of the World War. The girls returned from the dungeon. I covered Grafia to stop her from exploding in embarrassment and got off the bed. Her tattered mess of maid dress was so arousing. A naked welcome from Aichan, Rika said with narrowed eyes. Can't say I hate it. Perv, Shirori muttered under her breath and hugged me. Perhaps it was because they worked up a sweat, her body scent was stronger than normal. She was the real pervert for hugging me naked. Nobody said the facts and the girls quickly withdrew clothes from their rings. Aimi, wait. Aimi turned around and looked at me curiously. Then as if she noticed my intentions to reward her for her hard work, a broad smile appeared on her charming face. She scooted closer and threw her arms around me. She stood on her toes, tilted her head a bit, and captured my lips. Her arms coiled around me, stroking my muscles as she did. MGH. The kiss ended in a few moments. She pulled back with an enamored expression. Asahi-sama. I snuck a glance at Grafia and sensed her heartbeat. She was asleep. I stifled the noise with a small range barrier and settled down on the bed. Aimi pulled out her knife and sliced her pants. A clean box cutout was made on her crotch. She didn't bother putting on any appearance and forced herself on my lap. I helped Aimi on my lap as she hastily took my cock and guided it inside. Soon, the room was filled with grunts, moans, and the erotic sound of flesh slapping against flesh. Though I felt guilty of doing it before Grafia, rewarding Aimi and others was also my duty. Aimi became satisfied with one cream pie and headed to the bath. I followed her to clean myself, only to fall into Rika's trap. Now didn't deny it, so we started another passionate orgy inside the tub. XXX. The next day, after returning from another violent spar with God, I and the girls were preparing for the dungeon. A knock on our door was followed by a bright voice. Marikawa-san, I'm here. Siko stopped cleaning her blade and gave a wry smile. It's her. Shirori shrugged. It can't be anyone else. I gulped the aura suppression pill while Rika opened the door. She walked inside with a bright smile as if the thing in the hostess of fertility never happened. Seeing the girls gearing up, Elise scooted to Siko's side. Preparing for the dungeon. Siko nodded and sheathed her katana. It's been a while since entered the dungeon. Other than Loki, nobody knew our secret journey to the dungeon. In the guild's eyes, we were just newbies sticking to the relatively safe upper floors. She might be shocked to death if I told her about my powers. Perhaps despise me for hiding my identity. It'd suck to not be friends with this narcissist captain. A bit. There are a lot of things adventurers overlook in the dungeon. I'm also free today, so how about we go together? I can be a good mentor, you know. Siko looked at me, asking for my decision. I nodded in agreement. Although our rewards will be way less, it wouldn't hurt to have a small adventure with Elise. Siko and Shirori will be happier to go with a friend for once. Elise puffed her chest with a smug smile. Yeah. I knew it. Mari. Asahi-san can't reject a beautiful woman like me. I narrowed my eyes at the redhead adventurer. She just used my first name. This world, like Japan, had strict rules for addressing people with their first name. If she used my name, does this mean she regard me as a very, very close friend? Oh, I forgot. Astria-sama has opened the Familia for males. Rejoice, Marikawa-san. For you are the first man to ever be invited to our Familia by your charming captain Elise Lovell. Oh. Right when I wanted it. I played along with her haughty demeanor. Pressing a hand on my chest, I gave a formal bow. I'm honored. It was a sarcastic move on my part to humor her, which was greeted with dead silence. I looked up to Elise, who averted her gaze and toyed with a curl of her hair. Why, you don't have to be that grateful. Any friend will do the same in my situation. My eyes widened. Her face was beet red, a shade brighter than her red hair. Having lived with Saya for quite a while, I was familiar with every tsundere gesture. It doesn't make sense. The girls stared at the redhead with dead eyes. They also knew what this meant. It's probably not. Maybe Elise is acting like Rio. Yeah, that makes more sense than Elise being at tsundere. Hey, anyway. Let's move your stuff to your new home. Astria-sama is waiting. Now threw an accusing glare at me for some reason, probably sad to part with the inn with so many memories. Grafia gave a long look at the bed and started packing her stuff. I touched her shoulder, only to get a half-hearted smile from the maid. Do you hate me for taking your first time in a place like this? Never, my lord. My new life started in this place. This rundown inn became something like a home to me. Then we'll stay here. She shook her head. Don't do that. It's not where I want to spend my whole life. Our end goal is the underworld. I put my hand on her head and gently rubbed. The power of rank B head pats melted her worries, and a cute smile blossomed on her face. Her smile was beautiful as always. Chapter 205, ch. 207, A Runaway Girl. A bed, cooking stuff, some bags with magic stones, some books laying around, and woman's stuff. We barely had anything in the room. Elise looked at me as if I was a cruel husband for not giving them a better life. Elise offered to pick up the bed that looked southwest out of the place in the cheap inn. I refused, of course. I can't let a woman pull my weight unless it's one of my wives. I paid the full rent to the kind lady. She said goodbye while wiping away her tears with a cloth. This got weirdly emotional. Leaving the small setback aside, the trip to the Stardust Garden finished without any hiccups. XXX. Naza fished out 20 valis from her pocket and handed it to the middle-aged man selling groceries. As she took the bag and turned to the empty street heading for her shop, the dog ears on her head twitched, informing her of an uproar nearby. Was there some event today? Her curiosity piqued, she whirled around and followed her sense of hearing. She arrived at the commotion. Stardust Garden, the home of the most beloved familia in Orario. They had sparked interest in Naza due to their sense of justice. She recalled her god's talk with one of the customers about Astria Familia adopting the policy to recruit male adventurers to their familia. Her tail suddenly bolted up and froze. A crowd of adventurers, so silent even a bird's chirp seemed like a dragon's roar around them. A thick dark, murderous aura flowed in the air that made the surrounding adventurers keep their distance from them. Their head was fixed at one angle. Naza followed their object of hostility, and surprise crossed her face. A young man with tan skin stood at the gate, talking to the famed Scarlet Harnell, the captain of Astria Familia. Naza recognized a few other faces like Ryu with Gale alias, Kagaya with Yamato Rindu alias. Marikawa, Sama with Astria Familia. Is he here to join them? She considered him inviting to her familia after he saved her from the Bloodsaurus. He was kind, unlike most adventurers who lived their life like rogues. But, she was late. She shook her head as her ears laid flat on her head. Just when she thought she found a good friend. Maybe we can still be friends. Riling up her hopes, she hugged the grocery bag to her chest. Someone tapped her shoulder, bringing her out of her dreams. Hello, friend. Naza turned to the person, a human girl looking nervously at the crowd. She looked similar to her age with short red hair, amber eyes, and a bit boyish face. Can you tell me what is happening here? I'm new to this city. This place makes me scared. It's recruitment for Astria Familia. Astria Familia, the girl suddenly grabbed her hands with sparkling eyes. You mean the Astria Familia? The home of the women who defeated the Evelis. Naza was taken aback by enthusiasm. Yeah. Ah, sorry to startle you like that. The girl took a step back and extended her hand with a grin. I'm Daphne. Daphne Loros. Naza. I know it's too much to ask, but can you tell me more about the city? I just came here from Melon. Daphne began telling her about her past. Melon, a beautiful port city based southwest of Orario on the shores of Lalag Lake. It had been a hotspot for trading for Orario and foreign countries. Daphne's father was in charge of a ship that sailed between various cities to trade. Recently, her mother found out about his mistress living in other places and ran away with another man. Since he had nothing left in Melon, he wanted to turn Melon into his ship crew. When Naza asked the reason, I always dreamt of becoming an adventurer and conquering the famous dungeon. Naza shook her head. These types of people were nothing new in Orario. Fueled by hope and ambitions, they ended up becoming the nourishment of the dungeon. This girl was the worst kind of idiot to tell a random girl everything about her past. What should I do about her? If left here, some people might exploit her naivety. She might be ridden with guilt if something happened to her. Naza glanced at Asahi entering the familiar ground with his companions and shook her head. He isn't going anywhere. Come with me. She decided to bring this naive girl to her familia. XXX. Asahi POV. So Daphne, the future commander of Apollo Familia, was already here. I overheard her conversation with Naza, the sweet beastkin lowly. Well, my actions stopped her from getting involved with Apollo. There was her friend Cassandra, the girl with the prophecy skill. I don't know what was going to happen to her. Saving a lowly without doing anything felt good. Elise led me to the place where Astria served me tea last time. Elise went away to call Astria. We waited in the simple room that showed Astria's lack of material greed. An honest goddess with the ultimate sense of justice. After the event with the Evelis, she didn't stick in Orario and left. Perhaps the loss of her familia was too much for her. Rika nudged me. This place needs some serious rework. A DJ in the corner, a giant TV on the wall, maybe a few consoles, and a library full of manga, hentai, and novels. Sounds like heaven to me, Shirori agreed. And Lamy. At least we share the same refined taste in this. Siko gave a cold stare to both. We can't mess with a place that isn't ours. Now nodded at Siko's words. We should wait for their decision. They were just messing around. We already had a house and more to make this heaven. At least I got more details for making a perfect home for everyone. Maybe when I decide to retire. That's still a long way to go. You haven't conquered my real body yet. Yeah. PayPal link bit.ly/30pgw8d. Chapter 206, ch. 208, Falna. Astria arrived at the door with her usual gentle smile. You all seem to be doing a bit too well from what I heard. Slaying Amphisbaena on your own. That trickster goddess leaked our achievement to Astria. She was right about making Astria her accomplice in my secret. Well, we were just bored, Rika said and wrapped her arm around Siko's shoulder, nuzzling her cheeks against her. And this fella wanted to test her sword durability against a dragon. People usually don't do that with a monster Rex. Now smiled Riley. Forgive them for not having enough common sense. As you know, we are from another world, so please take care of us. Now finished with a short bow. Astria waved her hand. Please, don't. Any familia will welcome strong adventurers like you. Especially your demigod husband. Thanks to you, Elise was able to repair her sword. Elise's sword? How? You don't know. I thought Loki explained it when you gave her Amphisbaenus magic stone. Elise's sword was damaged during the battle with remnants of Hera Familia. Hephaestus wanted a fire-type monster stone. Amphisbaena made a perfect compatibility for her sword. Glad I could help. Someone benefited from our dungeon expedition. Now, should we start the process of giving Falna? Astria said and looked at me. Do you also want to receive Falna? Well, it might be a good way to test the limits of Falna. If it worked nicely, I'll go on a solo dungeon raid. With girls around, I can't go near death state to activate the bonus Exilia. They will treat me or beat the shit out of the monsters. Everyone in the family was overprotective of me and others. Try it on me first. Astria crouched in front of the bed and pulled out a small wooden box up. She opened it and picked a steel needle. Okay. Please lie down there. I need to draw my crest on your back. Would that even work on me? Nope, it will break. But the gods imbues their aura to carve a crest. So it should be alright. Using their rules, isn't that against the rules? The gods are permitted to use their aura to convert mortals into their familia. I nodded and took off my shirt, earning a tiny gasp from the brunette goddess. She tore her gaze away and started talking to Now, telling her about the effects of fauna on one's body. Now's eyes blazed with fire at the chance of growing stronger. Siko and Aimi weren't any less enthusiastic. I lied facing the tatami mat and got into a comfortable position. There. Do your magic. I offered myself to the goddess. She crouched beside me, and her warm hand brushed my back. Hard. Yes, I am. Then, the process started. I only felt as if a gentle finger trailed across my back. Kliska's nails hurt more than that. I can't help it when you go wild. About half an hour later. Done. You learned the skill God's Blessing. God's Blessing, special the hieroglyphs engraved on the user's back absorbs the excelia. So it happened. I could somehow sense Astria sitting near me even with eyes closed. It was the same as other girls with Solomon King's powers. Astria. I tried calling her to no avail. When I turned to girls for help, Now and Shirori shook their heads. Siko gave a soft smile while Rika pressed a hand on her mouth and chuckled. Aimi, well, she just stared back calmly. I sat up and turned to Astria and tilted my head a bit. She had her hand pressed on her chest and stared at me with hollow eyes as if her soul wasn't in her body. I reached out to shake her shoulder but a sudden familiar chime stopped me. Ding. Astria, affection plus 25. Why did pop up all of a sudden? Was forming a connection with me that big of a deal? I didn't want my love to miss this big increase. I shook her shoulder. Astria. Only after several calls did she regain the light in her eyes. What just happened? I should be asking you that. Are you okay now? She clutched her chest and shook her head. I don't know. My heart is beating fast right now, and my head is in a mess. It could be a fever. It can't be. Astria continued with a bitter smile, unlike you, us gods can fall prey to most mortal diseases. I didn't bother correcting her. She was a grown-up goddess, so she should have understood if it was love. Not every woman is dense like Gabriel. You possess numerous skills and magic, you are truly an otherworldly being. Why do you have charm as a development ability? Can you show me? I was curious how this world assessed my stats and skills. Astria went out to grab a paper to copy my status. Shirori jumped the opportunity to look at my status. As expected of my stupid husband, his charm is over the roof. No wonder I always had the urge to eat Aachan up, Rika said. I should be rewarded for enduring it for so long, don't you think? Shotokan women only get one reward, Shirori said and drew lines with her hand. Punishment. Aachan, punish me. Astria's return diffused the lively atmosphere and copied my status on a blank page. Asahi Marikawa. Level 1. Strength, I. Endurance, I. Dexterity, I. Agility, I. Magic, I. Development abilities. Charm, EX. Dreamwalker, A. Stealth, A. Instinct, A. Divine Body, S. Magic. Spirit King Authority. Thought Transfer Magic. Elemental King. Instantly cast fire, water, life, and darkness magic. Skills. Kliska's Blessing. Rapid Growth. World Destruction. Calming Hands. Activates automatically when touching a person. God's Language. Proficient in every language. God's Will. Materializes stream of thoughts physically. The fauna can assess some skills since some people are born with them in the world. Since the basic abilities like strength and other parameters are gained by Excelia, it shows them as 0. No wonder she was shocked. This only showed less than half of my skills. Even then it recognized Lami's authority as a telepathic skill. Headpats became Calming Hands, telekinesis became God's Will, and flawless physique became Divine Body. It can't recognize my love's greatness. I could have changed it, but I chose not to. I don't even want to see Astria's reaction to Aromancer and Lowly Lover. Good job, Kliska. Hee, anytime. Rika flashed a mirror at me. I turned around and looked over my shoulder. The tattoo on my back was about a sword wrapped by 4 pairs of wings. Sword of Justice, huh? Should I be worried about the world destruction skill? I took her hand and gazed into her eyes with my utmost sincerity. Do I look like a guy who will destroy this world? Astrea, affection +4. She lightly shook her head. You don't, but the other gods might see you as a threat. You don't need to worry about them, I said with a smile. Thanks for your work. Astrea's lips curled in another gentle smile. Now you're part of my family. You may use this courtyard as your residence until we build a new one. Cliche bowed before Astrea. We will be in your care. Then, why don't you girls get your fauna and move the stuff here? I'll hop into the dungeon for a bit. Now frowned. Without us. Please. Don't do anything reckless. Have some confidence in me. I can always escape. She gave a nod, and her cheeks swelled a bit. I chuckled at her pouting face and quickly pecked her cheeks. Don't be angry now. She pushed me away and rubbed her cheeks. Please, not before Astrea-sama. Astrea returned a bitter smile as if she was fed up with us. It was to be expected from a single goddess. I'm sorry for showing that. You don't look apologetic. She muttered, shaking her head. Since you have made up your mind, try to return soon. I'll be waiting to introduce you to others. I will. I teleported under Astrea's eyes. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 207, ch. 209, Skull Sheep. He vanished. Astrea blinked her eyes in disbelief. She looked over his status paper again. There was no mention of space-related ability on it. She couldn't fathom the young man's abilities or the consequences if he became evil. She looked at the women sharing his concern and shook off the thought. These girls wouldn't be this loyal if he was a twisted guy. Well, only now was concerned. The rest chuckled as they chatted about something. Geez, I didn't train to be left behind. Now muttered under her breath, then smiled at Astrea. Astrea-sama, he is just like that. Don't be upset at him. I'm not. Astrea shook her head. I should get checked up. I don't think you're ill, now said, a bit hesitant. Astrea noticed her symptoms were already gone. It saved me a trip. Familia is a bit too lively. Astrea-sama, I'm back. Elise walked in with a cheery grin with Ryo following her back. Man, people just love me so much that they want to join this familia. It was hard to maintain the public order. The rows of males waiting to join made Astrea smile bitterly. She never expected her familia to be this popular. Most of them had no intentions to be helpful to Ryo, only here for the girls. Her home had no place for them. She had invited Asahi to protect him from being exploited by other gods and to help Elise. Ryo ignored Elise and nodded at Astrea. Astrea-sama, is everything all right? Your cheeks are a bit red. It's nothing. Astrea waved off her concern. Elise looked around the room. Where is he? Dungeon. Elise's frivolous atmosphere vanished as she narrowed her eyes at Cliche. Why did you guys let him go alone? Cliche flashed a soft smile in response. He'll return soon, so don't worry. Astrea covered her mouth and giggled. Elise, you're cute when you care for someone. Hey, what are you talking about him? I don't care for him or anything. Just looking out for a fellow familia member. Ryo stared at blushing Elise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Astrea could understand her feelings. Elise became a bashful maiden at the mention of his name, nobody saw it coming. Perhaps this was inevitable considering Asahi's EX charm development ability. The other girls have to be careful around him. Astrea thought as she looked at the girls whispering things. Are you ready? Yep. I'm first. Today was going to be something unique. XXX. Asahi POV. The scale of the space was far more enormous than any floor so far. A strange white color stuck to the ground, ceilings, and walls. The path beyond me was illuminated with dim light originating from phosphorescence laid out at equal intervals. Despite the overwhelming darkness, I still managed to discern the minuscule cracks that stretch on the bedrock ceiling about 400 meters away. 37th floor. The maze of the undead monsters. Now had stopped here because of the scary undead. She wanted to come with me as if this was a horror show. To check the efficiency of fauna, I must push myself. Nothing better than using brute power. Keeping my goal straight, I started my exploration. The dark cave remained eerily silent, returning my footsteps to me. Now wasn't wrong in fearing this place. Letting out a sigh, I picked up speed and dashed into the branching passages while keeping an eye for any monster with my life sense skill. Where are the monsters when I need them? Dungeon, give me. I yelled at the ceiling. As if hearing my prayer, a dot appears on my radar. I made a couple of turns in the maze and chased the monster. It made clacking sounds as it led me around in circles. as though trying to catch me off guard in its territory. Another coward. I stopped and swiveled my head in every direction, looking for the monster. A sharp gaze bored into my back, dripping with enmity like I'm their archenemy. Wait. Just a bit. It was creeping silently without hiding its raging bloodlust. Idiot. Just as a rustling sound came from behind, I whirled around and threw a punch. Crack. Its bony skull cracked into pieces before it smashed into the wall. As it slid back to the ground, I finally saw its form. A sheep-like monster with bones protruding from its torn and rotten flesh. Without focus, I could only see its skull as its ragged skin melded perfectly into the darkness. It looked like a grim reaper while the bones gave the impression of a scythe. I walked over to its shattered body and yanked it by the demon-like horns on its head. An undead with skin like a robe to hide and suppress its footsteps. A natural assassin. Violet light slipped through the exposed part of its ribs. I smashed its rib bones with another punch. A glittering magic stone floated in its hollow insides. Truly an undead. The sheep flayed its hooves around and shot bones from its knees. I swiftly raised my hand to catch the lances intending to skewer my eye. My senses amplified from the hellish training by God and the instinct skill, I'd be a joke if it hit me at all. I clenched its magic stone and yanked it out. The sheep let out a last shriek and crumbled into ashes. You earned 3,120 XP for killing level 24 Skull Sheep. Skull Sheep. These guys are no challenge, I sighed. Can this dungeon even pose a challenge to me? Actually, it can. At your current state, you can't become careless with the monsters on the 90th floor and after. The girls will need to resort to their diva magic by then. Everyone will grow plenty on the way, it might become a stomping ground for my love. God's training is making you pull out the true potential of your body and senses. I know. I can feel the changes. Last time, the monsters had left a scratch on me even though they were weaker. This time, none of it happened. I put the magic stone in my ring. A gift for Rini that reminded me of the cruel rejection. She's still cooped in her room, unwilling to meet me. Clack, clack, clack. By a stroke of luck, 4 undead sheep interrupted me. I cracked my knuckles with a grin. Feel the wrath of a brother rejected by his Amuto. The sheeps pawed the ground with their hooves and flew at me. With perfect coordination, they surrounded my sides. The ones on my sides opened their mouth, revealing rows of dirty fangs. The one in front and back shot lances at my back and heart. Just before their teeth sank into my shoulders, I grabbed its head and spun it around, smacking all the undead sheep. As if I'll let them dirty my clothes before meeting the girls of Astria Familia. I dashed to the nearest monster and stomped its ribs, pulling out its magic stone with telekinesis. You earned 2,990 XP for killing level 23 Skull Sheep. The other 3 clacked their teeth, froze in their place. A sharp shriek left their throats before they bolted in different directions. These coward fuckers. PayPal link bit.ly/3opgw8d. Chapter 208, CH 210, Status Update. After hunting down the escapees, I treaded deeper into the paths twined like a branch of a tree. I stumbled into a few blocked paths where I found adventurers' rotten corpses. They had died while resting or took their own lives to escape the madness of this floor. I searched for a path to the next floor. Crack 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 asterisk. The skulls grew out of the walls. 10, 11, 15, 20, the dungeon spawned 30 skull sheep to counter my threat. I smiled and clenched my fists. Bring it on. 30 punches later, the monsters faded into ashes. If only there was a map sold by the guild. The dungeon changes the path often, so there is no point. Ugh. I can help. No. I can't be relying on my wife forever. Also adventuring like this isn't bad, you know. Kliska giggled. I know, my. Her voice was suddenly cut off. Kliska. Sorry. I just received a message from my underlings. I have to return to my main body for an hour. I will go after you are done with the dungeon. You can go now. I can talk to my other wives. No. Helping my husband is my property. I can take care of heaven later. Thanks. I'll repay you with my body later. No problem. What happened though? A goddess working under me is trying something naughty. A goddess? Is she single? She proclaims to be the most beautiful goddess. And my love, she has chosen a man for herself. I never thought a tsundere like her could love someone. Damn. Another narcissist. Nobody is more beautiful than Kliska in heaven. Kliska and I chuckled. She stole the data of one of the fictional worlds. Which world? I don't know. There are too many to count. She is planning to use that world to groom her chosen one. Yuck, another protagonist. You lazy goddess, keep track of your stuff. I would rather spend that time dreaming about my love. This lowly goddess, then again, this made it more lovable. I will have to use my real body to find her real intentions. Okay. Keep me updated. I finished the talk and jumped inside a hole. A distinct white curved wall towered over me, probably over 500 meters. It should be the place that leads to the next floor. Walking along the wall, I found the entrance. Ka. A blue monster leaped up. My instincts acted before I registered the threat. I swiped my leg down on the monster's head. With a sickening crunch, the force crushed the lizard head caved in. It crashed dead from where it came from. What was that? I glanced down. I was standing on a wide wall with monsters. Stairs could be seen on my right, leading to the area where the comrades of now-dead blue-scaled lizard men waited for me, their bony axes raised high for me. There were also small werewolf-like monsters and skull sheep. Some waited while some rushed toward the stairs. It's gonna be a bloodbath. I stepped down the stairs and grabbed the little werewolf's head and smashed it into the wall. Keeping it straight to the wall, I punctured its chest with a blow and mercilessly pulled out its magic stone. It instantly vanished into ashes. One down. The mob of skull sheep was smart enough to detect the danger and fire everything at me. A rain of sharp bones flew up at me. I dodged the one heading for my crotch and head and tanked everything. Although stakes pierced my adventurer outfit, the sharp stakes barely scratched my thick skin. Grinning, I kept advancing, pummeling the werewolves with bare fists. Magic should have been more efficient, but unleashing the beastly violence felt too good. While crushing heads and breaking bones, I kept using my telepathy to grab and store their magic stones. You have learned a new skill, wild martial arts. Telepathy ranked up to E. Multi-threaded processing ranked up to E. The hulls attracted more monsters as another horde rushed out of the tunnel down the stairs. Are these guys enough to get an A-class parameter on my Falna? My love's Falna indicates level 1 while you are crushing level 3 and 4 monsters. It will be strange if you don't get massive parameter boosts after this. I dove into the horde and started the massacre. X. The room was left in blood after the slaughter, earning a satisfactory nod from me. I changed my clothes and checked for any lingering blood smell. My love's skin resists any external materials. Does that mean any cosmetic won't work on me? No, you don't need one. Giving a smile, I pasted the teleportation marks and asked now about the situation over there. You can return. Elise and company have returned to their mansion. Kliska teleported me. Now immediately pulled me aside and roamed her hands over my body. I chuckled at her deep frown and leaned closer. You can look closely tonight, you know. Her frown eased, and blush covered her face. Cute. Cough. I turned to Astria, who let out dry coughs to separate us. Astria-sama. I'm sorry to ask, but can you please update my status? I don't mind. Astria nodded with a smile and gestured to the floor. After this, you're coming with me. I took off my shirt, which made the brunette blush a bit. I turned my back on her and plopped on the tatami mat. I looked over my shoulder. She pricked her finger with a needle and pressed the same finger on my back. I shook a little from the waves traveling through my body. She kneaded the marks and traced her fingers on my back with utmost concentration. Falna updated. Status is updating to reflect the changes. Strength +8, Constitution +8, Defense +8, Dexterity +7, Magic +1. That's nice. Thank you, my love. This is Asahi, you slew level 3 and level 4 monsters. Deep floors. She let out an exaggerated sigh. Why am I not surprised? So she can find my slaying history through the hieroglyphs. Yeah. She took a paper and started copying my status. She passed it to me with a wry smile. Here, congratulations. Asahi Marikawa. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Dexterity, B. Agility, B. Magic, H. Endurance got the biggest boost, perhaps because I absorbed the attacks head-on. Every 100 points in Falna meant 1 point in my system. Won't that make it useless after a certain point? It will become increasingly harder to increase Excelia after a few levels. Each level will have different point values. That sounds a lot better. I gave a broad grin to the goddess. Thanks, Astria-sama. You can level up if you want. Not yet. I want to see the limits of my body. Astria, affection +1. I won't interfere with your desires. Now, let us meet your comrades. Yeah. Please, don't try to seduce anyone. Chapter 209, Ch. 211, Official Member. Astria took us to the main house, where the members of the Familia sat around Japanese-styled low tables. Rio, Elise, Kagaya, Lyra, the girl with wolf ears, the Amazoness, another loli, and elf, and 5 human girls. This entire place had a Japanese flavor. The black-haired beauty sitting in dignified Saiza posture might be the reason. Kagaya, why? Ryu asked, getting a smile from Kagaya. Useless little elf who can't read the mood should shut up. What? It's no surprise Astria-sama worries for your future, Kagaya retorted. Ryu's face went red as she fumbled for words. Geez, you too, Elise said, shaking her head. Please calm your pretty heads and let Astria-sama do her thing. Astria waved her hands, silencing everyone in the room. She asked us to sit, so our group settled around a table. Okay, children. These are the new members. Starting here is Siko Busujima, Shirori Busujima, now Marikawa, Rika Marikawa, Grafia, Aimi Akane, and lastly, the first male member of our familia. Asahi Marikawa. The girls cheered with claps except for Ryu, who seemed skeptical for some reason. I hope everyone gets along since they will be your comrades inside the dungeon. Elise waved her fists in the air with a grin. We will be the squad of justice fighters. Yes. Delete the evil. Delete the evil. The rowdy chants filled the air. For a small group, these girls sure made noises. Also, wasn't this our introduction? How did it change to a cult meeting? Astria, Sama. Astria closed her eyes, tilted her head a bit, and smiled. The girls shut their mouths, their eyes wide in horror. Astria's pure smile had that kind of effect too, huh? As expected of an Wani-san, you can never underestimate them. Since I'll be a part of this group from now on, don't hesitate to ask for my help. The girl with wolf ears raised her hand. Marikawa-san, I smell your scent on the girls beside you. Are you all in a relationship? Well, yeah, Rika said, grinning ear to ear. He is our husband. Whoa. Are you really a noble from the Far East? She asked. Kagaya narrowed her eyes at the question, clearly interested in my origins. My ancestors hailed from the East. As for me, I grew up in a small village. Your story is suspicious, the Paolum girl Lyra squinted. Then why do you have a maid? I'm not a real maid, Grafia said calmly. My lord has an exotic taste, so you can guess the rest. It's okay to like the maids, so I'm normal. You're putting it wrong. What taste? Ryu asked, her low voice filled with curiosity. Elisa's eyes sparkled as she comprehended something from Grafia's words. She moved near Ryu and whispered, a fetish. The elf blushed. Like Lafia, the crimson color reached to her ears. I couldn't help but find her innocence endearing. The girls then took turns to ask questions. Some asked about my skills, some about my daggers, the Amazoness straight up asked my endurance in bed, bringing a blush to most girls. The entire thing went on until the afternoon. Now and Grafia happily trotted with the adventurer girls to the kitchen. I waved the girls goodbye and returned to the room with others. So what do you guys think? Siko smiled at my question. This place is noisy, but I can't help but like it. Reminds me of our school. In a good way, Shirori added. Aimi, what about you? The Yandere bodyguard gave a soft smile. I'm fine as long as Asahi-sama is here. Rika scratched her head as if troubled by something. Geez, I feel like a loser here in terms of girl power. Rika feeling inferior was something new. I wrapped my arms around the sulking Rika and rubbed her back. She hugged back with even more vigor, squeezing me within her arms. You have a different charm. Rika looked up, grinning widely. She swiftly closed in and pecked my lips. I just wanted an intimate hug from Aa-chan. This vixen. Shirori. A flash made me blink. Shirori lowered the phone and bowed her head. This will be added to the collection. Rika traced her thumb on her lips, giving a seductive aura that made my heart race. Speechless Aa-chan is too delicious. With no intention to get swept into her desires, I put my hand on her head and gently rubbed. Slowly and gently like people treat a child, I eased her budding desires. Rika groaned in frustration before she lowered her head and enjoyed the head pats. Shirori appeared on Rika's side and tapped her head, silently saying, "Give me." So she got her deserved head pats. Siko gave a warm smile as she gazed at the sight of her sister being spoiled. Aimi reached out and gently stroked Siko's hair. Siko's wide-eyed reaction was priceless. I quickly pulled out my phone with telekinesis and captured the moment. After spending some more fluffy time with the girls, I had a wholesome dinner, where Astria scheduled the next dungeon dive for tomorrow morning. Then everyone went to their room to prepare. Siko, Shirori, Kagaya, and Ryu headed to Familia's dojo, so I tagged along. Kagaya stroked the 2 daggers at her waist with a smile. Asahi-kun, how about a quick spar between 2 dagger wielders? Ryu gave a brief nod while Elise clapped cheerily at the suggestion. Yes, please. I want to see A. Marikawa-san in action. AA-chan, show them your prowess. Astria also popped up and joined the girls. I'll be angry if you two hurt each other. Ah, sure. I clenched the daggers from my belt and pulled them out. Taking a wide stance, I smiled. Let's do this. That super handsome can make me blush, Kaguya whispered with a grin and equipped her black daggers. Her body swayed before she dashed at me, leaving an afterimage behind. This wasn't an attack that any level 1 or even level 2 could dodge. Was she testing me? She'd know my strength sooner or later, so I might as well reveal something. Her blade curved toward my neck. I simply raised the dagger. The blades clanged and sparks burst. Kaguya Gajuno, affection +7. Contrary to her affection increase, Kaguya frowned and took back her dagger. This reaction time, did you lie about being a level 1? You can ask our goddess if I lied or not. He is a level 1. But he is stronger than most level 2s, and some level 3. What? How is that possible? Are you a dragon or something? I shrugged. It's an innate gift. Elise level, affection +3. Astria, affection +1. Rio Lion, affection +1. Why is her affection rising? How mysterious, Kaguya muttered with a nod before bowing. I'm done testing your strength. Let's have a friendly match now. I don't mind. Kaguya Gajuno, affection +2. My charm was a bit too much for these women. We started a casual spar with pure skills and almost no strength. She turned out to be the superior one. A few exchanges later, my dagger skill got an upgrade, reaching C rank. Elise and Ryu sparred against Siko and Shirori to a stalemate, earning a look of admiration from everyone involved. Marikawa-san, spar with me. I gulped looking into Elise's glittering eyes. I never used a sword. Come on, come on. It's just a friendly exchange. Fine. Chapter 210, CH 212, Confession. Cough. I fell asleep before updating. The night arrived in Rio, and the entertainment district sprang to life with the passionate voices of men and women indulging in the pleasure of all kinds within the dimly lit streets. On the highest floor of the palace towering over the entire district, the light cast from the moon and stars was enough to illuminate the room. The owner of all the brothels in the entertainment district sat here. A woman with smooth coppery skin and an hourglass figure wrapped in a thin skirt. When added to her divinity, her beauty was enough to drive men crazy. Ishtar glared at the peak of the Babel Tower in the middle of the city, imagining the silver eyes filled with scorn looking down on her as if she was no different from any pebble on the roadside. A goddess of beauty who was more known and loved than her. The vixen with a stronger familia and plethora of followers wrapped around her finger. Ishtar bit her lips as her face warped. Utterly deplorable, she cursed in vain. Knock. Ishtar-sama. Her aide, Tammuz, arrived. Come. Tammuz was a handsome young man with brown skin like hers. He immediately kneeled before her, bringing a smirk to her face. She grabbed her pipe and raised her chin. So what's that hag up to lately? It's not confirmed, but Freya Familia has been found snooping around for information about the noble rookie and his companions. Rumor has it she has taken an interest in him. Noble rookie. Tammuz stood and passed a paper to her. A vivid image of a young man with golden eyes was drawn on it. His companions stood beside him, each beautiful and charming in their way. Ishtar recalled her meeting in the Babel. Most of the gods were talking about the noble from the Far East. Noble rookie, ha. To receive a nickname before becoming level 2 just showed popularity in Rio. How strong is he? Ishtar asked. He just joined Astria Familia. Level 1. He is still weak. Freya won't feel anything if I take him now. Freya waited years for her last obsession to bloom. Until he became a level 5. Unfortunately, the dungeon ate him alive before Freya claimed him. Ishtar wanted it to happen again. This time by her own hands, she wanted to bring Freya to her knees. Ishtar grinned. I will sit on that throne soon. X. Next morning. Yotsuba Mansion. I woke up and headed to the shower. Rini's room in the way made me stop. She still refused to meet me. I shook my head and hurried before a wild Yuriko attacked me. With everything done, I went to the dining room where Nei-san sat with her face buried in the newspaper, Yuriko scrolling on her mobile, Lainey fiddling with her handheld game, and Saya cluelessly staring at the smoking hot tea with eyes flickering back and forth between orange and crimson. What a confusing sight. I sat beside Saya and pinched her cheeks. Saya. Saya turned, looking at me with her orange eyes. Morning. What were you thinking? I was talking to her. Her? You mean your other personality? She nodded. She wants you to call her Heya. Oh, she finally chose her name. Saya, Maya, Heya, she probably decided this name for this rhyme. The maid Clara served breakfast and scooted out of the room as if I'd eat her. There she goes. Nasan put down the newspaper and sighed. Kuin, can you call Rini to breakfast? Okay. I got up and walked to Rini's room. Will she meet me now? Skeptical, I knocked once. The door opened as if she was waiting for me. My mouth dropped open in shock. Standing before me was a woman about a head shorter than me. She had calm violet eyes and messy blue hair that reached beyond her waist, giving her a wild look. Her facial features were feminine and a bit sharp. Her figure too went through a massive change, especially her chest pushing against what seemed to be one of my shirts. D or DD? Kliska. She asked me to give her magic stones. She wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you. Oni-san, how do I look now? Her voice was a bit heavy. Yet her words dripped with so much cuteness, I barely stopped myself from hugging her. Amazing. Just how much did she devour to grow this much? A relief became apparent in her violet eyes. She leaned forward and took my hand, guiding it to her head. I instinctively patted her head, getting a deep sigh from her. I thought Oni-san would hate me. Her sad voice made me step forward and envelop her in my arms. She nuzzled her cheeks against my chest and hugged me tightly. The sight of magic stones scattered around the room brought a wry smile to my face. This girl holed herself and devoured as much as she could. What kind of idiot will hate a beautiful and diligent sister like Rini? I said. Rini, can you tell me the reason? Oni-san always looked at me like I was a little girl. After watching that anime, I realized the cause of sudden changes in my body. What was the anime about? If it was incest hentai, Laimi had some spanks coming her way. The Bond of Siblings. That one. It was a popular rom-com anime I watched with Maya. A fluffy romance between a broken female protagonist and her brother. What changes are we talking about here? I felt something when I saw Oni-san naked. I wanted to touch Oni-san, I wanted Oni-san to touch me. I wanted to be near you, get head pats, and hug you. It was weird. It made me nervous approaching Oni-san. She squirmed out of my embrace and put a hand on her chest. Now I know that emotion was called love. Her confession forced me to realize Rini's mental growth. From a little girl, who felt like she was a monster, to a woman who understood her feelings, with a little help. I still recall saving her from the mall like it was yesterday. This all happened so soon, didn't it? My love, what are you waiting for? You're making her nervous. Kliska's timely comment snapped me out of the past. Rini looked at me with anxious eyes. Since she already found her feelings, it'd be rude to not answer her. I hugged her again and ran my fingers through her hair. I also love Rini. Rini Hitsuji, affection plus 19. Laimi Nachan told me Oni-san loves me, but I didn't believe it. I'm glad that she was right. She sobbed as her tears soaked my shirt. I looked over my shoulder and smiled at the girls peeking from the end of the corridor. This was their plan all along. Chapter 211, ch. 213, God's Plan. After crying her heart out, Rini eased so much that she fell asleep in my embrace. I gently picked her up, finding her weight to be well beyond my imagination. Although her skin was soft and supple, her bones seemed to be dense because of her hybrid race. I cleared the mana stones with telekinesis and laid Rini on the bed. I wiped the tears from her eyes, getting a peaceful smile from the sleeping beauty. Nasan approached and patted my back. Good job, Aekuin. I thought you were going to reject her. Why would Master deny a girl from entering his harem? Laimi asked. Yuriko sat on the bed and brushed Rini's hair from her face. Look at her. She has become so beautiful. I can't believe she is the little girl you brought home. Same, I agreed wholeheartedly. I have to go train with God, so I will lay down here. Okay. I have to finalize the deal with the supermall owner. The shop is about to open, baby. Good luck with that. Let me tag along, Shizuka said. I haven't gone out for so long. I don't mind. Then, Laimi will watch over Master. I'll stay too, Saya said. Waking up near these two might result in another threesome. I chuckled at the possibility. Yuriko surprised me with a kiss and scurried away. Yuriko-san. Nasan sighed and suddenly kissed me. Caught you. She ruffled my hair and walked away. I shook my head and laid beside Rini. Laimi and Saya stared at each other before Laimi smirked and dove at me. It's Laimi's place now. Saya sighed and settled on the place beside Laimi. I smiled and shut my eyes, cutting my connection with the avatar. XXX. The morning in the Familia was calm with Astria and Grafia serving the breakfast, a bowl of meat soup with bread. The typical breakfast of glutton adventurers. Astria wearing the simple apron boosted her charm to another level. I finished the breakfast in a daze before returning to our room. Since the dungeon expedition was going to be for early floors, Astria set it for 10 a.m. I had 2 hours to finish my training with God, so I teleported quickly. He wasn't here to greet me this time. Someone else was playing the game I left. Asahi. Gabriel shouted, seeing me. She threw the controller aside and tackled me with a hug. You're late. Trying my best to ignore her chest, I replied, I was busy. Busy? What were you doing? I was playing with my wives. Playing with their bodies in the shrine, which started from Rika and Shiori seductions. It's not like this angel will understand even if I told her. You have wives. You must have children as well. Bring them next time. I don't have one. Yet. Gabriel tilted her head. Don't you marry to make children? God had made a ritual to allow angels to make children without feeling lust toward their sex partner. She must have thought that I did the same. Oh, screw that. Let's play games. Let me meet your dad first. Lord is in his workshop. She said in a dejected voice and pushed me. She turned her back on me, probably pouting for being rejected. This airhead. I closed in on her and tried to pat her head. She slapped my hand and crossed her arms on her chest, glaring at me madly. Go train. I can play alone. I underestimated her childish anger. We'll play a new game after this. Don't stay mad, please. I'll let the girls head to the dungeon first and spend time with this childish angel. Gabriel, affection +5. Her frown eased. She lowered her head and tapped her hair. Pat me first. Okay. I spoiled the angel addicted with head pats until she was giggling. Geez, she was such a child. Entering the workshop, I spotted God writing something in a diary. The thin-rimmed specs gave me the look of an old university professor. I see you are having fun with Gabriel. Does her innocence please you? I take the fifth. God sighed and motioned to the seat beside him. Come, sit. Today is your creation class. Even a mortal can slay a god with a powerful weapon. You might need this talent. True. So, will you learn from me, the best of the best? He boasted with a grin. As the creator of Longinus, the broken weapons, he had every right to be prideful. Honestly, it won't hurt to learn crafting. The girls will be happier if I handcraft their weapons, armors, and other equipment. I will. He took off his glasses and chuckled. Good lad. You excited for the Emperor gear? So the weapon from Red Dragon Emperor is Emperor gear. Not Longinus. I plan to make more of them to help humans against the supernatural. They need to be prepared for any threat. I can't wipe their asses every time, he said, grinning. Besides, I might have a talent for video games. You sure do. Now, back to the business. Tell me, have you ever crafted anything? I looked back to my life. Other than some Lego shit, Minecraft, I never tried creating something. Nothing special. Well, let's start with the basics of smithing. First, you have to learn the properties of different metals. Head over to that forge room and forge a sword. Was he seriously asking a noob to start with a sword? How is that fucking basic? It's a piece of cake if you use your brain. I know that too. It's heating, hammering into the sword shape, grinding the edges, and tempering. That's the extent of my knowledge. Just try, boy. You won't lose anything, God said. Besides, you think the human race progressed so far from a primitive race without trying new things. All right. I'll try my best. He grinned and waved his hand for me to leave. I shrugged and walked toward the forge room. It wasn't my original intention, but now I don't have to make the sacred gears alone, more time for games. I regret introducing him to modern games. Chapter 212, ch. 214, Life Creation. The forge room was a small room with an arched forge built into the wall. The bench nearby had the basic blacksmith tools like hammer and tongs, and a thick metal rod. An anvil sat on the bench's side, while on the other side of the room had a step-by-step diagram of forging a sword. So basic. It's the 14th century, my love. What did you expect? I picked the metal rod. It wasn't hallowed and had a decent weight. Is this steel? No. Something like steel but with the presence of mana. It's stronger and more durable. Would it be stronger than Seiko's katana? Definitely yes. I'm gonna try forging a katana for Seiko. She'd be happier to receive a sword than a necklace. Such was my crazy sword waifu. The first step is heating the metal to remove impurities. Using a forge is troublesome and a bit outdated. Magic would be a lot better. Saya's skill will help me keep the flames under control and concentrate on other tasks at the same time. I heated the coal with the fire element and tossed the rod on top of it. Since I don't need tongs to handle this rod, I was going to heat and beat the entire thing flat. Slowly but surely, the flames heated the metal, giving it a yellow and orange hue. This burning reminded me of a certain fantasy manga about the hero assaulting an evil princess. He used a real burning rod to torture the living hell out of her. I think I saw its anime. It has an anime too. I watched its preview, nothing else. Suspicious. Don't tell me you want me to do that to you. Even if you're immortal, I don't think I can do that kind of play to you. I do not want that. Chuckling at her outburst, I carried the metal to the anvil with telekinesis and picked the hammer. I raised the hammer and struck down lightly. God's chuckle echoed in the room. Don't fucking judge me. I hammered the rod to my imagined shape of Seiko's current katana. Flat and curve. Now the tough part of smoothing the appearance. Instead of using the grinders, I ground the edges with my dagger. I was no professional, but the shape seemed good. Put some clay on the edge. It'll sharpen the edge of the samurai sword, God advised. He even knows about samurai swords. Such a knowledgeable old man. Kliska gave me the clay to coat the edges. The next part was quenching, which required a quick cooling of the heated metal in either oil or water as shown in God's notes. God, oil or water? Chilly water. I took out a tub from my ring and filled it with water of about 0 degrees. I enveloped the sword in flames for a minute, then submerged it into the water. And I waited. Am I doing good? Yep. My love will be the best craftsman. I'ma forge my own Excalibur one day. I support you. You don't sound sure. Creation is the only thing where my love needs my help. Geez. Have more confidence in yourself. You're worth far more than your creation ability, okay? I took out a chair to observe my hard work cooling down while chatting idly with Kliska. Once it was done, I took it out and heated it to a moderate temperature for tempering. This time, I let it stay on the anvil to cool naturally. Man, there is a lot of heating here. It'd be lame to do it every time with my mana. I should get an assistant to help me. Maybe a fire familiar. I recalled the creature that came to life from the darkness and life element. Can I create one by mixing the fire and life element? You can. It's not hard. K. Like the last time, I drew out the fire element from one hand and the life element from the other. My love, focus. You have to give it shape, a basic personality, and a soul. Life element will only give it the first, the rest will require your willpower. Think of it as your child. The red and white energies intertwined, radiating a gentle warmth and a subtle scent of nature. I shut my eyes and sharpened my focus. The shape should be a small humanoid figure made from the fire like a fire elemental. I willed the elements to morph into my desired shape, and they did so effortlessly. Shape done. For personality, an eager and curious person, who will learn the process of crafting alongside me. I focused all my willpower on one thing. You have created a living being from pure energy. Rewards, plus 20 points in mana attribute. You acquired the skill, Life Creation. Life Creation, special the user can create living beings by consuming mental strength and mana. I felt like someone smashed a 1,000-ton hammer on my head. It was very much like the pain of overusing my mental strength to read grimoire. Creating life wasn't an easy task. Oh boy, you did another absurd thing. God's voice prompted me to open my eyes. The sight before me sent me into an endless spiral of shock and surprise. Chapter 213, ch. 215, Estria's Request. A girl about the size of my finger floated in my face. She was wrapped in scarlet flames. Her golden eyes sparkled every time she blinked. She flew toward the hot blade and touched it. All the heat inside dispersed in a moment. You absorbed the heat. She didn't answer my question and landed on my shoulder. Surprisingly, my clothes remained safe despite her flames. I picked her up and put her on my palm. Little fellow, can you speak? She just tilted her head. She can't. She is just created, so her soul isn't that well developed. I see. She can grow. I rubbed her little head with a finger. God walked into the room with his eyes fixed on my greatest creation. Asahi, how did you? God asked. That shouldn't be possible. I mixed life with fire. This is the result. That's the gist of the process, so I'm not lying. Tell me. Are you perhaps a child of some god? I'm not. I'll tell you more about myself when the time is right. It seems I am not trusted. Exactly. How cruel. I shrugged at his fake act of depression. He shook his head and grabbed the curved blade. Not bad for a newbie. The sword I poured everything into was not bad, according to him. I clicked my tongue. Wait for the day I surpass you. He chuckled. Don't keep me waiting for too long. It's too lonely up here all alone. Want me to refine this for you? I snatched the blade from him. No. It's for my wife. I want to finish this myself. How many wives do you have? 12. Still less than Zeus. Hey, I care about my women. Not like that scumbag who rapes them once and then forgets about them. That's true, he said with a nod. Let's finish your training. Okay. X. After a small, albeit destructive training session, I returned to my room in Astria Familia. The little flame girl skirted around my neck. You are late. I turned to the voice. Astria sat on our bed with a book on her lap. Astria-sama. You don't have to add sama when we are alone. It feels odd coming from you, she said and yawned. This bed is really something. So fluffy. I want to sleep here. Well, it was the most premium bed made by Cliche. It cost a whopping 12,000 KP, which meant nothing to the current me. Do you want one? I can make another. You made it. Yes. Amazing. It embarrassed me to steal Cliche's achievement. Everything of mine belongs to my love. Then please do. I will pay for. Don't worry about that. It's the least I can do for you after you chose to protect us from other gods. Although I didn't need it, she helped me in keeping the pests from troubling us in the future. Astria, affection +4. Astria's gentle smile melted my mental fatigue. The girls have already left. You should chase them. Ah, sorry. I'm going. Wait, I need to shower first. I might reek of blood that God shed with his sword. Astria chuckled as I ran around the room for my clothes and then dashed to the bath. The little fire elemental, who had not been named yet, hung onto my hair. X. I tore through the crowded streets of Orario and arrived at Babel. The pink-haired Misha beamed a smile at me from her desk. Long time no see. I'll see you later. I jumped over the queue and dashed into the dungeon. The girls were on the 3rd floor, so I sprinted through the 1st and 2nd floor. Guy Balg insta-killed everything in my way. On the 3rd floor, I activated my life sense skill to the fullest. It wasn't hard to find the white dot that signaled my wife's position. Asahi-sama, here. The stalker Aime's voice echoed in the narrow caverns. Of course, the human tracker found me before others. Elise put her arms on her waist. Where were you? I went to meet my uncle. Now stared at me as if inquiring this new uncle who popped out of nowhere. I quenched her doubts with telepathy. You have an uncle? Siko said you were an orphan, Elise said. He isn't blood-related. Sorry. I didn't mean to bring that up. It's nothing, I said, smiling at her rare apologetic expression. Let's go, Captain. Elise Lovell, affection +3. Captain, she muttered and her lips lifted in a wide smile. Yes, I'm your captain now. Follow my orders and don't stray further, she raised her sword and proclaimed. Shirori suppressed her giggle at Elise's out-of-character appearance. While my doubt of her being love-struck strengthened a bit more. I shrugged my shoulders. It might just be a simple crush. Kagaya narrowed her eyes at me before she turned around and followed Elise. Chan. Rika drew closer and reached out to my neck. What is this little thing? She saw through the stealth skill concentrated on the little elemental. As expected of a sniper, her eyes were sharp. I grabbed her hand. Don't play with fire. She returned a blank stare. I'll explain later, Kay. Let's talk in the bed. Miss Samurai will need some relief after battling, Rika said, looking at Siko. Siko dodged my gaze with an awkward smile. I will be relying on you again. Husband. She hid her flushed face, turned, and sprinted toward Elise's group. My heart almost stopped from the dose of extreme cuteness. Elise led us around the dungeon while giving small tips on engaging with different monsters. Nothing posed a challenge for our party on this floor, or the next, or even the next. Floor by floor, we traveled down the dungeon. Elise and her group felt plenty surprised at how easy we slew the monsters while I admired their teamwork. Each of them fought like they could predict the other's attacks and struck in advance. Rio, though, flashed everywhere with her wind magic. She was equal or stronger than Ace at this time. The event ruined her potential as well as her life. Chapter 214, ch. 216, She Isn't My Mistress. On the 10th floor. Elise turned to us with a serious expression. Watch each other's back in the mist. Aye, Captain. Elise shook her head and treaded further, holding her two-handed sword. This time I could sense everything without using the special goggles. The girls also refused to wear to make it challenging. Slaughtering the orcs, hard-armored, and infant dragons in our paths. Entering the 11th floor, I heard howls in the distance. Strange. There should be no hellhounds on this floor. Nobody else heard it, so it should probably be from the end of this floor. I got the answer soon. A horde of orcs fiercely chased a pack of silver-furred wolves to no avail. The wolves ran around, stopping occasionally to spit out a white ball. The swirling orbs tore through the orc's chest with no effort. The owner of these wolves was none other than Natsumi. She put her hands on her hips with a mischievous grin, her blue eyes narrowed to slits. Era, master. It didn't expect to meet you here. Who are you? The Natsumi I knew was a gloomy woman lusting for revenge. This one Isan wasn't Natsumi. Master, how can you forget your slave? She covered her face and sobbed. I'm sorry, master. I won't do it again. Please don't abandon me. Natsumi Aizawa, Lyra whispered. The new captain of Apollo Familia. She is a level 4 monster tamer with an exotic collection of monsters. Asahi, who is this monster tamer lady? Elise asked. Why is she lying about being your slave? At least she trusted me enough to not fall for this act. Oi, stop this act right this instant. Natsumi stopped sobbing and let out an exaggerated sigh. Master is no fun. Always treating me like air. Was she high or something? It didn't look like it, so there was only one reason for her behavior, mana. Like how Saya used to change. This could be the same phenomenon. I'll deal with her after she becomes normal. Still, for her to become an Wani-san was surprising. I pulled out my appraisal glasses to gauge Natsumi's growth. Natsumi Aizawa LV, designated title, the irregular slave. Race, human. Class, summoner. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Summoning, creation version, D rank. The user can summon any fictional creature, but their level cannot exceed the user's level. The number of active summons at this rank is 10. Physical reinforcement, C rank. The user can reinforce a specific part of their body with the help of mana. At this rank, 1 MP can be used to gain 3 def points. Water magic, D rank. Only those with calm, peaceful, uncompromising, and honorable trait can awaken this magic. This skill allows the user to create spells in exchange for mana. The maximum output of magic is limited by the rank. Mutated soul, unique. The user's soul underwent mutation after bonding to the soul of a high-ranking being. The user's MP increases according to their loyalty to the high-ranking being. Should I be worried about this new skill that increased her MP according to her loyalty to me? It is a freebie for bonding with you. Your soul is too powerful compared to her. Apollo got the same benefit. Yes. But his loyalty to you is pitifully low. After the monsters drilled him, he lost his dignity. I don't need his loyalty. I don't even know what to do with his familia right now. AA-chan, you there? Ah, sorry for dozing off like that. AA-chan, Rika called with a dead serious face. Did Natsumi's Wani-san act turn you on? Oh my. Asahi-kun, you naughty boy. Don't daydream around this Wani-san. Siko slapped Shiori's back. Stop, Shiori. Don't play around in the dungeon. Leaving the Busujima sisters aside, I turned my attention to Elise, who looked like she had a lot to ask. The question, however, came from Kagaya. Is that woman your mistress? How the hell did you come to that conclusion? I have seen men who get aroused when a woman acts like a slave. I thought you might be one of those. Natsumi is my old friend. As you can see, she is a bit weird. I'm the weirdest woman alive. Natsumi declared and drew closer with arms stretched, trying to hug me. I stopped her with one hand and gave a wry smile to Kagaya. See. The women nodded together, finally accepting Natsumi's idiotic character. 2 of the wolves rubbed their heads on my leg as if pleading to forgive their master. Their soft fur felt so nice. How did she become a captain? Ryu asked. I quietly pointed to Elise, who was another example of a weird captain. Ryu gave a nod in understanding as her lips lifted a few more degrees. I understand now. Elise frowned. Why do I feel you two are saying bad things about me? Ryu evaded Elise's gaze and crouched before the wolf. She reached out and started patting its head. The wolf closed its eyes as its tail wagged crazily behind it. This damned wolf, Rika cursed and started patting the other wolf. To think this cute thing almost chewed my leg before. That happened? Elise asked. Natsumi formed a serious expression and bowed her head. I'm sorry, Rika-sama. I never apologized for that incident. I am terribly sorry. I was so horrible at that time. I'm ready to accept any punishment, so please. Shut up, idiot, Rika said and waved her hand. Past is past. Don't dwell on it. Natsumi raised her head and with clenched fists, she declared, thank you, Rika-sama. If you ever need my help, please don't hesitate. All right, Rika turned with a soft smile. I will make full use of you. I connected to Natsumi with telepathy. Even if she forgave you, I haven't. Natsumi grinned, her eyes burning with a flame of determination. Master, I will do my best to redeem myself. Chapter 215, ch. 217, Goliath. The misunderstandings cleared up, and we went deeper into the dungeon. Natsumi and her pet group followed behind. Any monsters in our way got stomped by the wolves. The cunning wolves latched onto the monsters while the rest finished them off. The suicidal method worked perfectly on the monster. For a moment I was tempted to add the psycho to my partner's list. She replenished her pack by summoning more wolves. Every time she did, Elise and others were left staring in awe. This magic was too high level for their standard. Ryu was no exception. Now I know why Apollo-sama took her. Kaguya admired Natsumi's cheat magic with sparkling eyes. Her magic and Asahi-san's tyrannical strength have limitless potential. Elise puffed her chest. Still, my perfection is beyond them. This woman's narcissism knows no bounds. At least she had the strength to back her words up. She only used pure sword skills to deal with the monsters without extra magic. X. The narrow tunnels before me expanded. The exit was enough for a large army to pass. Strangely, this time I didn't encounter a single monster on the 17th floor. Every step echoed in the cavern, creating a tense atmosphere. Is this? It seems so. Kaguya and Elise whispered to themselves. Confused a bit, I kept moving toward the wide end of the tunnel. Without any hitch, we entered the circular entrance. The spacious rectangular room's walls and ceilings were made up of a mishmash of rocks except for the wall on the left. It was smooth as if some artisan worked on it. The overwhelming difference stood out. My instincts rang as if something was amiss here. Great Wall of Sorrows. Ryu whispered. Natsumi, who walked at the front of the group, stopped and turned around to face me. Her expression gave her a serious air that she previously lacked. Master, I came here to slay the monster Rex Goliath. Ah, Goliath, that big monster. No wonder I felt odd since that spawns behind this wall. Still, it's not that big of a deal. I could even finish the black version if it appeared. So it was Apollo Familia's turn? Elise asked, keeping her eyes on the wall. We haven't fought Goliath since the ordeal with Evelys. Master, will you help me? Natsumi requested with a soft smile. My mind is exhausted. These pups alone won't be enough to bring down the monster Rex. Her wolves were level 26, which should be equal to a level 5. They excelled in magic instead of brute power. Still, for them to kill a boss monster on the 17th floor is too far of a joke. Asahi-kun, let me. Chan, let me blow its brain. Siko and Rika volunteered before I said a word. Now clenched her fists, glaring at the wall with a burning passion. Grafia noticed my gaze on her and retreated to my back. My lord, this monster is too weak for me, she said with telepathy, her voice stoic yet a hint of confidence couldn't be missed. Well, Natsumi. Take this, I threw MP potions at the brunette. She made a happy smile before her shoulder slumped. I wanted to see Master's divine figure in a fight, she muttered with a pout. So that's her real motive. I shrugged. Sure. My hands have been itching for a fight. Crack. A massive crack ran down the smooth wall like a lightning bolt. Crack, crack. The cracks expanded, each one echoing through the room. The fragments of the wall rained down on the floor. Then, a silence descended. Boom. A deafening explosion destroyed the entire wall. A huge figure emerged from the cloud of dust, shaking the room with its first step. The Goliath towered over us with its 7 meters frame. Thick neck, arms, and legs covered in grayish-brown skin. Greasy black hair that reached down its shoulders and crimson eyes that held no hints of humanity. Every part of its being screamed raw power at its finest. Why does it look like Aaron's Titan form? The Goliath let out a piercing roar that pricked my sensitive ears. Shut up. There it is, the Goliath, Natsumi roared. Go forth, my lovely pups. Rip this giant and consume its flesh. So cringe. As I took a step, Elise grabbed my hand with a worried expression. You will hurt yourself. I couldn't help but stare blankly at the reverse cliché of a guy stopping a girl at the last moment. Captain, you're being paranoid, Kaguya said. He has Natsumi-san's support. Yup. Don't you believe in your fellow adventurers? Elise made a troubled face and released my hand. Don't hurt. It's my duty as captain to keep everyone safe. As if something like that thing can harm A-chan, Rika muttered. Nobody heard her. Nodding at Rika, I dashed toward the cheap Titan ripoff. Chapter 216, ch. 218, New King. Kaguya sighed at the change in her captain. Her feelings were obvious to everyone except herself. Then again, it wasn't Elisa's fault, as her experience in this type of matter was like a blank sheet. Kaguya focused her attention on the ongoing battle. The Goliath stomped down on Asahi. The brute force of the attack shook the floor and a burst of dust cloud enveloped the area. Elise stretched her hand. Asa. Siko grabbed Elisa's hand and patted her shoulder. He is fine. Shirori did a quick draw slash at the empty air. A sharp gust of wind flew and dissected the veil of smoke. Kaguya narrowed her eyes. Asahi looked unhurt as he zipped near Goliath's legs, dodging the immensely powerful attacks. The mere shockwave would have blown a level 3 or below adventurer, yet Asahi and the wolves withstood the impact without missing a beat. Impressive. She whispered, realizing why her goddess went to such lengths to invite this man. His skills were the real deal. The wolves assisted Asahi with their wind ball attacks. The Goliath whipped its fist and struck the ground. Asahi launched himself in the air and 2 vibrant red wings bloomed on his back. The crimson glow brightened the entire room while a warmth spread through everyone. Holy shit. Kaguya couldn't keep her composure. What kind of magic did he learn? She felt a tinge of regret for picking up the sword. It's not like I had a choice. The memories of her family made her wry. She slapped her cheek and raised her hand. You can do it, Asahi-kun. As if listening to her loud cheer, the blazing wings shone and propelled Asahi high, and his fist connected with the giant's jaw. A shockwave boomed, and the Goliath's feet were lifted off the ground, and it fell on its back. The floor rumbled, then silence descended. Did he just sucker punch the giant? Kaguya thought out aloud. Elise pinched Ryu's cheeks. So it's real. I'm not seeing things. Ryu swatted Elisa's hand, staring at the sight with eyes wide open. How is it possible? Unless Marikawa-san hit his level, Lyra finished the sentence with her eyes narrowed at Siko. Is it true? It's complicated, Siko replied. Kaguya found Siko's helpless reaction a bit cute. Siko maintained a dignified appearance similar to the lords of the Far East. Yet everything melted whenever she talked about Asahi. Kaguya couldn't help but feel curious about Siko and Asahi's past and how they came together. It would be one hell of a story. The Goliath swatted the wolves, gnawing away at its flesh, and rose from the ground itself holding its broken jaw. Glaring down at Asahi, it swung its leg. Asahi sidestepped the blade made from sheer shockwave and clung to its legs. No way. He is crazy. Can he pull it off? Elise and Kaguya watched with bated breath. Asahi fired up the wings and rebounded with full momentum, pulling the leg thicker than himself. The Goliath lost balance and tasted the dust once again. Elise blinked her eyes. That guy. Goliath possessed the strength closer to a peak level 4 adventurer, so it was always the monster who manhandled the adventurers, never the other way around. She recalled Ni's words when she first met Asahi in the dungeon. His presence is similar to the king. Was she witnessing the rise of a new king capable of rivaling Otter? Elisa's heart thundered in her chest, and a strange warmth pervaded her neck. My lord, can you stop playing around? Grafia shouted. Elise looked at Asahi throwing Goliath all around the room. He stopped and gave a glance from his shoulder. I was having some fun. Sure. His words sounded like a grumble from a child whose toy was stolen. Elise couldn't stop herself from chuckling. Kaguya crossed her arms on her chest. Captain, you're acting weird, you know that. Huh. Elise turned her head at Kaguya's words. How did she change? You seem less annoying, Kaguya said with a grin. Elise hit Kaguya's shoulder. Stop fooling around. Kind of ironic coming from the woman smiling foolishly before a monster Rex. Elise unconsciously touched her lips. Wait, I wasn't smiling. Neither did I look like a fool. I'm the most perfect, never mind. Let's watch the end. Asahi jumped on top of the Goliath and brought a spear out from thin air. It was a crimson spear that ate up the warmth coming from his wings. He plunged it into the giant's heart. Crack. The blood sputtered and the magic stone cracked. The Goliath faded into specks of ashes. A level 1 slew a monster Rex with non-existent help from some tamed monsters. No one in Orario will believe it. Elise formed a serious expression and faced her familia members. Listen, you all. Don't tell anybody about this fight. I mean nobody. Evolus will target him before grew to his full potential. The members of the Rudra familia, one of the core familia in the Evolus group, were rumored to be moving in the shadows of Orario. Other gods will also demand to know this mystery. At dire times like this, they couldn't afford another familiar war. Maybe, just maybe, his presence will stop the Evelis from staging another massacre. She had long accepted her ideal, no single person can save everyone. She was no exception. He won't deny a request from his captain, right? No, he won't. He might be reckless and a playboy, but he cares for people around him. I should count as a close person. Elise looked toward the men surrounded by beautiful women smiling, cheering for him. What kind of changes will he bring to Orario? She found herself on the edge for the upcoming future. Chapter 217, ch. 219, Rivera. Just noticed this chapter wasn't published last night for some reason, sad face. You earned 3405 XP for killing, level 24 Goliath. Not much, but I will take it since the Excelia gained might be enough to level up. Leveling up in one day. People might go crazy if they heard of it. I chuckled and swung the blood off my precious key bulg. The adventurers looked at me out of their wits. Well, they might think of me as a level 5 now. As Loki Familia already knows some of my strength, it'd be odd to not show my own Familia. This is better than showing my identity from another world or the so-called god Aura. Ryu's group approached. Elisa's eyes were different, like they had more respect and admiration. Kaguya, on the other hand, gave a sly smirk. Asahi-san sure hid this well. We were thinking of your women as geniuses, but you were the true talent among them. What can I say? I'm just different. Captain is proud. Elise said. I promise that your secret won't go anywhere. Good. I gave a glance at Ryu talking with Shirori. She noticed my gaze and returned a delicate smile. Now, we rest in the safe zone. The next floor is Rivera. What's the time? It's 8, my love. Almost 10 hours have passed since our journey. Covering 17 floors in this time is a decent pace. Natsumi approached me with the magic stone in her hand. Master, offerings. Take it to Apollo Familia. How can I do that when you slew the monster? It's not fair. Just take it. Rini was barred from eating more magic stones for some time. She already ate a ton, eating more might be harmful. She wanted to come to the dungeon again, so I'll take her in the night when I go solo hunting. Natsumi turned to Elise. You take it. Elise shook her head. It's thanks to your monster's acute senses that we reached Rivera in less than a day. It would be shameless of us to take more advantage of you. Master. Just shut up and take it, I said, a bit annoyed from her persistent attitude. Natsumi blushed and tucked the magic stone in the backpack on her waist. Thanks, Master. You're the best. This man sent a spy to our rival Familia. So cunning. Truly a fox. My lips twitched at Elise and Kaguya's remarks. So we began our descent through the tunnel on the other side. Only after walking through the branching paths for minutes, we found the exit. The 18th floor greeted us with gentle sunlight. The girls blinked their eyes to adjust to the sudden change in light after wandering all day in dark caverns. I raised my gaze. The vivid sky was a sight made by the azure light coming from the crystals dotting the ceilings. The illusion of the sun was created by the white crystals. A thick forest was spread on every side. What a sight! It's afternoon here, Ryo muttered, and her gaze darted toward the forest on the side. A hint of melancholy flashed in her eyes. Elise slipped her arm around Ryo's shoulder as if noticing Ryo's sad atmosphere. Let's bath in the river. That cheered up the elf girl as she nodded in agreement. I'm coming too. Don't forget me. Kaguya turned toward Siko and Shirori. You all coming? Is Asahi-kun allowed there? Shirori asked. If not, I'm gonna stay with him. Such a loyal girl. She deserved lots of love for this. As if sensing my overflowing affection, Shirori winked at me with a grin. Kaguya shrugged. Though I'm fine. These unmarried ladies probably won't be fine with Asahi-san's presence. Elise defensively covered her chest. No chance I'm letting Asahi see my perfect and naked body. I'm not asking you to show me. Well, our captain refuses to share her sweet spot. Captain, do you want to go first or let Asahi-kun bathe first? That's a place I discovered. It's my privilege to enjoy a nice bath there first. Then it's settled, Kaguya said. You guys can wait here or look around. There are plenty of springs and lakes in this area. The girls all agreed with the decision. An open bath in the forest will be a nice change. Then we'll look for another river. Thus, we parted ways. Elisa's group went south while we headed into the northern forest. Grafia scouted the area from above and found a shallow lake. We arrived at the site. A lake formed at the base of a waterfall. The water seemed to be coming from the azure crystals planted in the hill above us. The lake itself was connected to another water body while its depth barely reached a meter. The pure blue water sparkled from the light peeking through the canopy of trees over me. Not bad. The girls started to disrobe. Rika was the fastest to throw off her jacket and pants. She put her hands on her hips and jutted her chest as if showing off her juicy abs. Aimi swiftly plucked her bra and stood beside Rika, giving me a coy smile. Asahi-sama. Now came next, exposing her mature body with a light blush on her face. Siko and Shirori calmly talked as they pulled off their bra. I can never have enough of this sight. I looked at the last woman who still had her maid dress on. My lord, I shall be on the lookout for any peepers. Wait. I grabbed her hand before she escaped and pulled her. What's the matter? Are you still uncomfortable around me? I took the opportunity to tease my maid. She hadn't approached me after her first hot and passionate time. Even last night, she scurried to another room after Rika's gestures became lewd. Well, I can't blame her bashful self for not joining an orgy. That's not it, my lord. She replied, looking up at me with watery eyes. I will do it. I gently cupped her cheeks and kissed her forehead. That's my brave maid. I stepped back. Grafia looked at the grassy ground and started taking off her dress. Piece by piece, her maid dress fell, then her undergarments. Her naked body appeared briefly before she hit her chest with an arm and her crotch with another. Don't stare too much, she pleaded in a low voice. Don't mind this humble husband admiring his wife. Grafia turned red. She crept into the bath and sunk her body in the water. She stuck her head out with a tiny pout on her lips as if showing how wrong she felt. Rika began peeling off my clothes with Nao's help. Go on. Rika pushed me into the lake and followed suit. I felt the cold water as well as her soft breasts clinging to my back. Ouch. Rika yelped in pain and rebounded. I quickly turned. Rika pointed at my neck. That girl burned me. The flame elemental. I totally forgot about her existence. I picked up the fellow lazing around my neck and put her on my palm. The little flame girl looked at me and Rika with puffed up cheeks as if pouting for everyone ignoring her. What do I name her now? What about Chiaki? Shirori suggested. It suits her. Chiaki meant sparkling light, which matched her burning image. The little girl nodded her head, clearly liking the name. All right. You will be called Chiaki. Chiaki, affection +5. Why is the system counting her affection? She is technically my daughter. A daughter or not, she is a woman. Chapter 218, ch. 220, Massage. The cold water touched Ryu's skin. She leaned on the boundaries formed with white crystals and curiously watched the women joining her one by one. Lion, Elise said as she got closer with a not-so-nice smile. You've grown. Grown. Ryu murmured, a puzzled look on her face. Elise gave her no time to ponder and threw herself at Ryu. Before she tried to push the woman, two hands reached to her breasts and gently kneaded them. Soft and tender. Just like Lion's heart. Stop. I envy the men who will have your permission to touch them every day. Ryu pried Elise's hand off her chest and glared at Elise, her eyes descending on the redhead's chest. Yours are bigger. Just a little, Elise grumbled, looking at Kagaya enjoying the bath with her eyes closed. She has the biggest. Kagaya's lips lifted in a smirk. Elise cupped her chest. Mine are perfect. Like, look at them. You can easily hold them in one hand. Lyra dipped into the water to hide her body. Captain, why are we talking about this? Could it be? Captain finally found a man. Kagaya opened her eyes. The only one near our captain is Asahi-san, does that mean? Ryu keenly observed Elisa's reaction. The captain fell in a trance as her cheeks flushed like her scarlet hair before she shook her head. And no. Why the hell would I like a man tied to several women? You don't make any sense. Your reaction doesn't make any sense. Ryu kept her thoughts under control. The sight of her captain blushing while profusely denying the girl's allegations was certainly a change from her narcissist boasts. It was all caused by the same man responsible for opening their familia's doors to male. His strength, skills, and his nonchalant yet attentive, everything was new to her, who hailed from the forest of elves. Is this what Shirori called power of love? She recalled the time Asahi touched her hand and the times she found him gazing at her, or rather her sharp ears. Completely mesmerized by something. He can't be interested in me. Although the thought stuffed her chest with warmth, she ultimately shook the feeling. With the Evolus ready to bare their fangs any moment, this wasn't the best time to ponder on this stuff. Lion, what's up? Nothing, Ryu replied, shaking her head. We must investigate the Rudra Familia. Lyra raised her hand. My friends are trailing their traces. Ryu gave a small nod before she closed her eyes and clenched her fists underwater. This will not be the repeat of last time. We will bring Justice to them. Ah, master is too charming. Natsume's fervent voice brought Ryu out of her trance. Sitting on the crystallized wall, Natsumi put no effort to hide her curvaceous figure. The black cat tattoo on her forearm stood out on her white skin. Kaguya nodded her head. He is a real charmer, okay. Elise scooted closer to Natsumi. And why do you work for Asahi even though you're a member of Apollo Familia? Isn't that a betrayal? Natsumi's eyes widened a tad. Huh? Master didn't tell you. What? It's not my place to divulge Master's secrets. I am just a lowly slave. Elise clicked her tongue. He really likes to be all mysterious about his background. He needs to be, or people will take advantage of him. Natsumi's blue eyes glowed intensely. She crossed her legs and took a deep breath. Well, I will pull out their flesh before they do. The cold voice made Ryu shudder. Natsumi wasn't lying. Are you really a slave? Kaguya asked. Why would you become one with your power? Shouldn't you pursue him normally if you want to join his harem? He enslaved me, Natsumi replied with a nod. And don't try to pity me, fools. Master did nothing wrong. I completely deserved it, and a lot more for being such an asshole. I plan to repent until the end of my life, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. The somber speech brought an awkward air to the atmosphere. Ryu had no idea what Natsumi and Asahi went through. But the curiosity to know more grew in her mind. She glanced at Elise, who seemed to be having the same thoughts. She is a lost cause. Asahi POV. The next few minutes became a bit chaotic with the addition of little Chiaki. She had to get harassed by women for being cute. Well, Graphia and Aimi talked about the pretty crystals, their breasts floating on the water. My lord? Graphia asked. Noticing my gaze, she covered her chest and sighed. Is there anything on my chest? They look juicy. My lord. I smiled and made my way to her side. Aimi came over with a smile and leaned her back on my chest, relaxing her body completely. Asahi-sama, please. She rarely showed her desire to be spoiled, so I had to fulfill them. She perhaps wants to show it to Graphia. Loosening the strings tying her grayish hair, I grabbed a shampoo bottle from my ring. Graphia watched from the side as I gently washed Aimi's fluffy hair. Shirori glanced at us and pointed to her head. Wait in line. She chuckled and slinked to Graphia's left as if queuing for hair wash. Rika also noticed it and tried to squeeze between Graphia and Shirori. But Shirori hugged the maid, nuzzling her face to Graphia's breasts. Not happening. Fuck. Shirori flicked Rika's forehead. Don't curse before Chiaki. My bad, idiot. Graphia looked over the two with a warm smile. Mistress Rika, do you want my place? Nah. I'd feel bad stealing your place. Graphia shook her head. I can wash my. Why though? It's not like AA-chan does it every day. Just enjoy it. Graphia replied with a soft smile, okay. Graphia-chan listens to me more than her lord, Rika said proudly and stretched her arms. My arms are sore from carrying my gun all the time. Asahi-kun's massages are good. You should try, Now said, approaching me with Chiaki on her shoulder. Massage, huh, sure. I'll do it tonight. Nao's lips curled up. Can I get one too? Sure. The headpat skill's effect should extend to massages. I could easily become the greatest masseur with it. I rinsed the bubbles off Aimi's hair. Aimi slowly turned around and kissed me, looking natural as always. She tapped my cheeks with a heartwarming smile and returned beside Nao. Graphia untied her bun, and her long silver cascaded down. She got into the spot, looking a bit tense. I caressed her head with the intent of calming her. The headpat skill did the magic, making her at complete ease. She breathed out a hot sigh, entrusting her back to me. I washed her hair with my utmost care, even though there was nothing dirty about them. Things might have gone R-rated if Chiaki wasn't here. That could have made us late. While thinking of a bunch of things, I continued my job. Graphia left, not before rewarding my efforts with a kiss on my cheek. Then Shiori's turn came. She threw a naughty request to wash her whole body, which I denied, and washed her hair all the same. Finishing up with the bath, I returned to the place where I parted with Elisa's group. Well, there was no single soul in this place. The girls take more time in the bath, Shirori said. What are you gonna do about Elise? I shook my head at her question. I'll wait. Now let out a sigh. I know I shouldn't try to bring more women into the family, but Elise has a deep crush on you. She probably fell for you after you treated her like a normal rather than an idol. Now felt bad for Elise. I know what I'm doing, I said, raising my hand to her head. She closed her eyes as I patted her head, grinning childishly. Elise is charming and kind. Aside from the issue of her narcissism, she is a perfect woman in every regard. I just don't want to get into a relationship with her quickly, giving time to let it develop until Familia is done cleaning up the Evelis. Speaking of which, I should start tracking them down since they might attack sooner because of me. You never know the butterfly effect of a fake god's presence. This guy never stops. Master is too affectionate to his wives, isn't he? Elisa's group arrived, looking fresh and beautiful. Elise blushed a little and averted her gaze. Let's find a place to camp. The town here isn't a decent place, Elise ordered the adventurers. Since this was a safe place where the monsters rarely came, the adventurers built a town. A town full of jerks, if I may say, as shown in the series when they kidnapped Hestia just to bully Belle. I found Ryu looking at a giant tree that stretched into the sky, or rather the ceiling of this floor. That might be the tree we saw on the next floors. I touched her shoulder. Missing your home? She shook her head. I don't know the reason, but I find it beautiful. I can't waste my time on missing hypocrites. Hypocrites, huh? Elves in this world isolated themselves in a forest, thinking the other races as ugly and lesser beings. They perfectly fit the bill for the hypocrite. Asahi, come with me. Aye, Captain. Ryu chuckled a little. She is fired up, take care of her. She turned her back and dashed toward her group. Even she wanted to push Elise on me. Oh boy, Elise got massive support from everyone around her. Chapter 219, CH 221, Beast Room. I helped set up the tents in the open plains. I got a massive one from Cliche for me and the girls. The other adventurers gawked at the sheer size of the tent. The wind fluttered, the green stalks dancing to its rhythm. Elise guided us through the town, which was a shabby place made of shacks. Well, the girls had a good time, and that's all that mattered to me. Siko and Shirori went to Elise's tent to get information about the 37th floor. It will make the process a bit easier since the damn floor was too big and confusing. Time flew by, and night arrived. The crystals stopped giving light, creating the impression of night. This dungeon sure knew how to replicate the life of surface world for its children. Leaving Chiaki to the girls, I headed to a nearby forest. She is ready. Do it. Oni-san. Rini appeared before me with a childish smile, a contrast to her mature figure clad in a new-made dress similar to Graphia. Ready for some action. She pumped her fists donned in the iron gauntlets and grinned. Always. Kliska. We were instantly taken to the place where I left last time. The monsters noticed us and waited no time to pounce at us. Rini being Rini crushed the skull sheep's head with a punch. The shockwave blew away the rest of the horde as if they were made of paper. Oni-san, am I strong now? No. You're a monster now like the rest of your family. She traced her metallic fingers on her lips and narrowed her eyes, giving a feral grin. Can I ask for my birthday gift later? Gift? With that seductive face, it should be that. What do you want? A kiss. Lip to lip, she said and lunged at the monsters at exploding speed of sound. Boy, is this girl strong now. I stepped back. A giant axe came crashing on the place I stood. The hulking monster stood at a fierce height of 2 meters with dark skin. It had 2 curved horns protruded from its red hair and vicious red eyes pulsing with bloodlust. I pulled back my fist and jabbed its ugly mug. Its pointed tooth flew out as it spat blood before its head twisted at an impossible angle. That didn't kill it though. It gripped its head and like a ghost from a horror movie, it snapped its head back to place. The bloodthirsty roar that followed after was enough to incense me. I squeezed its shoulder and punched its chest with my full raw power. My fist touched its chest briefly before a massive shockwave burst and created a perfect circle in its chest. Just like that, it vanished into purple ashes and died. Together, we wiped the monsters through the corridors of the 37th floor and arrived at our blockade. A door leading into a structure made of thick walls. The guild called it a coliseum, where monsters spawned until a number of them are killed. Right now we were in the first room on the 37th floor, also known as the Beast Room. There were 4 more rooms before we reached the core room with the passage to the next room, the Soldier's Room, the Warrior's Room, the Knight's Room, and the Throne's Room. I brushed Rini's hair down to her back, calming her budding bloodlust. She held my hand, squeezed it with her cold metallic arm. She faced me with a gentle smile that matched the compassionate look on her face. Thank you. No problem. Rini and I walked past the door into a massive circular room. The door slammed shut behind us, and the walls started cracking. Rini released my hand and got into a fighting stance. The monsters poured out in dozens as if someone called for free lunch. Siko Nei-chan would kill to be in this place, Rini said with a chuckle. True. I'll handle the right side. Don't let them hurt you, okay? Okay. Then, a brawl broke out. Swords, axes, and shining bone weapons were flying everywhere. This overwhelming number advantage was the perfect time to use my new skill, wild martial arts. Using the knowledge of the skill, I moved my body and threw a barrage of blurry fists. The bones-shattering sounds overpowered the roars for a moment. A barbarian swung down its axe on me. In the activated skill state, I raised my hand to block the axe. The blade sliced a thin wound that seeped with drops of blood. I glanced at Rini. Just like me, she never bothered to dodge and took blows head-on with her monster body. Wild martial arts. It was a no-nonsense and utterly primitive way of brawls, putting an extreme focus on sharp movements. It might just be the perfect way to earn the most excelia. The monsters fell, and the dungeon responded with more spawns. By the time it ended, my hands were soaked in disgusting greasy blood. Rini rushed at me and rubbed my hands with a cloth she took out of her ring. Despite the fierce look in her eyes, she kept her focus on cleaning the blood. I used to do the same. The nostalgia overwhelmed me, and I couldn't stop myself from leaning closer and taking her lips. Rini seemed surprised for a second before she shut her eyes tight and gently put her hands on my cheeks. I snuck out my tongue and licked her upper lips. She responded by licking back with her slimy tongue. Her fingers suddenly started trembling as her eyes snapped open. She slumped against me, her entire self shivering. She orgasmed. That's too quick. I barely kissed her yet she climaxed. Rini's convulsions stopped, and she fell soft on my chest. I sat down and let her rest in my arms. Oni-san, was that orgasm Shizune-chan told me of? Yeah. Did it feel good? She feebly nodded. Overwhelming. I felt like I was one with Oni-san. Rumble. The dungeon interrupted the sweet moment by opening a passage out of the Colosseum. I felt Rini clawing the air behind as if showing her frustration at the dungeon. Shitty dungeon. I blinked my eyes at the unexpected curse that came out of her mouth. Sorry, she apologized. I'd like it if you stop restraining yourself. Restraints. Don't go trying to rape me during sleep. Okay. That reply was a bit suspicious. Well, I'm always sleeping with some girl. Rini doesn't have the courage to pull it off before someone. What if she does? I'll lose my dignity as her Oni-san. I will stop her at any cost. Good. Chapter 220, CH 222, Farming XP. My original is updated. Go read it after this. We cleared the corridor following the beast room and any of the colosseums in our way. The soldier room brought nothing new, just an increased number of monsters. In the following passages, a dot appeared on my life sense skill right over my head. I looked up. A giant green-skinned snake stuck to the wall with 4 legs. It had a strange dragon head and needles coming out of its back like a porcupine. Danger, Rini muttered and leaped up. The dragon opened its maws, giving a glimpse of fire inside. Rini didn't give a fuck and smashed its head off with her gauntlet. She landed gracefully, but the monster wasn't so lucky. Ding. You earned 3120 XP for killing, level 24 Paluda. Paluda, the dark green dragon snake. Poisonous, Rini said as she pulled out its magic stone. Keep your diet in moderation. Rini looked down at her figure. Diet? Oni-san, will I become fat if I keep eating magic stones? I mean, you never know. Rini's brows sank as a look of determination appeared on her face. I can't, boys hate fat girls. She already had 6-pack abs like Rika. I doubt her body would work as a normal girl to convert extra calories into fat. I can't hate Rini no matter what you do. That's what a good brother would do. The distance between the rooms shrunk as we advanced. The warrior room had a new monster, Obsidian Soldier. It looked like a monstrous, barely humanoid carved out of solidified lava with a purple gem-like eye in its head. It lacked any agile movements but more than made up for it with its defense. The number of mutated monsters like taller wolf-headed monsters and more powerful barbarians in the mix. The night room made things spicier with the introduction of Spartoi, the formidable skeleton soldier stronger or equal to level 4 adventurers with decent weapons such as lance, sword, bone shields, etc. Unlike the rest of the monsters, these monsters could use their weapons like an adventurer. Not that they posed a single threat to the duo of demigod and monster. Fighting in the Colosseum was mentally exhausting with seemingly infinite monsters pouring out of the walls. But the growing XP bar kept me going. Rini had become almost feral, ripping monsters with her bare hands with a menacing glow in her eyes. The sight gave me chills, yet I couldn't help but find her more attractive. Aimi changed me too much. Ding. You have leveled up. Level 28. Heck yeah. I calmed the monster inside Rini with head pats. She became docile. Instead of cleaning up the blood and getting dirty later on, I decided to continue onward. Rini's bloody smile was the one to blame. We roamed the corridors and colosseums, leaving carnage in our wake. Finally, the throne room came into view. The last room. As disgusting as these undead monsters are, farming them gives good XP, and there are too many of them here. Aimee will love to be here. I slipped through the crack in the wall with Rini and arrived at an open area with a bridge leading to a small passage beyond the cliff. The crackling sounds filled the entire room as the dungeon gave birth to another horde. I will watch Oni-san's back. Rini pressed her back against mine and waited for the monsters to approach. It was honestly a scary sight. Battling them with fists might take up the better part of the night, so I ignited my wings and wrapped a hand around Rini's waist. Oni-san's is warm. I caressed her cheeks with telekinesis, rubbing her head while I was at it. Let me take care of this. We will return to others and rest. Okay. I rose until my head was close to the ceiling and summoned Phoenix's avatar, the catalyst to the 8th level spell of Phoenix, Imitation Flare. The flames wove a blazing sun overhead, concentrated with an extreme amount of life and fire element. I had a hunch that creating the sun might be possible. You can. How can I not when Kliska is motivating me? The undead screeched, the light seething their non-existent eyes. Then something unaccepted happened. The monsters rushed like mindless beasts, even the cunning skull sheep threw all caution to the wind and jumped at me. Are they attracted to life element that much, or they think this is the way to the surface world? The latter seemed more plausible. I ended the show by bringing my hand down. A concentrated laser burst forth, scorching everything to ashes in its trajectory. Then another, and another. I kept firing until the monster rush stopped. My XP bar rose to 37.39% in one go. The swarm had lots of mutated monsters after all. They gave juicy XP. The dungeon shook, the walls rumbling. It somehow felt like a cry. I might be imagining things since Aiko's words were still stuck in my head. The walls are crying. I landed and deactivated the spells. The magic stones. Rini said, her eyes glazed over. She shook her head and quietly grasped my hand. Lewd. No you. Nobody is lewder than the goddess who became a lowly to please a man. Ugh. I can't retort to that. Chuckling at the goddess, I crossed the bridge. The passage led us to a similarly dim area. There wasn't much difference here from the 37th floor. After leaving a teleportation mark, I returned to the camp. The girls slept on the bed. Now and Aimee at the edge of the bed with Chiaki nestled on Nao's bosom with a dreamy expression. Siko and Shiori were snuggled together, and Rika slept opposite with her leg pressing on Shiori's stomach. She refused to stop teasing Shiori even in her sleep. The emperor-size bed had more than enough room for 5 more girls. Grafia was missing. I could sense her outside with the bond we shared. Rini, get there. I'll check on Grafia. Chapter 221, ch. 223, Claps in the Night. A gentle breeze caressed Grafia's cheeks. She stretched her legs and relaxed on the grassy plains. She reached out to the glittering sky with her hand. This had to be the best scenery she had seen in this world. I couldn't sleep. Being a devil had its disadvantages, like having too much energy once the sun went down. Well, she also couldn't sleep without her lord. A maid sleeping while her lord working, that's the example she wanted to avoid at all cost. Still, he went alone. Q. The rabbit whined on her lap as if asking for her attention. Oh, Chuck. She chuckled and rubbed Chuck's head. The demon rabbit let out low throaty sounds and closed its eyes. Is this how you treat a child? She couldn't help but recall her time with Nao's sister, Aiko. The little girl's cuteness had left an irremovable mark on her chest. But she screwed everything in the end by taking the girl to the dungeon. How can I become a mother like this? She mumbled and blushed. Why am I thinking of this now? She had just started a relationship. The devil's reproduction rate was painfully low, so she had nothing to worry about. But, the way her lord craved her body and she craved his, the day won't be too far. I would prefer a daughter and train her to be a maid to mistress's children. Her chest suddenly became warm as a fuzzy feeling coursed through her. She became aware of her heart speeding up. It only happened when her lord came near her. She looked back and surely, he was approaching with a smile. Chuck woke up and raced toward the forest. Grafia looked at its back in confusion. Why was Chuck so afraid? Feeling lonely without me? Grafia looked away from his teasing gaze. Maybe. He chuckled and sat beside her. He coiled his arm around her shoulder and pulled her closer. Less lonely now. Grafia leaned on his shoulder and quietly nodded. His hand snuck up to her face and caressed her cheeks. She didn't know why, but the scenery before her felt more vivid and serene. And dear maid, why aren't you sleeping? I was waiting for my lord. The trip took more time than expected. We're on the 38th floor now. He turned to her and gave a toothy grin. His face shone in the night, golden pupils glowing a bit. His supernatural charm pulled her in a daze. She felt her lips curling on their own. Her lord read her heart and kissed her. She closed her eyes and eagerly welcomed his warm lips. He ended the kiss shortly after and traced his fingers on her cheeks. The bright smile on his face made her fatigue disappear if there was any in the first place. A fire lit up in her heart. My lord. Want to continue? He paused and looked back. Grafia also followed his eyes to find the elf girl standing frozen outside her camp. Ryu. Ah, no. I was just sleepwalking. Ryu closed her eyes and stumbled back inside her camp. Grafia and Asahi were both left speechless. What kind of excuse is that? I don't know, my lord. Grafia recalled what they were about to do and felt her cheeks flush. She buried her face in his lap, knowing he was going to tease her again. He always enjoyed her thighs, so it was her turn to rest on his lap. He couldn't reject her. After all, he adored her too much. Geez, he muttered and ran his fingers through her hair. Unknown to her, she was in the perfect position for a spanking. With his right hand, he gently rubbed her butt and clapped her ass cheeks. Grafia stifled her moan, but her butt wriggled subconsciously, craving for more punishment. I became so depraved after one night. She didn't regret it. Not one bit. She was living a far better life than a trophy princess of a devil clan. People cared about her here and a man worthy of her affection and loyalty. Even if he was a bit sadistic and loved to play with ass. Another crisp slap resounded, followed with two more. What if someone saw them like this? Grafia's cheeks flushed at the possibility. You naughty spoiled maid. It's time for bed. How am I spoiled? I will show you how spoiled a maid can be. Carry me, my lord. My legs are jelly. He turned her over and lifted her effortlessly. Carrying her in his arms, he grinned. Good enough, Grafia-sama. Why yes. Although they couldn't make love today, the moment was precious for Grafia nonetheless. Let's do it tomorrow night at our home. A demigod making love to a devil in a goddess's shrine. Her master was truly one of a kind. Grafia couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. A familiar yet unknown maid waited on the bed. Grafia was about to curse her lord for giving her dress to another maid but stopped when the maid waved her hand. Grafia-ne-chan. Arini-chan. The woman nodded. Grafia's eyes flew open. What kind of demonic ritual did she go through to grow? When Grafia asked, Rini tilted her head. I ate magic stones. Ah, she wasn't a human. She glanced at her lord, who proudly hugged Rini and patted her head. I have real competition now, but I won't lose. X. Heaven. Gabriel stared at the dark ceiling of her room. It had been a day since Asahi's so-called promise to play with her, yet he didn't show up. Stupid boy. She moved out of the bed and sat on her couch. She powered the console and started playing the racing game. 2 minutes later, she threw the controller and curled up on the couch. Boring. Having someone to play with always felt better. Her father entered the room with an amused smile. Asahi should be playing with his wives. Wives. Gabriel muttered. Will he play with me if I become his wife too? The thought came up in her head. But marriage only happens between men and women who love each other. Did she love Asahi? What is love in the first place? The questions left Gabriel puzzled. Chapter 222, ch. 224, Apology. I woke up with Rini clinging to me in her underwear. Unlike the previous times, her soft breast pressing on my chest had a deadly impact. That was after spending a hot night with Nasan, Yuriko, Lamy, and Saya. Grafia laid on my other side, using my arm as a pillow. Shouldn't my biceps feel uncomfortable? Siko crept up my legs and straddled my waist. Surprise cowgirl. Siko would never use that word. But this woman wore a violet bra and panties with flower patterns that belonged to Siko, and no glasses. Shirori, where are your glasses? Oh, I forgot to put them on after bathing, she grinned and twirling her butt on my erect cock. Forget that. My Asahi meter is out of fuel. Give me some love. Rini is here. I'll be silent, okay. I let out a sigh and nodded. Rini will experience it sooner or later, so no harm in having some sweet time with Shirori. She lowered my pants and grabbed the cock in her hand. She slipped her panties from her hole and descended on my shaft. Already so wet. She leaned over and cupped my cheeks in both hands. What can I do, dear? Your love is too strong. Let's break the record for the longest kiss. And she kissed me, not forgetting to move her hips. Before we broke the record, Rini mewled in her sleep. Shirori released me and buried her face in my neck, licking me like a cat. Rini opened her eyes and looked at me with her innocent eyes. Good morning, Oni-san. Morning. Sleep a little more. We have time. Understood. She seemingly ignored Shirori laying on top of me and nuzzled her face on my shoulder. Her soft breath brushed against my neck, sending jolts across my body. Shiori's tight pussy was close to milking out the juice, so my skin had become oversensitive. I reached out and held the white butt cheeks before thrusting my hips in the air. MGH. Asahi, more dot. Keep it down, I whispered. She went back to smooching my neck to suppress her moans, allowing me to stir her real good. The climax brought a heavy, muffled voice out of Shirori. I felt Siko, Aimi, and now staring at me but couldn't stop the rhythm of pleasure. So I kept a poker face and let Shirori start another ride. The girls wore their clothes and headed out. Rika wasn't a morning person like everyone, so she stayed sprawled on the bed. I finished with another cream pie that made Shirori convulse and twitch. She silently collapsed on me and hugged me with her weak arms. I brushed her long hair down to her back, ignoring the squishy sensation enveloping my cock. I'm spent, hun. Tell Elise to leave our group on this floor. We can return after you complete your training with God. Training with God? Wait, that reminded me of the promise I made to Gabriel. She's so gonna murder me. I couldn't go there with my avatar as Saya was sleeping with me with an angelic smile. Shirori, I have an urgent business with God. Let's shower. I'll clean you up too. Okay. Graphia was feigning sleep. Her red ears were enough proof. Unfortunately, I have no time to tease her right now. I teleported to the river. The girls were relaxing in the water. Siko helped me clean Shirori, and I quickly donned clothes and teleported to Gabriel's room with Chiaki on my shoulder. She was curled up on the couch as if she had cried to sleep last night. Gabriel, are you okay? She raised her head and stared at me. Asahi. I took her hand and helped her up. Sitting beside her, I rubbed her fluffy blonde hair. I'm sorry for not showing up yesterday. I broke my promise. Were you busy with your wives? Yeah. Then don't apologize, she said and shook her head. A man should always prioritize his family, acting as a backbone of his home. The more she acted normal, the more guilt weighed on me. She looked so forward to spending time with me, and I forgot about it. Chiaki fluttered her glowing red wings and took off from my shoulder. A fairy. Gabriel's eyes glittered as if her previous depression was just an act. She reached out to catch Chiaki, only to go round and round. Chiaki landed on Gabriel's head and rubbed her hair as though consoling her. I'm pretty sure she learned it from me. Thankfully, she didn't see Shirori in the act, or she would become degenerate. Not that I mind one as they are cute too. This. Are you consoling me in Asahi's place? Gabriel asked. Chiaki looked at me and bobbed her head. She can't seem to speak, but I could imagine her yelling my name in a cute, high-pitched voice. I pulled back my hand and let Gabriel mess around with Chiaki. The little fairy had something about her that attracted girls. Perhaps she has my charm ability. I took out my appraising glasses. Chiaki LV. Designated title, Asahi Servant. Race, Flame Elemental. Class, None. Attributes. Strength. Dexterity. Constitution. Defense. Charm. Magic. Skills. Spirit body, special as a being made from pure energy, the user can regenerate as long as they have mana. Creator's blessing, special the user shares a strong bond with their creator, allowing them to comprehend things at a faster rate. Anti-metal flames, unique the fire element mutated with the user's strong desire to melt metals. Attack power on any metal is increased by 300%. Holy, her charm is pretty high for a little kid and her skills, definitely broken. As long as I give her mana, she will never die. Mana is the only thing I don't lack at the moment. She also doesn't have a class at the moment. She's gonna become a killer goddess in the future. I can see that happening. Chapter 223, ch. 225, Wolf is cute. I ditched the training and chose to spend time with Gabriel. I pulled out a TV from my inventory and inserted a disc of Nao's favorite magical girls anime. Should I call others? She asked. I don't mind if it's Sandalphon. I hadn't seen her for a few days. Let me ring her up, she said and her halo appeared. She tapped it twice. Sandalphon, Asahi wants you. I had to applaud this airhead's ability to create misunderstandings as easily as breathing. A normal woman will think I want her as my woman. I wouldn't mind being with a sweet woman like Sandalphon. She had a pretty mature aura around her, plus she had an athletic body. Rika helped me awaken to her type. Gabriel jumped on the couch and leaned on my shoulder. A subtle sweet scent came from her body, clearing my head from the impure thoughts. This feels nice. Nobody seeing us will literally think of us as a couple. Ah, fuck it. I slipped my arm around her shoulder and cuddled with her. She turned her head to me and poked my nose. You should ask before touching a woman. Do I really? She shook her head. I don't mind if it's Asahi. Gabriel, affection +9. Oh, damn boy. I heard God's voice in my head. Already touching each other in private. What a sick playboy you are. I pulled Gabriel in a more intimate position and gently brushed her hair, adding a final blow with a kiss on her hair. Take that, you voyeur father. Impressive. He muttered. Don't hurt her. I didn't look after them well, but they are still my children. Don't worry about that. He hummed and went silent. At that moment, the door opened. Sandalphon casually walked inside with an easy gait and plopped on my right side. She kissed my right cheek and revealed a refreshing smile. I missed you. I rubbed my cheeks, stunned at how casually she kissed me. Why so surprised? Isn't a kiss on the cheeks a common greeting in the human world? Ah, yes it is. Well, it's common etiquette in Western nations, even if fake. What are we doing here? I picked the controller and played the anime. Sandalphon watched the explosive opening with a frown while Gabriel pumped her fists. I don't know what this is, but it looks fun, Gabriel said. The show went on. Sandalphon kept watching skeptically until the battle scene arrived. Sandalphon became immersed in the blood-pumping battle of the magical girls and the evil mecha army, going as far as to cheer out loud. Gotta hand it to the shounen anime. Any battle freak had to appreciate them. The enthusiast seraphs fetched a smile to my face. Guess, today is gonna be about having fun with seraphs. X. After having a lively breakfast in Yotsuba Mansion, I teleported to the camp. Asahi-sama. Asahi Oniai-san. The Yandere bodyguard and the maid noticed my presence. Shirori crossed her arms on her chest. Couldn't stay away from wives. Yep. You all are too charming, I said. By the way, did Elisa's group leave? Rika shook her head. Nope. They are about to. We're going together then. I will stop them, Siko said and dashed out of the camp. The trip would be less boring with them. I was dying to see Ryu's reaction after what happened last night. I grinned at Grafia, who kept staring at me with a stoic face. It was hard to match this woman with the maid ready to fuck in the outside. At least I got a few good spanks on her bubbly butt. Asahi-kun. Kagaya entered the tent and her mouth went round. She pointed at Rini. Who is this now? Elise also seemed surprised. She touched her breastplate as if subconsciously comparing her boobs to Rini's. She puffed her chest as if trying to emphasize her breasts. She didn't need to do that. After all, I loved all types of breasts, and her B-cups were within my strike zone. I took a moment to appreciate how good Rini and Grafia looked together. Max stoicism paired with glamorous bodies. The perfect Kaderi maids a man could ask for. She's my maid from my hometown. She just came down here to check on me. On her own. Kagaya said in admiration. You and your women are out of this world. Why didn't I meet your breed in my time in the Far East? Her whispers didn't go unheard. Ryu quietly entered the tent and stood beside Elise, not daring to look me in the eye. Captain, everything ready? Yep, it is. Elise nodded. Where were you before? Shirori said you went somewhere. I was in heaven. Elise blinked her eyes. What? Ryu's cheeks went red, misunderstanding my words for something lewd. I will check for something missing in the supplies. Kagaya trailed Ryu's back with sharp eyes. She turned back to me with a sly look. The wolf has exposed its fangs. Will the innocent elf survive? I tilted my head. Wolf. Are you talking about Natsumi's pups? Kagaya Gajuno, affection +3. The fierce wolf is surprisingly cute at times. Kagaya muttered, shaking her head. Master, you called me. A lively Natsumi barged into the room. Did you? Your ears are ringing. Ah, I'm sorry then. Pack up your stuff too. We're going back. Understood, master. She bowed and scurried out of the tent. So many women, Elise whispered. My junior is damn popular. I'm still the idol of Orario. I shook my head. After making sure to leave nothing behind, we traveled back to the surface world. Chapter 224, ch. 226, Hephaestus. Astrea strolled through the streets of Orario. A beastman negotiated with the human merchant, an old lady sold fruits with an amiable smile, a group of young adventurers boasting about their achievements in the dungeon. Astrea also found the sword princess of Loki Familia munching on the famous snack Jagamarukan by a stall. Orario was at peace. Astrea sighed. How long will this last? She had no idea. But one thing she knew was the impending crisis of the Evolus. Astrea. A dreamy voice chimed in her ears. Astria flinched and whirled around. The assailant was a goddess. Her opposite in a sense, as Astria was the virgin goddess of justice and Freya being a goddess of sex. The two rarely talked, only chatting on rare occasions such as Donatus. Don't scare me like that, Freya. Freya squinted with a mischievous smile. Even as a goddess, Astria felt bewitched by her simple smile. Then, she realized something. Why is her aura similar to Asahi? Is Asahi a god of beauty, or they are together? Astria shook her head at the thought. Not possible. A super-possessive goddess such as Freya wouldn't let her lover join any familia other than her own. You were asking for it. Don't daydream in the middle of a street, okay? I was thinking something. What could it be? The Evolus. Freya frowned. They are certainly troublesome idiots. Astria gave a nod in affirmation. Her life would be so easy if they weren't so stuck up on causing destruction. But we can take care of them like we did last time, Freya said. Putting their matter aside, I still haven't congratulated you on getting the most dashing adventurer in your familia. Astria felt a strange sense of envy in Freya's voice. But she didn't question anything and smiled. Thanks. Aside from his obsession with women, he is kind and a bit too generous. Don't let your guard down around him. We defeat Evolus and then a few months later, a talented adventurer arrives in Orario with a group of strong and beautiful women. It's too much of a coincidence. Asahi being a spy. Astria rejected the notion. He wasn't even from this world. She doubted anyone in Orario could oppose him and his women. Loki had vividly described how Asahi's women slaughtered the monster Rex as if it was a mob monster. They were level 6 at the very least. And Asahi, being their man and a demigod, had to be dozens of times stronger than that. Scheming like this went opposite to the laid-back persona he showed. You don't have to worry about him. He won't betray me. Oh, Freya raised a brow, her silver eyes glowing. I see. I see. That's how it is. I apologize if I sounded rude. No need. You were looking out for me. How about you, me, Loki, and Hephaestus have some drinks tonight at my place? A meeting between the top familias to discuss each other and Orario's problems. Other than paying a visit to Hephaestus in the Babel and updating statuses after her familia returned from the dungeon, Astria's schedule was blank. Okay. Then, I will send someone to invite Loki and Hephaestus. You don't have to. I was going to her anyway. Well, what a fine timing, Freya said and winked. Don't daydream like that again. With a teasing remark, Freya went on her way to Loki Familia. Astria continued her long journey to the Northwest District, taking a few breaks in between to rest. Her mortal body couldn't match with even level 1 adventurers. Well, she could have taken a caravan but she was in the mood to enjoy the fresh air and observe the city. Her children patrolled the entire city every day. She wanted to do something in their absence. After 3 whole hours, she arrived at her destination. Hephaestus Familia had branches across the city and several stores in Babel, but their main shop was here in Northwest District, where Hephaestus managed her Familia's business. The front door of the store was between the showcase of different exotic weapons. Every passing adventurer couldn't help but glance at the top-class weapons. Some even stopped by to admire them. A shiny white dagger stole her eyes. It was stabbed into a treasure box, reflecting the light of magic lamps surrounding it. This will look good in Asahi's hands. The question is, will he like a new dagger? Astria held her chin as her mind wandered. He already had 2 magic daggers, why would he need a new one? But, she had to give him something after he agreed on making that heavenly pillow. The wooden door creaked. Astria put an end to her thought for now and looked at the redhead goddess. Hephaestus crossed her arms, an amused smile playing on her lips. My smiths are freaking out. A goddess is eyeing our weapons like a thief. Didn't know it was Our Lady of Justice. So, are you planning on raiding the store tonight? Astria glanced at the people gathered around, and heat rushed to her cheeks. She was daydreaming again in front of a weapon shop. My bad, Hephaestus. Can we talk inside? Hephaestus swung the door and gestured to her. Feel free. She led Astria to the 3rd floor. The room was neatly designed with white marble. A shelf showcased short hammers of varying color, a crystal case with different metals, and a desk piled up with stacks of papers and a feather pen. Astria sat on the chair before the desk while Hephaestus sat behind the desk. Hephaestus crossed her legs and gestured. So, what's the matter? Astria pulled out a slip from the mini bag on her waist and passed it to Hephaestus. Do you have wooden weapons? The ones used for sparring? Yeah, them. Kagaya mentioned the warriors in the Far East use them to train. They are safer when used in spars. I have. But you could have sent someone else or gone to Tsubaki. She manages all your familia smithing and her home is close to your Stardust Garden. This store is 2 districts away. Astria shook her head. My children are currently on the expedition. I didn't know about Tsubaki's home, so I came here. It delights me to see the city returning to its previous glory. You never change, do you? Always so pure and untainted, Hephaestus muttered and touched her eye patch. The charred skin under the patch stung Astria's heart. The deformity had essentially crippled Hephaestus's eye. Most if not everyone screamed at the sight of her wound. It was unjust to treat a kind goddess for a wound like this. Hephaestus, Astria said, voice filled with concern. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything. Astria had tried to heal the wound in heaven with her divinity of purity. It could bring a dying person back to life, yet her arcanum didn't affect Hephaestus. Hephaestus released a light chuckle. Sheesh, what are you apologizing for? You tried your best. A birth defect can't be fixed so easily. I'm happy that you tried. But now, friend. I know a busy goddess like you won't be admiring a weapon. What happened? Tell me everything. Astria respected Hephaestus's decision to avoid this topic. She placed her arms on her lap. Freya invited us to a meeting at her place. Loki will also be there. Her again. Hephaestus picked up her feather pen and a document. Tell me the full story. Chapter 225, ch. 227, Level Up. Sandalphon, Affection +5. Both seraphs were having tons of fun dancing to the rhythm of the anime opening. Even with a bombshell body, Gabriel pulled off the awkward dance steps. Sandalphon went a mile ahead and converted a lowly's dance into art with her super flexible body. They were like teens who had seen a naked woman for the first time. They were infinitely excited about exploring every nook and cranny. That example was horrible. Ugh. God was chuckling at the show. I have never seen them so happy. They do seem lovely. Well, sometimes the smallest things brought the biggest smile on someone's face. This was one of those times. X. Out of the suffocating dungeon, we arrived at Familia's manor. The sun burned at its peak in the sky. This was a speedrun-worthy speed despite Natsumi overusing her mana again and attempting to lead us into closed paths in the dungeon, pouting that she wanted to spend more time with her master. She was sincere about it, making me amused about the effect of the oath. Could it make someone fall in love? It was yet to be seen. I entrusted her with the duty of investigating everything about this Evelys. Astria had left a note outside the manor, saying she went to Hephaestus, the beautiful blacksmith goddess who created the dagger for Bel. I wonder when we will meet. Elise and her group went to their mansion. Ryu in particular scurried like a squirrel. Did I elude the innocent elf without having any intentions to do so? In our room, I plopped on the bed and crossed my legs. The cozy bed whispered sweet words to me, but I resisted until Rika tackled me. Chan, let's go on a date. Where do you want to go? Far East. Huh. Isn't that kinda far? I want to see how close it is to the Sengoku period in Japan. Shirori snuggled to my side. Same. I hear a lot about it. Yeah, Siko also agreed. Alright. We'll go after dealing with Evelyn's problem here. Thank you, Chan, Rika said and planted a soft kiss on my forehead. She slid down and rested her head on my chest. Good night. Now, Graphia, Siko, Rini, join me. Graphia lightly shook her head. I cannot. Cooking, cleaning, shopping, trading. I have so much to do. Rini looked between me and Graphia with reluctant eyes, finding it harder to choose one. She took a step toward Graphia. Oni-san, I need to do my maid duties. Have fun. Aw, bummer, Shirori muttered. Now bashfully laid beside me while Siko joined Shirori. Enveloped in the intimate fragrance of the girls, I couldn't help but smile. I took a nap until Graphia informed me of Astria's arrival. She headed to the main mansion first. Siko and Shirori had left with Rika to buy something, while Graphia and Rini went to Maya's world to help Nasan in cooking. Now and Aimi slept beside me. Aimi clutched my shirt as if she was afraid I would leave her here. Now, well, even in sleep, her breasts gave her an irresistible sex appeal. I lightly brushed Aimi's hair until I heard footsteps approaching the shrine. It was even possible to dissect the sound and pattern with my senses if I concentrated enough. Astria's heavy breathing was a sign of exhaustion or arousal. I doubt Astria would be aroused in the open without a solid reason. She must have a rough trip. I gave a light kiss to Aimi and got up to welcome Astria. You returned early, Astria said as soon as she entered. I took her hand and dragged her to the bed. She followed me with a confused expression. Asahi. Just sit. Aren't you tired? This bed also healed exhaustion. Both physically and mentally. Thank you. She gave a grateful smile. I heard about your fight with Goliath, don't act so recklessly. It would be difficult if someone else saw that fight. I just wanted to let off some steam. My bad. Astria shook her head once and smiled. Beating the giant in its own game, you did well. I'm proud of you. Scolding me and then encouraging me, she was using the classic tactics of carrot and stick. More importantly, she did it with pure eyes and no evil desire. Can I get a status update later? Of course. I came here to do that. Now show me your back. It's not that urgent. She pricked her finger. I sighed and took off my shirt. She did the usual process of taking her blood and tracing it on the hieroglyphs on my back. Fauna updated. Status is updating to reflect the changes. Strength +6, Constitution +3, Defense +3, Dexterity +4, Magic +9. That's quite less than I expected it to be. The brunette goddess gasped in shock, and I realized the reason. My status must be above S at the very least. Astria. She quietly passed me the paper with the status. Asahi Marikawa. Strength, EX. Endurance, SSS. Dexterity, SSS. Agility, SS. Magic, SS. EX rank, that's new. Must be the result of kicking Goliath around. I don't know what to say, Astria said with a wry smile. You have enough Exilia to level up. Should I do it or see my limits? It will get harder and harder to increase stats at your current state. I advise leveling up right now to gain appropriate Exilia in your battles. She was right. It's not like S or EX rank did anything special for me. Both gave me the same amount of stat points, so leveling up was easier. Level up. Wise decision. We will need to report it to the guild. If you level up again this year, you will get the curiosity of many gods and goddesses. Well, I won't halt my growth for a cowardly reason like that. I'm not troubling anyone, but it doesn't mean I'll let them roll over me. After all, I have to maintain a strong image as a man with a harem. Astria, affection +9. A man. Astria muttered and trained her eyes on me, forgetting to even blink in her dreamy state. I waved my hand in front of her eyes. Sorry today's out like that, she said, averting her eyes. It's happening a lot lately. I should see someone. I had to give it all to hold my laughter. I turned around and took deep breaths. Astria started to work on the level up process. You learned a new skill, Monster Hunter. This skill, I saw it on Ace's status. It will increase my attack power against any monster I hunted before. Astria gently patted my back. Congratulations on your level up. Well, she is trying her best to treat me like a normal adventurer. That's really something. I will try to get a worthy alias for you in the upcoming Donatus. Donatus. I felt like I heard this word before. The meeting held by gods every 3 months to choose a befitting alias for adventurers who level up. Bell received rabbit foot or something. I might die if someone called me that. Even the thought made me cringe. I grasped Astria's hands, looking up at her with innocent eyes. Don't take some strange nickname, please. I will try my best to not disappoint you. Thank you, goddess. Chapter 226, ch. 228, Late Night Meeting. Since the expedition was beyond successful with no injury whatsoever, Astria Familia decided to hold a small evening celebration party at the Hostess of Fertility. A mug of sweet ale was an adventurer's favorite thing after a bloody day in the dungeon. Asahi's group was naturally included because of their achievements. He accompanied now for some more time before returning to the dungeon with Aimi. He casually strolled on the 38th floor, taking his time to flirt with Aimi between the squash battles with the Lugaru and Red Lizard men. He only returned in the evening to take a bath. Aimi joined him, cheerily helping him wash. Night. Asahi arrived at the venue with the rest of the familia. Quite a few glares went at him, making him frown. Almost every male wanted to join Astria Familia and bask in the glory, especially when they had several top-class beauties. Astria held off any more recruits in fear of some spy infiltrating their grounds. They had played a major role in stopping Evela's plan last time. Their group will surely try to get rid of Astria Familia before their big plan. I'm not welcomed here, Asahi muttered, rubbing his chin. What did I do this time? Now patted his back. Just let them be. They aren't worth our time. I was just curious. The waitresses shuffled all over the bar, taking and delivering orders. Oh ho, the gray-haired waitress Seer left a busy table and approached Asahi's group. Elise, another party. Elise rested her arms on her hips. Yes. It'd be not kind to celebrate the arrival of a new group. Seer acknowledged with a nod as her gray eyes roamed over Asahi's body as though searching for something. Despite being used to this type of behavior, Asahi's body shuddered from Seer's intense gaze. Seer curled up her lips. Asahi Marikawa. Every adventurer in the guild is talking about your noble background. Nah, I'm nothing special. Kaguya gave him a blank stare. As if nobody special could thrash a Goliath at level 1. Elise narrowed her eyes. Seer's unusual interest in Asahi was new. The waitress always maintained a distance with men. Let's go to that table, Elise said and dragged Asahi by hand. I just want to hide your secret, she muttered under her breath. Nothing more, okay. Tsundere, Asahi said. What? Nothing. Kaguya shook her head at the scene. Her captain was far from being perfect. The others around her seemed to share the same feeling. The party started. It didn't take long for everyone to indulge in meat except Grafia and Aimi, who had no wish to drink. They merely came here to carry the drunk home. Asahi didn't bring Rini because of the vulgarity of some adventurers here. She went to Maya's world to spend time with Shizuka. Asahi idly waved the glass, watching Elise gulping down mead with a red face. Captain, isn't it enough? Hell no. My father used to say, drink till you see stars. Asahi didn't try to ask anything about her father. She never mentioned him, so there could be only possibilities, either he lived far away or he passed away. The latter seemed more possible from Kaguya's somber eyes. Asahi waited for Siko and others to pass out. They lasted a lot more this time. With Aimi and Grafia's help, he brought them home. He stumbled into Astria at the main gate. He gestured to others to go and stopped Astria. Where are you going? I have a meeting at Babel. Isn't it too late for a meeting unless? He trailed off and squinted his eyes. Are you going to meet your lover? He knew he had no right to question her, but he couldn't stop himself. He had no idea how to react if she nodded right now. Astria looked into his golden eyes. Instead of the confidence gleam, his golden eyes carried some uncertainty. Is he jealous? The thought appeared in her mind for a second before she threw it back. No. I don't have a lover. She was a maiden goddess even if not popular as the other 3 maiden goddesses, Athena, Hestia, and Artemis. Unlike them, she didn't swear to be a virgin for life. She was just too busy with her ambitions that she didn't have time for romance. Asahi covered his mouth and took a sigh of relief. You can't go there alone. Let me escort you. But you of all people should know Evelis is returning. What if they attack you? Her gaze softened, feeling the warmth from his worry. Even a random level 1 adventurer could dispatch her back to heaven. Thanks. No worries. The two entered the streets. Why is this meeting so late? Asahi asked. It's not really a meeting. Freya decided to host a discussion. Hephaestus and Loki will also be there. Freya. Asahi murmured. Of all the places in Orario, he was heading into her den. Kliska's chuckle echoed in his head. She isn't that scary, you know. My love's charm is way higher than a defective goddess like her. Even Rini alone can take down Freya Familia, at the cost of some limbs. She is just trouble. I don't want her to become obsessed with me like Apollo. She is too manipulative and possessive for my taste. Her pride won't allow her to be a part of the harem, and she isn't the one to back out. Womo. I understand, imagine if I was as possessive as her. Asahi shuddered at the thought. I wouldn't have a harem. Hee hee. You should love me more for my kindness. My affection meter for you is already maxed out. It can't go any higher. Liar, it's still less than half of my feelings for you. Chapter 227, ch. 229, Rumors. After a normal trip, we arrived at our destination. Babel at this time was quiet as the adventurers rarely entered the dungeon at this time. I had come here multiple times, but never explored the floors above. The tower was goddamn tall, so it should have something interesting. Freya lives at the top. Yes, she does, Astria replied, gazing up at the tall structure. Her walnut-brown hair faintly sparkled in the moonlight. She turned to me with her charming gentle smile. Let us take the elevator. Elevator exist here? Well, it's normal. These gods with normal human bodies would die from exhaustion before they got to the top floor. Astria led me in a different direction than the dungeon. The narrow pathway opened to a massive open hall. The wooden elevator was in the center, attached to wires coming from the circular hole in the ceiling. Astria knocked on the elevator door, and it split open. Elevator with sensors. What is this, modern world? She stepped inside and beckoned me. I stood beside her. Instead of your usual numbers, the elevator had some kind of runes drawn. Astria closed the door and touched the top rune. It lit up and the elevator began ascending. Convenient, isn't it? All with the power of a magic stone. Magic stones sure were useful in this world. I looked up. The starry sky peeked from the hole. It was still painfully slow compared to my world's elevators. Asahi, you mentioned different technologies in your world. Did you have something like this elevator? Yep. We did. I told her about the elevators, cars, and airplanes. Astria listened intently with a smile on her face. Well, a woman like her won't be interested in tech talks. Impressive indeed. You know, how would your world define justice? I was taken aback by her question. Justice, that's a surprisingly deep question. Justice would be along the lines of doing what's right. Astria nodded firmly, absent-mindedly staring at the elevator door. I think so too. Still, wrong or right, both are subjective. Take a thief for example. He is stealing medicine that he can't afford because his wife is sick. Will you throw him in jail or hang him for his crime? I have no idea. She couldn't answer. Justice is nothing more than a concept. That's what I think. What will you do to him? Simple. If his wife truly loves him, I'll release the man. If not, he is rotting in the cell. I'd rather not provoke a woman into becoming a yandere. I have seen their power beforehand. Love. I see. It seemed like she comprehended something. Before I could ask, the elevator door slid open. And the mountain of a man was standing on the other side. He looked down on me in a literal sense, sizing me up with narrowed eyes. Lady Astria. Lady Freya is expecting you in her quarters. He stepped aside, giving enough room for only one person to pass through. I wasn't welcome there. Astria, Sama. Asahi is coming with me, Astria said, standing dignified before Otter. She was slowly becoming my third favorite goddess. Then again, I was only close to three of them, Kliska, Lamy, and Astria. Otter raised a brow, not expecting Astria's courage. But, Lady Freya said. I need his advice on some matters. Otter sidestepped from our way. Astria walked out into the front hallway. I took a step forward, flashing a grin at Otter. Don't be angry at her. She was just looking out for me. Otter's brows twitched ever so slightly. Shaking his head, he strode into the left hallway. He was surprisingly calm for a Hulk. Asahi. Coming. I followed Astria through the dimly lit hallway. The pale gray color gave this place an elegant look for sure. The short walk led into the room with 4 couches with a table in the center. Freya was right in front of me, smiling and sitting proudly with her legs crossed with a wine glass in her hand. The night sky truly emphasized the charm of her silver hair and white dress. Loki and Hephaestus were sitting on the left and right couch, reading a parchment. Loki glanced at me and her eyes opened slightly, giving a glimpse of her red pupils. Her surprise lasted a moment before her cheeky grin returned. Looky. If it ain't the famous noble playboy stirrin' every female's heart in Orario. She was acting like it was our first meeting to fool Freya. Hephaestus turned to me, looking up and down with her single crimson eye. She was in a white shirt with long black gloves on both arms. The 2 open buttons on her shirt showed a tiny glimpse of her fair cleavage. Her messy red hair gave the impression that she just woke up. Yet I found the goddess of smithing more attractive than Freya. The reason being her thick legs wrapped in black tight pants. It'd be a bit rude to stare too much. I gave a polite nod to Hephaestus. I'm Asahi Marikawa, the newest member of Astria Familia. Pleased to be here. Hephaestus, she casually introduced herself. So you are the new guy Apollo was crazy about. Hephaestus, questions can be asked later, Freya said and placed the glass on the table. Let them sit first. Loki kicked the empty couch. Brat, bring your butt here. I let Astria sit first then settled on her left, doing my best to not mind Freya's curious gaze. This damn goddess, leave me alone would ya? Loki passed the paper to Astria. Traces of Rudra Familia. And their potential location, Freya cut Loki off. They are rumored to be hiding on the 27th floor. 27th floor? The water dungeon. We didn't find anyone there, so it was a false rumor. 27th, Astria said. The same floor everyone fought the nightmare behemoth. Indeed. The nightmare that was summoned to destroy the dungeon lid. They could be gearing up to perform another ritual of the same scale. Can anyone fill me up on this behemoth? I asked. Astria told me about the monster that was spawned after sacrificing several gods to the dungeon. It was stronger than monster Rexudas of the 37th floor. The dungeon officially had a grudge against the gods, it was proven once again. I looked at Freya. I just have one question. Can you trust the source? Freya shook her head. I did call it rumor. Then let them be. They are either fishing for some god or trying to lure the forces from the city. Fishin'. I like the sound of that. Loki chuckled. But, Astria interrupted. The adventurers near them will be in danger. I can't let that happen. Astria, we can leave a notice on the guild. The adventurers who can travel to 27th can take care of themselves. I was going to take care of them myself later without involving Astria Familia. I had no desire to put the Familia into danger just to earn some white knight points. Knowing the hot-headed Elise, she'd charge straight into the dungeon to finish off the remnants of Evelis. I know that, but we can discuss it later at the Familia, okay? No need to argue about it here. Astria reluctantly nodded. Sheesh, her sense of justice was befitting of her title, the Goddess of Justice. Loki leaned forward and clapped. Quite the rowdy hoodlum you picked up, Astria. But I think he ain't wrong. This smells fishy. Glad to be of use, Loki-sama. Chapter 228, ch. 230, Exhaustion. The topic then changed to new star adventurers in the city. Surprisingly, Daphne Loros joined Naza's Familia instead of Apollo's. When Freya brought up Natsumi, Loki stared at me for an answer. She shouldn't know my relationship with Natsumi, then why that suspicious stare? What? You know that woman, right? You both are from the Far East and appeared at the same time. Yeah. She is an old friend. Ha, knew it. Loki declared with a triumphant grin. On that topic, your harem seems to love you too much. What's the secret? Hephaestus held her chin, humming to herself. Astria stared at me with her full attention. Freya was contemplating something with her eyes closed. I don't know really. Maybe they find me too attractive. That ain't the answer I was looking for, Loki said. My disappointment is immeasurable and my night is ruined. Ever tried betting them at the same time? Yeah. Betting. As in, sleeping together. Astria asked in a curious voice. What was this awkward talk about my harem? Weren't we here for some super serious business? Yeah, forgot you were like that lowly big boobs. A goddess of purity. Astria, a goddess of purity. Wasn't she a goddess of justice? Then again, many of the gods had two or more divinities, like Freya with love, lust, and war divinities. Still, to think the woman I adored was a virgin goddess. That also explained her dense behavior at times. Hephaestus, how is your shop doing? My Isu is gonna need better equipment. She is growing too fast. Sword Princess, Hephaestus said. She's had that Goibnu's blade ever since I met her. Her armor is pretty rough for a level 4 in my opinion. Goibnu was her only real competition in smithing. Well, the only one whose skills she acknowledged. Yee, I've got some excellent ideas for her armor. Loki's smile at the moment was like a creepy old man dreaming of little girls. The armor Ace wore in the anime should be her doing. The armor barely covered her body, making the defensive aspect almost useless. The redheads started discussing the armor. Astria silently contemplated something, leaving only one person for me to talk to. I looked at Freya. She was eerily silent for a host. She narrowed her eyes with a delicate smile and brought the glass to her lips. I shrugged my shoulders at her attempts to charm me. Kliska, how are you holding up there? I am in my best condition, my love. You haven't gotten any sleep for 2 days. I know you can pretty much cheat when your avatar sleeps, still, you should relax your body too. She wasn't wrong. I barely got a wink last night because of the dungeon and making love to Kliska. Staying awake in a dream doesn't count as sleeping. Prepare a bed for me. I just want to cuddle right now. Yes, I'll get to making the comfiest bed in the world. One for Astria. I forgot to give her one. The mattress and pillows should have the blue color of her eyes and chestnut-colored frame. I sent it to your ring. I acknowledged her efforts with a smile. Something touched my shoulder. Looking over, I found Astria leaning her head on me with her eyes completely shut. She must be exhausted after running around all day. Her tiny smile looked damn cute. The three goddesses were looking straight at Astria. Loki was about to say something. I put my finger on my lips to shut her up. Astria deserved some sweet dreams, and she'll get it. Should I help? It's my specialty. Yes, if it's not too bothersome. Anything for my love and your lovers. She did walk to my shop, Hephaestus said in a low voice. It's too far for a goddess to walk. I see. The trio talked to each other with signals then got up from their seats. Hephaestus pointed to the door. We're going to another room. Have fun, Loki muttered, grinning. Hephaestus chased the other two out as quietly as possible and closed the door on her way out. I took a last glance at the sleeping beauty before leaning on the couch and closing my eyes. Guess I'll take a nap too. X. Hephaestus POV. I want to look at what they're doing. I don't mind. Hephaestus stared blankly at the two goddesses brewing plans on peeping on Astria. You both are staying here. Ah. Aren't you interested in seeing what he does to Astria? What if he takes advantage of her? Hephaestus knew the two were trying to fuel the fire. Astria won't fall asleep on anybody's shoulder like that. She trusts him, and I trust her. It's as simple as that. Still though, Freya said. Asahi is a well-known hedonist. Would you leave Astria in his hands? That is up to her to decide. I have no right to interfere in her love life, Hephaestus said. But, if he made her cry, he would burn in the wrath of a fire goddess. So cool. Loki clapped her hands, a mischievous grin floating on her face. Not that you can do anything to him. Hephaestus stared at the trickster goddess. Was this a provocation to create a conflict between her and Asahi? Or she was telling the truth? Honestly, she noticed something odd about the man. His presence and indistinct aura to be exact. One glance away from him, and she couldn't sense him at all. She thought of it as a skills effect, but he wouldn't use a skill by his goddess's side, now would he? What are you trying to say? Freya tried to sound casual, but the gleam in her eyes couldn't escape Hephaestus's attention. I don't know, Loki said with a shrug and spread her arms on the couch. Feels nice to loosen up sometimes. She was trying to hide something. Hephaestus realized that, so did Freya, looking from her curious expression. Ah, whatever. I'm going to head home and call it a day. Hephaestus turned to the door and squinted her single eye. She felt a deep presence beyond the door, close to Astria's room. Normally, she wouldn't be able to sense that far, but this presence spread to every part of the floor as if declaring its existence. Freya. I didn't invite anyone. A god appearing here on this floor was too close to comfort. Hephaestus turned to Loki, who had a shadow cast over her face. Idiot, Loki muttered with a smile that looked more forced than anything. What happened? You don't feel it? Freya asked. Loki raised a brow, feigning ignorance to the uninvited guest in Freya's home. She pressed her fingers on her temples, a pained look evident on her face. Aye, my head hurts like bitch. Loki passed out on the couch. The drink got to her. Freya shook her head. We should check it out just in case. Otter. The mountainous frame of the Boaz appeared on the door, more intimidating than most gods. Hephaestus hoped someone in her familia reached this level. Can Tsubaki do it? Tsubaki was stuck at level 5 for quite a few years now. She also didn't have much desire to adventure, as she just holed up in her workshop to craft weapons. Putting the thought aside, she walked out with Freya and her bodyguard. Just as Otter touched the doorknob, the aura disappeared. Completely vanished.